Mother-in-law, add another 200,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, I want to change to a new house. Brother-in-law, don't think you are a big shot just because you paid a little dirty money. When Song Yun was annoyed, a voice came from his mind. Ding! The host successfully signed in and was rewarded with the top beauty in the Magic City. Just as everyone was entangled, a Lamborghini drove over from a distance. The car door opened, and a peerless beauty got out of the car and held Song Yun's hand. Brother Song Yun, let's get married. Chapter 1: Paying for her willfulness. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Song Yun was dressed in a suit and holding flowers. Today he is getting married to his girlfriend whom he has been in love with for 3 years. Thinking back on the various difficulties he had faced from his girlfriend's parents over the past 3 years, he is very glad that he did not give up this relationship. A Volkswagen stopped beside him, and 2 men and 2 women got out of the car. They were his girlfriend Su Luting and her family. He walked up to his father-in-law and mother-in-law excitedly, and handed the flowers to Su Luting. You look beautiful today. Thanks. Speaking of his girlfriend Su Luting, she was a beautiful sight on campus during her college years. Not only was she very beautiful, but she was also very self-disciplined. After 3 years of dating, the two had only progressed beyond holding hands and kissing. Su Luting wanted to put the more important part on the night after their wedding. Facing such a simple girl, Song Yun felt like he had found a treasure. Mom and Dad, Ting Ting and I will go in first to get the certificate. You two can take your brother to the coffee shop next door and wait for a while. Just as Song Yun wanted to pull Su Luting into the Civil Affairs Bureau, his girlfriend's mother Zhao Juanxia stopped them. Wait. I have something to say. Zhao Juanxia looked at the two of them, and a sour expression gradually appeared on her face. Song Yun, I'm telling you the truth. If you want to marry my daughter, that's fine. Just give me an additional 200,000 yuan as a gift. Otherwise, go get the certificate yourself. Zhao Juanxia felt that her sudden intervention was very smart. She believed that at this critical juncture, the young boy Song Yun would be under her control. After hearing what her mother said, Su Luting lowered her head and remained silent. It was obvious that she knew it in advance. When Song Yun heard what Zhao Juanxia said, he stood there in a daze. Am I hallucinating? If you want to get the certificate, you have to pay another 200,000 yuan? Fuck, are you crazy? Mom! Stop it, you are not husband and wife until you get the marriage certificate, just call me auntie. Okay, Aunt Zhao, haven't I already paid 188,000 yuan for the betrothal gift? Why do I have to pay more? Song Yun asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Zhao Juanxia looked at Song Yun with disdain and snorted, the 188,000 yuan before can only be regarded as an engagement fee. If you want to marry my daughter, you have to pay another 200,000 yuan. Otherwise, you can go back to where you should go. Zhao Juanxia patted Su Luting on the shoulder and said as if introducing a product, my daughter is the most beautiful teacher in the aristocratic school. There are so many people chasing after her. It's a blessing for your ancestors to marry you. You can't afford a mere 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, right? Of course, Zhao Juanxia still had something to say. Her son is now old enough to start a family, so she discussed with her husband and decided to sell their smaller house and buy a larger one, and the difference in price is exactly $200,000. Song Yun looked at his future mother-in-law and his gums itched with anger. 2 years ago, your uncle had a tumor and needed surgery. You said you had no money, so I took out 130,000 yuan to help him out. A year ago, you said your brother had no money to go to school, so I spent another 50,000 yuan to pay for his tuition. Now you are greedy and want another 200,000 yuan? Isn't that a bit too much? What are you talking about? I didn't ask you for the money in the first place. You gave it out willingly. Zhao Juanxia's face was immediately filled with displeasure after hearing what Song Yun said. Then this money was indeed spent on the Su family. Have I ever forced you? If you don't want to, don't spend it. Zhao Juanxia's every word and his girlfriend's silence made Song Yun upset. At the beginning, it was Su Luting who begged him to help the Su family overcome the difficulties, but now at this critical juncture, he has become the one who is willing to fight and be beaten. Song Yun had seen shameless people, but he had never seen one as shameless as this. Looking at his girlfriend's family, Song Yun sighed and said with a wry smile, I thought I had done my best for your Su family, but now you are biting back. To tell you the truth, I don't have any money, not a single cent. Why do you want to get married if you don't have money? You're just wasting everyone's time. Zhao Juinxia rolled her eyes at Song Yun. Ha, I finally understand what a shrew is. It seems that you are one of them. You. Zhao Juinxia's face flushed, but she couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. Because that's exactly who she is. Song Yun held Su Luting's hand, looked her in the eyes and asked seriously, Ting, are you willing to go with me to get the marriage certificate? Seeing the expectation in Song Yun's eyes, Su Luting could no longer hold back her tears. Song Yun, just think of this as paying the bill for my willfulness for the last time. Really, I promise you, this is really the last time. Hearing this, Song Yun shook his head and let go of the other person's hand. Time and again, he helps us this time, and we need him to pay next time. When will this day end? Zhao Juinxia pressed on, Song Yun, relationships need bread to sustain them. If you have money, go in and get the marriage certificate today. As your mother, I wish you all the best. If you don't have money, then wait until you have money. Oh, I see. Okay, then you have to collect the money quickly. Our Ting is very popular. It's up to you. Su Luting can marry whoever she wants to marry. It has nothing to do with me. Song Yun said indifferently. Originally, he hoped to have a happy family, but Su Luting's family was like a black hole. No matter how much money he had, he could not be satisfied. This time he only gave 200,000 yuan, but what about his brother-in-law's wedding next time? Should he ask for 300,000 yuan or 400,000 yuan from himself? Various factors made Song Yun extremely disappointed with the Su family. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully rejecting the ungrateful family. The sign-in system is officially open. Ding, the system has been activated. It has been detected that the current location is the Civil Affairs Bureau of XH District in Magic City. Do you want to sign in? Song Yun was slightly stunned when he heard the mechanical sound in his mind. Sign-in system? As a longtime bookworm, he naturally knew very well what this was. How many protagonists of novels have reached the pinnacle of life because of the system's golden finger? Now that I have been chosen, should I still care about this cunning and mean family? Go to hell with me. From now on, you guys can't afford to date me. Start signing in. As the mind works, the system's voice responds immediately. Ding, sign-in completed, sign-in address, Civil Affairs Bureau, XH District, Magic City. Ding, since this is the host's first sign-in, the 10-star reward is activated. Ding, reward, the top beauty in Magic City, Yi Qingqing, will marry the host. Yi Qingqing? This familiar name slowly opened in his mind. When I was a child, there was a little girl who was my childhood sweetheart and she was also named this. At that time, the children liked to play house. He played the father and Yi Qingqing played the mother, and they ran around the yard with the children. However, due to his father's work, Song Yun's family moved out of the compound and the two lost contact. And the top beauty being rewarded today is also called Yi Qingqing. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Chapter 2, Get Married in a Lamborghini. Just as Song Yun was immersed in the sign-in system, his girlfriend's family stared at him in disbelief with their eyes wide open. Especially Su Luting. With red eyes, she walked to Song Yun, buried her head in his chest and sobbed softly, "We have been together for 3 years, and you gave up our relationship for a mere 200,000 yuan. In fact, Su Luting still likes Song Yun, but she can't refute her mother. To her, her father, brother and mother are her most important family members, and she can give everything for them." Looking at the excited Su Luting, Song Yun broke away from her hand and said helplessly, "Is the money I spent on you these years considered small? Sister, I have only graduated for 3 years. I really don't have a penny left. Let alone 200,000, I can't even take out 20,000. Let's break up." What happened today also helped Song Yun make up his mind. If you don't cut it when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Seeing Song Yun break up so resolutely, Su Luting also panicked. After being shocked, Zhao Juinxia took a few steps to Su Luting. Ting, it's better not to have this scumbag. Look at how poor he is. He can't even come up with 200,000 yuan. How can you have a good life if you marry him? Listen to me. I'll find someone to introduce you to some rich young talents. Yes, I read on the internet that men who don't want to spend money on women are losers. It's not just paying a little money for my dad's medical treatment, but he's being treated like a benefactor. I don't like it. His younger brother Su Jun was also there to comfort him. After listening to her mother and brother, she gradually calmed down. She knew that Song Yun was angry now, and after a few days of calming down, maybe he would come to her to reconcile. After all, after 3 years of relationship, it is impossible to break up just because of a mere 200,000 yuan. Just as the family was preparing to drive away, a mechanical roar was heard not far away, which was obviously the sound of a supercar. Su-jun hurriedly stopped getting into the car and stood looking in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, a black Lamborghini drove towards this side. Seeing the sports car that was rarely seen on weekdays, Su-jun excitedly pinched Su Luting's sleeve and shouted, "Sister! Do you see the smooth lines of this sports car? It's so damn handsome. When you find a brother-in-law for me in the future, you must find a rich man like this." In the university he attended, there was a group of rich second generations who skipped classes all day and drove around in sports cars. He was so envious of them that he kept thinking about how great it would be if he could live a life like that one day. Zhao Junsha became interested after hearing what Su-jun said. "Son, how much does this car cost?" "It's probably a few million, and you may not even be able to buy it." "What? Millions? These rich people's money is blown by the wind. Wouldn't it be better to buy a house with so much money?" Zhao Junsha was shocked by the high price and smacked her lips in amazement as she spoke. Su-jun turned around and looked at his mother with disdain. "Mom, how can someone who can afford a sports car lack a house? Not to mention billions, at least he has hundreds of millions of assets. These millions are like a drop in the bucket to him, not worth mentioning." "Over 100 million? Zhao Junsha muttered softly, an idea in mind. "Their daughter is as beautiful as a fairy. If she could marry such a rich man, not only would her daughter be able to live a good life, but their whole family would also benefit, right?" Just as Zhao Junsha was carefully thinking about how to sell her daughter, the Lamborghini did a beautiful drift and stopped in front of them. Su-jun looked at the black body of the Lamborghini emitting charming light under the refraction of sunlight, and couldn't help swallowing. Even Su Luting's heart was pounding at this moment. Swish! The Lamborghini's scissor door opened, and a pair of long, snow-white legs stepped out first. Not to mention the appearance of the owner of these legs, just the legs are enough to charm thousands of men. A few seconds later, a girl with short hair walked out. The girl's body proportions were very well proportioned, and her snow-white and slender long legs were very eye-catching. What is most attractive is the girl's appearance, which is much more beautiful than those big stars on TV. All this made Su-jun stunned. When Song-yun saw this girl, he was really amazed. It's not that he hasn't seen beautiful women before, but Song-yun has never seen many girls who are as rich, as beautiful, and have such a great figure. After Yi Qingqing got off the car, she caught sight of Song-yun at a glance. When she saw Song-yun, a blush appeared on the girl's face. A young girl's love affair undoubtedly has a huge impact on men, especially Su-jun, who swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "If I had a girlfriend like this, it wouldn't matter if the child wasn't my own. Look at you, you're such a loser." Zhao Junsha rolled her eyes at her son, but in her heart she agreed with Su-jun's words. Being able to marry a daughter-in-law like this was truly a blessing from his ancestors, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even if he shortened his lifespan. Yi Qingqing closed the car door and glanced at Su Luting's family unkindly. After Song-yun moved out of the compound, they moved out right after him. After their father's unremitting efforts, the Yi family became a regular on the Forbes list. As the only daughter of the chairman of the Yi Group, she was sent abroad to learn advanced management knowledge. After returning from her studies, she set up her own company and became a well-known female leader in Shanghai. But in her heart, there is always a lingering figure that can't be shaken off. When the boy was very young, he said that he would marry her when he grew up, and she has never forgotten it. So Yi Qingqing has been looking for Song-yun in the past few years. It was not until some time ago that the private detective got news about Song-yun, but unfortunately, Song-yun actually had a girlfriend. There was no way. Even if she loved Song-yun deeply, she would not be the third party who destroyed other people's families. And today, she learned that Song-yun was coming to get the marriage certificate, so she specially sent her men to wait outside, intending to give Song-yun a villa as a wedding gift. However, as soon as the subordinate arrived, he encountered the scene of Zhao Junsha adding more gifts, and he quickly reported the whole thing to Yi Qingqing. She was in a meeting when she heard the news and drove over immediately. The boy you bully is a priceless treasure in my opinion. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing raised her red lips and revealed a charming smile. Su Luting, I really want to thank you for giving up brother Song-yun. This gave me a chance." Su-jun, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw this charming smile. This woman is so damn beautiful. I don't even know who to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with to get the marriage certificate. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. While Su Luting's family was silent, Yi Qingqing walked up to Song Yun, leaned on his shoulder and asked quietly, "Handsome boy, I just heard that family asked you for a temporary gift of 200,000 yuan?" As soon as these words were spoken, Su Luting's family's faces instantly became embarrassed. Chapter 3. See you in court. Yi Qingqing took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, took out a cigarette and put it into Song Yun's mouth. She lit it for him and said with a smile, "Since we are talking about money, let's not talk about feelings anymore. If such an outstanding person like you really falls into the mud, it would be a waste of talent. You should thank them for showing you their ugly true face." At this point, Yi Qingqing turned around and deliberately said in a very exaggerated tone, "Handsome boy, you are not married and I am not married. As long as you are willing, I don't need a penny of betrothal gift. We can go in and get the marriage certificate now." As Yi Qingqing spoke, she playfully touched Song Yun's face. Every word she said was heart-piercing and a slap in the face to the Su family. The spectators around were all stunned. Some boys who had not yet entered the Civil Affairs Bureau sighed and wondered how their mother-in-law could be so approachable. If they also added a gift at the last minute, would they be able to have such good luck? Zhao Juanxia and Su Jun also stayed where they were, looking at Yi Qingqing in confusion. Did they hear it in an illusion? Did this beautiful woman just say she wanted to marry Song Yun? Moreover, no dowry is required? They are dumbfounded. This rich woman is actually willing to pay for him. Have they not woken up yet? Su Luting opened her eyes wide and looked back and forth between Yi Qingqing and Song Yun. She thought that Song Yun would calm down in a few days, and she would be able to reconcile with him if she tried to coax him, but today a woman who was prettier and richer than herself suddenly appeared. She actually gave up everything and married Song Yun. Now she is panicking. Yi Qingqing looked at Su Luting's family with a smug look on her face as their faces turned purple, and thought happily in her heart. If I help brother Song Yun to vent his anger, can I take the opportunity to break into his love life, and how many children should I have after marriage? I don't know whether brother Song Yun likes boys or girls. But then, Song Yun's words also made her slightly stunned. Okay, let's go get the certificate now. Ah? What does that mean? Although she wants to marry Song Yun, they haven't seen each other for many years. Shouldn't they first find a place to catch up and take things slow? Why does she suddenly want to do it all at once? Song Yun looked at Yi Qingqing's confused expression, a little puzzled. "You didn't bring your ID?" He was a little confused. Wasn't this beauty a reward from the system? Why did she look so silly? I brought it. Yi Qingqing's heart was pounding. Screw the reminiscing, screw the process. I'm going to get what I want today. Then go in. After saying that, Song Yun walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, not even bothering to take another look at his girlfriend's family. When Su Luting saw that Song Yun was actually going to marry someone else, she felt panicked. She wanted to win Song Yun back, but her mind was filled with confusion and she couldn't say a word. Today's result is all their own fault. If her mother had not stopped her, and if she had been determined to marry Song Yun, perhaps they would have already discussed where to book the wedding hotel. Su Jun felt terrible when he saw Yi Qingqing jogging along with Song Yun into the Civil Affairs Bureau. He clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. Such a stunning beauty is actually going to be with that poor loser Song Yun? Is it fake? Hallucination, huh? Do all the rich ladies like this these days? At this moment, his worldview collapsed. After more than 10 minutes, Song Yun brought Yi Qingqing out. Yi Qingqing held Song Yun's arm tightly, holding the bright red marriage certificate in her other hand, with joy reflected on her face. I didn't expect that in just a few moments, brother Song Yun and I would become a couple recognized by the state. I was so happy, so happy. Song Yun, who was standing aside, felt a little uncomfortable because Yi Qingqing was so beautiful, and her every frown and smile could arouse the most impulsive desires in a man's heart. And the more he looked at Yi Qingqing, the more he felt that this girl looked like his childhood sweetheart. That's right. When Yi Qingqing was a child, she had a mark on her butt. They were playing house. Yi Qingqing, the mother, was sick and needed an injection. Song Yun, the father, held a pencil as a syringe and wanted to fool around with it, but he was pushed by someone behind him and the needle pierced his flesh. Melanin deposition causes a black spot on the other person's, but that looks like a mole. Thinking of this, Song Yun glanced at Yi Qingqing's round and plump buttocks. Where are you looking at, you hooligan? Yi Qingqing pinched the soft flesh on Song Yun's waist, her pretty face flushed. He. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Yun saw that his girlfriend's family did not leave. Instead, they stared at him with gloomy faces. Zhao Juinxia really didn't expect that this poor boy would actually get married so quickly, and with such a beautiful and rich girl. Doesn't this indirectly prove that I have poor vision and am not only an ungrateful person, but also a blind person? Su Luting looked at the marriage certificate in Yi Qingqing's hand and shouted in a trembling voice, Song Yun. Are you really so heartless? You can earn the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift with hard work, why do you want to marry a random woman? Song Yun stared into Su Luting's eyes and said word by word, I can support a woman, but I can't support her entire family. Sorry, we are destined not to be together in this life. After saying that, Song Yun walked around Su Luting and came to Zhao Juinxia. I don't need the money for the medical treatment and Su Jun's tuition, but you must return every penny of the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift. Zhao Juinxia thought she could win over Song Yun, so she had already squandered all the betrothal money. But I didn't expect that Song Yun didn't care about the 3-year relationship at all and broke up with me. Now, where would I get the money to pay him back? At this time, Su Jun said dissatisfiedly, you delayed my sister's youth for 3 years, and you still have the nerve to ask for the money back? When Zhao Juinxia heard what her son said, her eyes lit up. Yes. Her daughter had been with this poor boy for 3 years for no reason. It was impossible that she would get nothing in the end. Song Yun looked at the disgusting faces of this family and was about to speak when Yi Qingqing walked up to him. She held Song Yun's hand and said coldly to Zhao Juinxia and her son, there is no such thing as youth compensation in our country's laws. The 188,000 yuan is your betrothal gift. Now that the marriage has not become a fait accompli, you need to return the full amount. If you don't pay me back, I will find a professional lawyer to sue your family for fraud. In front of Song Yun, Yi Qingqing can be an innocent little sister. But in the eyes of outsiders, Yi Qingqing, who is in the business world, can be described as a domineering president. When Zhao Juinxia heard that she was going to be sued, she panicked. After hesitating for a long time, she said timidly, it's just 188,000 yuan. Is it necessary to be so aggressive? I will pay it back to you in a few days. Is that okay? If you don't see the money within 3 days, you'll get a court summons. After Yi Qingqing finished speaking, she pulled Song Yun into the Lamborghini and slowly drove away accompanied by the roar of the sports car. Seeing the other party leave, Zhao Juinxia collapsed to the ground, her mood plummeting. Where can you get this money in 3 days? Su Luting was also squatting on the ground crying. Today's Su family is destined to remember what happened for the rest of their lives. Chapter 4 5-star reward, punish evil and promote good card. On the other side, Song Yun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, closed his eyes and rested. Because the system rewarded a novice with a 5-draw streak based on his performance just now. Start the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 200,000 cash. The screen of Song Yun's cell phone lit up. A legal gambling company abroad had transferred a sum of money to him, exactly 200,000 yuan. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning Yi Qingqing's heart, and the favorability degree has increased by 10 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the appearance-enhancing potion. This potion has no side effects. After injection, it will optimize the host's facial structure and greatly improve the host's appearance. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and getting a 5-star reward, a punish evil and promote good card. Use this card to test the good and evil index of a certain action of the target person. If it is judged as evil, the target will be extremely unlucky for the next month. If it is judged as good, the target will receive rewards of different levels. Note, this card can be used 3 times a month. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a real estate card. With this card, you can exchange for any property you want, regardless of region or amount. Punish evil and promote good card? Song Yun pulled up a smile and immediately used it on Zhao Juinxia. The system is judging, please wait. Ding. Judged as evil, target Zhao Juinxia. For the next month, the price of vegetables will go up, she will fall down when she goes out, and she will get shot when she plays cards. Song Yun hated Zhao Juinxia to the extreme. Greedy and sarcastic are synonymous with people like her. Whether it was adding a temporary gift or being ungrateful, she did it without any psychological burden, which really opened Song Yun's eyes. I was originally thinking about how to impose a small punishment, but I didn't expect the system to directly give me this card. Now Song Yun's originally ruined mood was swept away and he felt extremely relieved. Opening his eyes and looking at Yi Qingqing who was driving seriously, Song Yun couldn't help but sigh. If Zhao Juinxia hadn't stopped me just now, I would have gotten the marriage certificate and gone to the celebration banquet with Su Luting. But now, Song Yun is very glad that none of this happened. If he had really gotten married, the days ahead would probably have been even more difficult. Yi Qingqing, who was driving by the side, felt hot all over when being stared at by Song Yun, and wondered if she was going to have sex with brother Song Yun tonight. Well, just park your car in front. Song Yun pointed to the intersection ahead. Why don't you come home with me to meet my parents? Yi Qingqing asked in surprise. She had originally planned to get the certificate and then go back to see her parents to discuss where to hold the wedding ceremony. But now Song Yun's words made her confused. Song Yun was stunned by the question. Shouldn't the plot be that you help me show off, and then we each go back home to our own mothers? What's the situation now? Did this girl take it seriously? What the hell? Such a living person is my wife? That means, the wedding night is just around the corner and I can get rid of my status as a virgin? It's kind of fucking exciting. I'm a little nervous about meeting my uncle and aunt right after getting married. How about you give me a few days to get used to it? Oh, okay, I was thinking about sleeping with brother Song Yun tonight. Yi Qingqing said dejectedly. Ahem. This wife I picked up for free is quite tough, but I don't know if the system will reward me with body enhancers. The car stopped by the roadside. Song Yun opened the door and got out. Yi Qingqing leaned over the passenger seat and yelled, Brother Song Yun, you can't chat with pretty girls when I'm not around. Also, I added you on WeChat, please post me on your moments and introduce me to your friends. Brother, I'm leaving now. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Yi Qingqing pouted and drove away unhappily. The people around who were originally admiring the sports car were now looking at Song Yun in confusion. Nowadays, it is not uncommon to see a man driving a Lamborghini to pick up girls, but it is very rare to see a man being picked up by a girl driving a Lamborghini and then being reluctant to let go and asking to see each other again tomorrow after the act is over. Is this the legendary love mentor? Song Yun was frightened by these people's stares and quickly turned around and left. The other side. Su Luting and her group returned home. In Su Luting's bedroom, Zhao Juinxia comforted her daughter. Now Su Luting's whole condition is as if she has suffered from amnesia, and her face looks so pale that it is very scary. Don't think about that bastard anymore. He just made the list of rich women and he wants to sue our family. Men like that are scum. Mom will introduce you to a rich man someday to annoy that poor boy. Zhao Juinxia spoke until her mouth was dry, but Su Luting didn't hear a word she said. Forget it, just have a good sleep and forget about him completely when you wake up. Zhao Juinxia sighed and left the bedroom. He said goodbye to his wife and went out to find someone to raise money. She had just closed the door and went downstairs when a dog suddenly ran up from downstairs. Zhao Juinxia was so scared that she shivered and fell towards the stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Juinxia rolled over several times and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. The card of punishing evil and promoting good has begun to take effect. Hey, whose family has this stray dog? Zhao Juinxia covered her thigh and wailed in pain. She was soon found, and the Su family was notified and sent to the hospital. After the examination, it was found that Zhao Juinxia's right leg was fractured, her left hand bone was fractured, and her ribs were slightly fractured. The long list of abnormalities left the doctors dumbfounded. How could a simple fall lead to such a serious condition? How many meters high must the stairs in the patient's home be? However, the doctor didn't know that because of the blessing of the punish evil and promote good card, even a small matter would be magnified several times. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhao Juinxia was wrapped tightly in bandages. The slightest movement would cause pain all over the body. It's all the fault of that bastard Song Yun. If he hadn't been unable to come up with the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, I wouldn't have suffered. Ouch, it hurts so much. Mom, I think that kid is just lucky. Just wait and see, sooner or later he will be beaten back to his original form. Su Jun's eyes were filled with hatred and jealousy. Why did Yi Qingqing, a beautiful woman, marry Song Yun, a poor boy, while he, a promising college student, is still single? Just as Zhao Juinxia and her son were cursing Song Yun as a jinx in the ward, the doctor pushed the door open. Hello, this is the bill for this operation. Who will go to the front desk to pay? Su Jun took the list and was so scared when he saw the number on it that he threw it aside. Father Su hunched over, picked up the bill and examined it carefully. As the pillar of the family, he originally had a great say in his daughter's marriage. However, he was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago, and his physical condition was getting worse day by day. He could only turn a blind eye to his wife's actions. Oh, another 80,000 yuan is gone. Father Su sighed. What? 80,000? Zhao Juinsha exclaimed. Chapter 5. The Su family is stupid and rich. I still owed Song Yun 1.88 million yuan in betrothal gifts, and now I'm 80,000 yuan gone. What should I do? She believed that if Song Yun did not receive the money after 3 days, Yi Qingqing would definitely take their family to court. After all, he drives a Lamborghini, so his family must be powerful. It's no small matter for him to deal with an ordinary person. Looking at the expense list, the Su family fell silent. How about Tingting? You ask Song Yun to delay the payment of the betrothal gift for a while. Zhao Juinsha spoke shamelessly, as if she was not the one who had just scolded Song Yun. Su Jun also responded. He naturally knew the family situation. Not to mention Song Yun's betrothal gift, even his mother's medical expenses would have to be raised from others. Sister. Our family is really out of money. I haven't graduated yet, and my dad is sick and can't go to work. If we really want to get the money together, we can only sell the house. But do you really want to see our family become like this? Looking at her mother's hopeful eyes, Su Luting felt bitter. She immediately took out her cell phone and called Song Yun. Beep, beep. In the agonizing wait, Su Luting put down her phone helplessly. He didn't answer. How about trying WeChat voice? Su Jun urged his sister to look for other opportunities. I opened the software and a voice message was sent with a bright red exclamation mark on it. The message was sent, but was rejected by the other party. He blocked me. Su Luting's voice was a little choked up at this time. Looking at the news that had accumulated between the two of them over the past few years on the screen, her heart was filled with pain. Then change your phone and continue calling. Zhao Juinsha borrowed a cell phone from a nearby patient and called Song Yun. Hello, who are you looking for? Song Yun's voice came over. Hello Song Yun, I am Tingting's mother. Zhao Juinsha spoke softly. Song Yun on the other end of the phone was a little confused. The matter was over, so why was he still looking for him? Zhao Juinsha was afraid that Song Yun would hang up the phone, so she gritted her teeth and told him everything, and promised that she would definitely return all the betrothal money in a year. Hearing this, Song Yun knew that the card of punishing evil and promoting good was taking effect. When I paid the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift, you told me that not a penny less would be enough. Now I am returning your words to you without changing a word. When Zhao Juinsha heard Song Yun's words, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Song Yun, please give us a chance to reform for Tingting's sake. You also know the situation of the Su family. Junjun is still in school, Tingting's father is a disabled person, and the whole family relies on Tingting's salary to make ends meet. Auntie, please spare our lives. Song Yun said calmly, I did the math. In the past 3 years, I have lent your family 130,000 yuan for medical expenses, 50,000 yuan for Su Jun's tuition, and 188,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. This does not include the nutritional supplements I bought for you and the red envelopes I gave you during festivals. All of this adds up to nearly 400,000 yuan. Now I just want to return the betrothal gift. Is that too much? As for Su Luting's face, I have given her enough. If I don't see the money in 3 days, you can just wait for the lawsuit. Song Yun hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. On the other side, Zhao Juinsha's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Looking at Su Jun's expectant eyes, she burst into tears. Why is my life so miserable? My husband is not doing well and my daughter is blind when it comes to finding a partner. God, why don't you take me away? The crying sound attracted the attention of patients in the corridor. Among the crowd, there was a man in a suit and tie with a gold Rolex watch. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Juinsha lying on the hospital bed. Sister Xia? The man squeezed out of the crowd, closed the door of the ward and asked. Who are you? Zhao Juinsha wiped away her tears. The man in front of her was wearing designer clothes and his hair was combed meticulously. Dressed like a successful person. She didn't remember knowing such a person. I'm your high school classmate, Xiong Denghui. When Zhao Juinsha heard the man's self-introduction, her eyes lit up. Xiong Denghui. I remember you. We used to be desk mates. Zhao Juinsha was also a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet an old classmate here. It's just that she and this classmate weren't that close in high school, and they never kept in touch after graduation. Calculating the time, the two people haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. Looking at Xiong Dinghui's outfit, Zhao Juinxia sighed in her heart. If she had known that this guy was so successful now, she should have made a good friend of him. But what she didn't know was that Xiong Denghui, who looked like a successful person in her eyes, was actually a professional scammer who cheated people. Even the Rolex on his wrist and the brand name clothes on his body were rented. He came to the hospital today only to visit a target who was about to be attacked. He thought that if one person was a scam, then two were scams too, so it would be better to catch them both in one fell swoop, so he came in to chat. Sister Xia, what happened to you? Are you seriously injured? Seeing her old classmate's concern, Zhao Juinxia complained bitterly and wanted to portray Songyun as an unforgivable death row prisoner. After learning the cause of the incident, Xiong Denghui sighed. Zhao Juinxia sighed and looked at Xiong Denghui's outfit carefully. She wanted to ask for money but was too embarrassed to say it. After all, the two haven't seen each other for more than 20 years, and the other party may not lend money if you ask for money as soon as you meet. Sister Xia, I have a project to host later, so I'll say goodbye now. I wish you a speedy recovery. As he spoke, Xiong Denghui stood up to say goodbye, but was stopped by Su Jun, who was standing beside him. Uncle Xiong, you and my mother haven't seen each other for such a long time, we must catch up. Please sit down first, I will wash some fruit for you. Su Jun was making plans quickly. This was his mother's old classmate. It would be a waste if he didn't make use of such a good social relationship. After washing the fruit and returning to the ward, Su Jun asked with a smile, Uncle Xiong, what are you busy with now? I will graduate next year. Does your company still need anyone? Hearing this, Xiong Denghui waved his hand and said regretfully, I'm sorry, the company is now in a bottleneck period and is planning to lay off employees. After these words were spoken, Su Jun's flattering expression faded a little. But if I finish the project at hand, that is another story. Oh? Can you tell me about it? Su Jun became interested. Instead of working for others after graduation, it would be better to get some information from powerful people. Maybe he could seize the opportunity and become a rich man. Alas, this project requires a lot of money. I have invested tens of millions myself. Since you are a small family and a small business, don't get involved. The more Xiong Denghui refused, the more Su Jun felt that there was a way forward. In this day and age, who would tell others about a money-making project? Wouldn't it be better for him to make money secretly on his own? Uncle Xiong. You also know our family situation, please be kind and take us into the game. Even if it's just for some soup, I, Su Jun, will be grateful for your kindness for the rest of my life. This. Xiong Denghui was secretly delighted, but he still pretended to be embarrassed. Are you dissatisfied with the small amount of money? We can mortgage the house to the bank to get some money and redeem it later. Well, I'll think about it. When Zhao Juinxia saw Xiong Denghui hesitate, she immediately said, Old classmate, you have to help me. If you continue like this, I will have to jump off the building. Well, I originally wanted to make money on my own, but Sister Xia, you were my secret crush in high school. Forget it, I'll tell you something. This project I'm working on will pay off at least tenfold if it's run properly. The Su family, who are stupid and rich, rushed to give him money, and he would feel embarrassed not to accept it. If there were more people like this in the world, he might be the richest man now. Chapter 6, Become bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. 2 days later, Xiong Denghui felt that the line had been laid out long enough, so he showed up. Zhao Juinxia was eager to make a lot of money, so when she met Xiong Denghui, she took him to the most expensive hotel in the area without saying a word. They ordered a lot of abalone, bird's nest and moutai, and Xiong Denghui was drunk as he drank. Su Jun kept asking about the project, and Xiong Denghui blushed and told him everything about the project in a vague manner. As a new generation of college students, Su Jun felt that Uncle Xiong was still modest after hearing the complete logic of the project. This is not a tenfold profit. If the operation is good, you can make 20 times. Moreover, it is a project that can make a lot of money and can be done for a long time. Faced with such a mountain of gold, Su Jun's greed emerged. So he made a prompt decision and urged Zhao Juinxia to invest 3 million yuan in the project first. You say you don't have enough money? Buy a house. You have to invest everything you have. If you don't join the game now, it will be difficult next time. Zhao Juinxia was also troubled when she heard her son's confident words. After all, the amount of money is really too huge, but when they thought of Songyun's contemptuous expression and the look on their old classmates' faces who didn't want them to invest, they decided decisively to invest. grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Seon Danghui said this and ended the dinner. Next, I just wait for the 3 million to be deposited and then run away. After leaving the hotel, Seon Danghui waved his hand, and a Rolls-Royce slowly drove in front of the crowd. A driver in a suit opened the back door and held the roof with his hand, looking very professional. Looking at the car of such a high administrative level, Soo-jun firmly believed that Uncle Seon was definitely a hidden rich man who had never appeared in the world. Seon Danghui got into the car with a drunken step. The moment the car door closed, Seon Danghui no longer looked drunk as he did just now. He sat with his legs crossed on the seat, looking very uncomfortable. "Boss, today's fare is 5,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash?" The driver spoke up front. "Hey, swipe the card." Zhao Juinxia and her family didn't know yet that even this car was specially rented by Seon Danghui. "Junjun, do you think this project is reliable?" On the other side, Zhao Juinxia and her group were sitting in a taxi, and Zhao Juinxia looked a little worried. "Mom! You can insult my people, but you can't insult my major. I studied finance in college. This project is definitely feasible. And the returns are huge. As long as this money is invested, our family can move to a villa and drive a luxury car this year." "Okay. Mom believes you, so let's take a gamble. I don't think my old classmate is a liar. Yes, we have been having bad luck these past few days. This is what they call bad times before good times. It's time for our luck to change." They acted right away. Despite Sue's father's objection, the mother and son took the property certificate to the bank to apply for a loan. "After working hard for a whole day with an acquaintance, I finally saw the money. 3,300,000. This huge sum of money can not only be used to repay the betrothal gift to Song Yun, the ungrateful bastard, but can also be used for investment." In an instant, Zhao Juinxia felt that her burden was much lighter. At home, Song Yun looked at the text messages on his mobile phone and found that someone had transferred 200,000 yuan to him, followed by a text message from Soo-jun. "I'll send you a little more money, poor fellow, so you don't have to gossip about us behind our backs." Song Yun didn't care about Soo-jun's ridicule, he was just a little curious about how the Soo family could make so much money in such a short time. They didn't have any rich relatives. In the Hilton VIP rooftop restaurant in Shanghai. This is not a place where a bunch of fake socialites can spend some money to group the bill. Those who can enter here are all ladies from wealthy families, and only those with a certain amount of assets can apply for a membership card to dine here. Sitting near the window, Yi Qingqing supported her chin with both hands, her eyes full of happiness. Sitting opposite her was a mature lady with long flowing hair. She was outstanding in appearance and her figure was comparable to Yi Qingqing's. "Baby, you said you are married now, a married woman?" The royal sister asked in disbelief. "Baby, you don't have a fever, do you? We agreed to be single together until the end of the world, but you secretly got rid of your singleness and completed the most important thing in your life, getting married. Do you really regard me as your best friend?" Sure, I just happened to meet you. I thought that I couldn't let those bad guys bully brother Song, so I got excited." The royal sister is called Li Shishir. Her family is also a well-known energy giant in the country with assets of hundreds of billions. She has known Yi Qingqing since childhood. The two of them are not a group of fake girlfriends like those outside, but real friends with deep feelings. Li Shishir stirred the coffee in front of her with a spoon. After digesting the information completely, she blurted out after a while, "My silly bestie, I really can't figure out what you are thinking. Let's not talk about whether you will get married or not. The important thing is that the person you are marrying is a stranger you haven't seen for many years." "It's really? What stranger?" "That's brother Song." Okay, then does your brother Song still recognize you?" Li Shishir lit a lady's cigarette, leaned back in her chair and asked leisurely, "After so many years, do you understand him? Do you know what he went through while growing up? Do you understand what he really wants?" I don't know, but I just like him. Alas, they say love makes people's IQ lower, but yours is not only lower, it's almost negative." "My silly baby. You don't know anything, but you dare to bet your whole life on one person. Have you forgotten the tragedy that happened in Molin's family?" Li Shishir's words made Yi Qingqing speechless for a moment. Molin is a well-known socialite in their circle. Her family was originally in the real estate business and had abundant assets. However, Molin met a poor boy during her college years. After a hunger strike and abstention from water, Molin's family could not resist their daughter's pleading and agreed to the marriage. As a result, 3 years after their marriage, Molin's parents died one after another in mysterious circumstances. As the only heir, Molin simply did not have the courage to save the collapsing business. At this time, the poor boy stepped forward and led the group out of the predicament. As a result of all this, the poor boy seized all the assets of the group and kept countless mistresses outside. Molin became unhappy and suffered from depression. After a quarrel, she jumped off the building. "Baby, I just want you to be happy and not fall into tragedy, do you understand?" Lee Schercher put out the cigarette in the ashtray and sighed. "It's different, Schercher, believe me, Brother Song is definitely different from that ungrateful person. I drove a luxury car over there, and after getting the marriage certificate, Brother Song's mood didn't change at all. Instead, he needed time to digest it. If all this can be faked, I admit it." Hearing her best friend say this, Lee Schercher suddenly became interested in Song Yun. Chapter 7: The Birth of a Billionaire. These days, Song Yun had no intention of contacting Yi Qingqing, because he found that as long as he signed in at various places, he would get different rewards. Sign in on the bed and get the Deep Dream card, which allows you to sneak into someone's dream or build your own world in the dream. What's more amazing is that when you use this card to dream, you know clearly that you are in a dreaming state and will not get lost at all. Sign in at KTV and get the voice of a professional singer. Sign in at the bookstore and get the top writing status of the world's top 10 writers. Even when you sign in to the toilet, you will receive a reward from the system for a healthy stomach. So Song Yun was overjoyed and spent the whole day wandering around in various places, never getting tired of it. On the other side, Zhao Juanxia and her group solemnly placed a bank card with 3 million in cash in front of Xiong Denghui. "Old classmate, from now on, whether Xiajia's family will eat meat or starve to death depends entirely on you." Zhao Juanxia stared at the bank card, showing a look of reluctance. After all, she had never seen so much money in her life. 3 million. It's enough for her to eat, drink and have fun until she grows old. Xiong Denghui leaned back in his chair, looked at the bank card with disdain, waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I only gave you the opportunity to join because of my old classmates. You should know that there are countless people who want to invest in my project, but I turned them all down. Do you know why?" "Why, Uncle Xiong, wouldn't it be more convenient for the project to absorb funds from all sides?" Su Jun asked curiously. Real money-making projects are treasures in the eyes of big shots. Have you ever seen Jack Ma distribute Taobao shares to other investors? You are still young and don't understand the twists and turns here, but you gave the money to me, and I will definitely give you an explanation. As a veteran liar, Xiong Denghui's lies are so convincing that people can believe them. He put away the bank card and said with a smile, "Sister Xia, congratulations on becoming a new generation of billionaire. I will definitely give you a portion of the first wave of rebates. By then, don't even mention the 3 million yuan of capital, it will be more than 30 million. Seeing how Xiong Denghui treated money as dirt, Su Jun and Zhao Juanxia looked at each other and felt that they had made the right bet. It was estimated that in Xiong Denghui's eyes, the 3 million might not even be enough for the other party's one-day profit. After bidding farewell to Zhao Juanxia and her family, Xiong Denghui got into a Rolls-Royce and drove to the airport amid everyone's expectant eyes. After getting 3 million, run away. I never thought Zhao Juanxia was so fucking stupid. Her son Su Jun is also a half-baked guy. He dares to go all in after learning a little knowledge. I'm rich. Xiong Denghui doesn't care about the life or death of Zhao Juanxia's family. He has long lost his so-called conscience. If his relatives are rich and he happens to be able to cheat them, he will definitely not stop doing this. The other side. Su Jun and Zhao Juanxia were still happily thinking about how much profit Xiong Denghui would give them in a month. When Su Jun thought of the Lamborghini he saw in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau that day, he became energetic. It turns out that men still look cool when they drive a sports car. Zhao Juanxia finally put down the burden on her heart. She had spent all the money and was just waiting for dividends from her old classmates. When the time comes, once the house loan is paid off, this old house can be sold directly and the whole family can move into the villa. It will be so cool. After returning home, Su Jun lay on the bed. The young man's vanity made it impossible for him to calm down. He took out his cell phone and posted a message to his friends. "Thanks for the invitation. I just got off the plane. What is it like to be financially independent while still in college?" Just a few minutes after Su Jun posted this message on WeChat Moments, his message list exploded. Questions from classmates and compliments after knowing the truth. The teacher probed cautiously. and the attentions of the goddess who usually ignores him. All of these made this young man, who was only in his 20s, feel very happy after feeling vanity. Brother Soo-jun, let's go out for dinner together some other day. Looking at the tender voice message from the goddess, and the seductive charm contained in it, Soo-jun's bones were softened. Okay. I'll take you to the most upscale hotel in Shanghai for dinner some other day, and then we'll go. Brother Soo-jun, you are so annoying, but I just like you being annoying. Ha, Xiaojia, I plan to go to the Lamborghini 4S store to pick up a car in a month. I'll go take a look at it in the next few days. Will you come with me? When Xiaojia on the other side of the screen saw this message, her eyes lit up. It seemed that this poor loser was really rich and was even thinking about buying a sports car. I don't know how the shock absorption of this sports car is. Soo-jun swallowed his saliva. His goddess drove the car for him? Asking about shock absorption, isn't it just to have sex in the car? On the other side, Yi Qingqing took Li Shishir to a coffee shop near Song Yun's house. This coffee shop is located right opposite Song Yun's residential area. Whenever Song Yun goes out, she will definitely see it. Sitting in the coffee shop, Yi Qingqing was a little angry. She didn't know what brother Song Yun was busy with all day. He didn't even contact his newly married wife. It was really annoying. The people in the cafe now turned their attention to the two sisters. Damn, these two beauties are so beautiful. With exquisite facial features and a sexy body, she is truly a stunner. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a blessing to see one on the street on weekdays, but I didn't expect the two came to such a small shop today. Gudong. A young boy swallowed his saliva. His girlfriend who was sitting next to him wanted to get angry, but when she saw the looks of the two sisters, her heart was filled with inferiority. This was simply a dimensionality reduction attack, and she couldn't even get angry. At this time, Yi Qingqing was staring at the corridor of Song Yun outside the window. Li Shishir sighed when she saw her best friend's infatuated expression. She really couldn't understand, is Song Yun really so charming? Yi Qingqing is so obsessed with him. Just as she was curious, she saw Yi Qingqing covering her mouth and pointing out the window frantically. She looked over, but there was no one there. Could it be that her best friend was hallucinating because she was thinking about her husband? Ding-ling. The door of the coffee shop was pushed open, and Li Shishir subconsciously looked back. She had never seen Song Yun's photo, but she just thought that the young man who had just come in was so handsome. I've been running around these days and almost forgot about the cafe. I wonder what rewards I can get by signing in here. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the coffee shop and gaining charm points +5. The mechanical sound of the system sounded. Suddenly, Song Yun's heart was filled with confidence. His every move seemed to carry a buff that made people fall in love with him. Byte. It has been detected that the host's 3 data are beyond the normal level, so the data panel is opened. The normal level is 10. Speed, 8. Strength, 9. Intelligence, 11. Stamina, 15. Charisma, 16. Chapter 8, I can't understand the happiness of my best friend. Qingqing, look at the handsome boy at the door. I really want to get his contact information. Li Shishir held Yi Qingqing's arm, her eyes full of stars. Yi Qingqing looked in the direction her bestie pointed. Wasn't this her brother Song Yun? She was just wondering where he had gone in the blink of an eye, but she didn't expect him to come up. Brother Song Yun. Yi Qingqing waved her arms and shouted excitedly. Song Yun? Li Shishir was stunned. Before she could come to her senses, she saw her usually cool best friend running towards Song Yun happily as if she was a little fangirl seeing her idol. Song Yun, who was standing at the door, paused slightly when he heard Yi Qingqing's voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and it was indeed Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing is dressed exceptionally beautifully today. The black dress perfectly outlines her enchanting figure. Watching her running towards him, Song Yun didn't know how to address her for a moment. Call her wife? They don't seem to know each other well enough. Call her beauty, but she has already obtained a marriage certificate with me. How should I start this conversation? Ahem, that. Hubby. Where have you been these past few days? I missed you so much. Yi Qingqing doesn't care about all this. In her mind, Song Yun, who has already been certified, is her legal husband, recognized by the country. Wife, why are you here? The girls all let go of their reserve, and as Song Yun was a grown man, he naturally acted quickly. But Yi Qingqing was stunned when she heard it. Brother Song Yun actually called her his wife. How happy! When this shout was uttered, all the male compatriots in the coffee shop stared at Song Yun. Wife? This bastard actually called the goddess his wife? What is happening? Could it be that my relationship is over before it even started? Amid the angry gazes of the crowd, Yi Qingqing shyly moved to Song Yun's side. I called you but you didn't answer, so I had to come to you in person. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. What was going on? What the hell? Could it be that this young lady is really married? Do I still have a chance? And I heard from the goddess that this bastard actually dared not answer the goddess call. Unforgivable. If my wife is like this, I won't even go to work and spend the whole day trying to make her happy. You actually dared to let your beautiful wife come to you in person. Are you still a man? Damn it, it's really a drought that's killing people, and a flood that's killing people. But when they came to their senses, thinking that although their wives were not as good as the goddess Yi Qingqing, they at least loved them deeply, they saw their wives sitting next to them, looking at Song Yun with a crazy look on their faces. Song Yun was brought to Li Shishir by Yi Qingqing. Shishir, this is my husband, Song Yun. Gu Dong. Li Shishir took a sip of coffee to hide her embarrassment. She finally understood why her best friend had a flash marriage with a man she hadn't seen for nearly 20 years. If it were her, she would probably lock Song Yun in the house after marriage and not let him go out. This was too damn tempting. It seems that I am just worrying about nothing. She can't experience her best friend's happiness. Song Yun nodded to Li Shishir and sat opposite her. Li Shishir kept looking at Song Yun with eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Yi Qingqing, you bad woman. You lied to yourself that you were my childhood sweetheart and I will marry you when I grow up. I wonder if you will still get married if it is someone ugly. You are just attracted by beauty. Just as Song Yun and the other two were chatting, a man in a suit walked over. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a fair complexion, and had a scholarly aura. Hello, two beauties. The man had a possessive look in his eyes as he kept looking at the two women's figures. He had been preparing himself mentally since just now, wondering whether he should come over and strike up a conversation. But ever since Yi Qingqing called her husband, he felt that he must come and steal her away. Because he has a fetish that outsiders don't know about, he is obsessed with married women. Whenever he sees a beautiful married woman, he can't help but want to possess her, and then dump her when he gets tired of her. With his looks and financial resources, he is hooked up with dozens of women, if not 100. It can be said that he already has his own routine, which can fool girls into a state of confusion. But this time he felt like he had encountered trouble. The two beauties had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. Song Yun looked up and asked, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Come over and say hello, let's be friends." The man talked to himself and wanted to sit next to Li Shishir. But Li Shishir sternly rejected it. But the man did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he shamelessly moved a chair from next door and sat in the aisle. Song Yun looked at him with disgust, thinking, this man is a fool, right? He has no sense at all. I'm sorry, you're an eyesore here, could you please leave? Yi Qingqing was frightened by the other party's aggressive gaze and couldn't help but speak. I heard you two ladies discussing Pride and Prejudice. Although I am not very talented, I have read the original English version thoroughly in college. If you want to know what the book means, I can explain it to you two ladies. No need, if I don't know anything, I can just ask my husband. What? The man looked Song Yun up and down and felt that this boy was just so-so. He was just handsome. You know, not everyone will read Pride and Prejudice. The boring plot and long names are enough to discourage many people. Your husband is very handsome, but my university major is classical literature. I believe that with my explanation, even boring books can be made lively. The man had a smile on his face, but he was already making plans in his mind. According to his understanding, these two beauties must be literary girls who like Western literature. As long as he shows his erudition in front of them, he might be able to get closer to them and even discuss studies in the hotel in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, we don't need an explanation, please leave. Yi Qingqing said unkindly. Beauty, do you feel that my presence here hurts your husband's self-esteem? The man took a risky move and got straight to the point. Yi Qingqing did have this idea. Song Yun was just an ordinary person in the information. How could he have an in-depth understanding of literature? It doesn't matter. Whether brother Song Yun understands this or not, I still like you the most. Song Yun smiled and touched Yi Qingqing's head, and said, then I can make you like me a little more. Isn't it just literature? After these few days of systematic transformation, he already had a thorough understanding of ancient and modern Chinese and foreign literature. Let alone explaining Pride and Prejudice, it would be a piece of cake for him to write a famous book. Chapter 9: Marrying the Same Man. After hearing this, Yi Qingqing did not insist anymore. After all, she had to give Song Yun enough face in front of outsiders. If Song Yun could not say something in a while, she planned to just pull brother Song Yun away. The man looked at Song Yun and said with a fake smile, could it be that I was mistaken today and met a literary master? Literary masters dare not say that they know something roughly. Song Yun activated the memories in his mind, and the thoughts of countless top writers swirled in his mind. Among them is the author of Pride and Prejudice, Jane. Let's start with the writer. Jane was born in a small town in Austria. Her father was a local pastor, and she had never been to school. When she wrote Pride and Prejudice, she probably didn't expect that she would break the old rules of European literary circles. Song Yun spoke one professional explanation after another, shocking the onlookers so much that they broke out in cold sweats. I didn't expect this pretty boy to be so knowledgeable, and he looks quite handsome when he quotes from classics. This is the result of Song Yun's charm. As long as he does something seriously, he will involuntarily exude a power that makes people feel close to him. The man with gold-rimmed eyes felt more and more guilty as he listened. He only had a superficial understanding of foreign literature. He had only attended a few lectures in college. Because he was too bored, he never had a deep understanding. Now, hearing Song Yun talking endlessly about the European literary world, he felt that the knowledge reserve of this man in front of him might be even more extensive than that of his own university teacher. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The man with gold-rimmed eyes knew that if he stayed any longer he would become a joke, so he left in a hurry after saying something. At this moment, Yi Qingqing couldn't take her eyes off Song Yun. She didn't expect that her brother Song Yun was not only handsome, but also so knowledgeable. He was truly a treasure boy. No, it's treasure husband. This was just a small episode. After this incident, the eyes of the male compatriots who originally hated Song Yun softened. Who can really hate a man who is handsome, has a beautiful wife, and is capable? Li Shishir also kept pestering Song Yun, asking him to continue explaining the dirty things between men and women in the European literary world. Her gossipy eyes made Song Yun very embarrassed. So he took the opportunity to say he wanted to go to the toilet, and only then did he get rid of this little witch. After Song Yun left everyone's sight, Li Shishir sat down next to Yi Qingqing and said with a smile, I didn't expect it. You actually hid so many things from me. Your brother Song Yun is so knowledgeable. When he talks about professional arguments, he seems to be better than my university tutor. That's right, but I'm warning you. Don't set your sights on my brother Song Yun. At this time, Yi Qingqing's phone rang. There was a problem in the company. She got up and went out to answer the phone. At this point, Song Yun came out. Seeing that only Li Shishir was sitting at the table, he suddenly felt very troubled. Where is Qingqing? Song Yun asked with gritted teeth. Why, are you so clingy to your wife? Or do you not want to be alone with me? Is Yi Qingqing's bestie having a fever? Or is she horny? What horny words are she saying? Seeing Song Yun Yumo, Li Shishir moved her but a few centimeters towards him. Seeing this, Song Yun quickly moved a little further away. In this way, one of them moved closer to the other, while the other wanted to stay away from the other. Stop moving. You'll fall to the ground if you move again. Li Shishir found the other person's expression funny. She had never seen such a pure-hearted person. If it were someone else, he would have accepted her embrace long ago. With the intention of teasing Song Yun, Li Shishir raised her head, looked at Song Yun with her big watery eyes, and pouted her lips and said coquettishly, Why do you hate me so much? Qingqing and I have been sisters since we were young. When we were young, we made a promise to marry the same person. You dislike me so much, don't you want to marry me? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. When Qingqing comes back, please tell her. Song Yun panicked and ran away. Seeing Song Yun jogging and knocking open the door of the coffee shop, Li Shishir covered her mouth and laughed. This man was really interesting. She couldn't help but want to tease him when she saw him. To be honest, if he wasn't her best friend's man, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to help but take action against Song Yun. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingqing finished dealing with the company's affairs. When she came back, she saw Li Shishir lying on the table and laughing secretly, so she asked in confusion, "Where is brother Songyun?" "Let's go, he said he had something to do, ha ha ha." Li Shishir couldn't hold back any longer and revealed to Yi Qingqing what she had just done and what she was thinking. Yi Qingqing felt helpless as she watched her best friend laughing so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. In the evening, Songyun just came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Received the message from Yi Qingqing. "I'm planning to buy a sports car soon. Brother Songyun, will you accompany me to take a look at it?" "Good. Then I'll see you at your doorstep tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. See you there." After replying to the message, Songyun wiped his hair, thinking that he had never signed in at the sports car 4S store, and he didn't know what kind of reward he would get. Early the next morning, Songyun packed up and stood waiting at the gate of the community. Just before 10 o'clock, the roar of a sports car came from outside the community. It was the same domineering Lamborghini from last time, slowly stopping in front of Songyun. After getting in the car, he found that Yi Qingqing's outfit today was a little different. On weekdays, Yi Qingqing liked to wear some slightly formal clothes, but today she was wearing a sexy lavender hip skirt that outlined her figure to the fullest. The body lines are exquisite and the exposed skin is white. Such a woman would make anyone confused. For a moment Songyun was stunned. Seeing Songyun's expression, Yi Qingqing smiled secretly in her heart. After returning home last night, she seriously thought about her dressing style today. She changed her clothes over and over again, and felt that she had been a wife for many days, but she had no physical contact with brother Songyun. She simply took out the most daring piece of clothing from the closet and tried to seduce him. Today, the results seem remarkable. After sitting in the car for a while, Songyun finally reacted. "I quickly explained, just now when I got in the car, I was thinking about something." "Ah? What are you thinking about?" "I think the steering wheel is really big, no, the seats are really white, ba. My mouth always makes mistakes at critical moments. I really want to slap myself in the face." Seeing Songyun's red face and sweaty forehead, Yi Qingqing laughed. Okay, I'm your wife, you can look openly, I won't say anything." As soon as the words came out, a hint of pink appeared on Yi Qingqing's fair face. Chapter 10, Sign in at the S store and get a sports car poison as a reward. The car started, and Songyun's eyes kept lingering on Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing's face turned red. "Does brother Songyun like her outfit today? Will you go home with me after buying the car? Will you stay at home tonight? If I stay overnight, will I share a room with myself? Then..." Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing felt hot all over. Seeing that Yi Qingqing seemed to have a fever, Songyun quickly steadied her hand that was holding the steering wheel. "Brother Songyun held my hand." Yi Qingqing screamed in her heart. This was a small grasp of history, but a huge grasp of the distance between two people. Seeing that Yi Qingqing was almost unable to control herself, Songyun opened the window and let the cool breeze blow into the car to lower the body temperature of both of them. On the other side, the Su family's living room. Zhao Juinxia held the cell phone, her face filled with worry. Many days have passed since Xiong Denghui passed away. During this period of time, no one answered my calls and no one replied to my text messages. Could I have been a scammer? As soon as I told Su Jun about this concern, he interrupted me. "Mom, just rest assured. I have been looking for that project online these days. The project Uncle Xiong mentioned really exists and has already started running. Besides, even if you don't believe Uncle Xiong, you have to believe your son. I have seen countless people and I won't be wrong." After hearing what her son said, Zhao Juinxia felt relieved a little, but it was not a good idea for Xiong Denghui to not answer the phone. The family couldn't just sit and wait for a month, right? "Mom, if you can't stay idle at home, go play mahjong with those aunties. I'll be out soon. I've made an appointment with someone to go to the 4S store to look at cars. I'll just wait for the money to arrive and then I can withdraw the full amount." Su Jun looked at his phone happily. After these few days of joking around with the goddess, the distance between the two of them was close enough for them to tell dirty jokes on a daily basis. Although it was always Su Jun who said that the goddess said he was annoying, didn't this prove one thing? The goddess really likes herself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think that after paying the full price for the car, he must find a high-end restaurant to have dinner with the goddess, and then stay out all night. The more Su Jun thought about it, the hotter he felt. He grabbed his collar and shouted, "Mom, I'm going out." "Don't think too much. Maybe it's just because Uncle Xiong has been busy these days and hasn't been checking his phone. Don't keep urging him. It makes it seem like our family doesn't trust Uncle Xiong. After saying that, Su Jun went out and took a taxi to pick up his goddess. On the other side, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing came to Lamborghini's 4S store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Lamborghini 4S store and receiving a reward of a Lamborghini Veneno. Really? When Song Yun heard the sound of the system, he was delighted. The Lamborghini Veneno is limited worldwide, and this car cannot be bought with money. He didn't expect the system to be so generous and give him tens of millions without any hesitation. But the surprise is yet to come, and what follows is a memory that merges into Song Yun's mind. Song Yun pondered his memories and felt a chill in his heart. This memory combines the driving talent of today's top racing drivers. It can be said that he can drive a Lamborghini Veneno on the streets very skillfully without any learning. Let's go in. Yi Qingqing parked the car, took Song Yun's arm and smiled. Song Yun then discovered that Yi Qingqing had put on a pair of crystal high-heeled shoes. Under the sunlight, the crystal shoes emitted colorful lights, which matched her fair feet and were full of pure desire. The two people chatted and laughed as they entered the 4S store, and a salesperson in uniform walked over quickly. Ms. Yi, are you here to look at the car today? The salesperson stood beside Yi Qingqing and asked attentively. Yes, come and buy a car when you have nothing to do. Yi Qingqing smiled. Song Yun was searching the room for his poison. Sure enough, at the 4S booth, a brand new sports car was parked there, like the king of cars, receiving worship from thousands of other cars. Seeing Song Yun standing there in a daze without moving, Yi Qingqing followed his gaze and saw the unique car. Excited to see prey, Yi Qingqing pulled Song Yun towards the poison. The female salesperson followed closely behind, and said with regret, Ms. Yi has a sharp eye and saw this model at first sight, but unfortunately, this car has been ordered by someone else. Now it is just displayed in our 4S store for visitors to visit. Maybe the owner will drive the car away that day. Been booked? Yi Qingqing was slightly disappointed. Seeing Yi Qingqing's expression, Song Yun was just about to smile and tease her when he heard a female voice coming from the door of 4S. Ah! Su Jun, look at that car, it's so cool. How about we buy this one? The voice belonged to Xiao Jia, and the person standing next to her was Su Jun. The two also agreed to come to the 4S store to look at the car today, and they would buy it in full after the money arrived. Hearing Su Jun's name, Song Yun looked back curiously. Sure enough, Su Jun was standing next to Xiao Jia with a dog-licking look on his face. What is he doing here? Song Yun was a little confused. Even if the bad luck card had expired, Su Jun's status was not enough to buy a sports car, right? With the Su family's financial resources, a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan at most would be enough, and even then they had to take out a loan to buy it. Could it be that something happened in these few days that I don't know about? Su Jun also saw Song Yun at a glance, not because Song Yun was handsome, but because Yi Qingqing was so beautiful. He recognized this woman at a glance. He had seen her at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau a few days ago. When they met again, Su Jun's heart was pounding. He didn't have the courage to look at her carefully that day, but after looking her up and down today, Su Jun felt that Xiao Jia was a goddess. It's just to trick those ignorant kids on campus. The real goddess is Yi Qingqing. Song Yun is so lucky that he could marry such a stunning wife. It's so infuriating. Xiao Jia didn't notice the change in Su Jun's expression. She walked forward on her own and stood around the Lamborghini Veneno, admiring it non-stop. This car is so cool, let's buy it. Excuse me, Mississippi. This car has been reserved and is not among the models sold in our store. The female salesperson explained with a smile. Bought by someone? Su Jun felt insulted. It was so hard to find a high-end car in this store, but it was actually booked by someone. If I order this car, how much will it cost and how long will it take to arrive? Sorry, this model is limited to the headquarters and requires application. The full price is about 40 million. 40 million? Korean won? You must be kidding. Of course it's RMB. When Su Jun heard the quote, he took a breath. He knew that Lamborghini was much more expensive than sports cars of the same quality, but he didn't expect it to be so much more. Thinking of this, Su Jun felt that the person who could buy this car was definitely not an ordinary person. While the owner of the car was not here, Su Jun walked around the sports car greedily, his eyes full of envy. Chapter 11. The more you brag, the faster you will be slapped in the face. Xiao Jia, who was standing next to Su Jun, was also looking at the Lamborghini with envy. This car not only looks handsome, but also has the best configuration. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she knows very well what tens of millions mean. Anyone who can spend so much money on a car must be one of the top rich and handsome men in Shanghai. Seeing that Xiao Jie was interested in the car, Su Jun showed off the little knowledge he had. Xiao Jie, the performance of this car is definitely better than 99% of sports cars. We feel that tens of millions is a lot, but perhaps for the owner, this car is just a drop in the bucket. Add to that the modifications and maintenance after buying the car. Think about it yourself, isn't it a sky-high price? Hearing this, Xiao Jie's eyes revealed longing. So the person who can buy this car must be a big shot, right? Ha, I can't say anything else, but I do have billions of assets. Looking at the two people singing in unison, Song Yin burst out laughing. I said to the saleswoman, "Hello, please help me get the key to this car." As soon as Song Yin finished speaking, everyone's faces showed an expression of confusion. Su Jun stared at him with disgust and said disdainfully, "Didn't you hear what the salesperson said just now? This car already has an owner. You, a pretty boy who hooked up with a beautiful, rich woman, still want to own this car? Dream on." The salesperson also chimed in, "Sir, we don't have any right to lend this car to a third party, so I'm sorry, I suggest you look at other models." Hearing the salesman's words, Su Jun nodded with satisfaction. What do you think a pretty boy can do? Not to mention you, I'm afraid the assets of the goddess next to you can't compare with the owner of this car. Song Yun shook his head helplessly and said to the saleswoman, "I'm Song Yun. I believe you have told me the owner's name, right? The good thing about the system is that it will take care of all the tedious tasks, and Song Yun only needs to verify his identity." Before the salesperson could say anything, Su Jun jumped out, pointed at Song Yun's nose and yelled, "What are you pretending to be, you little bastard? People who don't know you think you are so awesome, but you are actually a gigolo. What? You serve your sponsor well, but you want to cheat him out of his money? Isn't that shameful? As a man, I despise you. I hate you." After these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Song Yun. Song Yun looked at the dazed saleswoman and asked gently, "Why, didn't the headquarters tell you the owner's information?" No. So you are Mr. Song Yun." The saleswoman covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. What's wrong with the rich people nowadays? Do they like to play the pig and eat the tiger? And the handsome guy's clothes are really too common, he doesn't look like the owner of the car. Please provide your identity information. The female salesperson respectfully took Song Yun's ID card, carefully checked it with the information given by the headquarters, and then respectfully returned it with both hands. "Mr. Song, everything is confirmed. I'll go get the key for you right away." A few minutes later, the saleswoman ran out jogging with 2 keys. "Mr. Song, here are the keys to your car, 1 master key and 1 spare. If you lose either, you can contact the Shanghai Lamborghini 4S store at any time. We will provide you with 24-hour emergency assistance." Su Jun was stunned when he saw the female salesperson being so respectful. What happened? Why does it sound like this female salesperson said this car belongs to Song Yun? Wasn't Song Yun still a loser a few days ago? He couldn't even afford a few 100,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, so how could he be the owner of a Lamborghini Veneno? Moreover, this kind of high-end sports car requires time to be customized by a special person, so this means that before Song Yun broke up with his sister, he had already bought this car? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Jun couldn't accept the reality that Song Yun was actually a wealthy man. He shook his head, his heart filled with pain. If my mother hadn't added the betrothal gift at the last minute, would her brother-in-law have been able to climb up this big tree? Grass. Xiao Jie, who was beside Su Jun, looked at Song Yun lovingly. This handsome guy is more handsome than Su Jun and richer than Su Jun. If I can hook up with him, will I also be able to become a phoenix? At this moment, Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved as she watched Song Yun's heart in turmoil. So my brother Song Yun is actually a rich man? It doesn't seem like it, and the information I got from the detective shows that my brother Song Yun is just an ordinary person. Could it be that there is something I don't know? Song Yun ignored everyone's gazes, took the key and put it in Yi Qingqing's hand. It was as if this car worth tens of millions was not worth mentioning to him. Seeing Song Yun's indifferent expression, Su Jun's mentality collapsed. He was just bragging about this car, but he didn't expect to slap himself in the face, the loudest one. He felt a little congested in his head and his vision began to blur. No. If Soo Jun had been slapped in the face before, he would have endured it. But now, it's different. He is also a rich man. Relying on Uncle Xiong's dividends in the first quarter, he can get more than 50 million. In this case, it is not impossible to take out 40 million to buy a car. Thinking of this, Soo Jun's emotions slowly calmed down. He looked at the saleswoman and waved his hand. Go get the vehicle configuration sheet. I want to buy a luxury sports car that's almost the same as this one. The other side. In the mahjong room downstairs of the Su family, Zhao Juinxia was bragging to her group of good sisters about the news that she was about to become a rich woman. Looking at the envious looks from these old sisters, Zhao Juinxia felt extremely refreshed. Zhao Juinxia was talking happily when the door of the mahjong room was pushed open. 2 policemen walked in. When everyone saw this, they quickly collected the money on the table, for fear of being accused of gamblers and arrested and detained for a few days. However, the 2 policemen did not care about the little actions of the crowd. Seeing the police getting closer and closer to her, Zhao Juinxia suddenly felt a little panicked. Are you Ms. Zhao Juinxia? It's me, what happened? Zhao Juinxia asked tentatively. Do you know the person in the photo? A policeman took out a photo from the folder, placed it in front of Zhao Juinxia and asked. Xiong Denghui. I know him. What happened to him? Zhao Juinxia was a little flustered. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that this suspect is a professional fraudster who swindled the savings of middle-aged and elderly people by boasting about high-return projects. Someone reported the case to the Magic City Criminal Police Team yesterday. We have already started an investigation, but it may be difficult to find him in the short term. You must be mentally prepared for a long battle. Chapter 12. My husband is a very picky eater. Xiong Denghui is a liar. These words kept circling in Zhao Juinxia's mind. She tried to stay awake, somewhat unable to believe it. But the evidence provided by the police brought her back to reality. My 3 million is gone. She gave the money to Xiong Denghui without even touching it, and now this is the outcome. Oh God, are you going to destroy our Su family? When the police saw that Zhao Juinxia looked like she was about to faint, they quickly tried to comfort her and then began to record her statement on the spot. After the end, Zhao Juinxia looked bitter and said with difficulty, Young comrade, can our money be recovered? The young policeman who was recording the statement was speechless for a moment. The older policeman sighed and said seriously, according to our experience, after scammers get a certain amount of money, they will squander it immediately. They also know that they can't keep the money, so it is very likely that your funds have been spent by Xiong Denghui. Bang! Zhao Juinxia collapsed at the mahjong table beside her. 3 million, a lifetime of savings, all gone. All gone. This money was obtained by mortgaging the house. If I can't pay back the bank's money, my own home. Thinking of this, Zhao Juinxia couldn't help but cover her face and cry. The 2 policemen seemed to have seen this kind of scene many times. They looked at each other, and for a moment, the only sound left in the scene was Zhao Juinxia's crying. Alas! You dare to give such a large sum of money to a stranger. The young policeman was interrupted by the older policeman when he was halfway through his words. At this time, he needed to comfort the victim instead of provoking him. He patted Zhao Juinxia on the shoulder and said in a gentle voice, based on the amount of money Xiong Denghui defrauded this time, if he is caught, he will be convicted for more than 30 years. This is the only good result. Sentenced to more than 30 years? Even if he was sentenced to life imprisonment, what would be the point? Her money was gone anyway. Thinking about the monthly bank loan repayments, Zhao Juinxia fainted. But as soon as his body touched the ground, the damage caused by the original fracture was aggravated again. He could not faint, and could only lie on the ground, sobbing in pain. And the other side. Inside Lamborghini's 4S store. Soo Jun carefully matched the various configurations of the sports car, and finally decided on a modified model worth 30 million. Seeing the other party's smug expression, Song Yun asked curiously, did you win the lottery? Even if you won the first prize, it wouldn't be much money, right? Who are you looking down on? Let me tell you, without you, our family is doing well and we have a project that lays golden eggs. Don't even mention 30 million, even 300 million will be nothing to me in half a year. Seeing Soo Jun's confident look, the female salesperson was ecstatic. If the car could be successfully sold, it would be enough for her to pay the down payment for a house in Shanghai. Even if there is a project, you don't have the money. There are many scammers now who can get a lot of money to squander with just empty promises. I hope you don't meet such people. Hearing Song Yun's words, Soo Jun was so angry that he jumped to his feet. He pointed at Song Yun's nose and snorted coldly, "Don't think that everyone is like you. This society is not that bad yet." After saying that, he took out his phone and wanted to call Seung Denghui. Since he had already invested, as a small shareholder, it would be okay for him to take some dividends in advance, right? Beep, 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 beep. The number you dialed is unanswered. Please call again later. No one answered? Soo Jun frowned and called again. A few minutes later, Soo Jun, who had made more than a dozen calls, was sweating profusely. What's going on? Why is no one answering the phone? Before, when I hadn't paid any money, the secretary would answer my call immediately. What is going on now? After I get through the phone, I must report this to Uncle Seung and ask him to fire this irresponsible secretary. A few more minutes passed, and still no one answered the phone. Everyone present was getting a little impatient waiting, and even Xiao Jia had a hint of disgust in her eyes. Wait a minute, I'll call my mom to ask about the situation. Soo Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and dialed Zhao Junshi's cell phone with trembling fingers. It's connected. Mom. Please call Uncle Seung, I can't get through here. The familiar voice of my mother did not come. After a few rustling sounds on the other end of the phone, a male voice said, "Hello, I am a police officer from the Economic Crime Division of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Magic City. Are you Ms. Zhao's son?" Ah. Soo Jun was confused. Why did someone from the police station come to find his mother? What's going on? He pretended to be calm and walked away, whispering, "What happened to my mother?" It's like this. The policeman told Seung Dinghui's story again, and finally said, "Your mother seems to be injured. She is lying on the ground and not moving. We don't know what's wrong with her, so we called 120. You can go directly to the Third People's Hospital of Shanghai." After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. I heard the busy tone coming from the phone. Soo Jun panicked. He calculated everything, all of which was how much dividends he could get, but he never expected that Seung Denghui, who looked so sophisticated, was actually a liar. He could no longer remain calm, and fell to the ground feeling dizzy. Swindler, Uncle Seung is actually a scammer. 3 million just gone. Even if 3 million coins were thrown into the Huangpu River, there would be the sound of water. But now, there is nothing left. The 3 million is the money from the mortgage of the house, and the interest and principal to be paid every month. Thinking of this, Soo Jun almost fainted. Xiao Jia, who was far away, saw Soo Jun sitting on the ground. She frowned and walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you still going to order this car today?" Hearing this, Soo Jun couldn't help but burst into tears. "It's all gone, I have no money. 3 million. I may not be able to earn it in my entire life, it's gone just like that." Xiao Jia frowned. She didn't feel that Soo Jun was pitiful, but just felt very embarrassed. She rolled her eyes at Soo Jun, turned around, opened her WeChat business card, and smiled at Song Yunmei. "Handsome, add me as a friend, let's go drink together some other day." Soo Jun, who was sitting on the ground and crying, heard that his goddess had betrayed him. He turned and threw himself into Song Yun's arms, crying even harder. "I'm sorry, my husband won't add strange women's contact information. Besides, my husband is very picky about food, and ugly looks are not on his list of food choices." Yi Qingqing stood up and said with her hands on her hips. Xiao Jia originally wanted to retort, but when she saw the other person's delicate face and explosive body, she couldn't help but feel unsure. But now that things have come to this, she can only place all her hopes on Song Yun. She looked up at Song Yun pitifully, and only hoped that the man in front of her would not embarrass her like this. But Song Yun seemed not to see it, and looked at Soo Jun's back with a frown. "Grass." Xiao Jia left in a rage in her high heels, walked up to Soo Jun and kicked him. "Stupid. I'm so embarrassed to be with you today. Just wait and see how I'll make you a social wretch when I get back to school." Chapter 13. It's all Yi Qingqing's fault. Ding, the punish evil and promote good card has been used up. After continuous bad luck, the following results are finally achieved. Song Yun was shocked when he saw the current situation of the Su family on the program panel. He originally thought that it would be over if Zhao Junsha just got slightly injured, but who knew that the system was so powerful? Not only did Zhao Junsha have dozens of fractures all over her body, but because she believed in Soo Jun's slander, the Su family sold their house and was defrauded of 3 million. This is 3 million. This amount of savings, which an ordinary person might not be able to accumulate in a lifetime, was a fatal blow to Zhao Junsha, who loved money like her life. In the beginning, when he was in love with Su Luting, Zhao Junsha took a lot of money out of his pocket. Even when his brother-in-law went out for a date, he had to pay. It can be said that he was treated as a mobile ATM. It would be fine if we could consider Song Yun's feelings a little bit and understand that it is not easy for Song Yun to make money. But Zhao Junsha's greedy look made her want to suck all the blood out of Song Yun. Now, not to mention the huge amount of money that Song Yun had been defrauded of, even the original capital could not be kept. I don't know if poor Su Luting would have to bear the heavy mortgage of the house in the end because of the greed of her mother and brother. However, these are not issues that Song Yun should consider. The current situation has nothing to do with him. He got into the car and left with Yi Qingqing, leaving behind only the dazed saleswoman and the crying Su Jun. Sitting in the Lamborghini Veneno, Yi Qingqing looked at the man in front of her curiously. I really didn't expect that my brother Song Yun is actually a hidden rich man. If those who prescribe poison are not wealthy, then perhaps the only ones who can count are those who purchase private jets. While driving, Song Yun was constantly honing in on the memories of those racing drivers in his mind. He shrugged and said with a smile, I'm not a rich man. If I say this is the first time I've driven a sports car in my life, do you believe me? I'd be foolish to believe you. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Song Yun. As she sat in the car, she felt that the vehicle was stable and the speed was appropriate, without any bumps or discomfort. Only those veterans who have driven sports cars for more than 10 years can be so capable. If you don't believe it, forget it. Song Yun said helplessly. Big idiot. Yi Qingqing stared at Song Yun's face as he drove seriously, and finally couldn't help but stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. Song Yun was frightened by the sudden attack and quickly parked the car on the side of the road. After the kiss, Yi Qingqing shrank back in the driver's seat, glancing away, not daring to look at the other person at all. Song Yun touched his face, as if the warmth from before still remained on the surface of his skin. Good of you. How dare you kiss me secretly? Song Yun pretended to be angry. I'm sorry, I just... Before Yi Qingqing could finish her apology, Song Yun's lips blocked hers. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened at first, then slowly turned into enjoyment. Brother Song Yun's kiss is so warm, and my heart is beating so fast. After a long time, Song Yun sat back in his seat. The lipstick on Yi Qingqing's lips was smudged, but she didn't care about that. She just felt her heart beating deep in her chest. She secretly looked at Song Yun and found that there were still marks of her lipstick on the corners of Song Yun's mouth, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. She took out a handkerchief from her bag, dipped it in water and wiped Song Yun's lips carefully. Brother Song Yun is just a big fool, not gentle at all. Yi Qingqing's words were full of charm, and upon hearing this, the hairs all over Song Yun's body stood up. Okay, you still dare to say that to me. Go home now, and I'll show you what I look like when I'm not gentle. Song Yun stepped on the accelerator and the car sped towards home. At this moment, Song Yun was extremely excited. His wife was so charming. Even though he was used to seeing beauties in Sun Country movies, he had no resistance when facing Yi Qingqing. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Go home now and fix this little goblin. Yi Qingqing was sitting in the passenger seat, her face flushed, as if brother Song Yun had just mentioned going home. That? The car soon arrived at where Song Yun lived. He rented this apartment right after he graduated from college. The rent alone was 4,000 yuan a month. If it weren't for his salary of over 10,000 yuan and if he didn't cook at home on weekdays, he wouldn't be able to live in Shanghai. The car stopped and the eyes of the neighbors around were instantly fixed on the sports car. This community is neither good nor bad in Shanghai, it can only be considered average. It is a big deal if anyone has a BMW or Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, a luxury supercar is driven in, which shocked them. Soon, Song Yun got out of the car. He walked to Yi Qingqing like a gentleman and helped her open the car door. When the neighbors saw that the owner of the car was Song Yun, they were all stunned. When they saw a beautiful woman getting out of the car, they became even more confused. Song Yun was driving a sports car with a beautiful lady in it? Is he still the frugal guy he used to be? Song Yun didn't care about other people's eyes. He took Yi Qingqing, nodded to the neighbors around, and went upstairs with Yi Qingqing. Seeing Song Yun go up, the neighbors gathered together and whispered. I told you that Song Yun has the face of a wealthy man, but you didn't believe me. Now that he's driving a sports car into the community, you should believe me now. You always tell everyone you meet that they are rich and powerful. Everyone in the community knows about your bad habit. But seriously, this guy Song Yun can't be the second-generation rich son of a consortium. Look at this sports car, it must be worth millions. Alas, they are the second generation of rich people who came here to experience life. We didn't seize the opportunity to climb the big tree, and now we can only watch. At first I was thinking of introducing my niece to him, but now that I see Song Yun's girlfriend, I'm glad I didn't ask for it, otherwise my niece would be embarrassed. Several middle-aged women kept talking about Song Yun behind his back, but everyone's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. The other side. After getting out of the elevator, Song Yun took Yi Qingqing back home. As soon as the door was closed, Song Yun kissed Yi Qingqing on the neck. Yi Qingqing shuddered as if she had been electrocuted, and her face turned red. But soon, she woke up from her confusion. Yi Qingqing pushed Song Yun away in panic and whispered, "We can't go on. We haven't met our parents yet." Hearing the firmness in Yi Qingqing's tone, Song Yun's passion for fire was extinguished like a basin of cold water. Indeed, he didn't even know Yi Qingqing, so why did he suddenly want to? It's all because Yi Qingqing is too pretty, has such a sexy body, and what she wore today is too seductive. Otherwise, as a modern-day Liu Xiaohui, how could I not be able to resist this temptation? It's all Yi Qingqing's fault. Chapter 14. Love is really magical. Ahem, find a place to sit, I'll get you some water. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming awkward, Song Yun quickly turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Brother Song Yun, I originally thought that men's rooms were dirty and messy, but I didn't expect yours to be quite clean. Yi Qingqing sat on the sofa, looked around and said. The apartment Song Yun rented was not big, with one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen and one bathroom, which together were less than 50 square meters. It was not even as big as Yi Qingqing's bedroom, but this was where Song Yun's brother lived, so it was more perfect than any mansion. I usually live here alone, and I'm annoyed by the mess. Song Yun handed Yi Qingqing a bottle of ice water and said with a smile. Did someone clean up for you? Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Song Yun and said sweetly, from now on, this place is my territory. No female creatures are allowed to enter. Hee hee, what about raising animals? Song Yun wanted to tease the other person. Even animals are not acceptable. Yi Qingqing took a sip of water and then spit it out, her face a little red. Well, I can't eat ice these days. Oh. Although Song Yun had never experienced sex, she was very clear about the menstrual period of girls. Fortunately, she stopped the car just now, otherwise she would have run a red light. He changed a bottle of room temperature water, sat next to Yi Qingqing, and asked curiously, speaking of which, since we got married, I still don't know what your family situation is like. Can you tell me about it? Yi Qingqing looked at Song Yun seriously, thinking, as expected, brother Song Yun didn't recognize me. Humph. I'll expose you later and see how you have the nerve to treat me like this. Song Yun was frightened by the stare at him. He felt that Yi Qingqing was a little angry. Well, there was no proposal, no parents' blessing, and no proper wedding. They just got the marriage certificate in such a muddle. Anyone would be heartbroken. Let me tell you, my mother is okay, she's a kind person, but my father is very strict. How strict? It's just. I can't explain it, it's just that he's very difficult to get along with. After all, he's the richest man in Magic City, and his net worth is too high. It's a bit hard to figure out what he's thinking right now. Hearing this, Song Yun broke out in a cold sweat. I originally thought that Yi Qingqing's family only had assets of a few billion, but I didn't expect that she got the daughter of the richest man. The richest man in Shanghai, his net worth must be over 100 billion, right? Although he has no worries about food and drink now, for the richest man, his assets are probably nothing. Ahem, do you have any brothers or sisters at home? Yi Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Song Yun blankly, then shook her head. So you are an only child? Yeah, my dad said that having me in his life is enough. Yi Qingqing found that Song Yun's expression was becoming more and more strange, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Well, let me make it clear first, I am the only one in my family, I don't want to be a son-in-law. Listening to Song Yun's mumbling, Yi Qingqing burst out laughing. She leaned on Song Yun's shoulder and said, stupid, no matter who wants to be a son-in-law, you are not allowed to be one. Hey, hey. Song Yun put his arm around Yi Qingqing's shoulders and asked curiously, your father? No, since our father is the richest man in the Magic City, your family must have been prosperous for several generations, right? After listening to Song Yun's words, Yi Qingqing thought about it carefully, nodded and said, "We were quite rich before, but later we went bankrupt for some reason. When I was very young, my father seized the opportunity and made our family prosperous again." "Oh? I wonder what opportunity my father-in-law took to become the richest man." Song Yun wondered if his father-in-law also had a system. "After the ancestral home was demolished, my father got a lot of money. Later, he invested in setting up factories and companies, and finally he has the current scale. The second generation of wealth is too good to be true." It seems that the saying the third generation of wealth will be ruined does make some sense. "Then I will take some time to visit my future father-in-law. No matter how he embarrasses me, I will definitely not say a word of sarcasm. I want him to know that I am serious about you." Song Yun's sudden sweet words made Yi Qingqing's face blush. She raised her head and pecked Song Yun lightly on the lips. The two of them stayed in this ambiguous environment for more than 2 hours. Song Yun felt that if he continued to stay like this, he would definitely not be able to become the modern-day Lu Xiaohui. "It's getting late, let me take you home." Song Yun turned his back, bent over and stood up. "Okay, then let's find a better time to meet next time," Yi Qingqing said reluctantly. Anything is fine. Every man could understand Song Yun's current embarrassment. He silently chanted the great compassion mantra in his heart and took several deep breaths to suppress it. "Let's go." The two men drove away. The middle-aged ladies who were basking in the sun downstairs gathered together and pointed at the exhaust of the sports car. "It seems Xiao Song is in good health. It's been almost 3 hours. Well, they are young people after all, it's normal to be greedy for pleasure. The more I look at this couple, the more they seem to be a good match." After seeing Yi Qingqing off, Song Yun parked his car in the underground parking lot of a nearby large supermarket. He didn't dare to leave tens of millions in the community, in case some naughty kid didn't know what was going on and scratched the car. Lying on the bed, Song Yun looked at the ceiling. "Ever since I got the system, I have been able to cheat all the way, and my life has become more and more comfortable. But what if the system had not come in the first place? Or did he compromise himself in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau? I dare not think about it." Song Yun cherishes the present more and more. The next day, Yi Qingqing came to Li Shishir's house, entered the bedroom, and pulled open the heavy curtains. The bright sunlight shone in. Li Shishir opened her sleepy eyes and sat up. She lifted her fallen shoulder strap and said dissatisfiedly, "What time is it now?" "I stayed up late to watch TV series last night. Baby, let me sleep a little longer. I did that with brother Song Yun yesterday." Yi Qingqing jumped onto the bed excitedly, gestured to Li Shishir and spoke excitedly. Li Shishir had just woken up and her brain had not yet started up. It was stuck for a long time, with her eyes wide open and her mouth open, her expression very dull. No, you've only known each other for a few days. Even if Song Yun is more handsome and knowledgeable, you two shouldn't develop so fast." I just couldn't help it." "You silly girl." Li Shishir tapped Yi Qingqing's forehead heavily. She stared at Yi Qingqing's thighs and took a breath of cold air. "You did that yesterday. How come you can get out of bed today? I heard from them that it was painful the first time." Yi Qingqing's face was full of black lines. She pushed Li Shishir and said angrily, "What are you thinking of? I mean, brother Song Yun and I kissed yesterday, It's just Li Shishir waved her hands and suddenly came to her senses. "No. This is your first kiss. Did you give it to me just like that?" Li Shishir's brain couldn't keep up with Yi Qingqing's words at all. She now felt that love was really magical. Chapter 15: The Su Family Dilemma. "Baby, wake up, even though he is your brother Song Yun, you can't be so casual with him, right?" Li Shishir said angrily. "Oh. I just couldn't help it. What can I say about you?" Li Shishir nodded Yi Qingqing's head fiercely, sighed and said, "You are so proactive now, it makes Qian Yunsheng, who pursued you in the past, look miserable." "Qian Yunsheng?" Yi Qingqing curled her lips. This man's family was very powerful in Shanghai. Last year, his father intended to bring the two parties together and strengthen the relationship. But at that time, Yi Qingqing was only thinking about finding Song Yun, and her heart was not on Qian Yunsheng at all. At that time, let alone physical contact, even seeing Qian Yunsheng was an eyesore. Every time there was a party, Qian Yunsheng came up to show his courtesy, and Yi Qingqing wanted to stay away from him. Later, the matter was dropped and became a topic of conversation among the top leaders in Shanghai. Li Shishir touched Yi Qingqing's tender face and said with regret, Chen Yunsheng was so good to you at the beginning, and many girls in the circle were moved by him, but you just didn't like him. Now you are facing another man, and you kissed him in less than half a month? That's different. When we were little, brother Song Yun said he would marry me. I have been able to live alone abroad for so many years, all thanks to this sentence. TSK, 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 the air is filled with the sour smell of love. Li Shishir lit up a lady's cigarette and came back to her senses. If such a dreamlike thing happened to her, would she accept it? After thinking for a while, Li Shishir felt that she would definitely do it. And she would happily stick to Song Yun and not leave every day. There's no way around it. Li Shishir is just a face lover, and Song Yun just happens to look like the type of person she likes extremely both psychologically and physiologically. Alas. Although she doesn't want to admit it, Li Shishir really envies her best friend. Master, do you know what is most surprising to me? Yi Qingqing raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile at her best friend. What? According to the information sent back by my private detective, I found out. Brother Song Yun has only had one girlfriend in all these years. And she doesn't even have that one. It can be said to be a brand new one. When Li Shishir heard Yi Qingqing's words, her gums itched with hatred. Not only is he handsome, but he is also not a scumbag? He is actually still an original young handsome guy? My God, the chance of a boy being a fledgling is much smaller than that of a girl. I never expected that Song Yun could be called a modern Liu Xiaohui. Humph. Have you ever thought that it's okay not to let go of this kind of thing, but once you let go, men will know the taste and will no longer be able to not cheat? You'll cry when the time comes. Li Shishir attacked. Impossible. Brother Song Yun is not that kind of person. Yi Qingqing raised her little head and said dissatisfiedly, You bad teacher, you only know how to stir up trouble between us. Look at my dragon claws. Yi Qingqing reached her hand into the quilt and began to scratch Li Shishir's waist. Ah ha 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 ha, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, the Su family's living room. Su's father sat on the sofa and smoked non-stop. Su Jun and Zhao Juinxia, who were sitting below, had pale faces and empty eyes. Even Su Luting, who had the best temper, didn't know how to start talking at this moment. What her mother and brother did was so shameless. He actually mortgaged his house just to get rich overnight. Can this house be mortgaged casually? Now, what should their family do? After a long silence, Su Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly said, That. How dare you talk like that? Father Su slammed the table, stood up, and yelled at Su Jun, You useless thing. Don't think I don't know that you are just whispering in your mother's ears. When Song Yun was your sister's boyfriend, you looked down on him all day long. What about now? You can only compare to Song Yun in that aspect. I really didn't expect that you, a prodigal son, would become more and more daring and even dare to instigate your mother to mortgage the house. I've been sick these years, watching you ruin our family tradition. I'm a useless person and it's hard to talk to you, but that doesn't mean I'm not your father. After saying that, Su's father pulled out the belt from his waist and hit Su Jun on the head. Su Jun had always been pampered since he was a child, but he had never suffered such a punishment before and lay on the ground howling in pain. Old Su, hiss. Zhao Juinxia wanted to speak up to save her son, but when she was about to stand up, she pulled the wound on her body. Shut up. The reason why Su Jun, that little bastard, is in this state is all because of you. Don't you think about the fact that he is already an adult? If you continue to spoil him like this, not only will he ruin the family business, but he will also endanger society in the next step. Father Su roared, Zhao Juinxia, I can't understand you anymore. You were such a good person in the past, how did you become such a Philistine now? Zhao Juinxia was moved to tears by these words, and she let the tears flow down her face. Am I wrong for wanting to make money? Your medicine costs tens of thousands every year, and my son has to get married. Where can I, a woman, get the money? What do you want me to do? Lao Su, do you want to force me to death? Oh. After hearing these words, Su's father sighed deeply and sat back on the sofa sulking. Ting Ting, quickly take a look at where your brother is injured. Zhao Juinxia hurriedly called Su Luting. Su Luting got up reluctantly and checked. Although her father scolded her harshly, he did not hit her that hard. Su Jun only had superficial injuries and would be fine after a few days of rest. Mom, I'm not saying anything to you, but can't you take care of yourself? You said that the hospital bills were too expensive and you wanted to go home to recuperate, and we agreed, but you turned around and went to play mahjong. Now you're injured again. The doctor has recommended that you be hospitalized for observation, but you insisted on going home. What if something happens? Su Luting said worriedly. Hospitals are all lies. I don't know if I'm okay or not. You're just a little girl and you don't understand. Just stay quiet. Su Luting opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Since she was a child, she has found that her mother is biased towards boys and favors her younger brother. Whenever there is something delicious, Su Jun eats it first. Now, she has grown up but still doesn't consider her parents. Now she has caused such a big hole. What should she do? Let's just mortgage the house. At worst, we can rent a house. We won't starve to death. Father Su sighed and said, as long as the family is safe. Well, I still owe 50,000 or 60,000 yuan in online loans. Su Jun said weakly while lying on the ground. Ha? You eat and live at home on weekdays, where does your money go? Su's father asked with his eyes wide open. I thought I had money now, so I should find a girlfriend. Then I bought her a bag that day. Before Su Jun could finish his words, he was pinned to the ground and beaten by Su's father again. Chapter 16 starts the story mode. Oh my dear father, if you hit me again I will really die. Su Jun kept rolling on the ground begging for mercy, and finally blurted out, I have a solution. Father Su stopped and looked at his son in confusion. He asked in a cold voice, Speak. Do you want me to ask you to speak? Well, although there is no way to solve the current dilemma, if there is one person who can help, our family will definitely be restored to its original state. Su Jun shouted hurriedly. Who? Song Yun. Song Yun? The family looked at each other in bewilderment. How could a poor boy like Song Yun possibly pay off the huge sum of more than 3 million yuan owed by the Su family? Zhao Juinxia shook her head and said bitterly, it's unlikely. Although Song Yun is with a rich woman, she's not stupid. It's impossible for her to give him so much money. Besides, why would Song Yun help us? It's good enough that he doesn't add insult to injury at this time. Su Luting felt sad when she heard this. They were once a happy couple, but now they have ended up like this just for a mere 200,000 yuan dowry. She really didn't know what to do. Dad, Mom, and sister. You've all been deceived by Song Yun. Seeing Father Su's belt raised high again, Su Jun said quickly, in fact, Song Yun is very rich. Really, believe me. He is actually a super rich second generation. He is worth at least several hundred million. What? Several hundred million? Zhao Juinxia and Su Luting were both shocked. How could Song Yun, who usually sells things on the street, have a net worth of hundreds of millions? Are you kidding me? Jun, don't lie to your mother. If you use this to deceive people because you don't want to get beaten, your mother can't save you. Zhao Juinxia said seriously. I really didn't lie to you. I actually saw him at Lamborghini's 4S store yesterday. He bought a Lamborghini Veneno on the spot, which is worth tens of millions. Luxury cars like this are not available in stock and need to be customized at the headquarters. It can be said that he had this huge amount of money a few months ago, but he just kept it from us. When Zhao Juinxia heard this, she stood there in a daze. If what Su Jun said is true, it proves that Song Yun has always been a rich man, but he was just hiding it. Su Luting's face was full of disbelief. How could this be possible? Although she and Song Yun were not husband and wife, they were together day and night. The deposit in Song Yun's bank card had never exceeded 100,000 yuan. How was it possible that he had customized a sports car a few months ago? Su Jun watched the whole family fall into silence, secretly got up from the ground, sat on the sofa, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, I have heard that those rich people like this tune, pretending to be an ordinary person to gain experience, but in fact it is just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I guess Song Yun is also such a person. After hearing Su Jun's well-reasoned analysis, everyone believed it a little. Nowadays, all the rich people have some quirks. Maybe Song Yun just likes to live the life of an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Zhao Juinxia felt extremely regretful. She actually forced away a super-rich second-generation son-in-law with her own hands? Thinking of this, she wanted to jump off the building. Why was I so blinded by greed in the first place? Why did I ask for a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan? I am so But she turned around and thought, since Song Yun is so wealthy, then 3 million is nothing to him. It seems that she needs to find a way to get some money from him. Song Yun lay on the bed and sneezed several times. He didn't know who was saying bad things about him behind his back. He is a little worried now. With his little wealth, how can he dare to go to the house of the richest man in Shanghai and say with a flattering face, "I love your daughter, please let me fly with your daughter"? This kind of talk is just a lie. If he were to put himself in his shoes, and his daughter brought this man back home, and he dared to be so shameless, he would definitely find someone to break this guy's legs and throw him out. He is like a liar, and no one would believe the words that come out of a liar's mouth. But now am I not playing the role of the liar? Thinking of this, Song Yun began to worry again. Yes. I signed in to so many places except the bank. Song Yun slapped the bed and sat up, waving his fists in the air excitedly. Damn it, if I go to a 4S store and get a sports car worth tens of millions, if I go to a bank, I will have to give away assets worth hundreds of billions, right? He got dressed and went to the bank branch downstairs. Ding! The host is detected to be in the bank. Do you want to sign in? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You will be rewarded 50 million yuan in cash via foreign asset remittance, which will be safely transferred into the host's account. Only 50 million? Song Yun felt lost for a moment. There was no difference between having the 50 million and not having it. He sat dejectedly at the bank counter and sighed deeply. On the other side, the manager in charge of asset management discovered this lost lamb early on. He pretended to be calm and sat beside Song Yun and casually asked, "What's wrong, young man? Why are you sighing?" "Oh, I'm so worried." "Is it because of money?" Song Yun turned to look at the middle-aged man in a suit and asked cautiously, "What does this have to do with you?" 99% of people sighing in the bank are because of money. Do you know why people are penniless? The asset manager asked with a smile. Why? Because they don't know how to manage their finances. Ordinary people would only keep their money in their accounts to earn interest, but this is not 20 years ago. Interest rates are getting lower and lower. In the future, this amount of money won't even be enough to buy groceries. The asset manager pretended to be an expert and said, "I see that you are still young, so you must develop good financial management habits. Look, I have several funds here. I wouldn't say that the annualized rate of operation is 10%, but it's still 7 or 8%. Isn't this better than a fixed deposit?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting the story mode. As a reward, the host will be able to predict the increase of all funds in the next half month. Fuck. Song Yun suddenly jumped up. He didn't expect that he could play like this. That is to say, within this half month, he can advance payment on which funds may rise and which funds may fall. This feature is awesome. Song Yun's action frightened the asset manager. He hid back and thought, could he have met a fool? What if he got beaten up for no reason? Song Yun didn't have time to deal with the strange looks from the people around him. He picked up the virtual panel and what came into view was a number 1 ranked fund called Jinling Fund. In the next 3 days, you can actually earn 3 times the profit. He walked quickly to the asset manager, stared into his eyes and asked, "Can I buy Jinling Fund here?" Jinling Fund? After thinking for a moment, the asset manager shook his head and sighed, "This fund is not very popular, and few people buy it. Its interest rate is also very low. I don't recommend you to buy it. Chapter 17 If you lose money, come to me. I don't need your advice. The loss is mine." Song Yun left some money for food and put all the rest of the money into this fund. In a week, his assets would triple. "You kid, you still don't listen to advice." The asset manager sighed. This young man got some information from somewhere and just bought funds recklessly. The current market fluctuations are too huge and many people are losing money. Forget it, there is no point in persuading a dying ghost with good words. The asset manager took him to the fund management office. He had no intention of continuing to follow the order for this little fish. Sitting on a chair, a young and beautiful woman in professional attire came over with a cup of water, placed the water on the table in front of Song Yun, and asked in a gentle voice, "Hello, sir, what business are you here to handle today?" The woman had the signature smile of a bank employee on her face. She didn't look very enthusiastic, but she definitely didn't seem cold either. "I want to buy a fund," Song Yun said calmly. "Do you need me to recommend a few funds to you?" There are several that have risen significantly recently. I am optimistic about these high-quality stocks in the next month. No need, just buy all of them into Jinling Fund for me. Okay, I'll do it for you. The woman lowered her head and began to operate, while the other customers in the fund office looked at Song Yun, with confusion gradually appearing on their faces. Jinling Fund? This fund seems a bit unfamiliar. Does it really exist? For people who buy funds, the popular funds are always the same few. Only young people like Song Yun dare to buy some obscure ones. If they lose money by then, they might even lose their pants. After the woman completed the relevant formalities, she asked Song Yun, "Hello, how much do you need to buy?" "Let's start with the 50 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Even the woman's expression slowly changed from a professional smile to flattery. "Sir, are you saying that you want to buy 50 million Jinling Fund? Are you sure you are right?" Seeing the woman's stunned expression, Song Yun waved his hand and said, 50 million Jinling Fund, swipe the card now. It was the first time for the woman to see someone buying something without asking. It was also the first time she saw someone willing to spend a large amount of money to buy a fund. It seemed that the young man in front of her was a rich second generation. After all the procedures were completed, Song Yun walked out of the bank. The asset manager walked into the fund management office and asked, "How much did the young man buy just now?" 50 million. The woman's mind was still in shock, her eyes fixed on the string of zeros after the 5 on the screen. "How much?" 50 million. The asset manager never expected that a seemingly ordinary person could be so terrifying and have such abundant assets. When he thought of the high commission after closing the deal, he squatted on the ground with heartache. Damn it, it's all my fault for looking down on others. After Song Yun came out of the bank, he realized that he was so busy signing in that he hadn't even washed up yet. He hurried home, went into the bathroom and started washing. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. Song Yun didn't look at who it was and just slid through. "Hello, who is this?" Song Yun asked vaguely with a toothbrush in his mouth. "Me. Your brother Xin." The caller was Song Yun's college roommate, named Xin, who had a very close relationship with Song Yun during college. The two chatted for a while, then Song Yun turned off the water, came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, and opened a bottle of water and gulped it down. "By the way, brother Xin, aren't you working in the fund business now? I just bought one today." "Oh? You are also interested in this thing. What did you buy?" Xin asked curiously, because he didn't know that Song Yun had broken up with Su Luting. In his impression, Song Yun usually used all his money to subsidize the Su family, so he would have any spare money to focus on other investments. Jinling funds. There was a sound of rummaging through things on the other end of the phone, followed by Xian's voice. "Wait a minute, I'll check it out." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Xian's exaggerated voice came, "Brother. You are really my brother. You didn't buy so many popular funds, but just went with the unpopular ones. Are you afraid that you won't lose enough? You told me that you bought it based on someone's advice. That person is a big liar." "Song Yun, I'm not trying to discourage you. Even I can't see the current market situation of funds. How dare you enter the industry so easily? Tell me, how much did you buy?" Song Yun rubbed his ears, almost deafened by Xin. "I bought 50 million. Fuck. 50 million. Did you go rob the banknote printing factory?" Xin shouted excitedly. After the excitement subsided, he quickly grabbed the microphone and screamed, "Quick! Listen to your brother Xin. Sell Jinling Fund quickly. Those people are just trying to cheat you out of your money. If you want to invest, I'll recommend a few good ones to you for free." "Throw? It is impossible to sell it, not even this week. His fortune depends on it. Besides, those excellent funds can only earn about 13% at most." "How much did he earn?" 300%. If he really threw it away, Song Yun would be a fool. "Oh. Just listen to me. I beg you. You won't lose much money if you sell it now. On the contrary, if you keep holding on, you will definitely lose all the 50 million. Xin patiently persuaded him that he had been playing with funds since college, and there were many tricks involved. If he was not careful, he would be completely wiped out by the investment. However, Xin was also very surprised. He did not expect that Song Yun had become so rich in the past few years after graduation and had 50 million yuan. He, who worked in the financial industry, only had a few 100,000 yuan in his pocket. Thank you brother Xin for your kindness, but I advise you to buy some as well. This fund will definitely rise. After Song Yun said this, Xin remained silent for a long time. Is this brother of mine possessed? Not only did he buy it himself, he also dragged me into losing money. Xin sighed and said, I don't have as much capital as you do. I can't afford it. Song Yun did not insist. He told you that the price would go up. If you don't believe me, forget it. Xin then said, brother, I don't have much ability, but at least I have some savings. If you really have no money to eat one day, come to me, I will never let you starve. Good. Song Yun answered with a smile. Although this was impossible, it was still very heartwarming to hear someone care about him. Several days passed in a flash. During these few days, Song Yun signed for 2 dream cards and 8 million in cash. He came to the largest private hospital in Magic City that day, originally wanting to sign in for a good body, but the next words from the system made him ecstatic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Magic City Huachuang Hospital and obtaining ownership of the entire hospital. Chapter 18 My Poor Daughter. The private hospitals in Shanghai only serve wealthy celebrities as their clients. Here, minor expenses such as treating a cold can cost thousands, while major expenses such as surgery can cost millions. It can be said that people without money in their pockets dare not even step into the door of a hospital. Song Yun observed at the door for a long time and calculated the flow of people. He felt that the profit of the entire hospital should be over 100 million in a year. Although the amount is not much, it is long-lasting. Even if the hospital is short of money in the future, it can provide itself with a steady stream of funds. So Song Yun drove the Lamborghini towards the hospital. Not far away, a Volkswagen slowly stopped, the window opened, revealing Zhao Junshia's greedy eyes. Ever since Su Jun told his family about Song Yun's actual situation, Zhao Junxia has been urging Su Luting to find Song Yun. Although Song Yun hated him to the core, he treated Su Luting differently. They have been together for such a long time. If Su Luting begged Song Yun for help, maybe he would loosen his fingers and the money that came out would be enough for their family to pay off all their debts and even live a good life. But no matter how much Zhao Junxia tried to persuade Su Luting, she still refused. Zhao Junxia could only ask people about Song Yun's daily whereabouts while planning how to meet Song Yun in a less deliberate way. It can be said that Zhao Junxia's mind was entirely focused on how to deal with Song Yun. She received news early today that Song Yun was at the door of a private hospital. She quickly pretended to be sick and asked Su Luting to take her to the hospital, and she specifically specified this private hospital. Zhao Junxia may not know the meaning of a private hospital. In her opinion, a private hospital is no different from a community clinic, but Su Luting knows what this Huachuan hospital represents. She teaches in an aristocratic school, where all the students are either rich or noble. But in their opinion, if it is not an emergency, they will definitely not choose Huachuan Hospital. Why? It is too expensive. This hospital is like a money-eating monster. Although it provides first-class medical treatment, it will completely devour the patient's wallets. Others are so rich and this is the case. With my family's conditions, I'm afraid I can't even get in the door. But unable to resist her mother's pleading, Su Luting still brought Zhao Junxia to the hospital entrance. She thought that if it was just a simple checkup, it shouldn't cost much money. As long as I am thick-skinned and don't go for further treatment, the few $1,000s in my pocket should be enough. Just as the two of them were about to go in, Su Luting caught a glimpse of a Lamborghini sports car. Isn't this the car that her brother said Song Yunxin had bought? As a teacher, Su Luting's IQ is definitely online. She immediately thought that this was a trick of her mother. Yes, how could a mother who even thinks ordinary hospitals are too expensive ask to go to a private hospital for treatment? It is obvious that he has other intentions and is here to scam Song Yun. Su Luting was unwilling to do such a thing. Since they had broken up, they should retain some dignity for each other. But her mother kept forcing her. To be honest, the salary card has never stayed in her hands since graduation. She didn't even see the monthly salary because it was transferred away by her mother. Su Luting endured it out of consideration for her mother's hard work, but now that she sees that Song Yun is a rich second generation, her mother shamelessly sticks to him. Does she think Song Yun is a fool? Mom, tell me the truth, is Song Yun in the hospital? Su Luting asked with a gloomy expression. What are you talking about? Are you hysterical, silly girl? Aren't you here to treat me today? Zhao Junsha pretended to be calm, took her daughter's hand and walked towards the door. But Su Luting rejected her for the first time. Zhao Junsha sighed and said slowly, "You have been smart since you were a child. I can't hide anything from you. Yes, Song Yun is in the hospital. Today I want to create a chance encounter so that you can find a place to have a good chat." Mom! I said I don't want to. Can you please listen to my opinion? Then can you please consider our family's financial situation? We have lost our house. Your brother still owes online loans. Are we going to starve? Your brother is already in his 20s and will be getting married in a few years. Do you want to watch your brother be single for the rest of his life? The mother and son's thoughts collided, and both sides became more and more excited, attracting the attention of the young nurses inside the hospital. Su Luting squatted on the ground in pain. If she had known this would happen, why did she do it in the first place? The reason why she and Song Yun had come to this point was inseparable from her mother's doting on her brother. Now that it was like this, why did she still want to rely on her? Could it be that without her, the rest of the family could not survive? Is it true that my mother only has my brother in her eyes? Isn't she the biological daughter of the Su family? Ouch, my waist. Without Su Luting's support, Zhao Junsha slowly lay on the ground, her face full of pain. Oh, my life, Ting Ting, if you don't help, our family will have no choice but to jump into the Huangpu River. Please help Mom one last time and beg Song Yun. I believe he will definitely help you. Seeing Su Luting's pale face coming forward to check her non-existent injuries, Zhao Junsha was delighted and grabbed Su Luting's hand and burst into tears. My poor daughter, why is our family so miserable? If we don't have the money to pay the bank, Mom will have no choice but to die. It's okay for Mom to die, but can you bear to see your brother burdened with $1 million debt at such a young age? Zhao Junsha cried and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. In fact, her injuries were still very serious. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. She had only been treated for her injuries, but had never had a good rest, which resulted in her body being very weak. Any emotional excitement would lead to various diseases. I think the old lady is seriously injured. Why don't we go to the hospital first? If someone dies, it will have a negative impact on our hospital. The security guard guarding the gate kindly came up to persuade them. Seeing the old lady lying on the ground breathing out more than breathing in, if she died at the door of the hospital, who knows how many trolls on the internet would accuse the hospital of having no medical ethics. Anyone can enter this hospital except them. The person who spoke was Song Yun, who had just arrived. He was originally patrolling around the hospital, but he heard crying and shouting coming from the hospital gate. Thinking it might be a medical dispute, Song Yun hurried to the hospital entrance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came over, he saw Zhao Junsha lying on the ground like a shrew. Song Yun hated this family from the bottom of his heart. Normally, people would take a detour when they see them, let alone let them enter the hospital. If something happens to Zhao Junsha in the hospital, she would make a scene and force the hospital to close down and rectify. Chapter 19. Don't let me look down on you. When Song Yun appeared, everyone around him looked at him. Zhao Junsha, who was lying on the ground, had her eyes brightened up and there was no more expression of pain on her face. Why did she come here today? Just to find Song Yun. Finally found her. Just as Zhao Junsha struggled to get up and wanted to pull Su Luting into the hospital, she was stopped by the security personnel. The security guard looked a little confused and said hesitantly, "Auntie, our chairman said that Huachuan Hospital does not welcome you. If you need, I can help you call an ambulance from another hospital." It turned out that when Song Yun first took over the hospital, as the owner of the hospital, this information and Song Yun's appearance were implanted into the minds of everyone in the hospital by the system. This can be considered as a convenience after Song Yun opened the story mode and his permissions were upgraded. Zhao Junsha and Su Luting stood there in a daze. They once guessed at home that Song Yun was at most a rich second generation who relied on his family, but they never imagined that Song Yun had such a powerful background. Chairman of Huachuan Hospital, a first-class private hospital in Shanghai. The value is rising sharply. Moreover, the hospital is the place with the widest network of contacts. In addition, Huachuan Hospital itself serves high-end customers. The people Song Yun makes friends with on a daily basis must be big shots. This also means that Song Yun actually has a very scary network of contacts. If he randomly picks one of them and steps on him, the demon city will tremble. If I hadn't raised the price temporarily, and Song Yun had introduced a few successful people to Soo Jun after revealing his identity, wouldn't Soo Jun be such a great son-in-law was actually forced away by himself? Was I a fool at first? What was he thinking? He pushed away such a good son-in-law in a fit of anger. While everyone was introducing themselves to Song Yun in a flattering manner, several young nurses were quietly doing their makeup. If I can make Mr. Song fall in love with me, even if it's just a one-night stand, I will be able to rise to great heights. A few nurses stood not far from Su Luting and gathered together. One of them looked at Song Yun with admiration and said, "Mr. Song is so handsome. When I saw this photo before, I thought it was photoshopped." Another beautiful nurse nodded and agreed, "He is not only handsome but also rich. I wonder which woman will be lucky enough to marry Mr. Song in the future." Hearing several nurses chattering about Song Yun, Su Luting felt so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a place to hide. She actually lost such a man that everyone praised. Thinking back to the past, Song Yun was so good to her. He always tolerated her silently and never forced her even in matters between men and women. It can be said that the Su family is very happy. And his own mother was so foolish that she forced Song Yun away just for the sake of a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. This huge contrast made Su Luting feel cold in her heart. Zhao Juinxia endured the pain in her body and moved step by step to Song Yun's side. Song Yun. She knew that she couldn't deceive the man in front of her. After all, he was so powerful, young, rich, and well connected. If he wanted to bring down the Su family, he would have to use his hands. Since that was the case, she might as well say it openly, hoping that Song Yun would help the Su family for Su Luting's sake. So Zhao Juinxia cried to Song Yun about her experience of being cheated and the current predicament of the Su family. Looking at Zhao Juinxia, Song Yun laughed angrily. It turned out that there really are shameless people in this world. He had embarrassed me in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau and made me lose face, but now he has the nerve to ask me for 3 million? Fuck, am I your parent? Do I need to spoil you like this? Song Yun, please save us for Tingting's sake. I promise you this is the last time. 3 million is nothing to you, and the relationship between you and Tingting is priceless. Stop. What qualifications do you have to say that? Love is priceless? I think the price has already been marked. Zhao Juinxia was speechless for a moment. Song Yun, I admit that I was wrong before. Now I formally apologize to you. I hope you can forgive your aunt. If you really can't, I will kneel down for you. After saying that, Zhao Juinxia actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Song Yun continuously. There is no way out. Song Yun is now the only savior of the Su family. Without Song Yun, the Su family will have to bear debts, and Su's father's medicine will be cut off. The whole family will be shattered. Seeing Zhao Juinxia constantly raising her status in front of everyone and then morally blackmailing him, Song Yun was furious. Why should I forgive you just because you apologize to me? Why should I accept it just because you kneel down? Do you really think that you can get 3 million by kowtowing? Why? Your Su family ignored me before. But now you are trying to curry favor with me. How disgusting. Hearing this, Zhao Juinxia looked very embarrassed. But there is no other way now. She can only accept whatever Song Yun says. If she had known Song Yun's background at the beginning, she would not dare to treat him like that even if she had 10,000 guts. There is no other way. Since it has already begun, we can only carry out the self-torture tactic and moral kidnapping to the end. Song Yun, I'm not a human. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being ignorant and breaking up you and Tingting. Zhao Juinxia knelt on the ground and slapped herself twice. She looked up at Song Yun with tearful eyes and cried, "But Tingting is innocent. I beg you to help us this time for Tingting's sake." Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, Song Yun could no longer remember how many times he had helped the Su family, but what did he get in return? To put it bluntly, even if Song Yun owed the Su family a life debt in his previous life, he has paid it back in this life, but now he still brings Su Luting up. Do you really think Su Luting is useful to him? The people around seemed to have guessed something from these words, and they all lowered their heads and dispersed. After all, these are the chairman's family affairs, and it would not be good for outsiders like them to see them. Seeing that there were no more spectators around, Zhao Juinxia was extremely anxious and shouted without thinking, "Song Yun. Marriage is a gift for 100 days. You and our Tingting have been together for such a long time, do you really have no feelings for each other? I don't believe it. If you don't help me, I will crash and die in front of the hospital." After saying that, Zhao Juinxia started crying again. Are you done? I still say the same thing. Your Su family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Let alone you dying in front of the hospital. Even if you die in front of my house, I don't care. Seeing Song Yun's ruthless look, Zhao Juinxia couldn't breathe properly, her throat felt sweet, and blood spurted out. Then he fell to the ground and passed out. Su Luting saw him and quickly stepped forward to grab Song Yun's sleeve, her eyes filled with rain and mist. Song Yun, I'm begging you personally, please help me one last time, okay? You've always wanted to get me, Shut up. Don't let me look down on you. Since you have already insisted, then keep sticking to it. Giving up halfway will only lower your value. Song Yun said coldly, and then ordered the guards not to admit Zhao Juinxia without his permission, and those who violated the rules should get out. After saying that, Song Yun drove away. Chapter 20 Song Yun's Halo. 5 days later, Song Yun watched the Jinling Fund continue to rise on his mobile phone. Looking through the system control panel, I found that this node will be the highest in the next period of time, and will slowly fall back afterwards. Throw it away. Song Yun sold all of his Jinling Fund and immediately made 3 times the profit, a total of 150 million. Looking at the funds flowing into the account, Song Yun felt that it was no wonder that so many people plunged into funds or the stock market. The feeling of making money was so damn good. Now Song Yun's total cash flow has reached a terrifying amount of more than 200 million. It can be said that the bosses of medium-sized companies in Shanghai may not have more money than him. Because many company bosses talk about their net worth in the hundreds of millions, but in fact they are referring to the sum of all their assets including company shares, real estate, etc. They don't actually have much cash on hand. If you have money in your hands, you will not be worried. Song Yun felt that if he went to see Yi Qingqing's father right now, he wouldn't feel inferior. After all, 200 million. This was an amount of money that many people had never seen in their lives. On the other side, Jia Xian had dinner with several colleagues. When everyone was drunk, a colleague said mysteriously to everyone, "Do you know? There is a monster stock recently." The so-called monster stocks are the jargon used in the financial industry, and generally refer to funds that have suddenly risen a lot. In the fund market, there are always a few of them every year that lead the small investors to make a fortune. Another colleague immediately became interested and asked curiously, "Don't arouse everyone's curiosity. You know that we can't pass information to each other in the company. Tell me quickly." "Hey, Jinling Fund." The colleague took a sip of beer and said drunkenly, "This unknown and unpopular fund has tripled in 3 days. Fuck. Jinling Fund? I know this, it's very unpopular." Colleagues started talking about it. "Alas, we are not destined to make a lot of money. If we had bought some earlier, we could have bought a new car this year." Jinling Fund? Jia Xian scratched his head. Why did it seem like someone had mentioned this fund before? But now the alcohol had numbed his brain, making it difficult for him to come to his senses for a while. "Why, don't tell everyone you bought it." Some colleagues laughed and said, "If you tell everyone you bought it, and you pay for today's wine, we will be considered big dog eaters." How is it possible? I've only heard of this name from other people. This fund was so unpopular at that time, how could I be so stupid as to buy it? No, I'm the idiot. I didn't even buy it. Jia Xian said with a silly smile. He picked up the cigarette box, took out a cigarette and lit it, and then a memory flashed through his mind. Jinling Fund. Fuck. It's actually Jinling Fund. Jia Xian jumped up, his eyes wide open. Colleagues around him looked at him curiously, wondering if Jia Xian really bought it. At this time, Jia Xian was standing there with a cigarette in his mouth. He finally remembered who told him the name of this fund. Song Yun. When I called him at the beginning, he advised me to buy some as well. But when I saw that the performance of this fund was not good, I declined. As a result, this fund actually tripled in value. 3 times. What a concept. If I had listened to Song Yun and invested 500,000 yuan, I would now have 2 million yuan including the original capital. This amount of money can be used to pay the down payment on a house in Shanghai. I was so stupid that I missed the opportunity to get rich overnight. I regret it so much. Now Jia Xian wanted to slap himself in the face. It was all his fault that he was too confident and missed the opportunity. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more I regret it. Suddenly, he thought of the money Song Yun invested, and quickly grabbed his phone and ran out of the store. What's wrong with Jia Xin? Why is he so secretive? He must have drunk too much. Never mind him. Let's keep drinking. Jia Xin went out, found a secluded and quiet place, and pressed the screen of his mobile phone with trembling fingers. Beep, beep. The busy tones made Jia Xin upset. But soon someone answered the phone, and a confused voice rang out. Hello, what's wrong, brother Xin? Song Yun. The Jinling fund you mentioned to me has gone up like crazy. Did you buy it? Jia Xin shouted excitedly into the phone. I bought it, but I've sold it now. Song Yun answered weakly, yawning. Hearing this, Jia Xin sat down on the ground, his body shaking with excitement. He asked cautiously in a trembling voice, sold? How much? Not much, maybe 150 million. Gudong. Jia Xin acted out a big mouthful of saliva. In just a few days, he made more than 150 million. And Song Yun is so low-key. He sounds like he is still sleeping. Damn it, how on earth could he sleep? With so much money, wouldn't Song Yun be nervous if he didn't go out and squander it? Does he really care about money? The two chatted for a while, and Song Yun looked at the time. It was really late. He said, Brother Xin, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go to sleep first. Haha, that. Jia Xin asked cheekily, Brother Song, can you give me some advice? Which fund can I buy next? I'll tell you if I have any news. Don't worry, I'll make money and you'll definitely get some. Song Yun continued to sleep while Jia Xin was excitedly making money on the other end of the phone. Damn it, whether he could turn his life around in this life depended on this opportunity. The next day, Song Yun stretched and prepared to get up. He had originally planned to go find Yi Qingqing, but the other party had an emergency meeting, so Song Yun was stood up this time. Since nothing happened, Song Yun planned to drive around for a visit. Driving, he came to the most prosperous street in Magic City. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, Song Yun strolled around the street. Not far away, there is a newly opened commercial bookstore that is 2 stories high. The first floor is used to sell books, and the second floor is a place similar to a cafe. Customers can choose to borrow a book and order a cup of coffee on the second floor to read quietly. Song Yun feels that this business model is good, as it not only allows him to learn but also allows him to relax. So he borrowed a book and went upstairs. Lying on the soft sofa, Song Yun flipped through the book comfortably. Ding! Isn't it a pleasure to learn and practice from time to time? Congratulations to the host for achieving temperament plus 10. I hope the host will keep up the good work. So in the eyes of strangers, Song Yun, who was reading in the sun, seemed to be surrounded by a halo. He was so dazzling, so peaceful, and made people want to get close to him involuntarily. The girls in other seats all looked at Song Yun with changed eyes. Although Song Yun was very handsome when he first came in, they just felt he was pleasing to the eye, but now, with the addition of Song Yun's temperament, they have all fallen for him. Chapter 21 You Are My Savior. An hour later, Song Yun stretched lazily, drank the last sip of coffee in the cup, and prepared to leave. It didn't matter that he stood up, the girls around him also stood up in unison. Following Song Yun out of the bookstore, more than 10 people walked out at once. More than half of the second floor was empty, and the remaining ones were some middle-aged men. Originally, they thought they could hook up with 2 literary young ladies, but now all the pretty ones had left, so a large number of people left again. The girls following Song Yun were all encouraging each other, so I felt embarrassed to be the first one to ask for contact information. In this way, they followed Song Yun all the way to the underground parking lot. When they saw Song Yun get into the Lamborghini and drive away, the group of girls couldn't help but sigh. These days, all good-looking guys are actually rich. Alas, I have never seen a man more handsome than him in my life, and I don't know if I will ever meet him again in my lifetime. I love it. This is the image of my ideal man, tall, handsome, and rich. Oh my God, please give me a boyfriend like this. Are you only interested in the boy's appearance? Come on, sisters. The sports car is the main point. As far as I know, the car is called Lamborghini Veneno. It's worth tens of millions. Oh my God, I love it. With this car as a base, the image of the male god in my mind has become even taller. Agree. 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 Song Yun was driving around the street and saw the municipal government. If he signed in here, Just as I had this thought, the system came out and said, ding. In order to protect the host's personal safety, the system prohibits the host from entering the municipal agency to sign in. Once you enter, the system will suspend the sign-in button. Well, there is no way. It seems that the system is also a good patriotic comrade. After wandering around the bustling area of Shanghai for a long time, Song Yin drove back home. On the other side, Yi Qingqing sat in the office with a worried look on her face. I have been very busy these days, running around all the time, and have no time to look for Song Yun. The only reason for this is that her company is going to go public. When she first returned to China to start her own business, Yi's father secretly invested tens of millions of yuan in her. Even if his daughter failed in this business, the old father would support her behind the scenes. But who would have known that after Yi Qingqing entered the business world, she would feel at home and start dozens of money-making projects. From the initial market value of 50 million, it has soared all the way. Now investment institutions estimate that Yi Qingqing's company is worth 2 billion. Therefore, even without relying on her family, Yi Qingqing can still gain a foothold in the Magic City. But now, Yi Qingqing felt very annoyed. She looked out through the large bay window of the general manager's office, and what came into view were the skyscrapers of Shanghai. Countless people were struggling to make a living in these expensive office buildings. Whenever she thought of this, she felt the burden on her shoulders had become heavier. Oh, what should I do? It's so annoying. Yi Qingqing rubbed her hair anxiously. Her company had many projects, extending from the internet to the physical world, spanning many industries. But the most profitable project within the company is real estate. This time, she and several group bosses jointly set their eyes on a piece of land. As long as they could buy this land, it would be enough to double the company's market value. However, when it was about to go public, her capital chain had problems. First, a project investment failed, resulting in a loss of more than 40 million yuan. Then, the manager of a project resigned, causing the entire department to be uneasy and unable to work properly. These trivial matters piled up together made her feel very tired. What should I do? To buy the land and get subsidies for other projects, I need 100 million. After Yi Qingqing did the math, she lay on the sofa and sighed. It seems that this time she has no choice but to go to her father. Now only her father has enough cash to save her company from its gradual decline. In fact, she didn't want to take money from her father from the bottom of her heart. As long as she took some money, all her success would be attributed to her father in the end. But there is no other way now. Yi Qingqing can only accept her fate. Jasmine! Yi Qingqing shouted to the outside of the door. Soon a woman in business attire walked in with a folder in hand. This is the personal assistant specially assigned to Yi Qingqing by Yi's father, who usually plays a supporting role in work. Alas, Yi Qingqing opened her mouth, not knowing whether she should ask her father for the money. If she asked for 100 million, the company could be completely transformed and the market value would double after listing, but the disadvantage was that it would be easily criticized. If she didn't take 100 million, she would have to borrow money from everywhere. Although she had thought clearly about the interests involved, she still hesitated when it came to opening her mouth. Hey, Jasmine, go contact my father and tell him that I'm lending him 100 million yuan in the name of the company. Hearing this, Jasmine was slightly stunned. Miss, why do you need so much money? I want our company to accumulate more foundation before going public, so that when the time comes, the stock price will increase accordingly. Yi Qingqing explained. But miss, you still have more than 100 million in your personal fund account. Jasmine looked at Yi Qingqing strangely. As the CEO's confidant, she knew that this little girl in front of her didn't rely on her family's power at all. Now that she had sufficient funds, was there any other project that needed to be developed? She actually forced the CEO to borrow money from his family. How many? Yi Qingqing hadn't paid attention to her fund account in the past few days. When she heard the amount in her personal account, she was obviously stunned. To be specific, it's 120 million. Tell me again, how much? 120 million. Yi Qingqing sat up from the sofa, opened her mobile phone, and when she saw the string of zeros on the fund account, her heart suddenly began to beat faster. Seeing Yi Qingqing's strange expression, Jasmine was even more puzzled. She asked, Miss, don't you know that the fund you bought has skyrocketed recently? I don't know. Yi Qingqing shook her head blankly. The Jiling fund you purchased a few days ago has tripled in value in just a few days. Jasmine sighed and reported to Yi Qingqing about the fund market in recent days. After understanding the whole story, Yi Qingqing suddenly remembered that Song Yun had come to her a few days ago and asked her to allocate a sum of money to buy Jinling Fund, saying that this foundation had recently ushered in a new era. She didn't take it seriously at that time, but this was Song Yun's first request, so she allocated 40 million to purchase the Jinling Fund. But now, this fund has become her life-saving straw. Brother Song Yun is so awesome. He is simply my savior. Chapter 22, Encounter with College Roommate. Yi Qingqing felt extremely complicated at this time. She had bought the fund out of love for the house and the people in it, but she didn't expect it to increase by 3 times. The most terrifying thing is that Song Yun was able to find this niche and unpopular fund among many funds a few days ago. It's so terrifying. There is probably no investor in this world who can predict the future and invest a large amount of money in an unpopular fund as if he knew it in advance. It seems that the mysterious aura around her husband has been enhanced. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing felt extremely happy. After all, who doesn't want their husband to be excellent? The more outstanding Song Yun was, the deeper her love for him became. On the other side, Song Yun returned home and watched videos out of boredom. I don't know what that little girl Yi Qingqing is doing now. She hasn't contacted me for so many days. I don't know if she bought the Jinling Fund that I recommended to her. Well, after all, Song Yun still missed her a little. The next day, Song Yun drove a Lamborghini Veneno and planned to visit Yi Qingqing's company. On the way there, I passed by the university I once attended. Song Yun parked the car by the roadside and looked at the college students coming and going at the campus gate with a hint of envy in his eyes. Once upon a time, he was also one of them, and at that time campus love was not mixed with money. His university life with Su Luting was generally very warm. But all this changed after graduation. After being ravaged by society and hit by his family, Song Yun felt that love was just like that. If Yi Qingqing hadn't appeared in time, Song Yun would have become a playboy by now. Song Yun envied these youthful college students, but he didn't know that those college students also envied him sitting in the car. Since there are only a few Lamborghini Venenos in the world, it attracted the attention of countless college students as soon as it appeared. There were even a few female students who stood at the rear of the sports car and took some selfies. Just then, someone knocked on the car window. Song Yun opened the car window out of curiosity, and when he saw the person bending over outside, he looked a little excited. Fuck, Leaf. Song Yun pushed open the car door, got out, and hugged the man in front of him. Yi Zi shyly touched the back of her head and said with a smile, "So it really is you, I thought I was seeing things." Yi Zi is also Song Yun's college roommate. The two have a very good relationship and keep in touch online from time to time. Ah, after so many years, you're still like this. You blush when you're shy, like a woman. Song Yun patted Yi Zi's chest. Although Yi Zi often blushes, he is actually a 1.8 meter tall man. This huge contrast caught Song Yun, who had just entered college, off guard. He even thought that Yi Zi was actually a gay. Brother Song, you are getting more and more handsome. If the girls in our class saw you, they would probably chase you all the way home. Yi Zi smiled and said, "Besides, you are getting richer and richer now. You even drive a sports car. It's just for fun." Song Yun waved his hand and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Let's find a place and I'll treat you so we can get together." Okay, then I will shamelessly eat dog today. After getting in the car, Song Yun was about to drive away. The female student who had taken a selfie at the rear of the car tucked her hair behind her ears and came over. She bent down, gave Song Yun a goddess-like smile and said, "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" "Sorry, no time." "It's okay, I'll just scan you." Looking at the girl's unwilling eyes and the other passers-by who were eager to come up and ask for WeChat, Song Yun shook his head, closed the car window, stepped on the accelerator and left. Sitting in the car, Yi Zi looked at the interior decoration curiously, touching here and there, her eyes full of envy. Lamborghini. This is a luxury car. I would have to go without food and drink for 20 years to be able to afford it, right? Brother Song, this must be 3 or 4 million. Hearing this, Song Yun smiled and said nothing. Brother Song, what configuration did you buy this car with? Top configuration? You're right. After a while, Yi Zi secretly took out her mobile phone and started searching. How much does a top-of-the-line Lamborghini cost? What caught her eye was a recommended picture of Lamborghini models. Yi Zi opened the link and read it carefully. 10 seconds later, he looked up suddenly, WTF. This is no ordinary sports car. This car is a limited edition poison. At this price, you can't afford it even if you don't eat it for 20 years, even if you live your whole life. Thinking about what she had just said about the car being worth 3 or 4 million, Yi felt her face getting hot. Song Yun drove Yi to a private restaurant, and they chatted casually on the way. This is the good thing about Yi, no matter how rich you are still my brother. Even if you don't have money, I won't look down on you. Since we are brothers, we shouldn't worry too much about money, as it will affect our relationship. Through chatting, Song Yun learned that Yi was about to get married and now had to bear the burden of mortgage and car loans, and the pressure was extremely great. When he found out that Song Yun was married, his eyes widened. Brother Song, to be honest, if I were as rich as you, I wouldn't get married. Wouldn't it be nice to travel and pick up girls every day? Song Yun smiled when he heard this. It seemed that this little brother of his was still the same as he was in college. Although he was shy, he couldn't help being naughty at heart. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the dining area. After parking the car, they entered the yard. This private restaurant has received good reviews online. It occupies several acres of land and has a Sioux-style garden built inside. The ancient and quaint architecture makes one wonder if they have traveled back to ancient times. After entering the store, Song Yun told the girl in Cheongsam at the front desk about the room he had booked. "Excuse me, sir. Our manager has already promised that room to an old customer. Can you please stay in the lobby?" The waitress clasped her hands together and kept apologizing. Song Yun frowned and said nothing. It was not the waitress's fault and he shouldn't be angry at her, but this series of actions really made him feel sick. "It's okay, brother Song, we can just eat something casually," Yi hurriedly persuaded. "Then arrange a quieter location." After taking their seats, Song Yun and Yi each held a menu and started ordering food. Song Yun didn't care. He had more than 100 million yuan in his account, so even if he came here to eat every day, he wouldn't go broke. But Yi is different. Looking at the thousands of dishes on the menu, her eyes almost popped out. In the end, Song Yun forced him to order a few dishes, and Yi carefully ordered a few cheap ones. At this time, at the door of a private restaurant, a girl wearing a sexy skirt and with a perfect figure and face was talking and laughing with a few friends. "I've been to this restaurant before. The chef's Suzhou dishes are very authentic. You guys should try them later." Chapter 23. Hello, I am Song Yun's wife. The girl with beautiful looks and amazing body was Yi Qingqing's best friend Li Shishir. The friends around her are also the second generation of wealthy families from the top social classes in Shanghai. After entering the restaurant, the front desk lady in Cheongsam came up to me and asked, "Hello, are you guys here to eat? But we don't have any private rooms now, is the lobby okay?" When they heard that they had to eat in the hall, the group of people immediately became unhappy. Even if you dine in a 5-star hotel, the lobby manager will serve you carefully. But now you can only eat in the lobby of this shabby restaurant? Just as they were complaining, Li Shishir, who was standing nearby, discovered Song Yun eating. "Song Yun!" Li Shishir shouted and waved to Song Yun. "No need to find a private room, I have friends here." After saying that, Li Shishir ran towards Song Yun. At the dining table, when Yi was enjoying the food, suddenly a fragrant breeze blew over. He looked up and happened to meet Li Shishir's eyes. Yi sat in a daze, and the goose leg in her mouth fell onto the plate. "It's so beautiful." This sentence kept repeating in Yi's head. Indeed, in terms of appearance, Li Shishir is equally good as Yi Qingqing, and her natural queen temperament is enough to make many men worship her and call her a goddess. Song Yun raised his head and looked at Li Shishir helplessly. He still remembers what happened in the cafe last time. "Can I sit next to you? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent." Li Shishir sat down next to Song Yun and waved to her friend. "There's no room here, open another table next to it." Seeing Li Shishir rudely asking the waiter to bring another pair of bowls and chopsticks, Song Yun could only shake his head and sigh deeply. If this little girl was not Yi Qingqing's best friend, he would have started to chase her away long ago. After Li Shishir sat down, her friends at another table nearby kept looking at Song Yun. They were very curious about what kind of extraordinary man could tame this wild horse. You know, Li Shishir is well known for her bad temper in their circle. Except for her best friend Yi Qingqing, she will point out directly if anyone does something wrong, usually making the person embarrassed. Therefore, people who don't get along well with Li Shishir usually avoid her when they see her. And now a man suddenly appeared who could make Li Shishir so well behaved, which made them very curious. After looking at it, the first impression is handsome. The second impression is elegant. The third impression is too damn handsome. No wonder he can capture the heart of the little witch. It turns out that if you have a good-looking face, you can really do whatever you want. On the other side, Yi Zi saw a beautiful woman suddenly sitting opposite him, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Even eating has become about taking small bites and chewing slowly. Brother Song, who is this? Yi Zi asked Song Yun quietly. But there are only a few tables, and even if you speak quietly, it will be heard. Li Shishir suddenly became playful, took Song Yun's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder and smiled. Hello, I'm Song Yun's wife. As soon as Li Shishir finished speaking, the chopsticks in everyone's hands fell to the ground and they looked at her straight. Yi Zi was even more astounded by her beauty. She wished her brother Song could open a love teaching class to give guidance to those who were confused in their relationships. Song Yun was originally drinking water, but when he heard what Li Shishir said, he almost spit it out. Is this little bitch crazy? What to say in public? She is a married woman, and her wife is her best friend. Isn't she afraid that Yi Qingqing will get angry with such a joke? Before Song Yun could explain, Li Shishir let go of Song Yun's arm and said with a smile, I am Song Yun's wife's best friend. Hello, my name is Li Shishir. It's the first time we meet. Please give me your guidance in the future. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but soon Li Shishir's friends' faces turned stern. Li Shishir's best friend, isn't that Yi Qingqing? This Song Yun is Yi Qingqing's husband? Although Li Shishir and Yi Qingqing look similar in appearance, Li Shishir is no match for Yi Qingqing in terms of temperament, personality, and family background. After all, Yi Qingqing's father is the richest man in Shanghai. They never expected that the top goddess in the circle would actually get married. And she married a stranger to them. What is the origin of this Song Yun? Could it be that he is the son of some leader? That doesn't make sense. Yi Qingqing is the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, and she is the only one. Only the son of a very high-ranking leader can be worthy of her. This Song Yun was just like a god, stepping on a 5-colored cloud to descend to the earth and marry the goddess they all coveted. As a result, Song Yun felt even more uncomfortable than Yi Zi during this meal. On one side is Li Shishir. If Yi Qingqing was here, he wouldn't have such a big psychological burden, but the point is that Yi Qingqing is not here. If he goes out to eat alone with his wife and bestie, will he be beaten by Yi Qingqing? On the other side were the jealous eyes of the people at the neighboring table. Song Yun felt particularly uncomfortable looking at him. There was envy mixed with jealousy, and admiration in the jealousy. In short, it was very complicated, and Song Yun didn't know how to pick up his chopsticks to eat. Fortunately, the meal passed quickly and Song Yun quickly said goodbye to Yi Zi. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. After the two people hurriedly left, Li Shishir also stood up from her seat and gave a charming smile to Song Yun's back. It seems that Song Yun is even more amazing than she imagined. Alas, it's a pity that he is my best friend's man and I really can't do it. So sad. However, it's always okay to not do anything and just tease that idiot Song Yun, right? Thinking of this, Li Shishir said hello to her friends and chased after them. The group of people looked at each other. What was going on? The scene of two women fighting for one man happened in real life? And they are the two most beautiful women in the Magic City. This Song Yun. Damn it. Let's start a class right away. They can't wait to have Song Yun teach them some knowledge. On the other side, Yi Zi was sitting in the passenger seat, obviously feeling a little unsatisfied. Brother Song, why don't you sit for a while? That Li Shishir looks, wow, amazing. Is it possible that you two actually have? Hee, I understand. A good man always has a few confidants. But Brother Song, you actually dare to eat grass in your own backyard. Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will find out? As he spoke, Yi Zi gave Song Yun a wicked smile and raised his eyebrows. Song Yun helplessly slapped the boy on the back of his head. My wife is much prettier than Li Shishir, so I have no intention of cheating on her. Yi Zi looked at Song Yun with disbelief, as if he was saying, are you kidding me? Li Shishir is so pretty, and you said that my sister-in-law is even prettier than Li Shishir? You think I have never seen time? You are kidding me. Chapter 24. Look at those two men, it's true love. Song Yun opened his phone and saw that Yi Qingqing had forced him to change his phone screensaver to a photo of the two of them some time ago. He held up his phone to show Yi Zi and said with a smile, this is my wife. Yi Zi's eyes widened with disbelief. He snatched Song Yun's phone, looked at the screen, and then looked at Song Yun. After a while, he stammered, you, brother Song. You are so awesome. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. Don't blame me for being a bad person, blame my sister-in-law. Yi had only said half of her words when Song Yin kicked her away. To be honest, I feel like you are not worthy of my sister-in-law Zhang. Bullshit. How can I not be worthy of you? If someone like me is not worthy of you, how can you be worthy of me? Song Yun gave Yi a displeased look. What does my sister-in-law do? Open a company. Fuck. Brother Song, big brother Song, Uncle Song. I beg you, please start a class quickly. I finally know how you got your sports car after only a few years of graduation. You're on the list of rich women. Yi sat on the ground, hugged Song Yun's thighs and cried. People on the street saw two men pulling each other in public, and curiosity drove them to stop and crane their necks to look over here. Do you think they are in a forbidden relationship? A Fujoshi wearing thick glasses looked at Song Yun and Yi with a silly smile. I don't think so, after all, this body type. The Fujoshi's companion smacked her lips and muttered. But don't you think this is exciting? Look at the handsome guy standing there, he's obviously a cold-faced weak top. And the man crying on the ground, isn't he a contrast bottom? This is love. Listening to the two Fujoshi's comments on herself, Song Yun was so angry that she laughed. Look, he's smiling. The contrast must have appeased him. Song Yun stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to laugh or not, as if his every move could be interpreted by these two women with deeper meaning. He couldn't afford to lose face. He had finally gotten rid of the title of loser, but now he was labeled a gay. It was really not a good thing. He kicked the leaves away and got into the car angrily. It would have been fine if two people had to bear the burden of being gay, but now only Yi was left. He blushed and got into the passenger seat. Brother Song. Shut up. Song Yun turned the steering wheel quickly and stepped on the accelerator to leave this place of trouble. Oh, I'm leaving now. I never thought that weak attacker is actually a rich man. This is incredible. I have to tell my friends about it when I get back. The Fujoshi kept clicking her tongue as she looked at the back of the sports car. Brother Song, please forgive me this time. I don't know if it will. If you don't want my hands to shake while driving and cause a car accident, then shut the fuck up. Song Yun slammed the steering wheel and yelled. Oh, that's right, many of our college classmates stayed in Shanghai after graduation. We plan to get together sometime soon. Do you want to go? Yi asked cautiously. Who organized this? Our squad leader, Sun Lei. Go ahead. You have nothing to do anyway. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Following Yi's guidance, Song Yun arrived at the downstairs of an office building. I'm leaving, brother Song. I'll notify you when the party time is up. Yi waved to Song Yun and hurried to the office building. He was not an idle person like Song Yun who was on the list of rich women. He still had to make money to support his family. Song Yun finally sent this annoying guy away. He drove on the road not knowing where to go. When passing the commercial street, he thought of the bookstore he visited last time. It was a good place to kill time. He parked the car, walked into the bookstore, picked up a book at random and went upstairs. And behind him, Li Shishir was following him stealthily. When she saw Song Yun going upstairs, she also took a comic book and quietly went upstairs. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw Song Yun sitting on the sofa, lazily flipping through a book. What's going on? Song Yun is already very handsome, but why do I suddenly find that the temperament he exudes when reading is so charming? The sunlight shining on Song Yun seemed to add a halo to him, making people want to come forward and get close to him. At this time, Song Yun didn't notice anything unusual. He was flipping through a thick book when suddenly a whiff of fragrance wafted into his nose. This fragrance is completely different from Yi Qingqing's. The fragrance of green leaves has a sweetness that makes people think of beautiful things, and this fragrance seems to make people feel refreshed and think of the coolness in the hot summer. He raised his head and found Li Shishir squatting beside the sofa, staring at him curiously. Why you again? Song Yun sighed helplessly. Is he really that handsome? So handsome that any woman would be unable to extricate herself from him? Hey, we haven't finished our conversation last time. This proposal was originally proposed by Qingqing. Shut up. Song Yun put the book down, leaned back on the soft sofa and said with a pout. Hee, great writer, I didn't expect you to have such a wide range of interests. You read everything, just like a teacher. Lee Shershur was not shy at all. She sat next to Song Yun and stared at him with a smile. Teacher Song, what do you teach? Can I join your late-night cram school? If he hadn't been afraid that Lee Shershur would follow him all the way home, he would have wanted to run away long ago. Listen to what this woman is saying. How should I continue? Can I still chat? If you say something like this again, I will turn around and leave. Song Yun stopped Lee Shershur, who was approaching, and said seriously. Really? I don't believe it. Song Yun picked up the book and left without saying a word. Lee Shershur looked at Song Yun's back and smiled secretly. This man was so funny that people couldn't help but want to tease him. But then again, Song Yun is such a gentleman, how could it be possible? Miss Lee has always believed in her charm. She doesn't believe that there is no cat in the world that doesn't steal fish. If there is, then it's not coquettish enough. On the other side, Song Yun came out of the bookstore and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lee Shershur did not follow him. He jogged into the car and drove away quickly. After returning home, he took a shower, wore a bathrobe and lay on the bed, chatting with Yi Qingqing. However, Song Yun found that Yi Qingqing admired him even more than before. What was going on? Could it be that the saying a short separation is better than a new marriage really came true? The two chatted for a while, and Yi Qingqing hung up the phone because she was going to start preparing for the land auction. President, Mr. Zhou is here and said he wants to talk to you about that piece of land. Do you want to meet him? Jasmine asked, knocking on the door. Humph. These people are like sharks that have seen blood. They all want to come up and have a piece of the pie. But can anyone touch my Yi Qingqing's cake so easily? Yi Qingqing said with a cold face, prepare the meeting room, let's go meet him. Chapter 25. I'm having a party in my own villa. A few days passed like this, and Yi Zi informed Song Yun of the time for the class reunion. On the day of the party, Song Yun brought Yi Zi to the place mentioned by squad leader Sun Lei. When they arrived, they found that this was a villa area. Song Yun wanted to drive in, but was stopped by the security guard and was told that non-residents of the community could not drive in. There was no choice but to find a place to park the car. After parking the car, Song Yun and Yi Zi entered the villa area. Looking at the luxurious villas, Song Yun had an idea in his mind. What would happen if he signed in here? With this thought in mind, Song Yun signed in decisively. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Huashou Villa District. You will be awarded villa number 83. According to the market value, this villa is worth 90 million. Listening to the mechanical voice of the system, Song Yun felt happy. I never expected that I would encounter such an unexpected surprise when attending a party. A villa worth 90 million is considered a luxury house in the entire Magic City. 83. I must take some time to take a look at it later. In the future, I will own a house and a car. Since Song Yun didn't know where the party was, he could only follow Yi Zi. The two arrived at the gathering place one after the other. Song Yun looked up and saw that it was Villa Area 83. The place for classmates to reunite is actually in your own home? Song Yun was dumbfounded when he looked at the house number. The system really took care of him. The rewards were all closely related to real events. My system is so awesome. What Song Yun didn't know was that squad leader Sun Lei had not originally planned to hold a party here. Once when he was drinking with his cousin who was a real estate salesman, he mentioned that there was a villa in their area that had been on sale for several years, but no one lived in it. No one knew how much money the owner had to burn to buy the house, so it had been empty for so long. Hearing this, Sun Lei had an idea in mind. This villa must have been bought by those rich people, not for their own use. So could he borrow it for a day? On the one hand, he could show off his connections, and on the other hand, he could have some interesting things happen with his female classmates during this party. Thinking of this, he pestered his cousin and asked to stay here for a day. After much persuasion, he finally spent 5,000 yuan to get his cousin's agreement. But he didn't know that the villa was now under Song Yun's name. Song Yun was standing there in a daze. Yi Zi was curious and nudged him and asked, Brother Song? Why are you in a daze? This villa is only worth 2 cars. Ask your sister-in-law for it someday. Maybe she will buy you one. Get out. Song Yun said unhappily. The two of them chatted and laughed as they knocked on the door of the villa. A man in a casual suit and with hairspray on his head opened the door. This man was the squad leader Sun Lei. Seeing Sun Lei, Yi Zi stepped forward and greeted him, and Sun Lei smiled and nodded. Yi Zi, Song Yun, long time no see, come in. Song Yun and Yi Zi followed Sun Lei into the villa. After entering, Song Yun was surprised to find that most of the people in his university class had arrived today, including some very familiar faces. When everyone saw Song Yun, they all greeted him with smiles. Some of Song Yun's good friends in college also joined in the fun. Handsome Song, long time no see. Did Song Yun come here alone today? How about sleeping together with our class beauty? The class beauty in everyone's eyes was named Xia Yingsen. She almost got together with Song Yun during college, but later due to some reasons, Song Yun got together with Su Luting. Later on, Xia Yingsen never had a good face every time she saw Song Yun. Listening to everyone's booing, Xia Yingsen just lowered her head with a slightly red face, and did not refute. Song Yun pretended not to hear the nonsense of these people and greeted them one by one. Yi Zi, who was standing next to Song Yun, had a face full of resentment. If she had known earlier, she would not have come with Brother Song. Now, all the limelight was on Brother Song, and she was almost becoming an invisible person. After chatting and laughing with everyone for a while, Song Yun looked at those familiar faces and sighed. Since graduating from college, I have rarely seen you all. Today, thanks to the class monitor, it's good for us to get together. Song Yun looked at his classmates' faces, they were still so friendly. Although some of them had lost their bodies and had receding hairlines due to the ravages of society, the friendship between them was still very strong. A male classmate with an out-of-shape body and a big belly patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Song, handsome guy, I haven't seen you for a few years and you haven't aged at all. On the contrary, you are even more handsome. How can we live like this? Look at me. I was also a handsome guy in school when I was in school. Now, I am left with only a beer belly. Oh, I am so worried." Another girl who was dressed very delicately nodded and agreed. Indeed, Song Yun has grown younger. If this happened in school, it wouldn't be out of place at all. Maybe those junior girls would even ask for his contact information. A boy with acne scars standing next to Song Yun said with a sly smile, "You came late, and those of us who came earlier have already allocated rooms for tonight. Only you and Xia Yingsen have one room left. How about our handsome Song show some spirit and huddle together for warmth tonight?" Before Song Yun could speak, Yi Zi asked with wide eyes, "Brother Song, and I came here together, so where do I live?" "You blockhead, you stay with your brother at night. I guarantee you'll wake up refreshed." A boy pulled Yi Zi over and said. Song Yun looked at his classmates making jokes, shook his head and said with a smile, "Let's not make such jokes. After all, our class beauty is a girl. It would be too much if we say too much." Xia Yingsen, who was listening with her ears stretched out not far away, felt a sense of emptiness in her heart for no reason. Sun Lei, who was standing in the crowd, was so angry when he heard what everyone said. He has liked Xia Yingsen since college, and he organized this party just to see Xia Yingsen again, but he didn't expect that after all the effort, it all went to Song Yun. Looking at Xia Yingsen's blushing face, Sun Lei became even more furious. After such a long time, his favorite goddess still had some feelings for Song Yun? Damn it, I can't stand it. Alright, almost everyone has arrived, let's move on to the next project. Let's go grill and prepare dinner. Sun Lei changed the subject and led everyone across the villa to the back garden. The back garden is a small garden that comes as a gift when you buy a villa. It is about 3 or 4 acres in size and is very beautiful after being greened. Sun Lei led the way, and said with a smile as he walked, "Everyone should follow closely and don't fall behind. This villa is very large, and people who don't know the structure of the rooms will easily get lost." Hearing Sun Lei's words, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 26. Look how thin you are. And I suggest that everyone try not to mess up the room at night, otherwise I will be hard to explain. Sun Lei reminded everyone, "This villa is now worth 90 million yuan. I finally found an acquaintance to borrow it for one night. I hope everyone will consider my hard work and not damage anything." When everyone heard Sun Lei say that the villa was worth 90 million yuan, their pupils shrank noticeably. They originally thought that this villa was worth at most 10 or 20 million, but they didn't expect it to be so expensive. The price of this house is almost comparable to that of Tangshan Ipin in Shanghai. Everyone looked around the villa and felt deeply moved. If such luxury items were not born with them, it would be difficult to buy them through their own efforts in this lifetime. Alas, the housing prices in Shanghai are ridiculously high. A villa like this would only cost a few million in my hometown, but in Shanghai, it would be more than 10 times more expensive. I wonder who can afford to live in such a luxurious place. Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? Those who can live here are all big shots. The social energy they contain is simply beyond our imagination. But having said that, it is because of the monitor's efforts that we can get a glimpse of the lives of the rich. We should thank the monitor. Hearing this, everyone began to compliment Sun Lei. Seeing everyone giving him so much face, Sun Lei felt lighthearted for a moment, as if this villa belonged to him. At this moment, Song Yun left the main force and looked around at will. He wanted to take a good look at the house that the system rewarded him. When he received the reward, he also obtained the room structure diagram of the villa. However, those were things on paper after all, and they were not as shocking as seeing them with his own eyes. Seeing Song Yun gradually walking away, Sun Lei became anxious. Whether Song Yun got lost or not had nothing to do with him. Sun Lei even wished that Song Yun got lost. However, the things and decorations in this villa were very expensive. What if he damaged something? He would not be able to explain to his cousin at that time. Song Yun, don't run around. I'm really not kidding you, this villa is really expensive. If you break a bottle, you might have to pay tens of thousands. Song Yun turned around and looked at Sun Lei helplessly. What could go wrong if a man just walked around his own villa by himself? Seeing that Song Yun had no intention of coming back, Sun Lei's eyes turned and he had a bad idea in his mind. How about this? If you want to look at the villa, it's fine, but you have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. If you break anything, you have to pay for the compensation yourself. How about that? Hearing this, Song Yun was too lazy to explain, so he nodded and left. Damn it, this villa is mine. Not to mention breaking things, even if I smash, blow up, or burn it, it has nothing to do with you. Who can take care of me? Could it be possible that someone would be so nosy as to ask Song Yun for compensation just because he broke their things? Seeing that Song Yun agreed, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Sun Lei's eyes. What will you do if you get lost or break something? Then we'll wait for you in the back garden. If you get lost, remember to call me and I'll pick you up. After saying that, Sun Lei led everyone away. To be honest, he really wanted to see Song Yun make a fool of himself. This villa is at least over 1,000 square meters in size. Not only is it large, but the decoration inside is also very complicated. There are many rooms and corridors, and you can easily get lost if you are not careful. For someone like Song Yun who was visiting the villa for the first time, it may take a whole day to find the exit. Sun Lei just wanted to see Song Yun unable to find the way and bumping into walls everywhere like an ant. I wonder what Song Yun will look like when he calls me crying and begs me to take him out. Maybe Xia Yingxin will no longer have a good impression of Song Yun after seeing him make a fool of himself. But, if I turn off my phone and Song Yun spends the night in the corridor, I will see him with disheveled hair and dirty face tomorrow. Well, this will definitely work better. Sun Lei decisively turned off his phone. When Song Yun complained tomorrow, he would say that his phone was out of battery and turned off. Since Song Yun wants to explore, we won't wait for him. Sun Lei smiled and asked everyone to set up the grill. Soon, the aroma of barbecue spread and everyone gathered together on the lawn. Xia Yingxin, standing at the edge of the crowd, holding a glass of juice, looked up into the villa, not knowing what had happened to Song Yun. She was afraid that he would break anything, as the things here must be very expensive. At this time, Sun Lei, holding a bottle of beer, walked up to Xia Yingxin and asked with a smile, Xiaoxin, why don't you go have barbecue with everyone? Sorry, I'm on a diet at night. Xia Yingxin responded casually. If you are so thin and still want to lose weight, then you will leave no chance for the other girls. Sun Lei joked, I saw you looking at the villa. Is there anything good there? No, I'm just waiting for Song Yun to come out. Holy crap! Damn it! It's Song Yun again. Song Yun is not here anymore, why are you still thinking about him? Can you please look at me? There is such a living person in front of you. Why don't you look at me? The more Sun Lei thought about it, the more he felt a surge of anger in his chest with nowhere to vent. Don't look at it. Maybe Song Yun is trapped in the villa and can't get out. Sun Lei said angrily. Xia Yingxin looked at Sun Lei with a puzzled look on her face and said anxiously, why don't you go pick up Song Yun quickly? This villa is so big, don't let anything happen to Song Yun. Seeing Xia Yingxin caring so much about Song Yun, Sun Lei became even more annoyed. Oh, didn't you see that he didn't even call me? What if he doesn't need me to answer the phone? Let him go meet his love rival? Impossible. It would be better to kill yourself. Just as Xia Yingxin was anxiously thinking about how to rescue Song Yun, Song Yun's voice was heard not far away. Wow, it's been a while since I last saw you all eating. Song Yun walked forward with a smile, picked up a piece of barbecue and ate it happily. Brother Song, why are you coming out so slowly? Come, try what I baked. Eat more. You're so skinny. Even a girl like me feels ashamed when I see you. Listening to what everyone said, Sun Lei's face changed. Fuck. Song Yun actually came out by himself? How did he get out? The first time he came to this villa, he was trapped in one place for more than an hour. If it wasn't for his cousin who rescued him, he would have to spend the night in the corridor. And it didn't matter. What annoyed him most was everyone's attitude. It was clearly a villa that he borrowed and gathered all the people together, but everyone's eyes were on Song Yun. Damn it, I am the protagonist who should be praised by everyone. Chapter 27 Room Assignment. When he was in college, Song Yun was very popular. Not only in his class and department, but also in the entire college, there were people who knew him. Everyone liked to deal with Song Yun. At that time, Sun Lei envied Song Yun's communication skills. But now that they have graduated, everyone's eyes have begun to turn to money and wealth, and Sun Lei thinks that he is doing very well, very well. But I didn't expect that when everyone met, these people still surrounded Song Yun. Sun Lei was so angry that he almost burst the beer bottle, but the people in the distance were still laughing and joking. Song Yun, tell me how you maintain your figure and appearance. You look just like a freshman in college. Brother Song, I still remember when we went out to surf the internet together, your down jacket got caught on a hook and it jumped so fast that the down flew all over the place. Later, I had the people in the dormitory send you a new one. Alas, now my body can't stand staying up all night anymore. I feel like I'm dying. I miss the body I had back then. Listening to what everyone said, Sun Lei said disdainfully, it's useless to miss the past. We can't go back. What's important now is to look forward and work hard. Then we'll see who does better and makes the most money. Don't you agree? As soon as Sun Lei finished speaking, no one responded and it was a bit awkward. Everyone was originally living the daily life of a corporate slave. Not only was there a lot of work pressure, but they were also told by their superiors every day and their work was interfered with from time to time. This was already miserable enough. The purpose of everyone coming here this time was to relax and reminisce about their college days with their classmates, but Sun Lei's words brought everyone back to reality. We are all ordinary people, and to be honest, our family conditions are all at a well-off level. In a place like Shanghai, it is impossible to get by with the help of family influence. But Sun Lei just insists on hitting people's pain points. Seeing that no one was talking, Sun Lei shamelessly continued, Song Yun, let me ask you, after so many years of graduation, what have you been doing? After all, we are all adults now, and it doesn't hurt to get to know each other. Who knows, we might be able to use each other someday. Sun Lei was actually a little out of control now, but he had long been blinded by anger and no longer cared about his manners. To be honest, Song Yun was not very familiar with Sun Lei. When he heard him ask this question, he answered casually, I run a small business, but I don't make much money. Hearing this, Sun Lei gradually showed a trace of disdain on his face. Small business? A small shop, right? If you are starting a business or doing a project, you will definitely brag in front of everyone that you own a company. If you work for a group, you will definitely say that your company is one of the strongest in the world. And the small business that Song Yun mentioned might be something unknown. Oh, a small business, that's great. I feel good about it. After all, you have free time. It's great that you can think of starting a business at your age. Sun Lei said this arrogantly, as if he was a life mentor in front of everyone. Hearing the tone of this, Song Yun narrowed his eyes. Is this Sun Lei sick? He has been speaking in a sarcastic tone just now. Why is he dragging himself into this? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, some people stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay, Song Yun has already introduced himself. So, squad leader, shouldn't you also talk about your profession? Yes, squad leader, you are the organizer of the party. Can you tell us where you made your fortune? Sun Lei felt very relieved when he saw that everyone's topic shifted to him. I don't have much of a future. I just have a quota in the company run by my elders at home, and I can easily make a few $100,000 every year. It's nothing. Although Sun Lei said that he didn't care, he was actually very proud of himself. An annual salary of hundreds of thousands is a threshold that many people cannot reach in their entire lives, but he can reach this level in his 20s. Wouldn't anyone praise himself for being a young and promising person? Listening to what Sun Lei said, although the students around him showed no expression on their faces, they were actually full of envy in their hearts. There was silence for a long time, then a male classmate came up to him with a glass of wine, clinked his glasses and said with a smile, "Class monitor, I've figured it out. You're the best student in our class. Please help me more in the future. Here, I'll toast you with this glass of wine." Seeing the first person take the lead, everyone put aside their so-called face and stepped forward to toast Sun Lei. Everyone had the same idea in mind. Since Sun Lei was so successful, it would be great if Sun Lei could help them if they had any problems in the future. When faced with the toasts from classmates from Jujian West, Sun Lei did not refuse and drank one cup after another. Soon, the situation began to reverse. The classmates who were originally laughing and joking around Song Yun all gathered around Sun Lei. After all, this society is very realistic. Whoever can make money and has connections are the real power. Seeing the classmates chatting in front of Sun Lei in a flattering manner, Yi muttered with disdain, "Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? That's nothing. The car my brother Song drives is enough to pay you hundreds of years of salary." However, no one knows Song Yun's current situation, so we can only take it one step at a time. It always does no harm to please Sun Lei first. After dinner, Sun Lei led everyone back to the villa. A group of people gathered in the hall to play games. Everyone's focus was vaguely on Sun Lei. Sun Lei was overwhelmed by everyone's flattery and was enjoying the feeling. "It feels so fucking good. I finally experienced Song Yun's happiness." It was late at night and everyone was tired, so Sun Lei stood up and prepared to assign rooms. He looked at the room's structural diagram, assigned several good-looking girls to the second bedroom, and those who had a good relationship with him to the larger guest room. As for those who had a good relationship with Song Yun, they were assigned ordinary guest rooms. Now he and Song Yun were the only ones who had not been assigned rooms. He sneered in his heart. There was only one master bedroom left, and he would definitely live in it. As for Song Yun, "I'm sorry, you have to sleep on the sofa." But at this moment, Song Yun actually walked straight towards the master bedroom. Song Yun didn't care how the rooms were divided, he only knew that this was his home, and even if he didn't live in the master bedroom, no one else could step in. "What are you doing? You're heading towards the master bedroom." Sun Lei became anxious and yelled at Song Yun's back. This master bedroom was specially reserved for himself. He has never lived in such a nice house in all his years. If he doesn't enjoy it now, he doesn't know when the next time will be. Song Yun looked back at Sun Lei, anger gradually rising in his eyes. This Sun Lei was as annoying as a fly. From the tone of his speech just now until now, he was always looking for trouble with him. He didn't know how he had offended him. Chapter 28. It's you who should go. Seeing the anger in Song Yun's eyes, Sun Lei paused, but quickly thought of the scene when he was surrounded by people just now. So what if you, Song Yun, were able to call the shots when you were in college? What about now? We have all graduated and entered the society, can you please be realistic? If you have no money and power, it is useless to be handsome. You had no objection when the rooms were assigned just now, but now you're looking for trouble. Don't you think it's a bit shameless? Sun Lei looked at Song Yun coldly and said, "If you don't want to sleep on the sofa in the lobby, you can take a taxi back. But I'll tell you in advance that it's hard to hail a taxi here late at night. You are f***ing sick. I think you should be the one to get out." Song Yun walked up to Sun Lei, looked into his eyes and said. Seeing the two people arguing with each other, no one dared to stand up and say a fair word for a while. After all, everyone sleeps in the room, and whether it is good or bad, they all enjoy it. But sleeping on the sofa in the hall, isn't that an insult? But this villa was rented by Sun Lei, and considering Sun Lei's background, many people weighed the pros and cons and decided to wait and see. Song Yun, you should face the reality. If I were you, I would just spend the night on the sofa. After all, it's not like I can't sleep. Sun Lei said with a smug smile. After hearing Sun Lei's words, everyone spoke up. Just make do for one night, Song Yun. This place is frequented by rich people, and most taxis don't go this way. Yeah, it's just one night, we'll leave tomorrow. Brother Song, after all, this house was bought by Sun Lei, and we can't decide. Hearing what his classmates said, Sun Lei was so happy. Aren't you, Song Yun, awesome? Haven't you been surrounded by stars since college? Now what? Song Yun looked around at everyone and said in a cold tone, "You bought this house, so you have the right to dispose of it?" Right. Song Yun shook his head, lit a cigarette and said, "But what if I tell you that this villa is mine?" Sun Lei, no one cares if you want to show off, but you are making a big mistake if you provoke me. You can get out now. As soon as Song Yun said this, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and the people who had just persuaded Song Yun looked at him in amazement. Even Yi Zi was stunned. Holy shit, it turns out this villa belongs to Brother Song. I said in the afternoon that I could ask Brother Song to beg my rich wife, but in the evening I found out that Brother Song had already bought it. Damn it, it turns out that the clown is me. Yi Zi looked at Sun Lei and mourned for this man in her heart. But except Yi Zi, who believed Song Yun's words, everyone else at the scene more or less did not believe it. This villa is a luxury house with a market value of 90 million. Did you, Song Yun, rob a bank after graduating from university? When Sun Lei heard Song Yun's words, he was stunned at first, then he laughed randomly. Song Yun, if you beg me, maybe I can arrange a nanny room for you to experience the mansion, but you actually said that this mansion is yours. It's so shameless. Song Yun ignored this clown, took out his phone, found the number of the property consultant given by the system and dialed it. Seeing Song Yun actually making a phone call in a serious manner, Sun Lei laughed wildly. Song Yun, I advise you to save your energy. You are just a nobody, why do you have to pretend to be so? Now it's hard to get off the tiger. Sigh, that's why people should not pretend to be so. If you don't have the strength, you are courting death. Beep, beep. The phone rang a few times and then someone picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, I am Song Yun, the owner of Huasho Villa 83. Song Yun said lightly. There was silence for a few seconds in the microphone on the other end, and then the sound of someone putting on clothes was heard. Hello, Mr. Song. What can I do for you so late at night? The other party said in an urgent tone. I don't dare to take orders, but when I came back today, I found that you rented out my villa? Impossible. Mr. Song, there must be some misunderstanding here. Your villa has always been taken care of by our special people, and no one is allowed to stay in it. I will rush over now. Please wait for me for a few minutes and let me handle it, okay? The property consultant on the other end of the phone broke out in a cold sweat. He was still cuddling with his lover the previous moment, and the next second he was almost scared to death by Song Yun's words. The owner of Villa 83 has always been a mystery. He has never lived in it for a single day since he bought it, as if this 90 million villa is just a thatched hut in the countryside. But the more this is the case, the more the property consultants dare not act presumptuously. Who knows how powerful the background of this giant Buddha is? If there is any mistake, they will be the ones who will be in trouble. At this moment, the property consultant's heart was beating fast. He had no idea what Song Yun meant. If the other party wanted to blame him, no one in the property consultant department from top to bottom would escape the punishment of the head office. If Song Yun is very angry about this behavior, then it will be even worse. The other party will have reason to cancel the purchase of the house in full and demand 3 times the compensation from the head office based on the market value of the property. 3 times 90 million. The property consultant didn't dare to think about it anymore. He will be killed by the general manager. If I ask you to handle it, can you handle it perfectly? After all, I have seen it with my own eyes. Song Yun's voice was very cold, but it made the property consultant even more nervous. Mr. Song, my name is Zhang Wang, company number 0312, please give me a chance to handle it. If you are not satisfied, you can go to the head office to complain to me at any time. Okay, then you handle it. Let me tell you first, the person who rented my house is very powerful. He kept asking me to leave. There must be a misunderstanding here. Please wait a moment. I'm on my way. When Zhang Wang heard Song Yun hang up the phone, veins on his forehead bulged. Damn it! Which idiot did this to me? Not only did he rent out the villa at A3, he also dared to scold the owner and ask him to leave. If he finds out, he will definitely. He will kill that idiot. While driving, Zhang Wang called the company's senior executives one by one and told them what happened tonight. After receiving full authority from the senior executives to handle the matter, Zhang Wang stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the villa area at a high speed. On the other side, after Song Yun hung up the phone, everyone looked at each other and dared not say a word. Song Yun's phone call is a bit authentic. After all, if you pretend to be cool, there will always be a moment when you are exposed. From what the person on the phone said, it will be here soon. So is this call. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts began to beat faster. 90 million. Even if they don't eat or drink for their entire lives, they may not even earn a fraction of the money for this villa. But Song Yun is actually the owner of this villa, so his net worth must be hundreds of millions? Chapter 29 I Will Make You Socially Dead. Sun Lei was also stunned, but he thought it couldn't be such a coincidence. He borrowed the villa from his cousin, and Song Yun happened to be the owner of the house. The probability was too small. Even smaller than winning the first prize in the lottery. Thinking of this, he was no longer panicked, and said in a mocking tone, "Song Yun, don't just find someone to deceive everyone later. My cousin happens to be the property consultant of this villa area. Do you need me to make a phone call to confirm it for you?" As he spoke, Sun Lei took out his cell phone and dialed his cousin's number. Under everyone's eager gazes, the busy tone of the phone echoed in the villa. Beep, beep. The call was connected, but it seemed very noisy on the other end, like being in a nightclub. "Cousin, let me ask you, who is the owner of the villa you rented to me?" Sun Lei asked cautiously with flattery. "What's wrong?" The other party asked in confusion, and then said nervously, "Wait a moment, the company's top management will call me, and we'll talk about your matter later. Song Yun, I advise you to run away now. If it is proved later that the owner is not you, how will everyone look at you?" Sun Lei said with a sneer. About a minute later, Sun Lei's phone rang. He even turned on the speaker. Since he was going to slap Song Yun in the face, he had to slap him hard. After beating this guy, he would have nightmares every time he thought of it. If it is proven in front of everyone that Song Yun is a liar, then Song Yun will be socially dead. "Hey, cousin. I'm not your cousin. You're my brother, my real brother." The other party's furious voice came from the microphone, "You're a moron. You actually met the real owner of the villa. And you told him to get out? I think you should get out. I'm so unlucky to have a relative like you." "No. That's not it. How dare you lie to me? My boss called me and scolded me. How dare you provoke Mr. Song? Do you know that with the power of such a big shot, he can kill you with just one finger? If you want to die, don't drag me down, okay? I beg you, brother Sun, uncle Sun. You are the Monkey King." These national curses mixed with asterisks continued to come out of the microphone, causing everyone in the villa to fall into silence. At this time, the villa was silent, with only the faint sound of electrical appliances running. They widened their eyes and looked at Song Yun in disbelief. What the hell? It turns out that Song Yun was not pretending, but was telling the truth? Is this 90 million yuan villa really Song Yun's? How old is Song Yun? He has done so well. If Sun Lei was young and promising before, then Song Yun is simply a capital tycoon. Of course, the most shocked person was Sun Lei. He stood there, his legs swinging constantly. His mind was now dizzy and his mouth was dry. The villa that he was so proud of borrowing turned out to be Song Yun's? I spent so much energy, but in the end I ended up slapping myself in the face? What made him feel most panicked was that he was actually standing in front of the owner of the room and asking him to take a taxi and leave. I have been blinded by greed. Just when everyone didn't know how to start, Zhang Wang arrived. Not only did he arrive alone, but he was followed by a dozen fully armed security guards. He was panting, holding his knees, and looking at the people in the hall, also stunned. Damn, I originally thought it was just a few thieves sneaking in, but I didn't expect there were so many people. Are all the people in the security department shit-eaters? They let so many strangers in. Boss Song. I'm Zhang Wang, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. They are the ones who broke into the house, right? Please wait, I'll take them all to the police station in a moment. At this time, Zhang Wang's cell phone rang. He answered the call apologetically. The senior executive on the other end of the phone had already understood everything, so he told Zhang Wang the whole story in a very short language and told him to calm Mr. Song down. After all, their villas are mainly aimed at high-end people, and such an incident will definitely have an impact. Boss Song, my boss has informed me of the outcome. A jerk named Sun Lei and his cousin stole the villa. We have fired his cousin and decided to sue him for dereliction of duty. As for Sun Lei, we will also sue him later. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Zhang Wang asked Song Yun with an apologetic smile. Seeing that Song Yun didn't say anything, Zhang Wang waved his hand and more than a dozen security guards rushed in, standing in front of Song Yun to form a human wall, separating the crowd. Seeing this grand scene, everyone present panicked. After all, they are just fledglings in society who have just graduated from school for a few years. They can brag for days about being able to attend a banquet in a star-rated hotel on weekdays, But now they don't know what to do when faced with this situation. Sun Lei was even worse. He was sitting on the ground, pulling his hair dejectedly, with a look of regret on his face. I love you and you love him, then I. Sun Lei's cell phone rang. He answered the call and heard his father's anxious voice. Lei, what happened to you? Your cousin just called and said he would beat you to death. Is there any misunderstanding between you two? Hearing this, Sun Lei could no longer hold back and passed out. Mr. Song, do you need me to put all these people in jail? Although they won't be sentenced to many years, it will leave a stain in their files. Zhang Wang stepped forward and asked cautiously. Everyone's hearts were beating in their throats. They had never expected that attending a party would have such an impact on them. In society, a person's file is his or her face, accompanying him or her from birth to death. If there is a stain, not only will your current life be far away from you, but your descendants will also be affected to a certain extent. Thinking of this, everyone glared at Sun Lei, who was lying unconscious on the ground. I really want to beat this bastard up. He didn't have the ability, but he still pretended to be awesome. He made everyone go to jail. Pooh. A boy spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at Sun Lei. After the first one, everyone started to spit on Sun Lei. You stupid idiot. I will beat you to death when you wake up. Just when everyone was panicking, Song Yun waved his hand and said, You are wrong. They are all my classmates. The one you want to take away is Sun Lei, the culprit lying on the ground. After hearing Song Yun's words, everyone finally put their minds at ease. When they looked at Song Yun again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. No wonder Song Yun could buy a villa at such a young age. It turns out he has such a broad mind. He deserves to be rich. Okay, then I won't disturb you from reminiscing about the past with your classmates. I will definitely come to your house to apologize to you some other day. Zhang Wang ordered the security personnel to carry Sun Lei out of the villa. After Zhang Wang and others left, everyone surrounded Song Yun again. Chapter 30. What is a winner in life? Brother Song, I really didn't expect that you'd be worth hundreds of millions just a few years after graduation. If it's a few more years, wouldn't you be catching up with the richest man? That's right, handsome Song, you are amazing. Tell us how you made your fortune. Yes, we still have some wine here, let's talk while we're at it. Everyone's tone was filled with envy and compliments. After all, not everyone can do well after graduating from college. For those whose families are better off, their parents can support them in buying a house in Shanghai and paying the down payment, and then they have to bear a huge mortgage every month. If their family conditions are average, then don't even think about buying a house in Shanghai. Even if they want to rent a house, they have to consider whether they can afford the location and price. Things like Song Yun buying a villa worth 90 million yuan were something they would never dream of. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Song Yun smiled without saying anything, and told everyone to go back to their rooms and sleep. Not far away, Xia Yingsen looked at Song Yun's back as he entered the master bedroom. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and stayed there for a long time, hesitating. In the end, he just sighed and didn't follow. If Song Yun was still an ordinary person, the two might be able to rekindle their relationship, but now their social status is too different. It's not a good match, so forget it. The next morning, everyone got up early. There is a special auntie who comes to clean the villa every day. In order to make up for the mistake made yesterday, Zhang Wang specially found a top cleaning lady from the company to come and make breakfast for Song Yun and his group. After a quick breakfast, Song Yun left the villa with everyone else. He planned to visit Yi Qingqing today. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for such a long time, and he really missed her a little. A group of people were walking on the road in the villa area, breathing the fresh air. It was so comfortable. This villa area is different. To be honest, the air quality in the downtown area of Magic City is really average, but here, I can actually smell the fragrance in the air. Yes. The air here feels like it was blown from the mountains. If I could live here, my skin would definitely become better. Everyone left the villa area with laughter. Brother Song, where are you going later? I'm going to find my wife. Everyone was puzzled. Not only did Song Yun become a billionaire at such a young age, but he was also married? Holy shit. Is this true? You're actually married. Brother Song, come on. You're so rich, but you're getting married so early. How are we single guys going to survive? At this time, Yeezy stood up and said to everyone with confidence, what Brother Song said is right, and the person Brother Song is marrying is so damn beautiful. Like a fairy. Hearing Yeezy say this, everyone's curiosity was aroused, and they all went to Song Yun to see Yi Qingqing's photo. Song Yun had no choice but to turn on the screensaver, and everyone was amazed when they saw Yi Qingqing. Oh my god! Brother Song, is your wife a celebrity? How come she is so beautiful? No! Brother Song doesn't like the rouge and powder on celebrities. And Brother Song's wife looks sweet and pure. It's absolutely amazing. It seems that Song Yun has achieved success in both love and career. When will an ordinary person like me be able to turn my luck around? Just as everyone was praising Yi Qingqing's appearance, a male student wearing glasses suddenly clapped his hands and shouted excitedly, "Isn't this Yi Qingqing, the chairman of the Magic Crystal Group? You know her?" No, the male student waved his hands frantically and said, "How can a small person like me reach the level of the other party? But as far as I know, Chairman Yi founded the Magic Crystal Group after returning from studying abroad. In just a few years, he developed the company into a giant with a market value of more than 2 billion, spanning multiple fields. He is the leader of emerging companies in the Magic City. It is no exaggeration to say that in the Magic City, no woman under the age of 30 is richer than Yi Qingqing, and such a legendary figure is actually Song Yun's wife." After hearing what the man with glasses said, everyone felt that they could no longer digest what had happened in the past 2 days. Such a beautiful girl, with fair skin and a good figure, is actually the chairman of the Magic Crystal Group. What is more important is that she is actually Song Yun's wife. What is a winner in life? What is a protagonist in life? Song Yun undoubtedly perfectly interpreted the answer. Seeing his classmates' eyes full of gossip, Song Yun smiled and shook his head. He really didn't want to talk too much about his personal matters to others. He took out his car keys and rang the Lamborghini Veneno. "Classmates, I have something else to do. Let's get together next time." Song Yun nodded to everyone, got into the sports car and left. Seeing Song Yun's car, some boys who know cars quickly took out their phones to check, but they didn't know what kind of car Song Yun was driving. After searching for a while, a boy suddenly screamed, "Fuck! Song Yun's net worth may be higher than we thought. His sports car. It's worth 40 million. Is this true or false?" "It's absolutely true. And it's limited to the whole country. You can't order it without some connections. Oh my god, Song Yun is developing so fast now. Is he a monster?" On the other side, Song Yun drove to the downstairs of Magic Crystal Group. "I don't know what this little girl is busy with now. If I suddenly go over there, would it be a big surprise?" Song Yun parked the car and entered the office building. And in the general manager's office of Magic Crystal Group, Yi Qingqing sighed as she looked at the documents in front of her, apparently because something went wrong with the land issue. "I don't know which unscrupulous person leaked the itinerary of a new subway line in Shanghai. This subway line runs from north to south, and one of the stations is right next to the land I want, which caused the value of the land to skyrocket. Not only were several existing companies competing for it, but even some strong old established real estate companies also participated in the bidding. So Yi Qingqing helplessly discovered a real problem: the funds she had were totally insufficient. If it could have been obtained with over 100 million yuan in the beginning, it would now cost 300 million or 400 million yuan. But if we get this piece of land, the market value of Magic Crystal Company will increase several times after it goes public. Oh, I'm so worried. What should I do?" Yi Qingqing kept tapping the pen on the table. It seemed that she could only ask her father for money. No, it's not possible. Last time, because of this piece of land, her thoughts were shaken. If the first thing she thought of when encountering a problem was to ask for help, then she would never achieve anything great in her life. At worst, we can just not shoot. Does my Magic Crystal Group still need a piece of land? Yi Qingqing murmured, her tone full of determination. In fact, the original value of this land was just that, but due to the constant hype from various bigwigs, the price was inflated. As an emerging company, Magic Crystal Group could not compete with them at all. After Yi Qingqing figured it out, a big stone in her heart fell to the ground. Chapter 31. The CEO also acts like a spoiled child. "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" Just as Song Yun was about to enter Magic Crystal Company, he was stopped by the front desk. "Make an appointment? Even though Yi Qingqing is my wife, can't I just go in directly?" The lady at the front desk couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. "The CEO is your wife, why don't you say that this company is also yours? You are such a handsome guy, why is your brain not working well?" "I'm sorry sir, I can't let you in if you don't have a reservation." The front desk politely refused. Song Yun wouldn't get angry with a little girl. The company has its own rules and she was just doing her job. Song Yun took out his phone and called Yi Qingqing. After explaining the reason, Yi Qingqing cheered on the phone and quickly came down to pick him up. While waiting, Song Yun looked at the simple yet elegant company facade and thought to himself that he had never signed in at an office building before. Ding! The host is at the entrance of the Magic Crystal Group. Do you want to sign in? As expected, Song Yun decisively pressed the click button, looking forward to what would happen next. Products produced by the system must be high quality. The reward given for the first sign-in was beyond his imagination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You will be rewarded with business talent and the events that will happen to all companies in Magic City in the next week. Event? Song Yun curiously opened the attached schedule, which clearly stated what major business events would occur in Magic City within a week, and allowed one to search for specific companies to view their growth trends in the coming week. He took a quick glance and found it to be quite good. At least for an ordinary person, this information would be enough to buy a house in Shanghai. But now he no longer cared about these millions of profits. He searched carefully and finally found the information he wanted. 3 days later, at a land auction in Shanghai, a piece of land was sold at a sky-high price of 500 million yuan. However, the actual value of the land was inflated, causing the company that won the bid to suffer a capital chain blow and lose 400 million yuan. In the end, the company had to cut off its arm to survive, and its market value shrank significantly. In this auction, there was a piece of land that was not favored by many people, but it played a prominent role in the subsequent development of Magic City. The person who bought the land saw his company's market value tripled. After Song Yun looked into the reasons carefully, he suddenly realized that the main reason why that piece of land was so popular was that someone spread the word that the government's newly designated subway line would pass through there, so many companies were hyping it up. In fact, this news is false. And the piece of land at the back is where the actual subway line passes. Song Yun looked carefully at the piece of land at the back, then searched for its location on his phone. In any city, once a subway is built in an area, it means that the value of the house will increase significantly. Today is an example. Song Yun discovered that this piece of land was originally an urban village, but after transformation it became a very backward shantytown. Even the local people living there often make fun of themselves to the outside world, saying that other people's houses cost tens of thousands per square meter, but no one buys their houses even at a few thousand. But just 1 week later, the government will issue relevant documents to demolish the shantytowns and build the designated subway line around them. If I can buy this basically unsold land in 3 days, then the subsequent profits. Thinking of this, Song Yun decided to take over this piece of land. Just when Song Yun was thinking about how to proceed, Yi Qingqing came down. During working hours, Yi Qingqing wore a women's suit. Her originally loose hair was now tied up, making her look cool and capable. The first time Song Yun saw it, he was amazed. Pretty people look good in anything. Wearing a skirt is one experience, and wearing work clothes is another. If you wear it after sex. Song Yun didn't dare to think further. The receptionist standing at the door saw Yi Qingqing coming down and said to her respectfully, "Hello, President Yi." Yi Qingqing nodded indifferently and walked straight towards Song Yun. Looking at Yi Qingqing walking like a gust of wind, the receptionist couldn't help but sigh. This is why she can be the CEO. She puts speed first in everything she does, and doesn't waste any time. Just as she was sighing, she saw her CEO Yi pounce on a man, rubbing his face against his. "Brother Song Yun. You are such an unfaithful man, why did you just remember to come and see me? If I don't go to find you, will you never come to see me? I miss you so much." Hearing this, the receptionist who was working with her head down slowed down her work and pricked her ears a little more. "Brother Song Yun, do you miss me? Hee, if I wasn't busy with work at the company, I would definitely stick to you every day. Hee. What the hell? Is this still the cold and aloof CEO queen? Why does it sound like you're acting like a spoiled brat?" While satisfying her desire for gossip, the receptionist's mentality collapsed. 1 second, she was still encouraging everyone to look at everything from Mr. Yi, but the next second, she found out that he actually already had a sweet love, and going to work was just to pay them a salary. The lonely young lady felt confused and wanted to cry. She finally couldn't help her curiosity and looked up at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing now had a face full of shyness like a little woman, which was quite different from her usual vigorous and decisive appearance. And most importantly, Mr. Yi was in a man's arms. And the man just told him in person that Yi Qingqing was his wife. Holy shit! This can't be true? I want to be fired. After a while, with the front desk clerk looking confused, Yi Qingqing wrapped her arm around Song Yun and got on the elevator reserved for the president. The two people entered the office through the president's exclusive channel. As soon as the door was closed, Song Yun couldn't wait to kiss her. After a long time, their lips parted, Yi Qingqing's face flushed, she bit her lips lightly, picked up a wet wipe from the table, and carefully wiped the lipstick off Song Yun's lips. Bad guy. You just know how to bully me. Who made you my wife? Song Yun hugged the other person tightly, and seeing her cute appearance, he couldn't help but kiss her several times. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Yi Qingqing shouted subconsciously, "Come in." No. Wait, don't come in. But it was too late, Jasmine had already pushed the door open. Seeing the two people hugging each other tightly, Jasmine's eyes gradually widened, her fingers kept moving on the two people, and finally she retreated outside awkwardly and quickly closed the door. After a while, Yi Qingqing's cold voice rang out in the office, "Come in." Jasmine lowered her head, pushed open the door, put the documents on the table and said nothing. After Yi Qingqing carefully read the documents, her face changed and she gritted her teeth and said, "They are crazy. They actually raised the land price to 430 million. Chapter 32. A rumor deceived everyone. Although this piece of land is indeed very tempting, aren't they afraid of coming up empty-handed and eventually breaking their capital chain? Yi Qingqing sighed helplessly. She had no choice but to give up. Who made these old real estate companies raise the price so recklessly, as if they would not stop until they got the land? Seeing Yi Qingqing's depressed face, Song Yun stepped forward to look at the document and found that the land being auctioned was the one that had paid the huge compensation. Have you received any news that the government's new subway will pass through here? Song Yun asked curiously. Brother Song Yun, you are also paying attention to these things? Indeed, I don't know which psychopath released it, which makes it impossible for our emerging companies to compete with those people. Have you ever thought that this news is fake? Song Yun was a little confused. People who can climb to this position are not necessarily smart, but there is definitely no fool among them. Is it worth it to risk all their fortune just for a piece of illusory news? Yi Qingqing was also stunned when she heard this. That's right. Whether this news is true or not is still unknown, because everyone has this kind of channels. After hearing this rumor circulating in the circle, they believe it to be true, always thinking that other companies must have verified the truth of the news. If all companies hold this idea? Seeing Yi Qingqing gradually relieved, Song Yun smiled and said, "A piece of land worth only more than 100 million yuan has now tripled or quadrupled in value. The risk is high and the profit is low. It is the right choice for you to leave. Sir, please be careful with your tone. After all, this is an auction attended by all the demons in the city. It's unlikely that there will be any tricks." Jasmine held up the frame of her glasses on her nose and looked at Song Yun with some dissatisfaction. Seeing that her most capable right-hand man had somewhat misunderstood Song Yun's meaning, Yi Qingqing quickly stepped forward and said, "Molly, this is my husband." Jasmine was stunned for a moment, her expression gradually dulled. "Husband? Miss. Does the master know about this?" Jasmine was dumbfounded. Her eldest daughter was getting married, but she didn't even receive an invitation. She was so sad. Yi Qingqing hesitated for a long time before saying, "We just got married and haven't had time to tell my dad yet." "You are not allowed to tell snitches. Otherwise I will fire you." Jasmine sighed. Well, it seemed that the eldest lady had a flash marriage, and she might be the first one to know about it. She didn't know what kind of love potion this boy had given the eldest lady, which made her get the marriage certificate secretly without telling anyone around her. The misunderstanding between the two sides was resolved, and Yi Qingqing specially introduced Jasmine to Song Yun. Jasmine also understood Song Yun's identity. She originally thought that Song Yun was the son of that family, but now she sees that he is just an ordinary person. She doesn't know if he can pass the master's test. Let's get back to business. Actually, I don't necessarily need this piece of land. It's just that the company is planning to go public recently, and I need to increase the market value as much as possible before the listing. Brother Song Yun, do you have any good suggestions in this regard? Song Yun thought for a moment and said slowly, "The land that everyone is fighting for was once an old industrial area in Magic City. The people living there are all retired factory workers. It is difficult to get them to move out willingly. The resettlement fee will be a sky-high price. In addition, some stubborn residents are unwilling to change their minds. If we want to develop it, it will take a lot of money and time. It is not cost-effective and the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. After hearing Song Yun's explanation, Yi Qingqing, who was originally very optimistic about this piece of land, gradually came to her senses. Whether a piece of land is valuable depends on how it is developed, but if there are obstacles in the demolition, the unlimited extension of the construction period will also be a burden on the company. Even a professional like Jasmine nodded secretly after hearing what Song Yun said. I knew it. My eldest lady is definitely not a crazy fan who throws herself on any handsome guy she sees. Anyone who can be favored by my eldest lady must be of real quality. Son-in-law, according to your opinion, that piece of land has great potential for appreciation in value? Jasmine asked seriously. Yi Qingqing also stared at Song Yun with starry eyes. It turned out that her husband was so capable. If she continued to dig deeper, he would always bring her surprises. He was truly a treasure husband. Song Yun looked through all the plots of land that needed to be auctioned in the document, pointed to a picture and said, "It's absolutely right to buy this one." Yi Qingqing and Molly looked in the direction Song Yun pointed, and then fell silent. They were also familiar with the land that Song Yun was talking about. Not only was it far away from the city center, but it also had a chaotic population. It used to be an urban village in Shanghai, and now the housing prices there have not been rising. In their opinion, there was no need to develop such an unpopular piece of land. Brother Song Yun, can you tell me why you must buy this piece of land? Although this piece of land is close to the outskirts of the city, it has a natural advantage, which is that it is cheap. In addition, people there often make fun of the housing prices, which means that if you want to develop it, they would like you to take over as soon as possible. Also, I don't know if you have studied the construction of each line of the Magic City subway. If you look carefully, you will find that there are rules to follow. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing's face changed slightly, and she asked Jasmine to find out the construction time and direction of all the subway lines in the Magic City. Jasmine is indeed a professional. In a few moments, a map was spread out on the office table with all the routes marked on it. Song Yun pointed at each route and explained to the two the deep meaning behind it. When he drew a new route on the map with a pen, Yi Qingqing and Molly were dumbfounded. According to the logic expressed by Song Yun, the area through which the new line passes is actually that unpopular piece of land. Too much information. I have to slow down. Jasmine rubbed her temples. Although she didn't want to admit it, what Song Yun said made sense. Why did the government develop the land? It was for economic prosperity. The popular land might appreciate in value after many years, but distant water can't quench a nearby fire. The most feared thing about the real estate industry is the long cycle and slow return on investment, which will drag down the company. I believe in Brother Song Yun. I will take the lead in bidding for this piece of land when the time comes. Yi Qingqing said heavily after a moment of silence. Although it is unpopular, it actually requires at least 100 million yuan in funding, plus resettlement fees and other investments, so the overall funding of 200 million yuan is not enough. Jasmine was a little anxious at this time. Miss, should we reconsider it? Jasmine, do you remember the time when the fund I bought skyrocketed? Jasmine nodded and said, of course I remember. The investment made by the young lady was truly extraordinary. No, I just listened to Brother Song Yun and invested a little money, but the return I got was generous. I believe that Brother Song Yun will still make the right judgment this time. After all, Brother Song Yun has the ability to do so. Chapter 33 The land is in hand. Jasmine was shocked when she heard Yi Qingqing's words. She never expected that it was Song Yun who predicted the surge in the value of an unpopular fund last time. This forward-looking vision proved that Song Yun was not a good-for-nothing pretty boy, and was qualified to hold an extremely important position in major investment institutions. Song Yun sat on the sofa, looked at Yi Qingqing with a smile and asked, Qingqing, do you want to get involved in this piece of land? If you don't take it, I will. Yi Qingqing trusts Song Yun very much, but all her funds are tied up in the bidding for the popular land. The bank has designated her account as a payment account, and all the funds in it are temporarily frozen. If the auction is successful, the money will be directly debited from the card. If the auction fails, the money will be unfrozen within 24 hours. It can be said that the Magic Crystal Group now has only tens of millions of funds at its disposal, which she specially set aside for emergency use. Brother Song Yun, I also want to take it, but the money is not enough. Yi Qingqing lowered her head, bit her lips and hummed softly. It's okay. Just calculate how much working capital you have available and I'll make up the rest. Song Yun's casual words made Jasmine look at him in surprise. It looked like the kid had no more than 500 yuan on him. How could he have the confidence to take on a project worth hundreds of millions? Yi Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes, it was brother Song Yun who reminded her to buy the fund last time, so he must have bought it too. I just don't know how much he bought. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing sat next to Song Yun, hugged him and asked coquettishly, "Husband, how much money did you make from the last fund?" Song Yun blushed a little at this sudden contact. Not much, just 50 million. Before he could finish his words, Yi Qingqing screamed, 50 million. Brother Song Yun. Where did you get so much money? Haha, I saved it. Could it be that someone else gave it to me? Song Yun said with a smile. 50 million, then you made a profit of 150 million from your last investment? Yi Qingqing looked at Song Yun in amazement. She never expected that her husband had more disposable funds than she did. How many secrets does brother Song Yun have hidden from me? Humph. I must dig them out when the time comes. Molly, go find the financial director and see how much money we have in our account. I must get this land. Even if we lose money, my husband will pay you wages. Jasmine looked at the eldest lady's excited expression and sighed helplessly. It seemed that her cheap son-in-law was really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. He made more than 100 million in 3 days without making any noise. She wondered whether the master would be happy or sad when he knew the news. Jasmine hurried to count the funds. Yi Qingqing hugged Song Yun, put her ear on Song Yun's chest, and listened to her husband's strong and powerful heartbeat. Brother Song Yun, tell me, what assets do you have that you haven't told me yet? You have to give me some mental preparation. Yi Qingqing pouted and hummed in dissatisfaction. Song Yun was delighted to see the prey, kissed her several times and said with a smile, "Why, you want to be a housekeeper now?" "That's right. When I go bankrupt, I'll use your money to shop and spend. I'll rely on you to support me." "Ah, I can do it right now." Song Yun touched the other person's hair and said, "It's nothing, actually. There's just a hospital and a villa." "Villa? Where is it?" Yi Qingqing asked curiously. "Huashou Villa District 83. Yi Qingqing covered her mouth in surprise. She knew the housing prices there. Any house could be sold at a sky-high price of 70 or 80 million yuan. At first, she wanted to invest in a villa there, but later, because the company project had problems and needed money, she gave up the idea. But now her husband actually has a house there. What about the hospital? Huachuan. Huachuan. Is it a private hospital with excellent medical technology but high fees? Yes, that's ours too. Humph. You actually have so many assets, but you didn't tell me. So, tell me, do you have any confidants out there? How is it possible, you are the only one? Song Yun scratched Yi Qingqing's small and straight nose lovingly. Humph. How would we know? They say a man's heart is like a needle in the sea, ha ha ha. You hum again. Snort. Mooah. After Jasmine finished counting the data, she didn't bother to knock and pushed the door open. What she saw was the son-in-law kissing the eldest daughter. She was so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing twice today. Hearing the noise, Yi Qingqing pulled herself out of suffocation, took a deep breath of air, then glared at Song Yun with a slightly red face. Ahem, miss, the statistics are out. The total funds we can control are 40 million. Good. It's useless to keep the money here. Let's collect it all together just in case. I'll transfer 150 million to you later. I estimate that after the later development of this land, we can get 700% or 800% of the profit. The overall market value of your company will also double because of this. Hubby, you're so nice. Yi Qingqing was so moved that she kissed Song Yun. Soon, Song Yun transferred 150 million to Yi Qingqing's account, and Molly went to negotiate with the government, planning to add another piece of land to the auction. But who knew that when Jasmine just proposed this condition, the person in charge of the other party looked at her in surprise. Everyone knew that the person behind the Magic Crystal Group was the richest man in Magic City, but the other party was too rich, right? Not only did he want a popular piece of land, but he also bought a piece of land that no one wanted. He welcomes with open arms those who work hard to deliver performance. After looking at that unpopular piece of land again, I found that no company was interested in it. In order to avoid any further complications, he privately called the bidding companies one by one. After learning that no company was planning to bid for the land, he consulted his superiors and, after obtaining full authority to handle the matter, he sold it to Magic Crystal Group for 140 million yuan. After completing the handover procedures, Jasmine left the business hall. As soon as I went out, I met 3 middle-aged men with a group of bodyguards. These 3 people were the 3 strongest families competing for the popular location. After seeing Jasmine, they changed their route and walked towards her. "Miss Jasmine, I didn't expect to meet you here. What are you doing?" A bald man asked Jasmine with a lustful look in his eyes. "I heard that niece Qingqing bought a piece of land? She is indeed the daughter of the richest man. We can't compare to her. But it seems to be an extremely unpopular piece of land. Miss Jasmine, you can tell Qingqing when you go back that the land has no value for development at all. If there was any, we old guys would have fought for it long ago, and it would not be her turn to pick up the bargain." Jasmine looked at them with a professional smile, listened to a bunch of sarcastic remarks from the other party, and then hurriedly said goodbye. Chapter 34. It's a good thing to pay the money. After Jasmine returned, she handed the contract to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing looked at the contract and nodded with satisfaction. "If it is really as Brother Songyan said, even if I do nothing with this land, the value of the land can be multiplied many times. Even if I don't develop it myself, selling it would be an excellent choice." Yi family. A vigorous middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa reading a financial newspaper. While watching, I stopped to record some useful information. For Mr. Yi, learning is the only shortcut to success. If you don't learn, you will be abandoned by the times. From ancient times to the present, many people have become arrogant after reaching a certain level, and were finally washed ashore by the huge waves of the times, with no one knowing whether they were dead or alive. Just as Ye's father was reading the newspaper with great interest, a man in formal attire came up and whispered something in Ye's ear. Father Yi put down the newspaper, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. After a while, he slowly said, "Qingqing bought a useless piece of land?" "Yes, Jasmine has completed the transaction, with a total cost of 140 million. Well, I'll buy it." Ye's father said casually, as if Yi Qingqing did not spend 140 million to buy the land, but spent 14 yuan to buy a small toy. "Master, we are needed behind." "No need. Since we are in the business world, we have to accept the losses. Even if we lose money in the end, we can buy it back through other channels. After all, land is always useful." After the man went down, Ye's father crushed the cigarette and gradually showed a smile on his face. "It's good to lose money, it's good to lose money. It saves people from gossiping that our Yi family is a pisho, only taking in but not giving out, making me scared and afraid of being slaughtered. Now my daughter has done a good deed and bought a piece of land that no one wants. Now you can't find a reason, right?" Ye's father was very open-minded about his daughter losing money. In fact, this was how her life was. What was the point of saving more money? Not to mention that Yi Qingqing lost more than 100 million, even if it was 1 billion or 10 billion, Ye's father would not blink an eye. Besides, if my daughter loses money, what will she do when she is short of money? She will have to go back home to find me, right? It can buy a good reputation and promote family relationships, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But if Ye's father knew that his daughter got the marriage certificate with Song Yun without notifying him, who knows what kind of expression he would have. On the other side, inside the most upscale club in Magic City, more than a dozen men sat around the sofa, somewhat like a roundtable meeting. At this time, the news that Yi Qingqing spent money to buy land had spread in the real estate circle, and countless people were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. After all, how can a young girl like you, who has just started out, turn defeat into victory for a piece of land that so many real estate tycoons are not optimistic about? At the conference table, an elderly man raised his red wine glass, motioned to everyone, and said with a smile, "Zhou Chen, this time Yi Qingqing has withdrawn from the fight. I think this most popular piece of land will fall into your hands." This old man is the owner of the club and also the person with the longest seniority. He stood up at this moment to show his position and signal everyone to quit while they are ahead. Zhou Chen is determined to get this piece of land. Zhou Chen clinked glasses with the old man and smiled, "Mr. Wu, you think too highly of me. This piece of land is being fought over by everyone. Everything is based on money. Whoever has more money gets the land. However, my Zhou family has prepared 800 million yuan in funds this time. I wonder what price you plan to bid for this piece of land." It was a blatant threat, and everyone present who was interested in this piece of land felt a chill in their hearts. At this time, the price of this land has approached 500 million. If it continues to go up, Zhou Chen, the insidious guy, will give up on it in the end, and he will be the one who suffers. Besides, I have told you clearly that I am prepared to pay 800 million for this piece of land. If you can afford it, then follow the offer. If you can't, get out of here as soon as possible. This has made some people with tight capital chains think about taking a step back. Haha, let's not talk about this at the party today. Yi Qingqing didn't inherit her father's genes at all. She is still not proficient in doing business. That's right, she is just a little girl after all. Maybe the development of the Magic Crystal Group over the years was directed by that old guy behind the scenes. Old Wu comforted everyone and brought the topic back to Yi Qingqing. In my opinion, Yi Qingqing is nothing more than a vase. She started a company just to gild her reputation so that she can find a good family in the future. Yes. This time she spent 140 million to buy a useless piece of land. She is simply a typical spendthrift. From this point of view, my daughter buying bags every day is nothing. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was talking about it and were very disdainful of this emerging younger generation. If Yi Qingqing didn't have a good father, she would have been eaten by them without leaving anything behind. But Yi Qingqing still has some self-awareness. At least she didn't continue to borrow money to buy this popular land. If she started to borrow money, the stock price of her company would definitely plummet after it goes public. Zhou Chen said lightly after taking a sip of red wine. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously agreed, but they soon realized that Yi Qingqing had avoided one pit and now jumped into another one. It seems that Yi Qingqing's reputation is very exaggerated. On the other side, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing finished dealing with the matter. Yi Qingqing felt relieved and pestered Song Yun to take her out for some delicious food. Song Yun had no choice but to take her to a cheap restaurant that he often went to during college. This restaurant is near the university town. Although it is a bit dirty, it is cheap and the food is delicious. It is said that the boss used to be a chef in a 5-star Chinese restaurant. Later, he encountered setbacks in his relationship and fled all the way to Shanghai, where he opened a restaurant to make a living. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing found a seat and ordered a few dishes. Yi Qingqing was puzzled as to why Song Yun brought her here, but Song Yun explained that he had given all his money to Yi Qingqing and could only fill his stomach with home-cooked meals. Of course Yi Qingqing knew that Song Yun was joking with her. She had never been to such a place before, so she didn't feel disgusted when she came here for the first time. Instead, she looked around with great curiosity. The dish came up quickly. Yi Qingqing took a bite and her eyes widened. It's delicious. If a dish like this is packaged, it will sell for hundreds of dollars. You little money grubber, even food can't stop your mouth. Just when the two were about to finish eating, a face appeared between them. Brother Song. It's really you. Yi Zi said excitedly. Song Yun was also stunned when he saw him. Why are you here too? Don't say that. Isn't the rent cheap in the university town? I rented a house here. Every day after get off work, I come here to eat something before going back. Yi Zi sat next to Song Yun and noticed Yi Qingqing. He opened his mouth wide and kept pointing his fingers at Song Yun and Yi Qingqing. This must be my sister-in-law. She's prettier than in the photo. Chapter 35 Simple Happiness. Yi Qingqing in the photo is beautiful, but it is just a photo after all. In real life, she is flesh and blood, with a hot body and an indescribable temperament. When Yi Qingqing saw Song Yun's friends called her sister-in-law, she knew that Song Yun must have mentioned her in front of his friends, which made her feel very happy. By the way, brother Song, why are you eating here? Although the food here is indeed good, it doesn't match your status, Yi Zi asked curiously. What kind of identity do I have? I'm just a commoner. Song Yun said with a smile, in fact, the main reason is that I have no money. Yi Zi looked at Song Yun with a look on her face. Do you think I'm an idiot? You are a billionaire who lives in a villa worth 90 million and drives a sports car worth 40 million. You tell me that you have no money? I don't believe it. Brother Song. You just keep making fun of me. If you let go of my fingers, it would be enough to feed a family of 3 for a lifetime. Song Yun looked at the other person with a smile and said helplessly, I really have no money. I just invested more than 100 million in my wife's company. Now my body is cleaner than my face. More than 100 million, get out of here. You rich bastard. Yi Zi and Song Yun played around for a while, then packed up the food and took it away. After all, if they didn't leave quickly, they would be full of dog food. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing came to the villa. Looking at the renovated villa, Yi Qingqing looked around curiously. It was not that the environment she lived in was not as good as here, but that this was their future home. Watching Yi Qingqing going up and down the stairs, Song Yun sighed, "How about not going home tonight? Let's watch to our heart's content." "Okay." Yi Qingqing sent a text message to her family without any hesitation. Holy crap! I was just joking with this little girl, but why did she take it seriously? So is it tonight? Yi Qingqing seemed to see through Song Yun, rolled her eyes at him and said, "Put away the idea in your head. It's impossible before you meet the parents." "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't think anything." Song Yun was furious after being exposed. He went over, hugged Yi Qingqing and gave her a big kiss. "If I can't accomplish the big thing, I can always collect some interest, right?" When it was time to go to bed, Song Yun originally wanted to go to the second bedroom to spend the night. But who knew that Yi Qingqing would pull him into the master bedroom very naturally? "No, no. I'm a man. We are still a legally recognized couple. Aren't you afraid that I will go wild at night?" "No, I believe you," Yi Qingqing said seriously. Although Song Yun really wanted to let her see the dangers of society, he wanted to live up to this trust even more. Lying on the big bed, Yi Qingqing curled up in Song Yun's arms, buried her face in Song Yun, greedily breathing in Song Yun's breath. But this was hard for Song Yun. He was holding such a beautiful woman in his arms, and every part of her skin was so warm. If he didn't commit a crime, it would be simply treason. But just as he was about to move, he looked down and saw Yi Qingqing sleeping soundly in his arms. If you look closely, you can see that Yi Qingqing's eyes are a little blue. It seems that she hasn't slept well these days because of the company's development. Song Yun moved his body to make Yi Qingqing lie more comfortably in his arms. "Good night, love you." Song Yun secretly kissed Yi Qingqing on the forehead and closed his eyes. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Yi Qingqing slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying on an unfamiliar big bed. "Oh, by the way, this will be my home from now on." She touched her side sleepily. No. It was empty. "Where is brother Song Yun?" She got up in a hurry, threw on a nightgown and prepared to go downstairs. But at this time the bedroom door opened, and Song Yun was holding a plate with a glass of milk, a bread, and a boiled egg on it. "Get up and eat, little lazy boy," Song Yun said as he put breakfast on the bedside table. "No, no. I opened my eyes early in the morning and didn't see you. I was in a bad mood after waking up." "Humph." Yi Qingqing pouted and turned her head to the side. "I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you up." "Whatever." So after Yi Qingqing forcefully asked for kisses and hugs, and had acted coquettishly enough, she got up, washed, and started eating. On the other side, there is the auction business hall. Zhou Chen shook hands with the person in charge. The most popular piece of land finally fell into his hands. Under the dual pressure from him and Mr. Wu yesterday, many real estate companies gave up the bidding. Some old companies, who were unwilling to give in, had no choice but to give up after studying their internal capital chains late at night. There was no other way, because the young master of the Zhou family had a lot of money, and money is king these days. No matter how much you say it, it is impossible to make a deal without money. So the most popular piece of land was finally sold for 490 million. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou. I hope to see him build a landmark building for Shanghai in the future. The person in charge said gently, looking like a good guy. We still need your support. Zhou Chen smiled back. After the two talked for a while, Zhou Chen took the contract and left. After getting in the car, I saw Mr. Wu sitting in the back seat. All done? Zhou Chen waved the documents in his hand triumphantly and told the driver to drive. After this development, your Zhou family will make at least 200 million. There was a hint of envy in old Wu's eyes. Zhou Chen smiled but said nothing. To put it bluntly, 200 million is considered a small amount. If used properly, a net profit of 300 million would be no problem. I made money, but Yi Qingqing lost a lot of money. 140 million is such a huge loss. I don't know how she will explain to her family when she goes back, Zhou Chen said disdainfully. A long time ago, he heard others praise Yi Qingqing as a heroine who worked hard alone and finally created such a big family business. But now, Yi Qingqing bought an unpopular piece of land as if she was possessed by a demon. It was absolutely ridiculous. Yi Qingqing is just a little girl after all, and she is easily influenced by others. she might have bought it on impulse. But it's better this way, as it saves us trouble. To be honest, I originally thought she would go home and ask for resources, but now it seems that people who don't know how to use resources are destined to be losers. Time passed day by day, and the government still did not release any news about the new subway line. This made all the real estate tycoons very nervous. But Yi Qingqing in the Magic Crystal Group's office did not have any negative emotions at all. Her daily routine now was to go to work, process documents, wait for Brother Song Yun to pick her up from get off work, go home, and sleep in Brother Song Yun's arms. Simple and warm. Yi Qingqing would never get tired of such days even if hundreds of years passed. Song Yun has not been idle either. He has been signing in at various places recently, and the small treasury around his waist has been slowly filling up. He wouldn't dare to say how much it is, but there is still a few tens of millions, plus some function cards. This gives him even more power, so that he is prepared when something happens. Chapter 36, 200 million for a kiss. One morning, Zhou Qin was sitting at home, leisurely eating breakfast with a newspaper in his hand. This habit was formed at his host relative's home when he was studying in England. Just as he cut a piece of bacon and put it elegantly into his mouth, his secretary rushed in. "You are so careless in your work and not calm at all," Zhou Chen scolded. Mr. Zhou, a new subway line in Shanghai is coming out." The secretary was a little out of breath after running for a long time. When Zhou Chen heard the news, he stood up suddenly and asked, "Really?" He was ecstatic. It seemed that the land would appreciate in value not long after he bought it. A subway line would not only facilitate transportation, but also lead to a surge in housing prices along the way. "Tell me." "The subway line is located over there." The secretary opened a map of the Magic City area and drew a straight line with a red marker. Zhou Chen's heart sank when he saw this line. He grabbed the secretary by the collar and stared at him with red eyes. "Where did you get this information?" "The government has issued a document and the subway construction will begin soon." The secretary lowered his head and endured the boss's anger. Zhou Chen pushed the secretary away and looked at the annoying red on the map, feeling furious. The piece of land he bought was valuable, but it was definitely not worth that much. He had asked his family to increase the stakes because he thought the new subway line would pass by there, but now it seems that he was wrong. It was all wrong. The news was both true and false. What should I do? What should I do to save it? Suddenly he looked up. Wasn't there a new subway line? Then he should buy another piece of land before the news spreads completely. He searched from bottom to top along the red line drawn by the secretary, and finally found a piece of land, which was the only piece of land. After seeing it clearly, he covered his heart and sat down on the ground suddenly. That piece of land was the unpopular land that Yi Qingqing bought. It's all over now. If you invest such a huge amount of money, you might even lose money if you fail. However, Yi Qingqing actually made a big profit with a small investment. The value of that unpopular piece of land has increased many times now. After the document was officially issued, the commercial streets of Shanghai went into an uproar. Originally, those real estate tycoons were not optimistic about the land that Yi Qingqing bought. After all, it was far away from the city and had complicated personnel. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. That piece of land is now the only piece of cake in Shanghai. As long as Yi Qingqing is willing to sell it, it can still be sold at a price of 700 to 800 million. On the other side, the Yi family. After hearing the news, Ye's father became unhappy. The secretary waiting beside him was a little confused. The eldest lady made money. This investment is perfect. Why is the master not happy at all? What he didn't know was that Ye's father had already raised the funds and was just waiting for Yi Qingqing to come back and talk to him about this matter. He could enjoy his daughter's admiration and pampering to his heart's content, but now, it's over. It's all over. How could my girl be so competitive? She could even turn defeat into victory over a piece of land that was sure to be lost. "Master, why do you look unhappy?" the secretary asked cautiously. "Hey, Xiaoqian, can you help me think of an idea? How can I fail an investment and lose some money?" Father Yi asked with a deep sigh. The secretary was full of questions. Was his master's brain out of control? Could he really say such a losing deal? When Father Yi saw that the secretary didn't say anything, he sighed again. They were all a bunch of good-for-nothings who didn't understand what he meant at all. Forget it, he should just build more Hope primary schools. Among all the people, the happiest people right now are those in the Magic Crystal Group. In the general manager's office, Jasmine answered call after call. Hello, Mr. Ian? I'm sorry, Mr. Su just offered 900 million, but we still haven't sold the land. Yes, you should discuss the final price with the company's senior management. Hey, Mr. Lee, you want to pay 1.1 billion? How about this? I'll write down your amount and report it to our president later. Is that okay with you? Okay, bye, Mr. Lee. After hanging up countless calls, Jasmine finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she was handling the formalities for the piece of land, people kept mocking her. Now that the land has appreciated in value, these villains have to come and beg her before they can see the eldest lady. This feeling of slapping her in the face is so satisfying. Just when she was immersed in the pleasure, the door was pushed open. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing entered the office. The official document came down today. He invested 150 million yuan, which was at least multiplied several times. His wallet can finally be filled. Yi Qingqing, who was following behind Song Yun, did not look like a CEO at all. She stuck to Song Yun and asked for a hug. She loves brother Song Yun to death now. She didn't expect that brother Song Yun is so forward-looking. The route he drew casually is almost the same as the route set by the municipal government. Jasmine, what is the highest bid now? Yi Qingqing asked curiously while sitting on the sofa. The highest bid is 1.1 billion. Do you want to sell it or develop it ourselves? Jasmine said respectfully, but her eyes could not stop looking at her son-in-law. She really did not expect that her son-in-law would be so capable. First, the capital investment doubled, and now the land is the same. It can be said that it is a great blessing for the eldest lady to marry her son-in-law. Brother Song Yun, you are the largest shareholder of this land. Do you want to sell it or not? Yi Qingqing asked with a smile. Song Yun thought about it. In fact, if he held on to the land for a while, he should be able to make some money. However, that little money was not as good as Song Yun's casual investment. If the investment was proper, the profit he would get would be far beyond what that little money could bring. Sell it. 1.1 billion seems to be the highest price. The highest price is a bit of hype. Song Yun said calmly. Okay, let's sell it. Yi Qingqing asked Molly to contact Mr. Lee to sign the contract today. This kind of thing is prone to complications. After Mr. Lee received the news, he immediately started to raise funds. It took him a long time to raise all the funds and sign a contract with Yi Qingqing. The money came over, and Yi Qingqing hugged Song Yun's waist and said with a smile, Song Yun, come on, give your wife a smile, and your wife will give you a few 100 million pocket money. Being teased by a little girl, Song Yun naturally refused to give up. He had to laugh, and after laughing he had to kiss her. Yi Qingqing really didn't expect Song Yun to be such a hooligan. Although she had gradually gotten used to it, Song Yun's sudden attack still made her heart flutter. Humph. You just know how to bully me. I was going to give you 800 million, but now I'm going to deduct 200 million and only give you 6. The rest can be considered as you sponsoring my business. Yi Qingqing muttered with a pout. Wow, 200 million for a kiss? No. I've suffered a great loss, I have to earn it back. Song Yun's lips pressed against hers again. Chapter 37 starts the story. In the end, Yi Qingqing still gave Song Yun 800 million yuan. After all, they were all family members, and it didn't matter where the money was. What's more, the Magic Crystal Group was no longer short of money, and had a perfect record of investing in this land. It was believed that after it went public in the near future, the stock price would soar to an unimaginable level. Then just go to work obediently, and I'll wait for you to get off work and take you home. Song Yun walked away with a smile, holding a bank card with 800 million yuan in funds. Looking at Song Yun's carefree back, Jasmine said enviously, Miss, you have such a good eye for people. The son-in-law is so amazing. Bah, it's like he knew it in advance. Hearing people around her praising her lover, Yi Qingqing said with a smile, of course, don't you see whose husband he is? On the other side, Song Yun left the Magic Crystal Group and returned to the villa. He parked the car and looked at the empty garage, wondering whether he should buy 2 more cars. After all, the Lamborghini Veneno is a supercar and is not suitable for driving in the city. He would get a speeding ticket before he could even accelerate. Thinking of this, he searched for 4S stores in Shanghai on the internet, and finally found that one of them was holding a car show today, so Song Yun drove the Lamborghini to the venue again. After parking the car, Song Yun walked inside. countless people have flocked into the exhibition hall where the auto show is held. Most of them are not here to buy cars, but to see the car models. Song Yun naturally didn't have such a bad taste, and he looked at one SUV after another intently. In this way, we arrived at the Bentley exhibition area. Bentley's customers are all high-end clients, and ordinary people cannot enter at all. When Song Yun just wanted to go in and take a look, he was stopped. "Sir, only VIP users can enter the Bentley exhibition area, so I'm sorry." Seeing the apologetic look on the saleswoman's face, Song Yun did not make things difficult for her. After all, if cars worth millions or tens of millions of dollars were not maintained on site, and anyone could come in and touch and drive them, who knows what the paint would look like after the car was exhibited? "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I must have the capital to do this. Do you see the Lamborghini booth next to you? You can go and ask them if they know a man named Song Yun." The saleswoman was stunned by Song Yun's words. After all, rich people nowadays always like to play the role of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. She couldn't guarantee that the young man in front of her, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, was not that kind of person. Asking a question wouldn't cost you anything, so the female salesperson asked Song Yun to wait for a moment and then trotted to the Lamborghini showroom. When she learned that Song Yun was the super rich man who had just bought the Lamborghini Veneno some time ago, she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, her attitude just now was pretty good, otherwise if the other party held her accountable, she would definitely be fired from the car dealership. "Mr. Song, please come this way. I will introduce you to the model of car you want to see." The female salesperson came back with a perfect smile and took Song Yun into the showroom. After a round of driving, Song Yun felt that Bentley was more suitable for middle-aged bosses with abundant assets. Usually, the driver drove the car, and the boss rode in it, which was a bit inconsistent with him. After the saleswoman's closing remarks of welcoming guests to visit next time, Song Yun left the Bentley showroom. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the 4S store car show. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Song Yun never expected that the system could be triggered here. Ding, the host has completed this sign-in, and is rewarded with a plot mode. The plot is about to begin. Apart from signing in, you will not be able to use other system functions before completion. Of course, the host will receive a very high reward for completing the plot. Song Yun was stunned when he heard the mechanical voice of the system. What the hell? Is this the beginning of the plot? Is he locking himself up? Just as Song Yun was standing there in a daze, someone hit him on the back. He looked back and saw a very young car model sitting on the ground, rubbing her ankle in pain. Song Yun looked at the car model's 18-centimeter high heels and felt pain just thinking about it. He stretched out his hand and tried to pull the car model up, but when the car model raised her head, Song Yun was stunned, and the car model sat on the ground with her mouth wide open. Song Yun knew this car model, and this little girl almost became his child bride. After Song Yun moved out of the compound, he had no suitable playmates in his new living environment. By chance, a comrade in arms of Song Yun's father came to visit with his daughter. At just one glance, Song Yun became good friends with the little girl. But as we grew up, we lost contact. I didn't expect to meet here today. But according to what Song Yun knew, his father's comrade in arms became a glorious policeman after he retired, and the little girl was also a lady from a well-off family. How come she is now a car model at such a young age? Song, brother Song Yun. The little car model lowered her head, her face flushed. She had met Song Yun countless times in her dreams, but in reality, the first time they met after not seeing each other for many years was here. Yuan Si? Why are you here? Uncle doesn't care about you. Song Yun asked in pretended anger and pulled her up from the ground. Looking at her ankle, which was gradually becoming red and swollen, he helped her all the way to the nearest Bentley showroom. The female salesperson was delighted to see the wealthy man Song Yun coming back, but she was puzzled when she saw that he was supporting a small car model. Mr. Song, how can I help you? The saleswoman asked with a smile. My sister's ankle is swollen. Could you please bring some crushed ice for me? Thank you. Not to mention getting crushed ice, even if it was to buy an ice maker, the female salesperson would not hesitate at all. After all, for a wealthy man like Song Yun, when buying things, he no longer looks at the price, but only at the personal connections and whether it is suitable. If I can please Song Yun here, and Song Yun contacts me when he wants to buy a car, the commission will be extremely generous. The saleswoman trotted off to get some ice, leaving the two of them standing there in silence. Brother Song Yun, actually, my father died. When Yuan Si said this, her eyes were slightly red, but it could be seen that she was trying hard to hold back her tears. Song Yun never expected this to be the outcome. Looking at the other party, it was obvious that he knew something. There is no need to say anything explicitly, one sentence is enough to make everything clear. According to your age, you should be a junior this year? Song Yun asked tentatively. Well, after my father died, my mother got sick. Over the years, I was able to go to school smoothly with the help of my father's pension and the support of my uncles and aunts, but I don't want to get something for nothing all my life, so I took advantage of my spare time to do some part-time jobs. Yuan Si murmured softly. Song Yun didn't know what to say at this moment. He lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. At this time, the female salesperson came back, handed the ice to Song Yun, and stood there waiting. Song Yun waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Don't stand here. Go ask your store manager to customize a car for me. It's an SUV model. Just choose the best accessories." The female salesperson was ecstatic after hearing this. Bentley's customized models are different from the existing cars. If the existing cars can be sold for 7 or 8 million, then the customized models can easily sell for tens of millions. She could see that Song Yun had something to discuss, so she tactfully left in a hurry. Chapter 38. It's okay for other girls to dress like this, but it's not okay for you to dress like this. Brother Song Yun, are you so rich now? Yuan Si pressed the ice on her swollen ankle and smiled at Song Yun with a wink. Since she was a child, she has had a special feeling for Song Yun, because only Song Yun would stand up to protect her when she was bullied. In her heart, Song Yun is the best brother in the world, no doubt about it. When she saw Song Yun's wealthy appearance, she just asked jokingly, but there was no greed in her eyes. If Song Yun lives a good life, she sincerely wishes him well. If Song Yun lives a bad life, she will not look down on him. Perhaps this is the most basic emotion between people. At this time, the female salesperson brought over the price list prepared by the store manager. Song Yun glanced at it casually and signed the contract. He signed and swiped his card so smoothly that many people at the auto show looked at him. This guy is not simple. He doesn't care about anything when buying a car. How rich must his family be? By the way, I'm swiping a car driven by a young man. It doesn't matter whether it looks good or not, the important thing is safety. Song Yun said to the female salesperson. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Mr. Song, if you want a car with a very high safety factor, I think Volvo would be more suitable." There were two reasons why she didn't introduce it directly from her own car. First, it was Song Yun's focus. If something happened to Song Yun in the future, but the car did not show its safety, she would definitely be the one to suffer. The second point is that a big order has been made today, and leaving a good impression on Song Yun is the top priority. A steady and long-term business will bring much higher profits than a one-size-fits-all approach. Song Yun looked at the saleswoman in surprise. He didn't expect that she would recommend another company. He nodded to her and left a business card. When he was about to go to the Volvo Auto Show, he found that Yuan Si couldn't walk at all after standing up, so he apologized to the saleswoman and said, "I'm sorry, I have to ask you to buy it for me." "No problem, what car would you like?" "It doesn't matter, as long as it's safe." The female salesperson learned this and went to the Volvo showroom with her bank card. After a while, she brought back photos of several car models. Song Yun stuffed them into Yuan Si's hands and asked her which one looked better. After much deliberation, Yuan Si finally picked a car worth more than 600,000 yuan. After completing the formalities, Song Yun drove away with Yuan Si in the existing car. In the car, Song Yun asked Yuan Si to put on his coat. This little girl is really bold. Doesn't she know how chaotic the car model circle is? If she is not careful, she will be arranged to the big boss's drinking table and lose her virginity in the end. Song Yun didn't know about her experience before and was too lazy to mention it, but now that he has met her, he has to take care of it. "Brother Song Yun, where are you taking me?" Yuan Si couldn't help but ask curiously as she watched Song Yun drive the car to one of the most expensive shopping malls in Shanghai. "Buy clothes. You don't want to wander around the street in such a revealing dress, do you?" Song Yun tugged at the other person's coat, trying to close it more tightly. "No. The clothes here are so expensive." Yuan Si shook her head repeatedly. "If I say buy, you must buy." Song Yun retorted in annoyance. Seeing that Song Yun was a little angry, Yuan Si quickly compromised. There is no way, because she has been targeting Song Yun since she was a child. Although they haven't met for many years, she has always been looking forward to meeting Song Yun, and for this reason she has remained single. Song Yun borrowed a wheelchair from the mall, picked up Yuan Si in his arms like a princess and put her on the wheelchair. Yuan Si's face turned red because of this intimate action, and it was almost dripping with water. Song Yun pushed her and followed the mall's navigation all the way into a European women's clothing brand store. As soon as I entered, the female salesperson who was waiting for customers came towards me. She took a closer look at Yuan Si, who was sitting in the wheelchair, and saw at a glance that although the dress she was wearing was very beautiful, it could actually be bought on Taobao for a few hundred yuan. Look at Song Yun again, he is extraordinary. Although the clothes she was wearing were not branded, they were so perfect in terms of both material and design, and must have been made by a famous custom designer. It would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars to finish this. But in fact, Song Yun didn't know how expensive the clothes he was wearing were. Ever since Yi Qingqing moved into the villa, she had filled up his wardrobe. He didn't care too much because he felt comfortable wearing them. The saleswoman smiled sincerely at Song Yun. "Hello, both of you. We have recently added several new women's clothing to our store. I believe that this lady will be very suitable for her when she puts them on." Song Yun nodded calmly and said, "I don't care. The most important thing is that she likes it. You can take my sister to look at your clothes later. If she likes any of them, just pack them up. But the premise is that they must be suitable for college students and not too revealing." After saying that, Song Yun handed the wheelchair to the female salesperson and went to the men's waiting area to flip through magazines. To be honest, he never wastes time when buying clothes. It takes him a few minutes to look at clothes in a store and 1 minute to buy them. Following the whole process, he can put together a set of clothes in less than 10 minutes. But girls are different. They go from one store to another, looking at this model and that model, and after comparing prices from 3 stores, they decide not to buy anything. Song Yun has never been able to understand such a waste of time. On the other side, the female salesperson brought all the new models to Yuan Si for her to choose from. Yuan Si took a look and picked out a dress. The female salesperson helped her into the dressing room, and she looked charming when she came out after changing her clothes. The whole person's temperament has been elevated to a higher level. Song Yun took a look and found that the hem of the skirt was above her calves. It was okay. This dress suits her very well. But we have to mention that expensive clothes are expensive for a reason. Yuan Si is like 2 different people before and after trying on clothes. Before the fitting, she was dressed maturely, but she looked like a young girl, which looked very incongruous. But now Yuan Si has brought out the advantages of her pure girlhood to the fullest, and her every move is filled with the exuberance of youth. "Anything else?" Song Yun asked. "We have a few more pieces, but this lady has a foot injury, so it's not convenient for her to try them on," the female salesperson said apologetically with sweat on her head. When they were changing clothes just now, she had to support Yuan Si the whole time, which took a lot of effort. "Wrap them all up and wait until her wounds are healed and then she can try it herself." Song Yun took out the card and said. The female salesperson was stunned when she heard this. In all her years of working in a clothing store, she had never seen a man so generous with his money. Thinking that these clothes cost more than 300,000 yuan in total, she kindly reminded him, "Sir, because this lady has chosen new styles from us, the prices." "Don't worry, there is definitely enough money in the card." "Well, this is a good deal." The saleswoman went to the front desk to check out with a smile, and then handed the receipt to Song Yun. "Please leave your address, and a special person will deliver the goods to your door later." Chapter 39 Potential Love Rival. Yuan Si was pushed back into the car by Song Yun wearing this outfit. Looking at the receipt in her hand, Yuan Si asked cautiously, "Brother Song Yun, can these clothes still be returned? I can just go back to the dormitory and buy a few pieces online." "Why, did I buy you something too cheap? Or are you uncomfortable wearing it?" "No. It's that, oh my. These clothes are too expensive. Is their family doing robbery business part-time? A piece of cloth like this costs more than 80,000. Yuan Si complained. "So, does this dress look good?" "It looks good." Song Yun interrupted Yuan Si before she finished her words. "As long as it looks good, it's fine. After all, for me, there's no difference between tens of thousands and a few dozen dollars." "Damn it, you're pretending again." They quarreled all the way to the dormitory building. It was just the end of get-out-of-class time, and many college students were walking towards the dormitory with their cell phones in their hands. After seeing Song Yun's Volvo, many people stopped to look. After all, the rich second generation were still a minority in the school, and most people came from ordinary families. They couldn't even think about driving to school. At this time, the car door opened, and Song Yun ran to the other side and helped out the jumping Yuan Si. "Do you have a driver's license?" Song Yun asked. "Yes, what's wrong? This car is also convenient for you to drive back and forth on a daily basis." Yuan Si never expected that Song Yun bought such an expensive car and finally gave it to her. She pushed the key away and refused to take it. Just at this time, Yuan Si's roommate came up and asked with a smile, "Handsome boy, are you pursuing RC?" "No. This is my brother, don't talk nonsense." Yuan Si quickly denied. The girl looked at Song Yun in surprise, then turned to look at Yuan Si. She knew Yuan Si's family situation, so how could a brother suddenly appear? Could he be an illegitimate child or something like that? "Okay, here are the car keys. Keep them for later use and rent a parking space at school." Song Yun slapped the car keys into Yuan Si's hand, then took out a bank card from his pocket and waved it in front of Yuan Si. "There are more than 600,000 yuan in the card, which is enough for a while. If I find out that you work part-time at a car show again, I will break your legs." Although Song Yun's words were a bit harsh, they were full of warmth in Yuan Si's ears. She didn't know how many years it had been since anyone had cared about her like this. "Oh, by the way, I'll ask a doctor for you to give Auntie a comprehensive checkup someday to see if there is any treatment plan that can cure Auntie's disease. Yuan Si's mother has cancer and has been relying on chemotherapy and medication to maintain her life over the years. However, the efficacy of these drugs is linked to money, and the drugs that rich people take are definitely much better than those of ordinary people. Besides, Song Yun has the phone number for the best private hospital in Shanghai, so it would be a waste if he didn't use it." Seeing that Song Yun had arranged everything for him, Yuan Si tried hard not to cry. "I'm leaving now. You should study hard at school. If you're tired, take a break. If you want to do a part-time job, find something that a college student should do. It can also be considered as training for yourself." Song Yun said this and left. Looking at Song Yun's back, Yuan Si's roommate asked curiously, "See, I remember you were an only child, right? How come you suddenly have such a rich brother?" Before Yuan Si could speak, the girl suddenly thought of something and whispered in her ear, "Could it be done?" "What are you talking about, you little bitch?" Yuan Si pinched the other person and was a little angry. "Oh. Don't be angry, my dear. I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated. Come on, smile for your sister." Pa, this is the older brother of my dad's comrade in arms. We grew up together. It's not the dirty relationship you think. Oh my, so we're childhood sweethearts. Damn it, am I going to be excluded from this?" Watching her roommate turn over tonight, Yuan Si sighed helplessly and limped back to the dormitory. After all, it was too embarrassing to do that in public. Song Yun left school and hailed a taxi to go home. Lying on the soft big bed, Song Yun thought about what had happened in recent times and always felt like he was living in a dream. First he got the system, then he got a beautiful wife, earned hundreds of millions, and owned a house and a car. This is definitely the configuration of a new generation of rich people. However, Song Yun soon fell into deep thought. The things that the system arranged for him to do and the people he met were all people he had known before, but what about Yi Qingqing? Could it be that she is really the little girl who followed me around all the time when they were little and wanted to marry me? In fact, the answer you want is very simple, just look at the mark on Yi Qingqing's body. But the other person always wears pajamas to sleep every night and never reveals a bit of her body. I can't just take her clothes off and watch her. Oh, I'm so worried. It seems that I have to meet her parents and then take a closer look to see if this little girl is the childhood sweetheart in my impression. On the other side, the Magic City Puxi Airport. A private plane slowly descended and landed smoothly. After a while, the ladder was lowered and a man in a British suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked down. The man is 183 centimeters tall, has a scholarly look, and his gentle and refined appearance is very pleasing. His name is Lu Sihua, the eldest grandson of the Lu family in Shanghai. The Lu family's history in Shanghai can be traced back to the Republic of China. In the early years of the Republic of China, Lu Sihua's great-grandfather fled to Shanghai and started out pulling a rickshaw. Later, he joined the Chamber of Commerce and started from a small business. He accumulated funds step by step and finally opened his own business, making the Lu family's brand bigger and bigger. It can be said that the Lu family's strength in the Magic City can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Previously, both Ye's father and Lu's father wanted to bring Lu Sihua and Yi Qingqing together, but Yi Qingqing flatly refused. The matter came to nothing. Outside the airport, a Rolls-Royce was parked on the side of the road, with 5 burly bodyguards in suits standing on both sides of the car. Seeing Lu Sihua leaving the airport, the group hurried forward to protect him. When Lu Sihua entered the car, he saw a hot woman wearing glasses looking at him seductively. "Master Lu, welcome back. Do you want to meet the Lu family first, or go find Yi Qingqing first?" The woman cast a coquettish glance at Lu Sihua, licked her lips seductively, and finally looked at him while biting her lower lip. "You little secretary. Your skills have become more and more advanced in the past few months. Let the young master see if you have great abilities." After saying that, Lu Sihua pounced on him. Fortunately, the Rolls-Royce is divided into 2 compartments, front and rear, which are completely separated. As long as the curtains in the rear compartment are drawn, it is equivalent to a small room with extremely strong sound insulation. The female secretary was tickled by Lu Sihua and said with a charming smile, "I have been waiting for you for a long time, you have to do your best." Chapter 40 Title Opening. The next day, Song Yin received a call from Yuan Si, who said that she was going to be an etiquette model and invited the person who had helped her a lot before, and asked if Song Yin could go. Song Yin thought about it and thought that etiquette models would not wear anything more revealing than car models, so he agreed. For Yuan Si's safety, Song Yin drove his sports car to the school gate to pick her up. Not long after I parked the car, I saw Yuan Si limping towards me. Although my foot still hurts a little, fortunately I treated it in time and applied a plaster at night, and it doesn't look very swollen anymore. Are you okay in this state? Song Yin stared at Yuan Si's feet and asked with some concern. It doesn't matter. The model they originally arranged couldn't go on stage because she had a stomachache, so I'm just going to be a background board today. I don't need to do anything. Yuan Si smiled sweetly. Song Yin didn't say much. He drove according to the navigation and arrived at the place Yuan Si mentioned. It turns out that this is a training base specializing in training flight attendants. It just opened today and has recruited many beautiful girls to serve. Song Yin drove his sports car to the parking space, and the huge roar of the engine attracted everyone's attention. Lamborghini. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smooth curves of the sports car, and no one had time to pay attention to the beautiful woman hosting the show on the stage. Ding, it is detected that the host is at the Magic City Beauty Training Base. Do you want to sign in? Great. I finally found a new place to get rewards. I don't know what I will get. Could it be that the system will transfer this training base to my name? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, temperament plus 10. Ding. Because the host's temperament has reached a certain level, the title of Young Master of a Noble Family is awarded. Note, the title can provide certain attribute bonuses to the host. Ding. The host has used the title, and his charm has increased by 10 points. Whenever the host appears, he will attract the attention of all the women present. Suddenly, Song Yun's temperament changed drastically. His every move was full of the demeanor of a noble man, and even some tiny expressions were enough to arouse the girl's fluttering heart. Song Yun really didn't expect that he would become the dream man of thousands of girls. If Yi Qingqing knew about this, she would have to take better care of herself to prevent those women from flocking to her like swarming bees and butterflies. Oh, the feeling of being a handsome guy, so sad. Brother Song Yun, you seem like a different person. Yuan Si stared at Song Yun and muttered. Song Yun joked, "You've become more handsome, haven't you?" Yuan Si nodded heavily. Brother Song Yun's smile was 100 times more handsome than before. She couldn't take her eyes off Song Yun at all. Okay, we should go down. Song Yun got out of the car, opened the passenger door, and then helped Yuan Si out. When Song Yun faced everyone present, people's eyes shifted from the sports car to Song Yun. Especially the girls, their eyes were fixed on him. Oh my god, I didn't expect the guy driving a sports car to be so handsome. Is this what it means to be a winner in life? Not only is he rich, but he's also handsome. How nice it would be if I could get his contact information. Even if he plays with my feelings, I'd be willing to do it. Song Yun frowned as he watched everyone trying to crowd over. He didn't care. After the systematic transformation, his body strength was very great. But Yuan Si was not so good. If he aggravated Yuan Si's foot injury because he was too handsome, that would be too much of a sin. He fished out a mask from the car and put it on his face. But it still didn't have any effect. Just a pair of eyes was enough to capture the hearts of countless girls. See, why don't we retreat first? I'm afraid if we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave in a while. Song Yun was a little panicked. After all, he was being stared at greedily by so many pairs of eyes, and he was afraid that someone would take advantage of him in public. After all, boys should protect themselves when they go out. Okay, I'll call the person who invited me later. Song Yun drove away from the scene quickly with Yuan Si, but he didn't know that someone had posted his photo on the internet and was searching the entire network for news about Song Yun. Anyone who had his contact information would pay a commission of 100,000 yuan. When people on the internet saw Song Yun, they all gave him +1 and asked for his contact information. This quickly became a hot topic on the internet. After Song Yun left, the girls present couldn't help but smack their lips in amazement. They had a feast for their eyes today. On the other side, Song Yun sent Yuan Si back to school. In order not to cause a commotion, Song Yun asked Yuan Si's roommate to come and pick her up. Seeing Yuan Si return to school safely, Song Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that being too handsome is not a good thing. If he is given an advantage in this aspect later on, he will have to hire a bodyguard. The next day, after washing up, Song Yun went to the Magic Crystal Group. Because the land purchase was not yet completed and some documents and procedures needed to be handed over, Yi Qingqing stayed in the company all the time in order to complete it quickly, and rested in the office cubicle at night. After entering the Magic Crystal Group, countless people's eyes turned to Song Yun. A little girl in work clothes stuffed a bottle of coffee into Song Yun's arms with a red face, then ran away shyly. Song Yun shook his head helplessly, turned around and got on the president's exclusive elevator. After Song Yun left, the receptionist pointed at the little girl next to her and said, "Little girl, do you know who that man is?" "Who cares? What's wrong? I'm not ugly. Am I not allowed to date handsome guys?" "You. That's President Ye's husband." The front desk lady said angrily, "How dare you flirt with the president's man? If someone with ulterior motives gets involved, will you still have a good ending?" The little girl's face turned pale when she heard this. She was so brave. But the president's husband is so handsome. Even if she is fired, she will never regret what she did today. Song Yun arrived at the door of the general manager's office, pushed it open, and found Yi Qingqing asleep on the sofa, while Molly was quietly sorting out the handover documents. Hearing the door open, Jasmine looked back and saw that it was Song Yun, so she didn't bother. But that's not right. Why is Song Yun so handsome again? She looked back again. It was not an illusion. Song Yun was even more handsome. It was not only reflected in his skin, but also hidden in his temperament. Song Yun made a hushing gesture to her, then took off his coat, walked to Yi Qingqing and covered her with it. Although the action was very gentle, it still woke Yi Qingqing up. Yi Qingqing opened her sleepy eyes and dimly saw her brother Song Yun coming. She twisted her body, opened her arms and said coquettishly, "Hubby, hug." Song Yun smiled and held Yi Qingqing in his arms, while Molly, who was fed with dog food, tactfully left the office. "Honey, I miss you so much. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become even more handsome." "Damn it. What if someone else snatches you away?" Although Yi Qingqing was surprised, she quickly got used to it. After all, no matter how handsome he was still her husband, legally recognized by the country. Chapter 41 Master Chef. "Hubby, when I'm done with my work, come home with me to see Mom and Dad." When the two of them were being affectionate, Yi Qingqing suddenly spoke. "No problem, you set the time, I'll be there anytime." Song Yun kissed Yi Qingqing on the forehead. It seems that he is not far from happiness. As long as he gets the approval of Ye's father and mother, he and Yi Qingqing can truly be together. Looking at Song Yun's serious expression, Yi Qingqing also smiled foolishly. Just as the atmosphere between the two people was becoming more and more ambiguous, Yi Qingqing's stomach rumbled at an inopportune time. She smiled awkwardly, then shyly buried her head in Song Yun's waist. "Come on, I'll take you to dinner." There is a cubicle in Yi Qingqing's office. The decoration inside is no worse than any 5-star hotel. You can also sleep and take a shower there, which is a special benefit. Yi Qingqing had been up all night and felt sticky, so she asked Song Yun to wait for her for a while. While Yi Qingqing was taking a shower, Song Yun looked at the land handover documents. Due to the business talent granted by the system, he had no difficulty reading these things at all. After reading it all, Song Yun couldn't help but sigh that big companies are good. Both the treaties and some regulations in the documents were marked in bold, allowing readers to read them easily. Just at this moment, Yi Qingqing pushed open the door of the compartment and came out. She changed into a black dress and was still charming without any makeup on her face. She is no longer the high-ranking president, but Song Yun's little fangirl next door. Yi Qingqing took Song Yun's arm, and the two of them left the Magic Crystal Group. What do you want to eat? Sitting in the car, Song Yun diligently helped Yi Qingqing fasten the passenger seatbelt. It seems like there's a new 5-star restaurant opened, shall we go try it? Okay, you guide me. The two of them came to a new 5-star restaurant that had received high reviews online. After ordering the dishes, the two of them started chatting casually, with Song Yun asking the most questions, such as what Yi's father and mother like so that he could prepare in advance. Although the Yi family is the richest family in Shanghai and has everything they need, you can't really visit them without bringing anything. This is etiquette and it concerns the first impression. Song Yun doesn't want to make a mistake here. As the two chatted, the dishes came up one by one. Song Yun took a bite and felt it was very ordinary, not even as good as eating in the shabby restaurant in the university town. Maybe people come here not for the taste of the food, but for a sense of identity and status. Just as Song Yun was feeling emotional, the system beeped. Ding! The host is detected at Lijiang Restaurant, Furong Street, YH District, Magic City. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Song Yun didn't think much about it. After all, what good things could he get by signing in a restaurant? But the system's reward surprised him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host will be rewarded with master-level cooking skills and the cooking experience of 100 famous chefs from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. A flood of memories entered Song Yun's mind. It was as if Song Yun had learned cooking for many years. He could know the cooking steps and requirements of any dish he thought of in his mind. After the two of them finished their meal, Song Yun asked with a smile, "Are you full?" No. The portions of their dishes are so small. The more expensive they are, the more exquisite they are, ha! Yi Qingqing said dissatisfiedly. Let's go home and make you something delicious. Brother Song Yun, can you cook? With Yi Qingqing looking puzzled, Song Yun returned home and took out some ingredients from the refrigerator. Since he had already eaten, Song Yun steamed some rice and fried 2 home-cooked dishes. While cooking, Song Yun was constantly honing his cooking skills and memories of famous chefs. Eventually, the 2 dishes were ready. One dish is scrambled eggs with tomatoes and one dish is stir-fried pork with peppers. When the food was served on the table, Yi Qingqing's eyes were almost shining. It smells so good. Yi Qingqing couldn't wait to take a bite of the fried pork with peppers. The spiciness of the peppers was completely released in her mouth and kept flowing in her mouth. But while the spicy taste stimulated the taste buds, it also caused people to secrete a substance that made Yi Qingqing pick up bites of the food one by one and couldn't stop at all. It's delicious. I didn't know you hid it so well. Yi Qingqing stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth and complained incoherently. Ha, if it tastes good, eat more. Song Yunwang poured a little tomato scrambled egg soup into his bowl. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he felt that what he had eaten before was nothing. This is the real dish. The two of them devoured all the food in no time, not even a drop of soup was left. Yi Qingqing sat in her seat, rubbing her bloated belly and said contentedly, I finally understand why you didn't cook for me before. You must have been afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop eating and would get fatter and fatter. I wasn't, don't talk nonsense. Song Yun couldn't tell Yi Qingqing that I signed in today and got a cooking reward. It was actually my first day to eat the meal I cooked, right? Well, you don't need me to tell you. I know it myself. If I continue to eat like this, I will get fat sooner or later. Will you still eat it in the future? Eat. Why not? My husband cooks delicious food, shouldn't I be secretly happy? You will be responsible for all the meals in our house from now on. Yi Qingqing smiled slyly and started to act coquettishly towards Song Yun. Sure. No problem at all. So the two of them stayed in the villa for a day, and in the evening Yi Qingqing had another meal made by Song Yun. After dinner, Yi Qingqing chose to go home. After all, a meeting between the two parties was about to be arranged, so she went home first to negotiate with her parents so that it would not be too sudden. Song Yun sent Yi Qingqing home and returned to the villa alone. The next day, Song Yun went to the hospital first and told the directors about Yuan Si's mother's condition. After listening patiently, those skilled doctors still wanted to see Yuan Si. After all, she was the one who had taken care of his mother all these years, and she must know more about the condition and severity than Song Yun. So Song Yun called Yuan Si and made an appointment to meet at the school gate. Song-yun drove his sports car to the gate of Yuan-si school. Today is the weekend, and there are many college students coming and going in the school. Some are shopping with their lovers, and some are friends planning to play games online. But at this moment, a sports car parked there immediately attracted the attention of most people. Some good-looking female college students turned on their selfies and took photos of the sports car non-stop. As one wave finishes, another wave takes over. Finally, a bold girl lay on the front of the Lamborghini and asked her companions to take a picture of her. Song-yun felt a little embarrassed sitting in the car. The girl was wearing a one-piece hip skirt that barely covered her breasts. But as soon as he lay on the car, he was squeezed and a deep groove appeared in front of Song-yun. But because the car's windows were covered with film, people outside could not see inside, but people inside could see outside, so now Song-yun didn't know whether he should interrupt this female classmate or feast his eyes. Chapter 42. You are really a person with high aspirations in life. Classmate, can you get out of my car? Seeing the girl's increasingly excessive behavior, Song-yun finally couldn't help but open the window and remind her. The girl who was happily taking photos suddenly blushed and ran aside. It's so embarrassing. The owner of the car was actually in the car. The girl who was taking the photo for her stood there in a daze, deeply attracted by Song-yun's appearance. She didn't remember that there was such a handsome boy in her school, and he was so rich too. Everyone was in an uproar for a moment. Many girls ignored their modesty and went up to Song-yun to ask for his contact information, but they were all rejected. Just at this time Yuan-si came out, and Song-yun hurriedly took Yuan-si and drove away. In the crowd, a figure quietly looked at the sports car that had already driven away. This person was Yuan-si's roommate. Song-yun took Yuan-si directly into the dean's office. After some usual inquiries, the directors all said that there would be no problem with the treatment. Because it is a private hospital, it can provide the most comfortable services, including post-convalescence. When Yuan-si asked how much money it would cost, the dean looked at Song-yun with some confusion. Song-yun coughed lightly and said, "No need to pay, just let Auntie live here." So both parties agreed on a time to bring Yuan-si's mother over, conduct a systematic examination, and then develop a detailed treatment plan. After Song-yun took Yuan-si out of the hospital, he found that the expression on her face had changed. Although she was smiling before, I always felt that she was burdened with something. But now, Yuan-si seemed to have lifted a heavy burden and became more sunny. Song-yun sent Yuan-si back to school. Yuan-si walked briskly back to the dormitory, but as soon as she pushed the door open, she was squeezed in between her roommates. "What are you doing?" "I don't remember doing anything outrageous," Yuan-si said jokingly. "No. You did." Several roommates shouted in unison. Seeing Yuan-si's dazed expression, a roommate put his arm around her shoulder and said earnestly, "Teacher C, when are you going to start a love class?" "I want to be the first to sign up." "I'm second." "The third one." No, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand a word you say." "You're still pretending." "The guy outside the school today. He's more handsome than a celebrity and drives a sports car." "Is he your boyfriend?" Yuan-si was so upset after hearing this that she waved her hands and said, "That's the brother I've known since childhood. We just met recently." "Oh, childhood sweethearts. And it's a fateful encounter." "It's okay, Mr. Yuan. You are really good at it." "What are you talking about?" "I really didn't know I would meet him again, and our relationship is innocent." "I will be angry if you say anything again," Yuan-si said in feigned anger. Okay, we were just joking, but that little brother is really handsome. You must seize the opportunity." Seeing her roommate's confident expressions, Yuan-si began to feel hesitant. The next day, Song-yun was woken up while sleeping at home. The visitor was Zhang Wang, who was the person in charge of handling the villa invasion case. Zhang Wang was carrying some valuable gifts and flattered Song-yun. "Mr. Song, how is your stay here?" "It's okay, but I haven't been around our villa area much, and I don't know what facilities there are here." Song-yun yawned and said casually, "Then I'll take you around today. Our villa area covers a large area and is equipped with a series of high-end facilities such as community hospitals, parks, and kindergartens. What do you think?" Seeing Zhang Wang's expectant eyes, Song-yun didn't want to reject his kindness, so he put on his clothes and followed Zhang Wang out the door. Zhang Wang personally drove an electric car and took Song-yun to visit the villa area. Whenever he came across a facility, he would give a detailed explanation. As the two of them wandered around the villa area, Song Yun pointed to a more splendid villa complex not far away and asked, "Is that also built by your company? You think too highly of US." Zhang Wang smiled awkwardly. All those villas were built by Junel, the most powerful construction company in Shanghai. It is said that the land alone cost nearly 10 billion. Oh? Song Yun became interested. Would the system reward him with a villa if he signed in there? Who would complain about having too much money? After Song Yun asked to go and take a look, Zhang Wang gritted his teeth and drove to the other party's villa complex. After all, it is not their own place, and the two parties are competing companies. There will inevitably be ridicule and sarcasm when they go there, but what can they do? The owner has made the request, so they can only do as he asks. After arriving at the Junel Villa area, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the Junel Villa complex in the YK district of Magic City. Do you want to sign in? Song Yun decisively pressed the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in, and you will be rewarded with a set of Junel Villa. Really? Song Yun was a little excited. Just now, when he was chatting with Zhang Wang, he learned that the Junel Villa complex was called a villa, but it was actually built as a manor. There were only 18 buildings built in such a large area, and the market value of each building was now worth 1 billion. Not only that, the property fees here are also the most expensive in Shanghai, requiring 20 million yuan to be paid annually. The corresponding services are also second to none in Shanghai. Since Song Yun and Zhang Wang had been standing at the entrance to the villa area for a long time, the security guard came forward curiously and asked, "Are you two here to look for someone?" "No, I own this place." Song Yun walked forward and pressed his fingerprint in the verification area of the gate. Instantly, the gate opened like a castle. "Welcome home, owner number 6. The security personnel quickly let him pass, but Zhang Wang's brain was no longer working and he just stood there stupidly. I originally thought that Song Yun was a rich second generation from a wealthy family, but now it seems that he is more than just rich. It's pretty damn rich. Zhang Wang followed closely like a little follower and entered the Junel Villa area. Not to mention, after entering, Song Yun discovered that every household here had high walls and large courtyards, and once the door was locked, it was a world of its own. And because the area is so large, every household has a small tram provided by the property to pick up guests at the gate. Arriving at Villa number 6, Song Yun pressed his fingerprint on the door and the fully automatic door slowly opened. Once you enter, you will find yourself in a completely different world. This villa covers an area of about 5,000 to 6,000 square meters, and half of it is landscaping. It can be said that there is a private garden at home for the owner to enjoy. Not only that, there are also outdoor swimming pools, saunas, tennis courts, outdoor paddy courts and more. Entering the house, he found that it was equipped with an indoor elevator and the level of decoration was many times more upscale than where he lived currently. Zhang Wang was also looking around in surprise. After walking around with Song Yun, he sighed, "Mr. Song really put a lot of thought into the decoration. I just had an occupational disease and estimated that the decoration alone would cost 200 million. You are really a person with high aspirations for life." Chapter 43 First Encounter. After getting familiar with the new villa, Song Yun decided to make this place the place where he and Yi Qingqing would live after they became husband and wife. Song Yun took Zhang Wang, who was still reluctant to leave, out of the villa. As soon as they walked out, they saw a middle-aged man walking out of villa number 5 opposite. This middle-aged man looks no different from the uncle next door. The only thing that impresses people is the calmness on his face that comes with the passage of years. "Hello." Song Yun smiled and nodded and greeted. "Are you the new tenant number 6? The middle-aged man looked at Song Yun curiously. In his impression, there was no such rich young man in the entire Magic City or even in the entire China. "Yes, I'm here to take a look at the house today." "Well, you have such a big family business at such a young age, that's pretty good. I wonder who your father is." Our family is just ordinary people." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then patted Song Yun on the shoulder. Although this boy was rich, he was not arrogant at all, and he did not have the arrogance and love of showing off that ordinary people had. He was a pretty good guy. It was a rare opportunity to meet a young talent that he admired, so the middle-aged man invited Song Yun to sit in a coffee shop in the community. Song Yun readily agreed, and Zhang Wang left early. Two people entered the coffee shop one after the other. The middle-aged man ordered a cup of pure black coffee without milk or sugar. When it was first served, the bitter smell was everywhere, but after getting used to it, he could actually smell a hint of mellow fragrance from it. This made Song Yun unable to help but have a drink. The coffee beans here are carefully selected from around the world, and the process is personally prepared by famous baristas. It is worth a try. The middle-aged man motioned for Song Yun to take a sip slowly. Song Yun just touched his lips, and it tasted bitter. Extremely bitter. But after swallowing it, there is a lingering fragrance in the mouth, which makes people want to take another bite. Actually, there is a way to make coffee taste better. Do you want to try it? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows at Song Yun and looked at him like a naughty boy. Then scoop up some coffee with a spoon and gently inhale it into your mouth. While sucking, a sizzling sound was made. For a person who cares about his dignity, this is something he would definitely not do in public. But Song Yun was still a peasant a few months ago. He didn't care about other people's eyes at all and started learning immediately. Not to mention, this way the coffee is in full contact with the air, and the aroma immediately spreads in the air. The coffee that is inhaled one by one hits the taste buds like raindrops, and the mouth is instantly filled with fragrance. The middle-aged man looked at him with a smile on his face, and it seemed that this young man was really worth making friends with. I've been sitting here for such a long time, but I still don't know your name? Song Yun asked curiously, putting down his coffee cup. I'm too arrogant, just call me Uncle Yi. Yes, this person is Yi Qingqing's father. Uncle Yi, how long have you lived here? Father Yi waved his hand and said, this is just a property I invested in. My family is not here. I came here today to hide some of my private money. Hearing this, Song Yun and Yi's father looked at each other and laughed. Young man, I think you are a good person. What do you do? Father Yi saw that Song Yun was handsome and had the noble air of a young man from a wealthy family, and he had an idea in his mind. My daughter is already so old, it's too difficult to find someone she likes or someone who is of equal status to me. I didn't expect to meet one today. This guy looks like me when I was young. Maybe my daughter will like him? I run a small business, but I don't make much money. Excessive modesty is pride. Father Yi pointed at Song Yun and said with a smile. So the two of them started chatting happily, and as they talked, Yi's father became more and more surprised that this young man had such a thorough understanding of the world situation and economic development, which made him want to attract talent. When talking about stocks, Father Yi smiled and said, I just bought a share of Baishan Pharmaceutical recently. What do you think? Father Yi can be said to be a veteran in investment. The stock of Baishan Pharmaceutical has been lukewarm in the market. However, due to the recent heavy rains at the medicinal material cultivation base of his competitor Longshan Pharmaceutical, many precious medicinal materials were soaked by rainwater and could not be used as medicine at all. This is a signal. In the battle between these two companies, Baishan Pharmaceutical will definitely have the upper hand in the near future, and its stock price will continue to rise. After listening to Yi's father's words, Song Yun thought for a while and shook his head. It's okay to hold it in the near future, but I don't recommend you to extend the battle line. To be honest, Yi's father was very optimistic about this investment. When he was chatting with his friends in the circle, he was praised by his friends when he mentioned this investment. This made Yi's father feel that he is still as good as ever. But now he was hit by a young man named Song Yun, which made Father Yi frown slightly. Can you give me a reason? Song Yun also pays attention to some market trends on weekdays. He opened his mobile phone and searched for a piece of news. The general content of the news is that the state has included several drugs of Longshan Pharmaceutical in the medical insurance coverage. This means that the market share of those drugs will expand indefinitely. Then Song Yun opened another piece of news, which said that Longshan Pharmaceutical acquired 3 medicinal materials breeding bases a month ago. It can be said that even if the original breeding bases were rotten, he still had a way to get good medicinal materials. However, these news have been drowned out by the press release released by Baishan Pharmaceutical on the internet. Now, there are overwhelming reports that Longshan Pharmaceutical will soon run out of drugs, in order to suppress the stock price. After reading it, Father Yi thought about it carefully and sighed. I have committed the biggest common problem in the investment world, which is arrogance. Once you invest more often, it is easy to develop this bad habit. Once you invest, you will only recognize what you see instead of searching for the truth. This is a big taboo. Father Yi looked at Song Yun with appreciation and said, so what stocks do you think are worth investing in? Originally, Yi's father thought that Song Yun was going to talk about the internet or some emerging industry company, but he never expected that Song Yun actually recommended a company in the real industry, and the industry this company is in is a sunset industry. Seeing the puzzled look on Yi's father's face, Song Yun did not explain much, because he had already bought 50 million shares of this group and was just waiting for them to appreciate in value. Well, I'll take a look after I get back. As for the Baishan pharmaceutical you reminded me about, I will also sell all of it when it reaches the daily limit. Thank you for today. It saved me from losing all my money. Ye's father did not dwell on this issue for too long, and the two continued to talk about other topics. 3 hours passed unknowingly. Father Yi suddenly came to his senses, looked at his watch and apologized. Sorry, I have to go home to cook for the child's mother. Let's get together again when we are free. Okay. This conversation not only left Ye's father wanting more, but also benefited Song Yun a lot. It seemed that Uncle Yi was a man of real ability. No wonder he could afford a villa in Junel. Chapter 44, Rejection. In the past few days, Ye's father has been keeping an eye on the stock he bought. Sure enough, 2 days later, after the fermentation of the news on the entire network, the stock index of Baishan Pharmaceuticals soared sharply. Ye's father chose the highest note and then sold all of them. This short-term operation brought him 4 times the profit. Looking at the string of zeros in the account, Ye's father sat at home drinking tea with satisfaction. Just at this time, an old friend came. Father Yi greeted him happily. After the two of them drank a few cups of tea, Father Yi told him about his experience in stocks. After hearing this, the other party expressed regret for not investing in Baishan Pharmaceuticals stocks, and asked Ye's father to involve him in the next investment. After Ye's father agreed, he told the other party about his experience of meeting Song Yun in the coffee shop. When the other party heard Ye's father talking about the stock in the sunset industry, his expression changed. Father Yi has always been good at observation, and since this is an old friend, he knows every move of the other party very well. He asked curiously, "Why, did you buy that stock? Old Yi, haven't you been paying much attention to the market recently? The Tianjin stock that young man mentioned is slowly climbing." When Ye's father heard this, his face was filled with shock. In his opinion, it was good enough if these stocks didn't fall, how could they rise? I've been following Baishan Pharmaceutical recently and haven't had time to look at anything else. Please tell me why Tianjin's stock price has risen. Seeing Ye's father's anxious look, the other party side took out his mobile phone and searched for a national policy. The country began to vigorously support that industry and reduced certain taxes, making Tianjin, the industry leader, a hot commodity overnight, with many investment institutions buying in. This. Father Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Ding-ling-ling. Ye's father's cell phone rang. When he answered it, the person in charge of investment in the company said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, how could you predict that Baishan Pharmaceutical would fall in advance and then sell all of it? Now Baishan's stock price has fallen back to its original level, and it will even fall further before the market closes today." Father Yi took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and opened the file sent to him by the person in charge. It turned out that Shanglongshan Pharmaceutical held a press conference today, at which they denounced their peers for taking advantage of their misfortune, and then announced that several of the company's drugs were included in the medical insurance coverage. In order to provide a steady supply of drugs, they specially purchased 3 medicinal material cultivation bases. In this way, they are ahead of Baishan Pharmaceutical in both scale and market, which has put Baishan Pharmaceutical in an embarrassing position. After reading it, Ye's father fell into deep thought. This Song Yun was really capable. If he said a certain stock would fall, it would fall. If he said a certain stock would rise, it would rise. Could it be that he had the ability to predict the future? The old friend saw that Ye's father was thinking, so he didn't disturb him. He said something to Ye's father's assistant and left. It seems like I have to go find Song Yun. It would be a waste if I don't train such a business genius. At present, Song Yun doesn't know this news yet. He is taking Yi Qingqing to a newly opened Su Cuisine restaurant for dinner. When he arrived at the parking space, there was only one left, so he turned the steering wheel and slowly parked the car. And on the side, a Mustang Shelby also planned to grab this parking space. The driver was a man in rock and roll clothes. He said to the girl in the passenger seat, "That car is so blind. Why is a sports car so arrogant? Last time someone tried to grab a parking space from me, I bumped into him. Brother is so awesome, I wonder if I can also get some excitement today. Seeing brother show off his prowess." The man shook his head, shifted gears, accelerated and stepped on the brakes. Immediately, the rear wheels spun wildly, and a foul-smelling smoke rose up from the friction between the tires and the ground. But at this moment, the man took a closer look at Song Yun's car logo and quickly stopped the car. "What's wrong, brother?" Hit him, hit him." The little sister excitedly directed in the car. Hit the fucking thing. If I hit this car, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you. The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was a damn good thing he didn't drink today, otherwise if he got hot-headed and hit the car, his life would be over. And it seems that the Lamborghini is a limited edition model, and the other party can buy a whole car for just one tire. Song Yun parked the car and drove Yi Ching into the restaurant. When passing by the Wild Horse, he waved his hand to dispel the smell. The person driving this car seems to have a serious illness. He grinds the tires in broad daylight. He has no manners at all. On the other side, Ye's father arrived at Song Yun's villa in Junel. He knocked on the door for a long time but no one opened it. Ye's father sighed. It seemed that he would not be able to see Song Yun today. He really wanted to communicate with this young man again. This went on for several days, with Ye's father visiting every day at noon and evening, causing Ye's mother to think that this old man had a mistress outside. But even so, Father Yi still did not see Song Yun. On the fifth day, when Ye's father came for a stroll at noon as usual, a Lamborghini Veneno stopped beside him, the window opened, revealing Song Yun's face. Uncle Yi, long time no see. Father Yi was excited at first, but then he fell into depression. Damn it, there are so many people in the outside world lining up to see me every day, and I have to consider it carefully, but this little bastard actually turns him down every day. What's wrong, Uncle Yi? Is there something wrong? Is it because your secret money was discovered by your aunt? Song Yun parked the car, got out and said jokingly. Go away, go away. What do you know as a youngster? Father Yi muttered. Ah, don't look at my young age. I am also a married man. Song Yun said with a smile, and then invited Ye's father into the villa. Song Yun came here today to buy some girls' makeup supplies and a dressing table in the master bedroom, but she didn't expect to meet this uncle at the door. Song Yun also had a good impression of Ye's father. The two of them entered the villa and sat down in the pavilion in the yard. Song Yun called the property management and invited two professional tea artists to come and make tea. The two of them drank tea and chatted as if they had been friends for many years. Song Yun, Baishan Pharmaceuticals stock price has fallen, did you know that? You don't even need to look at this. The fall of Baishan Pharmaceuticals stock is an established fact. Uncle Yi, have you sold the stocks you hold? Song Yun took a sip of tea and praised, as if he already had a grasp of the rise and fall. Hearing Song Yun's words, Father Yi was stunned for a moment. Have you always been so confident? Aren't you afraid of something going wrong? Looking at Song Yun's expression again, it was calm and indifferent. Father Yi praised Song Yun in his heart. It seemed that this young man really had the ability, and was not just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Chapter 45 Yi Qingqing is the cutest creature in the world, no doubt about it. After this conversation, Ye's father liked Song Yun more and more. If he hadn't known that Song Yun was already married, he would have wanted to push his daughter to Song Yun. In this way, the two of them drank tea and talked about things. Time passed unknowingly, and they didn't even know how many times the tea was changed. Just when Ye's father was getting angry, the phone rang. He looked at the two big words wife on the screen, then looked at the time and quickly answered the call. Where are you, old man? You didn't even come home for dinner and didn't even tell me. A piercing voice came out of the phone. Father Yi smiled apologetically at Song Yun and said in a low voice, Wife, I'm talking to someone outside. I'll be back right now, right now. Humph. Don't come back, there's no food for you at home. The other party hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ye's father smiled awkwardly. There was nothing he could do. His wife had always been with him when he was at his lowest point. She even earned money to support the family when he was unemployed at home. Even if such a virtuous wife was a little strong, so what? How about uncle, you go first? I want to see aunt. Song Yun asked cautiously. What do you know, you little brat? Women can't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more rampant they become. Father Yi waved his hand and said something very arrogantly. The two of them fell into silence for a while. After a while, Father Yi drank the tea in the cup, smacked his lips, and stood up. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We can talk again some other day. Take care. Do you need a driver from the property management to take you back? Song Yun said, trying to suppress his smile. This uncle was really cute. He was obviously terribly afraid of his wife, yet he had to pretend to be a man in public. Such a couple must be very loving in their daily lives. No need, I'll bring my own driver. Father Yu muttered, then turned and left. Song Yun also stood up and stretched his body. He still felt a little sore after sitting all day. Looking at the tea artist standing by in a cheongsam making tea, Song Yun apologized and said, I'm sorry, we were so engrossed in the conversation that we forgot about you. How about this, you go back and tell your manager that in order to compensate you, I will add a 50,000 tip to your original salary and put it in my account. All the people living in Junales villas are wealthy, and their consumption is settled on a monthly basis. The tea artist was delighted upon hearing the news. He didn't care about his sore legs and gave Song Yun a very ancient-style bow, packed up the tea set and left in a hurry. Song Yun watched the lights in his smart home gradually light up and couldn't help but sigh that it was good to have money. However, he still did not stay in Junle. The place was too big and he could not sleep well without someone to accompany him. 2 more days passed like this, and Yi Qingqing's work was finally done. To celebrate, Song Yun took her to Huashuo Villa and personally cooked a sumptuous dinner. Yi Qingqing didn't care about her image and ate the dishes in big mouthfuls. She said vaguely while eating, my father always says that his cooking skills are the best. I must let him see what the difference is. Song Yun smiled and said, I don't dare to compare with my father-in-law, but I recently met an interesting uncle who was not only knowledgeable, but also henpecked. Oh? Tell me about it. Yi Qingqing blinked, her eyes full of gossip. So Song Yun told Yi Qingqing about these 2 experiences. Yi Qingqing didn't listen to anything else. She only listened to the fact that the uncle wanted to introduce his daughter to Song Yun. Humph. Let me tell you. Generally speaking, those who are eager to sell their daughters are usually not very good. Look at my dad, he is not in a hurry for me to get married, so you must not be fooled, understand? Song Yun kissed Yi Qingqing lovingly and said with a smile, don't worry, that uncle never mentioned this matter again after he knew I was married. After dinner, Yi Qingqing took the initiative to take on the responsibility of washing the dishes, but the process was not very pleasant and 2 plates were broken. Yi Qingqing whispered that the quality of the plate was not good, and at the same time, she pouted and pointed at the small cut on her hand and showed it to Song Yun, asking Song Yun to blow on it for her. The cute and naive Yi Qingqing is indeed the cutest creature in the world, no doubt about it. When it was time to go to bed at night, Song Yun still couldn't fall asleep peacefully while lying on the bed. After all, the person lying next to him was his legal wife. Not only was his wife beautiful, but she also had a super hot body. A little touch from time to time could arouse Song Yun's deepest thoughts. Just as Song Yun was silently reciting the state of Prajna Paramitha in his heart, Yi Qingqing turned over and hugged him, and pressed her legs on Song Yun's lower abdomen. Song Yun looked down at the sleeping Yi Qingqing with the help of the nightlight and swallowed. Yi Qingqing's skin is fair and tender while she sleeps, and her lips are moist, making people want to kiss her hard. I looked down along my chin. No, I couldn't help it. Song Yun looked away, closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. The next day, Yi Qingqing was awakened by the sunlight coming through the gap in the curtains. She slowly opened her eyes, and just as she looked up, she saw Song Yun with heavy dark circles under his eyes, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Hubby, good morning. Yi Qingqing twisted and turned in Song Yun's arms and said coquettishly. Good. What a good ghost. Song Yun pulled Yi Qingqing over and kissed her hard several times. Yi Qingqing had just woken up and didn't know what had happened, so she fell on Song Yun's chest in a daze. After breakfast, Song Yun drove Yi Qingqing back to the company. He came to a security training base on the Bund in Shanghai. He was wondering whether he should learn more about the bodyguard market first, after all, he would be using them soon. Arriving at the location indicated by the navigation, Song Yun parked the car and looked at the large area but somewhat dilapidated gate, wondering whether he should go to another store. Just as he was hesitating, an elderly man in his 60s wearing a Zhongshan suit stood quietly beside him. Young man, what's up? Hello, uncle. Is this Kunping Security Company? Yes, are you here to hire a bodyguard? The old man asked with a smile, his hands behind his back. I just came to take a look, but this security company looks, well, hard to describe. This is in Shanghai. When decorating their buildings, any company's first choice is to have a bright and beautiful entrance, which represents the company's reputation. However, this security company doesn't seem to care at all. Ha, young man, don't judge a book by its cover. Just go in and take a look, and you'll know. The old man grabbed Song Yun's hand and walked inside. Song Yun struggled twice, but found that the other person's hand was holding him tightly like a pair of pliers, but he didn't feel any pain at all. You have to know that Song Yun's body has been modified by the system, so dealing with several adults is a piece of cake for him. But now, facing an old man of unidentified identity, Song Yun was suppressed. Chapter 46. Are you here to challenge me? In this way, Song Yun was pulled into the base by the old man. After entering, Song Yun discovered that it covered a very large area and had a complete range of training facilities, which was completely different from the somewhat dilapidated gate outside. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the Magic City Kuanping Security Company. Do you want to sign in? Is this coming? Will he give himself 2 top bodyguards as a sign-in reward? But soon the system slapped him in the face and told him that everything should be based on reality. When Song Yun finished signing in, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. You will be rewarded with the highest level of ancient martial arts combat skills, as well as the martial arts training experience of 100 top masters. In an instant, Song Yun circulated the energy in his dantian and felt a dragon of energy wandering in his body. He shook his hand slightly and pushed the old man back several steps. The old man turned around and looked at Song Yun with surprise. He could feel that Song Yun's momentum was gradually rising and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the Grandmaster level. Could it be that this young man is a rare genius that only appears once in a century? That's not right. I've never heard of any child being so strong. This casts a veil over Song Yun's identity, making it seem very mysterious. Young man, who is your master? The old man asked Song Yun with a bow. Self-taught. Song Yun's words made the old man laugh out loud. I've lived to such an old age, it would be a miracle if I trusted you. Nowadays, old ghosts who have some real skills are all hiding them. You can't learn real skills if you don't gain the other party's trust. With the move you just used to frighten me back, it takes several years of kung fu to master it. So, in the old man's eyes, Song Yun changed from a customer to a person who came to challenge the restaurant. It's just that this person is a bit tricky and it's hard for me to deal with him. Is this company's reputation going to be ruined today? Seeing the old man's heartbroken look, Song Yun went forward in confusion and wanted to pat him awake, but the old man dodged him with a bagua step. Okay, I'm young after all, and I can't help but take action. The old man thought to himself, I have never bullied men or women in all these years, why are there always people who come to me and want to defeat me and make a name for themselves? Are they looking for honest people to bully? The old man became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He stood firmly in his horse stance, shook his feet, turned his hips with force, bent his elbows, and rushed toward Song Yun like an arrow. Song Yun took a closer look. Wasn't this Baji Paigua? How could this powerful move be used on him? He didn't have time to think about it. Anyone who practices Bajiquan must start by hitting trees, and they must break a big tree before they can learn the moves. This has led to a popular saying among the people, if you have the 8 trigrams in literature, the world will be at peace. If you have the 8 extremes in martial arts, the universe will be shaken. But Bajiquan is known for its fierceness and power. Even if you don't die, you will be half crippled after being hit by a set of moves. Song Yun did not dare to despise him, and raised his hands. Aren't you using Bajiquan? Then I will use Bagwazang to stick to you. The old man raised his palm high with his elbow and chopped it towards Song Yun's face like a battle axe. Song Yun blocked it with his right hand and cleverly used his internal strength to deflect the direction. The old man's originally fatal attack was easily resolved by him. But Song Yun is not a good person. You are going to beat me to death, so why should I be polite to you? With a flash of his body, he rushed in front of the old man, wrapped his hands around the old man's arms, and the two began to push each other according to Song Yun's rhythm. After pushing a few rounds, the old man's forehead was covered with cold sweat, which flowed down his cheeks. It was obvious that he was no longer able to do it. Seeing this, Song Yun transformed and released the force, and pushed the old man back 4 or 5 meters away. The old man sat on the ground and breathed in big gulps of air. The control of this young man was simply terrifying. I admit defeat, said the old man humiliatedly. No, you old man are being too dramatic, aren't you? You just started to attack me, what do you want to do? Song Yun asked unhappily. The old man's expression changed several times, and then he asked cautiously, aren't you here to challenge me? Song Yun was even more surprised after hearing this. Did I ever say anything like this from beginning to end? The old man thought about it carefully and realized that there was indeed no. But you're so powerful, you don't need anyone to protect you. Nonsense. We live in a society ruled by law now. I can't always resort to violence when I encounter problems. Besides, bodyguards are not for fighting. I'm so handsome, and if a woman comes to ask for my contact information on the street, the bodyguards can stop her. The old man wanted to refute this reason, but looking at Song Yun's face, he remained silent. Okay, you are handsome and you are right. Since this was a misunderstanding, the old man took Song Yun to the office. After a conversation, he learned that the old man was the chairman of the company and was also a well-known figure in the world when he was young. It was unfortunate that Song Yun came today. Everyone in the base had gone out for wilderness survival training, and the old man was the only one guarding the huge base. Since it has come to this, Song Yun had no choice but to make an appointment to come back next time. On the other side, Ye's father was talking on the phone with someone in the house where he usually lived in Shanghai. Although he was laughing and talking happily, his brows were slightly furrowed. After a while, Ye's father put down the phone and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Wife, Lao Lu will bring Lu Sihua here soon. Please call Qingqing and ask her to come back for dinner. What? Lu Sihua is back from abroad? Why doesn't he give up? Ye's mother also had a worried look on her face. I shouldn't have introduced my daughter to Lu Sihua in the first place. This guy seemed well-mannered at first, but he was actually a playboy behind the scenes. Not only does Yi Qingqing, who is so proud and arrogant, look down on such a person, even Ye's father and mother hate him to the extreme. But who made Lu Sihua's father and Ye's father good friends for many years, and he had helped him in the past? This made him a very disgusting person, but he had to meet him. Thinking of this, Mother Yi kicked Father Yi fiercely. It was you, the old man, who instigated the two young people to meet. If my daughter really falls into the fire pit, you can wait to be skinned alive. Father Yi was also complaining at this time. Isn't it because you, a woman, are worried about your daughter's marriage that you asked me to arrange it? Why are you blaming me now? Of course, Ye's father didn't dare to say this out loud, because he was really afraid of being kicked out of the house by Ye's mother. What do you think we should do? Ye's mother asked angrily. Father Yi sighed, lit a cigarette and said softly, do you really think your daughter is a fool? Qingqing knows much more clearly than us what kind of person this brat Lu Sihua is. As long as Qingqing insists on not being with Lu Sihua, I will talk to Lu Sihua. After all, they have been friends for many years. Don't tear each other apart over such a small matter as the child. You. I won't tell you about this, go and talk to Qingqing yourself. No. My daughter doesn't like me now, don't get angry and refuse to come back to live with me. Chapter 47 Matchmaking. At noon, Lu's father brought Lu Sihua to the door of Ye's house. Looking at the lavish gate, Lu Sihua began to have wild thoughts. First, Yi Qingqing was the only child in the Yi family, so after marriage, wouldn't the Yi family's property belong to him? Second, Yi Qingqing is really beautiful, more charming than all the women he has played with. Just these 2 points are enough to make him. The dandy boy turned into a good boy. Ye's father came out to greet them. After exchanging greetings with old Lu, he saw Lu Sihua sticking his head around and looking inside, and he couldn't help feeling disgusted. He couldn't help but compare Lu Sihua and Song Yun in his mind, and finally found that if it was Song Yun who came today, he would definitely come out to greet him happily. Come in, your sister-in-law will cook today. Father Yi said with a smile. The group entered the villa. When they got inside, Lu Sihua immediately saw Yi Qingqing helping in the kitchen. Looking at her slim figure, the fire in his heart suddenly rose. At this time, Lu's father and mother were also whispering to each other. Qingqing is a pretty good girl. I think this marriage is okay. Yes. She's pretty and has a good figure. She will definitely give birth to a big fat boy in the future. The two looked at each other and felt that it was time to talk to Ye's father about this marriage. While drinking tea, Father Lu and Father Yi joked, I see Qingqing is not young anymore, and my boy is single, so why not let them get to know each other? What do you think, old Ji? Well, I think it's better for children to make their own decisions on matters like this. Qingqing, tell me what you think. Father Yi kicked the ball to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing walked out of the kitchen, looked at Lu Sihua who looked infatuated, and said unhappily, I don't have any plans in this regard. To be honest, Lu Sihua is not worthy of me. When these words were spoken, both Mr. and Mrs. Lu's faces changed color. No one wanted their son to be belittled by others. At this time, his father stood up and laughed, saying that dinner would be served soon, and the group came to the dining table. Ye's father sat in the main seat, Lu's father sat opposite him, Ye's mother and Lu's mother sat opposite each other. Yi Qingqing and Lu Sihua looked at each other, but Lu Sihua still looked at Yi Qingqing with deep affection, while Yi Qingqing ate the food indifferently. Old Ji, I won't hide it from you. I came here with a mission. After 3 rounds of drinking, Father Lu was a little drunk. He took advantage of the alcohol and said, "You know the strength of our Lu family in the Magic City. It can be said that if our two families join forces, everything in the Magic City will be ours. I believe that after the marriage, our family will be among the best not only in the Magic City, but also in China, and even in the whole world." Father Lu's words were full of passion and showed Father Yi a good future prospect. Of course, he had a lot of plans. After all, if Yi Qingqing married into the Lu family, all her children would have the surname Lu. Decades later, when Yi's father and mother died, all the family property would go into the hands of the Lu family. This is why Father Lu tried again and again to bring these two people together. It was just because Yi Qingqing was in such a sensitive position. Even if it was a Sao, Father Lu would definitely let his son marry. As soon as Father Lu said this, Lu Sihua stood up with his wine glass and said, "Uncle Yi, I promise you that if I marry Qingqing, I will definitely treat her well and make her the happiest woman in the world." After saying that, he tilted his head back and drank a glass of red wine. Lu Sihua is very excited now. His father first pointed out the interests involved, and then he added fuel to the fire. In his opinion, the matter is already 80% settled. Looking at Yi Qingqing's fairy-like face, Lu Sihua actually reacted. Don't blame yourself for not being a human being, just blame Qingqing for being a goddess. Yi Qingqing felt the lust in Lu Sihua's eyes and couldn't help but get very angry. She stood up and said unhappily, "Uncle Lu, I don't think so. We are all big families now. If we want to go further, we should do more good deeds and accumulate some social reputation. Those top families are not all built on money. So, don't mention it again if you want to bring us together. I won't agree to it." After these words were spoken, the scene gradually quieted down. Lu Sihua looked at Yi Qingqing with a gloomy expression, but did not say a word. He just felt like he had slapped her hundreds of times in his heart. This little bitch actually dared to reject his courtship. She really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Does she really think she can do whatever she wants just because she looks pretty? Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later. Ye's father jumped out to smooth things over. Then he raised his glass and clinked it with Lu's father. Although Lu's mother wanted to say something, Lu's father shook her hand and she finally opened her mouth but said nothing. The times have really changed. When we were young, wasn't it our parents' decision when we got married? Even Sihua and I didn't see each other for the first time until our wedding night. Father Lu seemed to be reminiscing about the past. Nowadays, young people want to fall in love first and then get married. I was too impatient. Old Ji, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. After saying that, Father Lu drank a full glass of white wine and then continued, "How about this? Let's not talk about marriage, let's be friends first. Let Sihua and Qingqing go to the amusement park together tomorrow to cultivate their relationship. If it doesn't work, I won't mention it anymore." Mr. Lu has said the polite words and done what he should do. Even though you, Old Ji, are the richest man in Shanghai, you have to give me some face, right? Besides, we're just going out to have fun, not getting married tomorrow. It would be impolite if you refuse. It can be said that this move made by Lu's father was very clever, hitting the mark without seeming too abrupt. Father Yi had a headache, sighed and said, "Qingqing, how about tomorrow?" "No time." Before Mr. Yi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing stood up and said, "Uncle Lu, let me put it this way. Lu Sihua and I are not destined to be together in this life. You and your aunt should spend your time looking for other girls. Yi Qingqing is a girl with a strong sense of loyalty. Now that she has obtained her marriage certificate with Song Yun, it is impossible for her to go out with another man." Yi Qingqing's words finally ignited the anger of the Lu family. Father Lu finished the wine in the glass and slammed the glass down on the table. Even Ye's father was puzzled. What happened to his daughter? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is just giving each other a way out. Can't you just go out for a walk tomorrow and then come back to refuse? Qingqing, don't make trouble. We just want to go out and relax. Why make everyone embarrassed? Father Yi said with a slight frown. Chapter 48 I'm married. Seeing how determined Ye's father was, Yi Qingqing sat in her seat, stirring her hands together. After a while, her eyes became firm and she said, "I'm sorry, I'm married." When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Lu Sihua looked at Yi Qingqing in disbelief. The goddess he loved so much actually got married without any notice. Which bastard married his goddess? Among this group of people, the most shocked were Ye's father and mother. My daughter is married? Damn, this must be fake. Even the parents themselves don't know. Ye's father quickly made a phone call, and when the other party said that Yi Qingqing's household registration book showed the word married, Ye's father almost fainted. This daughter of hers has been spoiled since she was a child and has never experienced any sweet talk from men. If she turns out to be a good match, everything will be fine. But if she turns out to be an ungrateful person, then everything for the Yi family will be over. But now think about it, how could a playboy who could trick his own daughter into getting married secretly be a good person? His own daughter was deceived like this. Not to mention that she couldn't marry a man like Songyun, now it seems that she can't even marry a guy like Lu Sihua. Alas, daughter, you are confused. Tell me. What's the name of the man you married? Ye's father was really angry at this moment. As the richest man in Shanghai, he didn't even know his daughter was getting married. If this news got out, who knows how many people would laugh at him. At this moment, Ye's father really wanted to tear the scumbag who deceived his daughter into pieces. Father Lu sat aside, watching the quarrel between the Yi family's father and daughter at the dining table, and he no longer had the idea of letting his son marry the other. It was also the first time that Yi Qingqing saw her father so furious. In her impression, her father had always been gentle and polite, and it seemed that nothing could make him angry. But what happened now? Unfilial daughter. Tell me. Who is that man? Father Yi slammed the table and stood up. Seeing that her father was becoming more and more agitated, Yi Qingqing didn't even dare to say Songyun's name. Father Yi calmed down and asked the housekeeper to send the Lu family away first. The next thing was to take care of family matters. After the Lu family left, Ye's father sat on the sofa smoking sullenly, while Ye's mother carefully helped him calm down. Yi Qingqing was standing aside at this time. Ye's mother looked at her daughter and gave her an unconvincing look. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing pretended to look pitiful and tears came to her eyes, making her look even more pitiful. She slowly walked to Ye's father, squatted at his knees, raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, "Dad." Ye's father was still angry at this time, but he could not withstand Yi Qingqing's pitiful attack. He put out the cigarette and sighed deeply. "Do you still have me and your mother in your eyes? From childhood to adulthood, I have given you everything you wanted. Now you dare to hide such an important thing as marriage from us? Yi Qingqing. What on earth are you thinking?" Although Ye's father's tone was still stern, there were obvious signs of softening. "Dad." Yi Qingqing shook her father's arm pitifully, pouted and said, "Do you think my daughter is ignorant? It's just that something happened at that time, so I had no choice but to plan a temporary marriage. Otherwise, I would definitely bring him here to show you first. Dad, everything I said is true." Mother Yi also stepped out to smooth things over. While helping Father Yi to smooth things over, she said gently, "Qingqing, Mom and Dad are not old-fashioned people. Since you are married now, you have to tell us about the boy, right? And husband, you told me last time that you met a young and promising guy, so why didn't our daughter meet such a guy? I believe in my daughter's judgment, just like I believed in my judgment when I was young." This dose of flattery made Ye's father feel happy. What Ye's mother said was right. When the two of them got married, they did not get the blessing of Ye's mother's family at all. It was not until he gradually became rich that the two families started to visit each other. "Dad, what Mom said is right. When she married you, you had nothing too. But what about now? You are the richest man in Shanghai. Who dares to say that you are not rich? So I inherited Mom's genes, and I will definitely choose a good son-in-law for you," Yi Qingqing said coquettishly. "Humph, in that case, I'm too lazy to check. Bring him to me the day after tomorrow. If I feel it's okay, I'll hold a wedding for you right away. If not, don't blame Dad for breaking up the couple." Yi Qingqing knew that Ye's father was just taking it seriously. In Shanghai, if Ye's father wanted to check on someone, it would be a matter of minutes, just like checking whether she was married or not. He could get any information he wanted with just a phone call. Just when she was thinking about whether to elope with Songyun, Ye's mother said, "Qingqing, since you think the other half you chose suits your heart, shouldn't you have confidence in him? If you don't even have this little confidence, Mom advises you to break up." "Okay. Then the day after tomorrow," Yi Qingqing said and went back to the room. Father Yi lay on the sofa, sighing. The daughter has grown up. She is no longer the little girl who chased him for candy. She has her own ideas, although these ideas have shocked everyone. I believe that today, the news that the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai got married secretly will be known to everyone. No, Yi Qingqing's file must be sealed first. Thinking of this, Ye's father called an old friend and classified Yi Qingqing's file as confidential and sealed it in the archives. It could not be viewed without a certain level of clearance. Ye's mother watched her husband doing these things with a smile on her face. Although she cursed Yi Qingqing as an unfilial daughter, she still protected her daughter very much. On the other side, Yi Qingqing returned to the bedroom, took out her cell phone and started chatting with Song Yun. And told him that his father planned to meet him the day after tomorrow. To be honest, Song Yun was still a little nervous. After all, the other party was the richest man in Shanghai. This kind of person was busy with all kinds of things and met international bigwigs. Could he catch his eye? Although he was still worried, Song Yun still planned to go. His financial status was considered good now, and he was not necessarily inferior to those rich second generations. Soon it was 2 days later. Yi Qingqing woke Song Yun up early in the morning and sent him an address for him to come. Meanwhile, Ye's father and mother were sitting in the hall drinking tea leisurely. Ye's father had made up his mind that he would separate the two of them today no matter what. Yi Qingqing looked at her parents and felt very worried. She hoped that brother Song Yun could get through this. "Tu gang, go to the door to greet the guests. If they can't even get past you, don't let them in," Father Yi said coldly to his personal bodyguard. Chapter 49. Your father-in-law is a bastard. Tu Gang has been protecting his father for nearly 10 years. He is a retired Special Forces soldier and has successfully resisted countless injuries by Ye's father's side over the past 10 years. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that Tu Gang is Ye's father's right-hand man. Tu Gang walked out of the villa and stood at the door. Not long after, a sports car drove to the door. Having been with Ye's father for a long time, Tu Gang naturally knew that this car was worth a lot of money. "Hello sir, the Yi mansion is not welcoming guests today." Tu Gang stopped the car very politely. Song Yun got out of the car, smiled at the man in black who stopped him and said, "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Song Yun, and I'm Qingqing's husband." Tu Gang took off his sunglasses and looked at Song Yun in shock. After a while, he slowly said, "It's you? Do you know me?" Tu Gang not only knew him, but as Ye's father's bodyguard, he would follow Ye's father every time he went out, either openly or secretly. When Ye's father went to Jungle recently, he was also there, but he was just guarding in secret. When he saw Ye's father and Song Yun chatting happily, he knew that this young man was no ordinary person, but now he did not expect that this person was actually the eldest lady's husband. Oh my god! There are such coincidences in this world. He immediately made way, patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, I'll go in and inform him first. You wait here. I believe the master will be satisfied with you." Song Yun thanked him gratefully. Tu Gang trotted into the house. At this time, Yi Qingqing looked a little haggard. She had not slept well since last night. She was really afraid that Song Yun would be bullied by his father. Tu Gang entered the house and whispered to Ye's father, "Master, son-in-law." "No, that person is here." Father Yi looked at Tu Gang in confusion. "What's going on, little brother? Why did your name change after you came back from a trip?" "Son-in-law, damn it, you changed your mind so quickly. Tell me. What exactly is that man like?" Ye's father shouted angrily, slamming the table. Tu Gang quickly lowered his hand, signaling his father to lower his voice. "Master, I dare not mention more, at least you must like this son-in-law." "Just kidding, there are not many people in Shanghai who can chat with the master, and there are even fewer young people who are favored by the master." But the only one who was favored by the master and could chat happily was Song Yun. Father Yi was very unhappy when he saw his personal bodyguard playing dumb, and he even felt resentment towards the man he had never met. "Damn it, your bodyguard has only been out for a short time and you've already become a traitor. You bastard are really good at deceiving people." Father Yi stood up, calmed himself down and said, "I'll go out for a walk first. If the other party leaves before I come back, I won't agree to this marriage." Tu Gang was stunned when he heard this. Just as he was about to point out Song Yun's identity, he saw Ye's father walking out of the door with a pipe in his mouth. Father Yi wandered around the garden aimlessly and finally came to the gate. He wanted to see who was at the door and who could have stolen the heart of his precious daughter. But as soon as he reached the door, he saw Song Yun sitting on the hood of a sports car not far away. "Song Yun." Father Yi trotted to Song Yun's side. At this time, Song Yun was chatting with Yi Qingqing on WeChat. He couldn't help but sigh that his father-in-law was really a fussy person. In this century, he still used this to test his sincerity. Even if he was a bad guy, he could become a good guy by standing at the door for a day? Uncle, why are you here? Song Yun, who was feeling depressed, looked up and saw his friend who was much older than him, and his mood instantly improved. My home is nearby, but why are you here? Father Yi asked Song Yun for a light, smoking a pipe and smiling. Don't mention it, there are so many things. I entered my wife's house and was made difficult by my father-in-law. What do you think of this? Song Yun said with a sigh. Father Yi nodded and said with empathy, I was also bullied by my father-in-law before. At that time, I was kicked out even when I brought gifts to the door. Sigh, I won't mention it anymore, but your father-in-law is really blind. He even rejected such a good son-in-law like you. Song Yun also lit a cigarette and smoked silently without saying a word. Father Yi sat next to Song Yun and looked around. He didn't see that bastard. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. It seemed that the other party couldn't let go of his dignity and left. In this way, Qingqing wouldn't blame him for breaking up the couple, right? It was the man who chose it himself. Father Ye's mood suddenly brightened and he started chatting with Song Yun. He didn't try to frame Song Yun as his son-in-law. First, Song Yun parked his car outside another family's house. Second, Song Yun said before that he was married, but what happened to his daughter was not a marriage at all. At most, the two of them just got a marriage certificate in private. Based on these 2 points, Ye's father also has deep resentment towards Song Yun's father-in-law. You old fool, Song Yun is such a good guy, he likes your girl, that's a favor to you, you should go and see if the ancestral graves are smoking. Now you are showing off at home and blocking Song Yun from entering the house, bah. So Ye's father said a lot of bad things about Song Yun's father-in-law in front of Song Yun. Don't think he is trying to sow discord, he actually has bad intentions in mind. It is impossible for a man like Song Yun to not have a bit of pride in his heart. If he divorces because of this, wouldn't that be a perfect match for his daughter? It just so happens that both of them have been divorced once, so they will definitely cherish each other more. Plus, with a father-in-law like me to help them, won't their life be prosperous? Thinking of this, Ye's father had a bad idea. He pulled Song Yun and complained, it's almost noon. I think your father-in-law doesn't plan to let you in for dinner. How about this, come home with me and I'll take you to meet my daughter. Song Yun waved his hands quickly. This uncle was really enthusiastic. Even if he was stopped by his father-in-law, he would not just get to know someone again. But Ye's father kept pestering Song Yun to go home with him, so Song Yun could only helplessly say, come in and sit down. When Ye's father pulled him into the gate of Ye's house, Song Yun was stunned. Yes. This uncle's surname is also Yi. Could he be Yi Qingqing's father? Father Yi was very happy at this time, and kept singing about the good days. It's a small matter to chase that annoying guy away today, but it's a big matter to let Song Yun see his daughter. He didn't even think about whether the two sides would like each other. After all, in his eyes, Yi Qingqing was beautiful and Song Yun was handsome. They were simply a perfect match. On the other side, Yi Qingqing was walking around anxiously in the villa. Why didn't brother Song Yun reply to her messages? Are you angry? What should I do? It's all my dad's fault. He had to go out at this critical moment and hasn't come back for such a long time. It's almost time for lunch, and I haven't seen either of them yet. Chapter 50. When I get angry, I even scold myself. Ha ha ha, look who I brought back. Father Yi put his arm around Song Yun's shoulders and walked in with a swagger. Yi Qingqing looked up, huh? When did her father and brother Song Yun get along so well? They were still talking and laughing. In her impression, it was good enough that her father didn't tear Song Yun apart. She didn't expect him to be so generous. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing's eyes became moist. Wife, this little brother is the young talent I often mention to you. Father Yi led Song Yun into the living room and said to Mother Yi with a smile. When seeing Yi Qingqing's expectant eyes, Ye's father snorted coldly, it's useless for you to look at me. Your fake husband has disappeared. I don't know why you fell in love with him in the first place, but I tell you, from now on, don't even think about seeing him again. Otherwise, it's either him or me. Yi Qingqing was also stunned at this time. What was going on? What happened to her father? Why did he seem a little slow in thinking? Song Yun gave Yi Qingqing a look, and Yi Qingqing could not figure out what had happened. Looking at Yi Qingqing, Ye's father said earnestly, Qingqing, it's not that dad doesn't allow you to get married, but you have to marry into a good family. What do you think of Song Yun? This guy is handsome and has a promising career. He is a perfect match for you. Song Yun, let me be frank. What do you think of my daughter? Isn't she a beauty? I say, just tell your father-in-law to go to hell. I won't serve you anymore. Just be with my Qingqing after this. I believe you two will live better than anyone else. Yi Qingqing was even more dumbfounded. No, Dad, aren't you the father-in-law of brother Song Yun? Why are you scolding yourself? What on earth happened? But there is one thing, it seems that Dad doesn't seem to be familiar with brother Song Yun, and doesn't know that the person he married is himself. Oh, by the way, brother Song Yun said he met an uncle, and said he wanted to introduce his daughter to him. Could it be Dad? So it was myself that I was scolding? Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing's mentality collapsed. If she had known that her father and Song Yun had such a good relationship, why would she hide it? Song Yun, be a real man and keep your word. Tell me. Do you like my daughter? Ye's father said anxiously. Ye's mother pulled her husband aside, who was a little disappointed, and smiled at Song Yun and said, "Hello, I am old Ye's first wife. He often mentioned you in front of me." "Hello, Auntie, nice to meet you. Don't sit still, come and take your seats. Let's eat and chat at the same time." Mother Yi invited everyone to take their seats. Father Yi poured Song Yun a glass of white wine, patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said, "Yun. Look, you are back with me. Has your father-in-law sent anyone to look for you? That means he doesn't care about you at all." For such a blind man, his daughter must not be that good, after all, her upbringing. "Dad." Yi Qingqing suddenly interrupted Father Yi, looking a little embarrassed and said, "It's not good to talk about people behind their backs." "What's the matter? Is there anyone in the Magic City that I can't tell? I tell you, the person you chose is not a good guy either. He has no patience at all. How can I trust you to him?" Father Yi drank a glass of white wine by himself, exhaled a breath of alcohol and said, "Look at Song Yun, what a good candidate for son-in-law. Even if the father-in-law doesn't like him, he will wait at the door obediently. Such a young man is the son-in-law in my mind. Actually, my husband didn't leave either." Yi Qingqing muttered indignantly. "What? He didn't leave? Damn it, where is he? I wandered around the door for so long and didn't see anyone." "No, haha, I did meet Song Yun, but you can't say that Song Yun is your husband, right? That's ridiculous." Ye's father said with a smile. "Ah, yes. Song Yun is my husband." As soon as Yi Qingqing said this, the chopsticks that Ye's father was using to pick up food suddenly slipped out of his hand and fell into the plate. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Now there are only a few words in Ye's father's mind: "Song Yun is my husband." Impossible. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? I never expected that the son-in-law of my dreams would actually be my son-in-law. Really, what should he say? Moreover, it seems that the person I have been scolding is myself? The clown is actually me? Song Yun touched the back of his head and said with a silly smile, "Actually, I just found out that you are Qingqing's father." "Qingqing, is Song Yun really your husband? The one with a marriage certificate?" Father Yi turned his head and looked at Yi Qingqing blankly and asked. "Of course. Brother Song Yun and I are very much in love." Hearing this, Ye's father slapped his thigh hard and said, "Damn, it's worth it. Just scold yourself, at least it brings back Song Yun." If he had known that Song Yun was his son-in-law, he would have driven to pick him up personally. Damn it, what a shame. Finally, with the explanations of Song Yun and Yi Qingqing, everyone was able to sort out everything. It turned out that after Song Yun and Yi Qingqing got their marriage certificate, they did not know each other's parents. It was just a coincidence that Song Yun met Ye's father when he bought the villa in Junel. He never expected that the two of them would become friends regardless of age difference. One wrong step led to another and everyone was kept in the dark. Yi Qingqing sat next to Song Yun, looked at Ye's father with a smile and said, "Dad, you scolded Song Yun at that time." "Ha ha. I don't know that. Besides, when I get angry, I even scold myself, so what's wrong with scolding my son-in-law?" Father Yi retorted with his neck stiff. Ye's mother also jokingly asked, "Are you satisfied with this son-in-law?" Satisfied. If you had told me earlier that your husband is Song Yun, why would I have made so much trouble? I should have posted a message to tell everyone that I have a good son-in-law," Ye's father said embarrassedly. In this way, everyone at the table toasted each other and happily had a meal together. This caused Song Yun and Ye's father to drink a little too much. Song Yun was fine as he had a strong physique and his ability to break down alcohol was much stronger than that of ordinary people. But Ye's father was a little drunk. So the two of them sat on the lounge chairs in the courtyard and drank tea leisurely. Until night fell, the family had another dinner. After dinner, Father Yi said drunkenly, "It's so late, I'm worried about you going back, so you can stay here." When Song Yun heard this, his heart started beating faster. What a good father-in-law. Is this the beginning of assists? But what Ye's father said next made Song Yun feel cold in his heart. Song Yun, you can stay in Xingqing's room. Xingqing, you can sleep with your mother for one night. You and your mother haven't talked to each other in a long time. You are about to get married, and there will be fewer opportunities like this in the future. Chapter 51 Amazing Cooking Skills. When it was time to go to bed, Song Yun was arranged to stay in Yi Qingqing's boudoir. Smelling Yi Qingqing's scent on the bedding, Song Yun's heart was distracted, but this was at his father-in-law's house. Even though his father-in-law liked him very much, he would definitely side with his daughter in this matter. Song Yun tossed and turned, but couldn't fall asleep. He got up with a dry mouth and planned to go to the living room to get some water. As soon as I reached the stairs, I was bumped by a figure next to me. Song Yun took a closer look and it was Yi Qingqing. "Why aren't you sleeping so late at night?" Yi Qingqing was hurt by the collision and asked with a groan. "I miss you so much that I can't sleep. I'll see if I can steal you away." Song Yun pulled Yi Qingqing back to the room and kissed her. After a while, Yi Qingqing held Song Yun's chest and said breathlessly, "No. If I don't go back, my mother will come out to look for me." Song Yun could only let her go with regret. After all, this was not his own territory and he could be caught at any time. What's more, after kissing Yi Qingqing a few times, Song Yun fell asleep on the soft bed. Early the next morning, Song Yun felt like there was someone riding on him. He slowly opened his eyes and found Yi Qingqing, neatly dressed, sitting astride his waist. "Good morning, husband." Coming to tease her early in the morning, Song Yun swore to let Yi Qingqing know that men in the morning are beasts. He held Yi Qingqing's lips until she could hardly breathe, then he slowly let go. "You bad boy. I'm here to wake you up for dinner, hurry up, or Dad will come up and call you in person." Yi Qingqing's face flushed and she gave Song Yun a coquettish look. Song Yun smiled foolishly, dressed himself, and followed Yi Qingqing downstairs. "Xiaosong is awake, come and try the breakfast I made. I tell you, no one in the Magic City Mall can cook better than me." Father Yi placed the plate on the table and said proudly, "I have a deep understanding of Cantonese, Jiangsu and Hakka cuisine. When I had dinner with Jack Ma, I even made a dish myself." Ye's mother also nodded and agreed, perhaps Qingqing's father, apart from his business talent, would be best suited to being a chef. Even though he talks about hundreds of millions of dollars outside, he is actually just a house husband at home. Song Yun smiled and nodded, then followed Ye's father into the kitchen. "Dad, let me help you." When he heard Song Yun calling him by that name, Ye's father didn't feel any resistance at all. Instead, he felt very complacent. It seemed that his daughter had indeed inherited her mother's genes and was quite good at choosing a husband. Father Yi was thinking of making an egg custard, so he beat a few eggs in a bowl, skimmed off the foam, and put it in the steamer. Song Yun looked at it and reminded him, "Dad, if you put some salt and MSG in it in advance, it will taste better when steamed." Father Yi looked at Song Yun in surprise and asked curiously, "You can cook too?" "Ha, I'm interested in this aspect." When Father Yi heard this, he felt that Song Yun was his good son-in-law. Not only was he handsome and good at investing, but now he could even cook. Where could he find such a good son-in-law? Finally, after Father Yi cooked several dishes, he was still missing a vegetarian stir-fry. Seeing Song Yun diligently cutting and washing vegetables, Ye's father generously handed over the right to cook to Song Yun. "You have the last dish." Ye's father moved to the side and gave up the position of chef. Song Yun obeyed the order respectfully, cutting vegetables, putting vegetables in the pot, and starting to stir-fry. Each step was so smooth that Ye's father, who wanted to give some advice, didn't know how to start. Just 5 or 6 minutes later, a vegetarian dish of 3 fresh vegetables was successfully served. Smelling the rich aroma, Father Ye's appetite was aroused. He did not even bother to let Mother Yi taste it first and directly picked up a piece with his chopsticks. Hiss! "It's a little hot." Father Yi swallowed the food in his mouth without gulping it down, but even so, he still felt that the dishes cooked by Song Yun were simply top-notch. Song Yun brought out the last dish, and breakfast at Ji Mansion officially began. Song Yun was fine. He was eating the dishes cooked by Ye's father while sipping seafood porridge. But the three members of the Yi family were not calm. Logically speaking, they were also gourmets who had experienced ups and downs and tasted countless delicacies, but now they had to admit defeat before a dish made by Song Yun. At the dinner table, the dishes cooked by Song Yun were the first to be finished. Father Yi smacked his lips and exclaimed, Song Yun's cooking skills can be described as perfect. The dishes he cooked reminded me of the state banquet I had in BJ a few years ago. Yes, I really didn't expect Song Yun could cook, and cook so well. Ye's mother nodded in agreement. As for Yi Qingqing, she had already eaten the dishes cooked by Song Yun, so she didn't seem that excited. I have nothing to do today, why don't I make you two a big meal at noon? Seeing that this was an opportunity to please his father-in-law and mother-in-law, how could Song Yun let go? Ye's father and mother nodded quickly and turned down all the tasks for today. Song Yun decided on the menu and handed it to the Yi Mansion's housekeeper, who then purchased the ingredients himself. So Song Yun saw what efficiency meant and the quality of the ingredients. Less than half an hour later, all the ingredients Song Yun wanted were placed in front of him. After flipping through it casually, he discovered that in just half an hour, the butler had found the best, top quality, and freshest ingredients available on the market. In this case, we must not let it down. Song Yun was busy in the kitchen alone, and Yi Qingqing brought out dishes one by one. Father and Mother Yi sat at the dining table, smelling the fragrant food on the table and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. But at this moment, someone from the Lu family came again. It turned out that yesterday, Lu's father had sent people to watch at the door of Ye's house. They wanted to see who was the person who could kidnap Yi Qingqing. But according to the information reported by the informant, Ye's father actually went into Ye's house with a young man in his arms and did not come out all night. This made Father Lu unhappy, and he wanted to see who could be better than his own son. But the one who was even more unhappy than Lu's father was Lu Sihua. He clenched his fists, wondering whether he should punch that bastard when they met later. He pursued Yi Qingqing for such a long time, but in the end, she ended up being the winner among them, someone outside his circle. This was unacceptable to him, who was so proud. When someone from the Lu family came, Ye's father could no longer sit there and had to get up and go to meet them in person. After all, I didn't give Lao Lu face last time, so I can't leave him alone today. Father Lu led his family into the house, and as soon as they entered, they smelled the fragrance of food. He took a deep breath, looked at Ye's father in surprise and asked, Did your family change the cook? This was made by my son-in-law. Father Yi said proudly without caring whether he offended anyone. Chapter 52, If you want to drink, I will accompany you to the end. Oh. Father Lu looked towards the kitchen, and just then Song Yun came out with the dishes. Father Lu took a closer look inside. Not to mention anything else, Song Yun's temperament as a young master from a noble family alone has overwhelmed his own son. Dad, are there guests? Song Yun put the dishes away, wiped his hands on his apron twice and asked. Yes, this is your Uncle Lu and his family. Father Yi introduced, Since you are here, why don't you keep eating? Father Lu nodded, looked at his son with anger in his eyes and Song Yun who was calm, and made a high judgment. Father Yi said with a smile, Come on, let's raise our glasses together and thank Song Yun for the delicious food he prepared for us. What's so great about a cook? Lu Sihua was very unhappy that Song Yun became the center of attention, and muttered something unclearly. Everyone in the Yi family knew that Lu Sihua was angry. He had been pursuing Yi Qingqing for several years, but in the end, someone else got there first. But Song Yun didn't know that much, he just felt that this little brother was very hostile towards him. Do we know each other? I don't know you, but I just can't stand you. Lu Sihua's words made everyone in the Yi family fall into silence. Ye's father slowly put down the hand holding the wine glass. He slapped the son-in-law of the Yi family in the face in the Yi family. This kid didn't know the importance of the matter. Seeing the atmosphere gradually becoming awkward, Father Lu quickly picked up the cup and said, Old Yi, I toast to you. It seems that you have found a good son-in-law. As an old brother, I am happy for you. This was a way out, and Ye's father had no choice but to step down. He raised his glass and clinked it with his own, then both of them drank it all in one gulp. Lu Sihua poured himself a glass of wine, pinching the glass tightly with his fingers. In the end, the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became, so he directly filled the glass from the wine dispenser. I apologize for what I just said. I'll toast to you. Lu Sihua slowly raised the wine dispenser, and everyone present knew what he was thinking. Lu Sihua has another reputation in the circle, that is, he dares to drink and can drink. Every year there are people who compete with him in drinking, but most of them fall asleep under the table. Now he wants to use this trick to embarrass Song Yun. Ye's father was really angry now. You little bastard, for your father's sake, I won't bother with you, but can't you just eat your meal? Why do you have to jump out to make yourself feel important? Before Ye's father could speak, Song Yun filled his wine dispenser with a full cup. Drink first as a sign of respect. Song Yun raised his head and the white wine slid down his throat. To be honest, Song Yun is really not afraid of this kind of dry drinking. His physical constitution is much better than that of ordinary people, so the speed of decomposing white wine is also very fast. Plus, he had a hangover card in his hand that he had signed for some time ago. He originally thought it was useless, but it seemed to come in handy today. Seeing Song Yun not hesitating at all, Lu Sihua couldn't help but think, let's drink, let's see who of us can drink more. So he followed closely and also drank a glass of white wine. He shook his head and breathed out a breath of alcohol. Before he could take a few bites of the food, Song Yun picked up the bottle and filled his glass. Little brother, it's the first time we meet, I'd like to toast you. After saying that, Song Yun gulped down another glass of white wine. Lu Sihua looked at the white liquid in the cup and drank it without even bothering to eat. Come on, we need to drink 3 glasses in a row when we first meet. I'm toasting you one. Song Yun tilted his head back and drank another glass. Seeing Song Yun drinking wine as if it were water, Lu Sihua felt frightened, mostly because he was drunk. But he was the one who started it, so there was no reason for him to back down. After 3 cups of wine, Lu Sihua quickly ate 2 bites of food to suppress the alcohol churning in his stomach. But Song Yun didn't eat a single bite of the food and continued to pour a glass into Lu Sihua's wine dispenser. I feel like we brothers are destined to be together. Want a drink? Lu Sihua was chewing food while his right hand was clenched into a fist under the table. Song Yun, drinking like this is harmful to your health. You should eat something quickly. Father Yi said with some blame, but in his heart he admired Song Yun's alcohol tolerance. Yes, let's eat something first. Father Lu responded quickly. He knew his son's situation best. Even though he could drink outside normally, it would take 4 or 5 hours to finish a drinking session. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted, and the alcohol would soon wear off. But Song Yun's method of using random punches to defeat the master made it impossible for Lu Sihua to defend himself. Seeing this, Song Yun put down his wine glass and slowly ate the food that Ji Qingqing had picked for him. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Sihua slowly came back to his senses, but he didn't dare to drink directly from the wine dispenser. He poured it into a small glass of white wine, raised his glass and said, I think we 2 brothers are destined to be together, how about one drink? Song Yun accepted all the drinks and drank them all without even looking at them. 6 is a good luck, I've drunk 4 and still need 2 more, let's drink together. Song Yun poured himself 2 cups and drank them down in one gulp. Lu Sihua followed closely. 6 are done, let's drink 7s together. Seeing Song Yun getting tired of drinking, Lu Sihua didn't care about anything else. He didn't believe that his alcohol tolerance was worse than Song Yun's. This bastard must be pretending to be calm. The 2 of them drank the 8 immortals crossing the sea, and everything returned to 1, which was perfect. After drinking it, Lu Sihua started to have a sore tongue. You, who are you? Lu Sihua asked vaguely. I am just an ordinary person. Song Yun was still eating his food with a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Plop. Before Lu Sihua could finish his words, he crawled under the table. Seeing that the drinking party could not continue, Father Lu sighed and left with his son. In his opinion, it was a foolish choice to keep competing with Song Yun. Didn't he see that Song Yun drank so much wine but his expression didn't change at all, and his hands didn't tremble at all when he picked up the food? Moreover, Song Yun took advantage of Lu Sihua's toast to him and started drinking directly, causing Lu Sihua to suffer the backlash in the end. The more Mr. Lu thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at his unruly son lying in the back seat and slapped him hard. On the other side, Song Yun and Ye's father were drinking their wine slowly. Father Yi was also very happy at this moment. Song Yun's strategy was very skillful, very good. In addition, the dishes cooked by Song Yun were very much to his taste, and the more Father Yi looked at Song Yun, the more he liked him. Although the meal was not very satisfying at first, I made up for it later. After dinner, Song Yun and Ye's father drank tea and chatted. Father Yi took a sip of tea and asked curiously, Song Yun, to be honest, I don't know what job you do? Actually I just do whatever I can think of. But I have a hospital in Magic City, and I do pretty well. Oh? You opened it yourself? Father Yi asked in surprise, which hospital? Huachuang Private Hospital. When he heard the name, Ye's father opened his mouth slightly, looking confused. Chapter 53 Chairman Song. Father Yi never expected that the largest private hospital in Shanghai would be opened by his own son-in-law. What do rich people fear the most? It must be illness and death. If there is someone you can trust in the hospital, it will undoubtedly provide a guarantee for your life. Good son-in-law, good son-in-law, Ye's father said with a smile. While the two were chatting, the news that Song Yun had become the son-in-law of the richest man had spread throughout the Magic City. Countless people were wondering what kind of person Song Yun was, how he could capture Yi Qingqing's heart. Those men who had pursued Yi Qingqing also hated Song Yun more and more. One of them couldn't help it and planned to come to the house to ask why the goddess married a person outside the circle. Of course, he would not be so foolish as to rush to the Yi family by himself. After all, Song Yun was the son-in-law of the richest man in Magic City, and he, a junior, was not important enough. So he went home and found his father, and visited several other families. When Ye's father received the news, they had already arrived at the gate. They said they wanted to come and celebrate for Ye's father, but in fact they all had ulterior motives. Although Ye's father is the richest man in Shanghai, he cannot offend so many people at once. People from the three families entered the living room and sat on the sofa, waiting to see Song Yun. As soon as Song Yun appeared, the heads of the three families sighed. Song Yun gave them a very good first impression. "Old Ji, is this your son-in-law Song Yun?" asked Zhang Bosi, the head of the Zhang family. "Yes. He's handsome, right? Do you have the same demeanor as I did when I was young?" Father Yi poured tea for everyone with a smile. "Uncle Yi, there are so many handsome men these days, but few of them can match Qingqing." A young man said contemptuously, "It's just like today's celebrities. Each generation is more handsome than the previous one, but in the end they still run around for fame. We can decide their fate." As soon as these words came out, Ye's father's face changed. Is he slapping me in front of him? Could it be that I have been too kind in the past few years, making them forget the thunderous means in the past? The young man's father saw the gloom on Ye's father's face and quickly said, "What nonsense! How can those actors be compared with the son-in-law of the Yi family?" But one thing is true, that is, in society, being handsome is really useless. If a man has a career, he has everything. My son is not doing well. He just came back from studying in the UK. I invested 200 million in him to let him get in touch with the society. Who knew that he would start to make a profit within a year? I didn't have the brains of this kid when I was young. After saying that, the man turned to look at Song Yun and asked with a smile, "Xiao Song, what do you do?" After these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. After a while, Song Yun took a sip of tea and asked, "What's your name, sir?" "Your surname is Wu." "My name is Wu Jianzhong." Oh, in Uncle Wu's mouth, I seem to have become a little white face who relies on the Yi family for a living. Before Song Yun finished speaking, Wu Jianzhong interrupted him and said, "Xiao Song, I didn't say that. What if your father-in-law misunderstands me when you say that? I just said that men should focus on their careers. Don't misinterpret my meaning." Ha ha. Song Yun smiled and shook his head and continued, "Then how do you know that I don't have my own business?" "You?" Wu Jianzhong looked up and down at Song Yun. He really didn't expect that there was a young talent named Song Yun in the mall. "Then tell your Uncle Wu what you do. Investment, and some real industry." Song Yun said indifferently, not taking these people seriously at all. "Investment? You also understand investment?" Wu Jianzhong shook his head, thinking that this young man really dared to brag. Could it be that he said he knew how to invest just because he had raised tens of thousands of funds? In their eyes, anything below 10 million is just a joke. For old Ye's sake, I won't ask you too much about investment. So what does the real economy do? Huachuang Private Hospital. There was a hint of anger in Song Yun's tone. He was originally quite happy today, but there were always some blind people coming to cause trouble. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do people really think he is a gigolo? Young man, don't lie. I know your dean. If I call him and he doesn't know you, it would be embarrassing. Wu Jianzhong said as he took out his cell phone and dialed the hospital dean. In everyone's opinion, Huachuan Private Hospital is too famous. Not to mention that its overall medical level is up to international standards, its surgical skills alone are enough to surpass many top hospitals. Some doctors even pay for their own training at Huachuang. So these good hospitals are all on the white list of these bigwigs. Just as everyone was waiting to see the joke, the phone was connected. Wu Jianzhong didn't dare to completely offend Ye's father, so he didn't turn on the speakerphone. But after asking a few questions and getting the exact information from the other party, Wu Jianzhong felt a chill in his heart. It's over, this young man is really the chairman of Huachuan Private Hospital. This also means that they have offended the best doctors in Shanghai. Thinking of this, Wu Jianzhong didn't bother to continue questioning Song Yun. He hung up the phone and hurried away with his son. Looking at Wu Jianzhong's back, the remaining two families were dumbfounded. What was going on? They had agreed to advance and retreat together today, to give Song Yun a warning, and then to show off their family power, just in case Yi Qingqing changed her mind. But now it seems that is not the case at all. Wu Jianzhong's departure left the other two families at a loss as to what to do. It seemed that Song Yun held an important position in Huachuan Hospital. Just when the two families were hesitating whether to leave, Wu Jianzhong came back with a bunch of gifts, but this time he didn't bring his son who had returned from overseas. Chairman Song, I've heard of your great name for a long time. I didn't expect it was you. You are truly a promising young man. Wu Jianzhong put a pile of high-end gifts on the ground and said with a smile. In his eyes, Song Yun is already on the same level as them, and he even holds their lifeline in his hands. It is best not to offend such a big shot, otherwise if you get sick, you will have nowhere to see. Old Wu, what are you doing? The other two families were even more stunned. What was going on? Chairman Song? Song Yun also opened a company? Wu Jianzhong said with a smile, I came here today to congratulate Mr. Yi on getting a good son-in-law. I prepared these gifts long ago, but I forgot them when I got off the car. It seems that I am old and my memory is not good anymore. Father Yi looked at the other party and was willing to give him a way out. After all, they would meet again sooner or later, and making enemies with someone was the lowest level way of dealing with the situation. Chapter 54, each with his own agenda. Come, let me introduce you, Song Yun is the chairman of Huachuan Private Hospital. Wu Jianzhong's words made the other two families fall silent. They didn't know that Song Yun had this identity. It's too difficult, too difficult. They would rather offend the doctor than anyone else. But both families came empty-handed, and they were a little regretful why they didn't prepare some gifts in the car. It seems that Wu Jianzhong is the smart one in this regard. While Wu Jianzhong was trying to please his father, the other two families immediately sent text messages to instruct their men to buy gifts. Within 10 minutes, two groups of people entered the Yi family carrying a variety of high-end gifts. Looking at the gift boxes piled up like a mountain, Ye's father was also worried and asked the bodyguards to carry them all into the storage room. Now it seems that Wu Jianzhong, the person who gave the gift first, gave a lighter gift. Wu Jianzhong smiled while gritting his teeth, but in his heart he had already screwed over the people from the other two families. As a result, the three parties had an unhappy conversation afterwards. They agreed to be allies, but ended up having ulterior motives and backstabbing their teammates. The three families came with resentment and left with resentment. After everyone left, Ye's father looked at Song Yun and liked him more and more. How could he have found such a good son-in-law? Alas, when I was young, my ancestral home was demolished, and later my investment encountered a wave of daily limit increases. Now I am old, and my daughter has found a husband who suits her very well. Am I the male protagonist in the novel? Anyone who uses this template can write a great article. Father Yi put his arm around Song Yun's shoulders and said with a smile, Song Yun, they say a son-in-law is half a son. You are also my son. I, your father-in-law, lack everything except money. If you need to spend money, come to me anytime. I dare not say how much, but 10 or 20 billion is easy. Hearing his father-in-law patting his chest and promising to spend money on him, Song Yun just smiled and said nothing. If it was a year ago, let alone 1 billion or 2 billion, even 1 million would be a huge sum of money for him. But now his net worth must be several billion, and with the support of the system, I believe that in the near future, he will be the richest man in Shanghai. Because of what happened today, Song Yun stayed at Ye's house for another night and sent Yi Qingqing to the group the next day before leaving. With nothing to do, Song Yun decided to go back to the villa. After all, he hadn't slept well at the Yi family for the past 2 days. Just imagine how desperate you would be when you are in a boudoir filled with the fragrance of women, but you can't do anything. Just as he was driving back, Yuan Si sent him a voice message, which roughly meant that her mother had been sent to Huachuan Hospital for treatment yesterday. According to the doctor, her mother's stubborn illness could be gradually cured within 3 years. This put Yuan Si's mind at ease. In addition, Huachuan Hospital itself is a sanatorium, so Yuan Si no longer has to worry about her family while attending classes. Hearing the little girl's grateful tone, Song Yun planned to take the little girl to the hospital to see her aunt. After all, the other party's husband was his father's comrade in arms. Given this relationship, he, as a junior, had to visit her no matter what. So Song Yun sent a voice message to the other party, saying that he would arrive at their school in 10 minutes. On the other side, Yuan Si was still lying on the bed, her two long white legs shaking. Ding dong. As soon as Song Yun's voice message came, Yuan Si couldn't wait to click it. Hearing the news that Song Yun was coming, the little girl quickly got up. What should I do? Brother Song Yun will be here in 10 minutes. How can I meet people without putting on makeup or washing my hair? There was no other choice, so she put on a dress, a pair of sneakers and hurried downstairs. This time Song Yun did not park the car in front of the school gate, but drove straight in. When he arrived at the girls' dormitory building, Song Yun noticed a bright red Ferrari parked in front of him. A young man with slicked back hair was standing in front of the car waiting with a bouquet of roses in his hand. Finally, he saw the goddess Yuan Si. He took 2 quick steps forward and stuffed all the flowers into Yuan Si's arms. "Si, are you going out?" The boy greeted her with a smile. He would come here to wait for Yuan Si whenever he had time, but Yuan Si ignored his courtship, which made him very distressed. Yuan Si put the huge bouquet of flowers on the ground, and only then could she see the face of the person who gave the flowers clearly. "Master Han? Didn't I tell you not to harass me anymore?" Yuan Si was a little annoyed. This boy was from the class next to hers. Relying on his family's wealth, he had a chaotic private life since the beginning of college. In the end, it seemed that he even got several girls pregnant, but he was able to suppress it all with his money. No one knew what was wrong with this man, but he ended up treating Yuan Si as his prey. He started by giving her chocolate and stuffed toys, but they were all rejected. Then he started sending her flowers and cosmetics. Yuan Si always has to spend a long time returning these things to their original owners. So Yuan Si hated the Korean teacher from the bottom of her heart. But the Korean teacher was much thicker skinned than ordinary people. He gave Yuan Si a charming smile and said slowly, "See, this is the sports car I just bought. Do you want to go for a ride together?" Before Yuan Si could speak, her roommates came out of the corridor. When they saw teacher Hangua, disgust appeared on their faces. "Master Han, I advise you to respect yourself. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. If you want to pursue RC, wait for the next life. A prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. I, Master Hangua, can swear to heaven that I will only love Yuan Si in this life. If I break my promise, heaven will strike me with lightning." The Korean teacher raised 3 fingers of his right hand, looking solemn and dignified, but he had told these lies hundreds of times. "Put away your little thoughts. Let me tell you, RC already has someone she likes, who is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you," a girl said to the Korean teacher with disdain. When Master Han heard this, he was stunned for a moment, clenched his fists, and veins on his forehead gradually bulged. In his eyes, the girl he likes can only belong to him. If someone snatches her away from him, he will throw money at her. This is how he got his previous girlfriends. But after each relationship, he would start to get bored, but he would not allow girls to have contact with other opposite sexes, and would commit domestic violence every time he found out. All of these were suppressed by his family's money. "Tell me, who do you like? Wang Chao? Ma Li? Or Jean Wei?" the Korean teacher asked with gritted teeth, and this look really scared the girls. "Speak up, I told you to speak up," the Korean teacher yelled. Just as he was getting furious, a horn sounded from behind. He looked back and saw a Lamborghini limited edition sports car slowly approaching. It seemed that his car was blocking the road. Chapter 55, Impressive. In front of the Lamborghini Veneno, Ferrari's ordinary sports cars seemed so weak. That car was driven by C's childhood sweetheart, and the person sitting inside was the one C liked. "Aren't you awesome? Go find him and see if he'll break your legs," Yuan Si's roommate who had seen Song Yin shouted. Watching the sports car getting closer and closer, the Korean division's heart began beating faster and faster. He was a little scared. He had only spent 3 million to buy this sports car, and he estimated that it would not even be enough for a fraction of what the other party could give him. How can someone who can afford to drive a sports car like this be an unknown person? This super rich second generation would crush himself, no. It would be very easy for him to crush his own family. Maybe he doesn't even need to do it himself. Just a casual mention to his allies would lead to his family going bankrupt. Han Guosher is indeed a scumbag, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. He has seen real super-rich second generations destroy other people's families in just half an hour. He is really scared at this time. Song Yun parked the car and got out. Although he was dressed very ordinary, he exuded an air of nobility that the Korean teacher had never seen before. Song Yun walked towards Master Han Guo leisurely, and every step he took struck Master Han Guo's heart hard. He stood in front of Master Han Guo, looking down at him. Although Master Han Guo was only half a head shorter than Song Yun's aura was like a mountain pressing down on his head, making Master Han Guo feel inferior involuntarily. He lowered his head, his legs trembling visibly, and he didn't dare to look Song Yun in the eye. He was completely different from the arrogant person he had just been. Who is he? Song Yun asked calmly. A person chasing me is so annoying. Yuan Si walked up to stand next to Song Yun and said, I always refuse, but he still keeps sending me gifts, which bothers me. Hearing this, Teacher Han Guo almost fell to his knees. Aunt, Yuan Si, I call you aunt. Although I have the idea of seducing you, please don't mention it in front of this big guy. Master Han Guo was very afraid of people with higher status than himself, let alone a big shot like Song Yun in his eyes. He regrets it so much now. There are so many gold diggers on this campus, why does he have to change his mind and want to pick up an innocent girl? If I had known that Yuan Si's backing was so powerful, I would never have stepped forward to get killed. Song Yun stared down at the Korean division. Master Han Guo noticed the gaze, raised his head slightly, and immediately lowered his head after making eye contact with Song Yun. This guy's eyes are so scary. What did he mean by looking at me just now? Was he thinking about how to kill me? Whoa, I'm still young and I don't want to die. Take care of yourself, Song Yun said casually. Hearing this, the Korean teacher almost knelt down in gratitude. It seemed that he had met a kind-hearted boss. His luck was really amazing. Just as he was gloating over himself, Song Yun spoke again, if I find out that you're pestering C again, you know the consequences. After saying that, he patted the Korean teacher on the shoulder. The Korean division was almost frightened to the point of sitting on the ground. After making a bunch of promises to Song Yun, he fled in panic. When Yuan Si's roommates and the girls in the girls' dormitory saw this scene, their saliva started to flow. So cool. To marry Sue? Is this a domineering president? Not only is he handsome, but he is also very gentlemanly. Oh my god, even if such a man is a scumbag, we are willing to be scumbed by him countless times. Wow, is this what it means to be a hero saving a beautiful girl? Will I ever encounter a plot like this again in my life? If it hadn't happened to me, I would have thought it was a TV show. Little brother, do you have an older brother or younger brother? Please introduce them. Yuan Si's roommates surrounded Song Yun in a circle, and Song Yun was stunned at the center. I have only graduated for a few years. Are all the female college students now so unrestrained? Why didn't I catch up with them when I was in school? Okay, we have to leave first. Yuan Si took Song Yun's hand and broke away from the growing group of girls. Sitting in the car, Song Yun quickly started the car and drove away. Brother Song Yun, don't look at my roommates like that. In fact, they are all very nice people. When our family conditions were not very good before, they always took me into consideration when there were any delicious or fun things to do. So don't be angry with them, Yuan Si said cautiously while sitting in the car. After you finish visiting your aunt, invite them to have a meal together to thank them for taking care of you all these years, Song Yun said with a smile. In his opinion, the people Yuan Si met were her true best friends. In college, especially among girls, 4 people in a dormitory might form 7 or 8 small discussion groups, all of which were scheming against each other. It was a blessing for Yuan Si to meet them. Song Yun took Yuan Si all the way to Huachuan Private Hospital. After asking the attending physician about Yuan's mother's condition, he followed Yuan Si into the high-end VIP ward. Although it is called a ward, it is actually similar to the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Each room has 3 bedrooms and a living room, and is fully equipped with all kinds of furniture and items. Looking at Yuan's mother lying on the bed receiving in 4 drip, she was very different from the image in Song Yun's memory. In my memory, Yuan's mother was beautiful, elegant, and full of intellectual beauty, but now she is thin, has dull hair, and looks as old as an old lady in her 50s or 60s. "Aunt, I'm here to see you," Songyun said softly while sitting in a chair next to the bed. "Who are you?" Yuan's mother's cloudy eyes swept across Songyun's face, and then she said excitedly, "You are the bad boy Songyun from the old Song family. Right?" Songyun was a little bully when he was young, and there was nothing he dared not to do when he was naughty. Songyun held Yuan's mother's hand, smiled and nodded. "You are a kind-hearted boy. You remembered to come and see me. Alas, we haven't seen each other for so many years." As Yuan's mother spoke, tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily. Her husband had not died at that time, and their family was still happy in the eyes of others. Pity. Seeing that Yuan's mother's emotions were so agitated that all indicators soared, Songyun hurriedly calmed her down. "Auntie, all the suffering is over. From now on, you can just wait to enjoy happiness." "Oh, I don't care. It's okay if a rotten life dies. But C is still young. I don't know how she got me here." "Where is this?" "Huachuang Private Hospital. Many dignitaries can't afford to stay in a ward like mine. I'm just worried that C will." "Oh. Auntie, I own this hospital, so we can go to the hospital and get treatment. I have arranged everything for you." Chapter 56 Rolls-Royce's Starry Sky Roof. After visiting Yuan's mother, Songyun called Yi Qingqing. He had mostly sports cars over there, so if he wanted to go pick up Yuan C's roommate for dinner, there would definitely not be enough space. Without saying a word, Yi Qingqing sent a driver to drive her car throughout the journey. About 10 minutes later, an extended version of Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the hospital's inpatient building. Songyun got into the car with Yuan C, who looked shocked. This car has a huge space, with a partition between the front and rear compartments, and excellent sound insulation. There is an intercom on the back of the car, and you can tell the driver where to go by pressing it. This shows that Yi Qingqing trusts Songyun very much and has no intention of finding someone to monitor him. After Songyun told the driver the location through the intercom, Yuan C also called her roommates and asked them to come to the school gate to avoid being too conspicuous when entering the school. The roommate on the other end of the phone knew that Songyun was going to treat her to a meal, and she was so excited that she didn't even bother to put on makeup. She just changed her clothes and went to the door. While they were waiting, an extended version of Rolls-Royce slowly came into their sight. But who knew that this luxury car would eventually stop in front of them? The car window opened, revealing Yuan C's delicate face. Several people got into the car excitedly, thinking that their childhood sweetheart Yuan C was really awesome. Not only did she have a sports car, she even had such a high-end executive car. When they entered the car, they found that the car was divided into 2 rows of seats. It was so comfortable to sit on it, it was 100 times more comfortable than any seat they had ever sat on. After the 3 girls were done, they were awkward for a while, but soon one of the roommates asked cautiously, "C, can I take a photo in the car?" Yuan C looked at Songyun. This small request was naturally allowed, but Songyun just asked not to include him in the photo, and he could take whatever photos he wanted of the rest. After hearing this, the 3 girls excitedly took out their phones and started taking selfies. Songyun didn't pay much attention to them and just sat back and closed his eyes to rest. 10 minutes later, the 3 girls finished taking the photos, and after careful editing, they posted them on their moments. Some people say you can't see the stars during the day. I say, no. The stars in the daytime are reflected on the roof of the car. The photo inside is a photo of her and the Rolls-Royce Starry Sky ceiling, and the Rolls-Royce logo is revealed in the background intentionally or unintentionally. The copywriting posted by the other 2 women is similar, and they are all like Versailles literature. As soon as the message was sent, their chat box exploded. Wow! Rolls-Royce. Goddess, please take me flying. Is this the legendary Starry Sky ceiling? Love it. Goddess, please take more photos. The Starry Sky ceiling is really beautiful. I want the original photo to show off. Looking at the message popping up in the chat box, the 3 women all laughed foolishly. Not long after, the car arrived and Songyun booked a private room in a 5-star hotel in Shanghai. Whether it's face or the environment, the consumption here is second to none in Shanghai. Songyun ordered a few dishes and passed the menu to Yuan C's roommates. The 3 girls looked at the exaggerated prices on the menu and didn't dare to order anything, so they ordered some cheap dishes. Songyun didn't want to be fed like a rabbit, so he called the waiter and ordered a few more dishes. Finally, when he asked everyone if they wanted to drink, Songyun ordered a bottle of red wine worth more than 100,000 yuan. Watching Song Yun spend money like water, the three women got a direct feel for what the upper class was like. Halfway through the meal, Song Yun saw that Yuan Si's roommate was not letting go from beginning to end, so he suggested leaving. "Ce, treat your friends well. If you have any expenses, just ask the waiter to go to room 999. I'll go upstairs to rest for a while. When the dinner is over and you want to take a break, just swipe your card and go in." Song Yun smiled apologetically at the three women and went upstairs. He hadn't slept well in the past few days. After a whole morning of tossing and turning, Song Yun was already sniffing heavily. In addition, Yuan Si's roommate couldn't let go at all at the dinner table, so it was a good choice to just leave. After Song Yun left, the three women all looked at Yuan Si. Oh my god. What was that just now? Did they ask Si to sleep with them? Si, you hit it so well. The three girls were all surprised when they looked at Yuan Si, because in their impression, Yuan Si was a beautiful girl. Although from the perspective of adults, having sex between a boyfriend and girlfriend is nothing, it still seems a bit inappropriate when it comes to Yuan Si. What are you thinking? Didn't you hear it? 999. It sounds like a presidential suite, divided into several rooms. How can it be related to? Yuan Si blushed as she spoke. She and brother Song Yun had a relationship that couldn't be more innocent. Yuan Si's roommate suddenly realized and said, "That's what I said." How could Yuan Si, a model student, do such a thing? So the dinner ended after more than an hour. When the three women walked out of the hotel, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them, obviously to take care of their transportation. Yuan Si took the room card 999 given by the waiter and got on the elevator. After entering the room, the huge presidential suite appeared in front of her, but she looked around and didn't find anything special. The decoration of this room was not even as good as the ward where Yuan's mother lived. She quietly opened the door of the master bedroom and found Song Yun lying on the bed sleeping soundly. Seeing Song Yun's sleeping face, Yuan Si squatted in front of the bed and smiled foolishly. This is her brother, who has always protected her from harm since she was a child. Even if he is not her biological brother, he is closer to her than her biological brother. When Song Yun woke up, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. He rubbed his eyes and found that the silly girl Yuan Si had fallen asleep on the side of the bed. Looking at Yuan Si, Song Yun smiled. He didn't expect that the little follower who needed his protection before had grown so big in the blink of an eye. It is undoubtedly rare to maintain an innocent heart after experiencing dramatic changes in the family. This girl is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. "Si, don't sleep anymore. You'll catch a cold soon." Song Yun shook Yuan Si's arm to wake her up. Yuan Si was groggy after waking up. She sat on the ground rubbing her eyes and yawning. "Come on, let's go home and I'll cook dinner for you myself." Song Yun helped Yuan Si up and said with a smile, "I'm an expert at cooking. The food is much better than the one we had in the 5-star hotel today." "Really?" Yuan Si asked curiously after she woke up. In her opinion, brother Song Yun was so rich, would he still cook for himself? Of course. Song Yun took the little follower Yuan Si out of the room. Behind them followed a couple. The boy swallowed his saliva when he looked at Yuan Si's appearance. This girl looks so damn pure. The girlfriends around the boys looked at the disappointing looks of their boyfriends and were too lazy to stop them. If they weren't attracted to your money, they wouldn't be your women. Chapter 57, Two Women Collide, Shura Field. Song Yun brought Yuan Si to Huasho Villa. Seeing such luxurious decoration in huge rooms, Yuan Si looked around curiously. The more Yuan Si looked at him, the more she felt that Song Yun was amazing. Where was the magic city? The bridgehead of economic development in the country, the housing price per square meter here was enough to pay the down payment for a house in the 3rd or 4th tier cities. Song Yun showed her around the house, and finally chose a second bedroom facing the sun and said, "This will be your room from now on. You can come and stay here anytime you are free." "Wow, what a big room. Please clean up first, I'll go cook for you." Song Yun went downstairs. Yuan Si was lying on the big bed watching videos and gradually fell sleepy. The mattress was so comfortable. On the other side, the door of the villa was quietly opened. Yi Qingqing poked her head in and heard the sound of Song Yun concentrating on cooking in the kitchen. She carefully carried the shopping bag in her hand and prepared to go back to the master bedroom to change into the clothes she had just bought today to give Song Yun a surprise. As soon as she went up to the 2nd floor, she heard a slight sound coming from a room next to the master bedroom. She opened the door out of curiosity and found a girl sleeping soundly on the bed. Or maybe the noise of opening the door was too loud and woke the girl up. She rubbed her eyes, sat up and asked curiously, "Who are you?" At this time, Song Yun prepared the food and went upstairs to call Yuan Si to eat. "Si is ready to eat." As soon as he went upstairs, he saw Yi Qingqing with a gloomy face and Yuan Si with a puzzled look on her face. "What the hell? When did my wife come? Why is it so quiet and there is no sound at all?" But when he thought of the current situation, Song Yun naturally knew what Yi Qingqing had misunderstood, and suddenly felt a headache. The atmosphere in the villa was extremely awkward at this time. Song Yun was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. Yi Qingqing folded her arms across her chest and looked at Yuan Si unkindly. As for the silly girl Yuan Si, she still hasn't figured out what exactly happened. This is really... What is the truth? Yi Qingqing turned around and said to Song Yun. Song Yun gritted his teeth and stood between the two women, then solemnly introduced the other party's identity. After hearing Song Yun's words, the two women's eyes were filled with complicated expressions. Yi Qingqing looked back and forth between her husband and Yuan Si. She really didn't expect that her husband actually had a stepsister. It looked like this little girl was only in her early 20s? So young. Yuan Si was in a low mood. It turns out that brother Song Yun is married, and his wife is really beautiful and has a great temperament. I can't compare to her at all. Song Yun originally thought that the matter would end there, but Yi Qingqing was not so easily fooled. In the end, Song Yun had no choice but to call his father, who was traveling around the world. On the phone, Song's father was also surprised to know that Song Yun had met Yuan Si. After understanding the current situation of Yuan Si's family, Song's father told Song Yun to help Yuan's mother. Because when he was in the army, Song's father threw the grenade too close due to an operational error. If Yuan's father had not knocked him down in time, Song's father would probably have lost a leg. After hearing her father-in-law's solemn words, Yi Qingqing finally felt relieved and pulled Yuan Si downstairs. Although Yi Qingqing seemed to be fine on the surface, she still felt some resentment towards Song Yun in her heart, because after such a long time, Song Yun still remembered her sister but forgot about her. Humph. I originally thought that I would get this rascal a bargain tonight, but now it seems that I have to wait a little longer. The three of them sat at the dining table to eat. It was the first time for Yuan Si to eat the food cooked by Song Yun. He was astounded at the first bite and kept praising Song Yun's cooking skills. When Yi Qingqing heard other girls praising their husbands, she felt jealous for no reason. "Come on, husband. Eat more." Yi Qingqing smiled and peeled a big shrimp for Song Yun and put it in his bowl. But his eyes were still full of coldness. It's over, it's over. He is still angry that I didn't say hello in advance. Forget it, I'll just coax her well before she goes to bed at night. In this way, the meal was completed in just over 10 minutes. But now there is another problem. Because the room was too big, Yuan Si didn't dare to sleep alone. Song Yun could only sit upright on the bench in Yuan Si's room and leave quietly after Yuan Si fell asleep. But he didn't know that Yuan Si opened her eyes as soon as he closed the door. On the other side, Song Yun returned to the master bedroom and smiled awkwardly at Yi Qingqing, who was lying on the bed in her pajamas reading a book. "Have you put your good sister to sleep?" It was just a simple sentence, but it made Song Yun break out in a cold sweat. "Wife." Song Yun climbed onto the bed and hugged Yi Qingqing and said with a smile, "Are you jealous?" "No." Yi Qingqing said proudly with her lips pouted. "Oh, someone among us lied. Children who lie will be punished." After Song Yun finished speaking, he kissed Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing struggled for a few times and then gave up. But at the last step, Yi Qingqing said that she would punish Song Yun and that she could only consummate the marriage when she was willing. There is no way, if you do something wrong, you have to admit it. When it was time to go to bed, Song Yun discovered that Yi Qingqing did not lie in his arms today, but fell asleep with her back turned. What can you do if your wife is angry? Just coax her. Song Yun shamelessly hugged Yi Qingqing from behind. Yi Qingqing turned around and bit Song Yun on the chest. Song Yun didn't dare to use too much force, for fear of breaking Yi Qingqing's teeth. I just had to endure and wait for Yi Qingqing. Damn it, I must get back at this debt someday. Yi Qingqing relaxed, touched the mark she had created, and fell asleep contentedly. However, Song Yun didn't sleep well that night. The next day, Song Yun surprisingly did not get up early. He was too sleepy. He didn't dare to imagine what he would do if the rest of his life would be like this. But who would have thought that after he got up and went downstairs, he found Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si chatting idly, and most of the time they talked about Yuan's mother's illness. Ahem, two ladies, do you have any breakfast? Song Yun said with an embarrassed smile. It's in the pot, go get it yourself. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Song Yun. After a night of fermentation, Yi Qingqing was no longer angry with Song Yun, but she could not encourage this bad trend. What if Song Yun meets a good sister someday? Sitting at the dining table, Song Yun sipped the rice porridge in small sips, wishing he could bury his head in the bowl. Seeing her husband's face full of the look of someone who had done something wrong, Yi Qingqing sighed. It is not uncommon for wealthy men in the circle to keep mistresses. They give enough money to the red flag at home every month, and have colorful flags flying outside. No matter what, Song Yun has some wealth, but he feels so guilty even though he has done nothing wrong. It is obvious that he respects his wife. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing said, since everyone is free these days, why don't we go out and play together? Chapter 58 Play less, be careful of getting sick. Song Yun raised his head suddenly, and because of the large amplitude of his movement, the bowl fell to the ground. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Song Yun knew very well what his wife was like. Yi Qingqing was a jealous person who would get angry at any time. Why did you take the initiative to go out today? There is a conspiracy, absolutely there is a conspiracy. Let's not go, you still have so much things to do in your company, Song Yun said timidly. Seeing Song Yun's tone that was deliberately trying to please her, Yi Qingqing's heart softened. No kidding, a new Japanese hot spring hotel has recently opened in Shanghai. I've been very busy lately, so I'll take this opportunity to relax. Song Yun carefully looked at Yi Qingqing's expression and felt that the other party looked very serious when speaking, which could not be fake. Good wife. What more could a husband ask for with such a good wife? My dear wife Yi Qingqing, I love you so much. Then go ahead. By the way, everyone can get to know each other again. After all, C almost became your father-in-law's goddaughter back then. Song Yun smiled and tried to smooth things over. I won't go. My brother and sister-in-law can enjoy their own world, and I won't be a light bulb. Yuan Si said weakly. After all, since she knew that Song Yun was married, she gave up this idea. Both the secular world and her family education would not allow her to be a third party. What's more, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing are a perfect match, and no one would have the heart to interrupt this beautiful marriage. So after a night of thinking, Yuan Si suppressed the throbbing in her heart. Now Song Yun may be her childhood sweetheart, or her good brother, but he is definitely not her lover. Looking at Yuan Si, Yi Qingqing sighed and said, Sister, I know you've had a hard time these years, but don't be afraid. Your brother and I will protect you from now on. No one in this place, Magic City, can bully you. Yi Qingqing is actually a very kind girl. Since she was a child, she would feel sad for a long time when she saw cats and dogs injured, not to mention Yuan Si, who has a good relationship with Song Yun's family. This girl had a miserable life and her mother was seriously ill. These things had already touched Yi Qingqing's heart. So she was willing to try to accept Yuan Si and treat her as her own sister. But Yuan Si wanted to refute. Song Yun interrupted him, and he waved his hand and said, Not so many buts. From now on, Qingqing and I are your family. Why are you being polite to us? Seeing that she couldn't convince the two of them, Yuan Si nodded in agreement. Because all of Yuan Si's toiletries were at school, Yi Qingqing directly instructed her secretary to deliver new cosmetics, skin care products and toiletries. Yuan Si was stunned by the dazzling array of high-end products. She had only seen these things in advertisements or high-end stores in shopping malls. Now that they were in her hands, Yuan Si felt mixed emotions. After packing up, the car they took was still Yi Qingqing's car, a Rolls-Royce. The group arrived at the suburbs more than 100 kilometers away from the Magic City. There is a huge resort here, and Japanese hot springs are the main attraction here. After putting his things away, Song Yun sat in the hall drinking tea. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the Magic City Daytime Resort. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Reward the host with 24% of Shanshui Group's shares. Note, Shanshui Group is a multinational company that has investments in all tourist attractions around the world, and the company's market value is tens of billions. Hearing this, Song Yun's body trembled. He really didn't expect that by signing in here, he would become a shareholder of a tourism giant. This is so cool. Because the baths here are divided into public baths and private baths. Only those who live in the most upscale rooms will have their own private bath. Song Yun and his friends belonged to this category. Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si had already changed their clothes and entered the bathing pool to soak in the hot spring. Song Yun also took a bath in the shower room, then put on special bathing clothes and went into the bathtub. Outside the resort, several luxury cars were parked in parking spaces. The person leading the way was Lu Sihua. Because he was rejected by Yi Qingqing and almost hurt himself in a drinking contest, he became a laughingstock in the circle. He really couldn't stay in the city anymore, so he invited a few friends to go to the resort to take a hot spring bath, and he also brought a few young models with him. The deep meaning is self-evident. After they checked in, put their luggage away and gathered in the lobby, they happened to run into Song Yun and his two companions who had just come out of the bath. Looking at Song Yun, Lu Sihua felt a surge of anger in his heart. When he took a closer look, he was shocked. It would be fine if Yi Qingqing was following Song Yun, but why is there also an innocent little girl following him? Could it be? Lu Sihua's friends also saw Yi Qingqing and Song Yun, who was already a household name in the circle. This man looks breathtakingly handsome in the photo, but looking at him in real life today, he is 100 times more handsome than in the photo. This guy is really a ruthless person. He actually managed to win over Yi Qingqing, who is known as the Ice Goddess. But who is the girl accompanying them? They were dumbfounded and a little overwhelmed. Could it be that the goddess was obsessed with this man? She actually allowed her husband to have a mistress? Song Yun and Yi Qingqing also noticed Lu Sihua and his group. Yi Qingqing frowned slightly. How come she could meet Lu Sihua everywhere? Seeing him ruined her good mood for the whole day. Song Yun didn't intend to pay attention to the other party and planned to go to the restaurant for dinner with Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si. But Lu Sihua came up with a licked face, looked at Yuan Si and said with a sly smile, "It's okay, I didn't expect Chairman Song is also a playful person, everyone can communicate with each other." Although this sentence was said with sarcasm, outsiders could feel that there was a strong sense of jealousy in it. Yes, ordinary people would be so lucky to meet a stunning beauty and keep her at home as a treasure. And Song Yun can actually meet two of them. So damn enviable. If they also had two girlfriends, they would rather be scolded. Lu Sihua's words reached everyone's ears. Just as Song Yun was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing's face was cold, and her eyes were full of disdain. "Lu Sihua, shut your dog mouth. What are you talking about until you can't spit out ivory? Do you really think that others are not human like you?" After that, Yi Qingqing pointed at the group of young models and said, "You'd better know who they are. I also advise you to play less outside and be careful not to get sick." As soon as these words came out, Lu Sihua's face changed. It was true that he loved to play, but he couldn't stand being pointed out in the process. Moreover, Yi Qingqing's tone was firm, and she almost said that Lu Sihua came out to vote. How could a hypocrite who was polite on the outside tolerate this? Chapter 59. Sister, you are quite open-minded. Even when someone pointed at his nose and scolded him, Lu Sihua didn't know how to fight back. After all, what the other party said was true, and he brought these young models out for fun. Those young models didn't know Yi Qingqing. When they heard Yi Qingqing's words, the deep meaning contained in them made them feel uneasy. "What are you talking about, woman? You are even more extravagant than us sisters, two phoenixes serving one dragon. Little sister, you are quite open-minded." A young model couldn't help but stand up and speak. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Oh my God, does this young model want to die? She actually dared to insult the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai in public. Didn't she even look around to see who she shouldn't offend before selling herself out? So Lu Sihua's friends all stayed away from this young model, for fear of being considered as part of the same gang. The young model didn't know at this time that she was about to face a disaster. She raised her head and looked at Lu Sihua with a smile, as if to say, "Boss, look how powerful I am. I'm here to help you." But Lu Sihua's face was pale at this time. It was over. He had thought of countless endings, but none of them was so explicit in insulting Yi Qingqing. He had always targeted Song Yun. He could not afford to offend Yi Qingqing. "Lu Sihua, you are great." Yi Qingqing looked calm and glanced at Lu Sihua and the others indifferently. "Why are you so proud? We are all the same. You can't say that you have any privileges just because you are beautiful. Isn't it just that the price is a little higher? What's so proud about it?" The young model was slapped hard in the face by Lu Sihua before she could finish her words. One sentence would be fine, as it would cost you your own future and destiny, but two sentences would be heartbreaking. When the Yi family settles accounts with you, you will be in big trouble. The young model lay on the ground, covering her red and swollen face, looking at Lu Sihua in disbelief. She seemed to be still wondering why her boss was so angry. "You bitch. What the hell are you talking about?" Lu Sihua squatted down and hit the young model hard on the face with his left and right hands. The other young models all quietly walked a few steps to the side, fearing that they would be affected. In their circle, everyone knows that when the boss is arguing with someone, she, as an accessory, must never speak. Because you never know who is more powerful between the boss and the person on the other side. But the young model who spoke up was obviously just entering the industry and looked very childish. Lu Sihua grabbed the young model's hair and dragged her along. When he arrived in front of Yi Qingqing, he knocked her to the ground. "You can't scold the Yi family in the Demon City, a bitch like you." The young model's head kept hitting the ground and gradually began to bleed. As for the young model, she had fainted a long time ago. "That's enough. It's a stain on my eyes." Song Yun grabbed Lu Sihua's arm and said with cold eyes, "Lu Sihua, you and I are of the same level. Don't you feel disgusted to find a young model to take the blame when something goes wrong?" Lu Sihua was about to open his mouth to argue, but was interrupted by Song Yun. "How could she dare to curse like that without your signal? I think what she said is actually what you really think, right? Killing someone is a crime that breaks one's heart." Lu Sihua became panicked when he thought about being hated by the Yi family. "Roll," Song Yun said coldly. Lu Sihua's body trembled. He knew that it was useless to say anything. He lowered his head and led everyone away. As for the life and death of the young model, it had nothing to do with him. Song Yun ordered the security guard to call an ambulance for the young model. After all, he didn't want anyone to die here. After finishing these things, Song Yun took Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si to the restaurant. On the other hand, Lu Sihua understood that if he went home like this, he would definitely be beaten to death by his father. "Let us just go crazy one last time. I don't know when the next time we can go out and play will be." Just when Lu Sihua and his group were about to return to their room, they were stopped by the waiter. "I'm sorry, sir, you don't have the right to stay in the resort any longer. We have packed your luggage for you and put it here. Please leave immediately." Seeing the waiter say these words politely, Lu Sihua almost knocked out the man's teeth in anger. "Why? Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me?" Lu Sihua cursed. "Because you just offended the director of our group, you have been blacklisted by Shanshui Group." "Directors? Who are the directors? Yi Qingqing? Song Yun? Or the girl next to Song Yun? Damn it, everything goes wrong and bad things happen one after another." Lu Sihua pointed at the waiter with a gloomy face and cursed, "You think I don't have the phone number of your senior management? Let me advise you, we are gods fighting, you are just a small fish, don't get involved. Sir, if you are not satisfied with me, you can complain, but you have to leave the resort first." The waiter's face had long since turned unhappy. If it weren't for Lu Sihua's background, he would have asked the security guard to throw these people out. "Okay, I'll make a call." Lu Sihua took out his cell phone and called the senior management of Shanshui Group. After the call was connected, Lu Sihua turned on the speakerphone. "Hey, Master Lu, what can I do for you?" The person on the other end of the phone asked gently. "Mr. Chen, I came to your resort to play, and one of your waiters actually wanted to drive me away. Don't you want an explanation?" After hearing what Lu Sihua said, Mr. Chen was silent for a while, then he said, "Give the phone to the waiter, I'll ask what's going on." The Lu family's strength in the Magic City cannot be underestimated. It would be very painful if Lu Sihua was offended. The waiter picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Xiao Wang, employee number 1069. Please tell me what I want to say. Why do you want to drive Master Lu away?" It could be heard that Mr. Chen was suppressing his anger. Lu Sihua looked at the waiter with pride, thinking that he would have to humiliate this ignorant guy later. "It's like this. Today, Master Lu and Mr. Song had some unpleasantness. The female companion of Master Lu insulted Mr. Song's female companion. What do you think you will choose?" The waiter told him everything that had just happened. The person on the other end took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "Is it Director Song from the group?" "Yes." The other party fell into silence for a long time after hearing this, and after a moment he said, "Give the phone back to Lu Sihua." The waiter handed the phone back. Lu Sihua was now unsure. He had listened to the entire conversation. It seemed that Song Yun also had shares here? I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, I'm afraid you guys have to leave. Why? Liu Sihua roared, unable to suppress his anger. Please calm down. Don't say it's you who came today. Even if it's your father who came and angered Director Song, he would be kicked out. Let me tell you this. Mr. Song is the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group. Even I work for Mr. Song. I hope you can leave on your own and don't make things difficult for me. Chapter 61. Person suffers, and everyone helps. Liu Sihua never thought that Song Yun was actually a shareholder of Shanshui Group. Wasn't he just a gigolo who made his fortune by relying on the Yi family? How come he had so many businesses outside? This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him, but there was nothing he could do. On someone else's territory, what could he do if they didn't give you face? To put it nicely, they are telling you to leave immediately. To put it bluntly, they are telling you to get out. It's a good thing they didn't call the security to throw you out directly. Liu Sihua had no choice but to take his group of friends back to the city and go to a nightclub to have fun. Anyway, for him, there is no way he can go home now. Going home would mean death. He must have enough fun before being put in solitary confinement. After Song Yun, Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si had dinner, the three of them went back to their rooms for a nap. Song Yun slept until the evening. Looking at the candlelit lanterns rising in the resort, Song Yun thought he had traveled through time. It has to be said that Shanshui Group is an expert at creating atmosphere. System, Shanshui Group looks pretty good, why is its market value only 10 billion? Song Yun asked curiously. Ding! Since Shanshui Group is a multinational company, all market values are calculated in US dollars. Day. Dollar. That is to say, if the market value of Shanshui Group is converted into RMB, it is actually a giant with a market value of 60 to 70 billion? Damn it, it's all the system's fault for not telling me earlier. Due to Song Yun's status, everything he ate was specially prepared by the chef of a 5-star hotel specially invited by the resort. Song Yun and the other two only had to wait in the room, and the waiters would bring the dishes one by one. After dinner, the waiter knocked on the door with a booklet and came in. He said to Song Yun respectfully, Mr. Song, we have several special medicinal baths. They are good for women to nourish their yin and beauty, and good for men to strengthen their bodies. Would you like to take a bath before going to bed tonight? Mr. Song? Yi Qingqing looked at Song Yun in confusion. Well, this was an investment I made before. I thought I had lost money so I ignored it. Who knew it would develop so well? Song Yun made up a random reason to answer. Yi Qingqing was greatly surprised when she heard this. She knew very well the complicated forces behind Shanshui Group. Rich people all like to have fun, and this group was originally established to help those rich people find the most suitable vacation places in various countries. Later, it was gradually opened to ordinary people. It can be said that all the directors of this group have strong strength in the outside world. As for Shanshui Group, with so many bigwigs behind it, its stock price has always been high in the tourism industry. Now Song Yun is actually a director of Shanshui Group, which is undoubtedly very good news. She originally planned to go public in XG, but with Song Yun's identity, she could contact foreign investment institutions and go public overseas. This is not a small difference. Hubby. Fortunately, Magic Crystal Group hasn't gone public yet. Otherwise, we would have suffered a huge loss. Yi Qingqing pouted and spoke to Song Yun coquettishly. What's wrong? What does this have to do with me? Of course. Don't you know the identities of the directors of Shanshui Group? Those who can enter the ranks of directors are extremely united and exclusive. Only by gaining their recognition can one become one of them. It can be said that if any one of them has problems, the other directors will help without reservation. It would be a huge waste if you don't use your husband's resources. After hearing what Yi Qingqing said, Song Yun was also stunned. He didn't expect there were so many tricks in this. It seems that the system not only gave him shares, but also gave him a good identity. So you want to go public overseas? Yi Qingqing nodded vigorously and looked at Song Yun pitifully. No problem. I'll contact the director for you tomorrow and have a meeting to see if anyone can help you. Song Yun had no resistance to his wife's coquetry. Besides, if one person in Shanshui Group suffered, everyone would help. Even if he didn't use this relationship, he would have to stand up next time the other directors needed help. Yi Qingqing became excited instantly when she heard Song Yun's words. Then shall we still take a bath? Song Yun looked at Yi Qingqing and asked cautiously. After this woman knew that they were going to go public overseas, she jumped up excitedly. He was really afraid that this would arouse Yi Qingqing's career ambition. What if they had to live apart in the future? Soak. Soak in something that nourishes your yin and nourishes your skin. After getting the answer, the waiter lowered his head and went out, and began to prepare for the opening of the medicinal bath. Tonight, it was only open to Song Yun and the other two, and no one else had permission to enter. The waiter also wanted to laugh in his heart. The chief director of Shanshui Group is actually a henpecked husband at home. Is Director Song so loyal? After everything was ready, someone came to serve Song Yun and the others. Song Yun entered the changing room, washed himself, and put on his swimming trunks. According to the waiter, it is best to take a medicinal bath without wearing any clothes, so that the medicinal effect will be best. But there are 2 girls in one pool, how is that possible? After Song Yun entered the pool, he found that Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si were not well yet. He waved and took a plate floating on the pool, which was filled with fruit wine and some cold dishes. He savored it slowly, bite by bite. After a long while, Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si came in. Yi Qingqing changed into a black lace bikini, which perfectly outlined her figure. Her slender waist and legs without a trace of fat were all presented in front of Song Yun. Yuan Si was wearing a one-piece swimsuit, but even so, it couldn't hide the little girl's proud figure and pure appearance. You came out to take a bath so soon? Yi Qingqing tested the water temperature and slowly entered. Yuan Si looked at Song Yun's figure in surprise. She didn't expect that her brother managed his figure so well. Even as a girl, she was a little envious of him. The 3 of them put towels on their heads and chatted comfortably in the bathtub. After soaking for about half an hour, Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si couldn't stand it anymore. The 2 little girls were drunk from drinking too much fruit wine, and they got on shore with red faces. Song Yun swore that he definitely didn't mean to look at Yi Qingqing's buttocks, he just glanced at it casually. He discovered that there was a small black spot on Yi Qingqing's buttocks that was not covered by the bikini. Oh my god, Yi Qingqing is indeed my childhood sweetheart. Thinking of this, Song Yun became excited. His memories flooded his brain like water from a dam. When I grow up, I must marry brother Song Yun. Okay, then we'll get married. I swear I'll give you the most romantic wedding. Chapter 61 Perfect Night. Song Yun was still recalling what Yi Qingqing looked like when she was a child. Yi Qingqing looked at Song Yun standing in the bathtub and pushed him curiously, thinking that maybe he had fainted from the bath. Logically speaking, Song Yun's physical condition shouldn't be so poor. Song Yun came back to his senses, looked at Yi Qingqing's cute and innocent appearance, held her face and kissed her hard. Yi Qingqing pushed Song Yun away, and her originally slightly red face was now completely red. What are you doing? Sister C is watching us. Yi Qingqing said coquettishly. Haha, I found something interesting. I'll tell you when we're alone at night. Yuan Si didn't want to be a light bulb here, so she said hello to Song Yun and Yi Qingqing and went back to the house. When going to bed at night, Song Yun hugged Yi Qingqing, who was still a little drunk. Yi Qingqing lay on Song Yun's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat coming from her husband's chest. At this moment, she felt very safe. By the way, you said you discovered something just now? What was it? Yi Qingqing asked. I found a black mole on your butt. Was it left there when I accidentally poked it with a pen when I was a child? Song Yun asked in a gentle voice. When Yi Qingqing heard this, her body stiffened as if she had been electrocuted. Song Yun felt it and hugged Yi Qingqing tighter. I never thought you were the girl who followed me around and wanted to marry me when we were little. If I hadn't seen the mark, I really wouldn't have believed it. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but burst into tears when she heard this. She choked and said, I thought you forgot about me. Woo woo woo, I thought I was the only one who remembered this promise. Silly girl, how could I forget you? It's just that we haven't seen each other for so many years. The first time we met after our reunion, you came in a sports car, like a hero riding a colorful cloud. How could I dare to recognize you at that time? Song Yun stroked Yi Qingqing's back and comforted her. Humph. I thought you had forgotten me at that time. It was a waste of time that I kept thinking about how you were doing all these years. I don't care, I don't care. It's your fault that you didn't recognize me at first sight. After saying that, Yi Qingqing bit Song Yun's chest hard. While biting, Yi Qingqing started crying again. It turned out that brother Song Yun had not forgotten me, but he just couldn't believe that his status and position had become so high. It turned out that brother Song Yun had always had me in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing opened her mouth and took the initiative to kiss Song Yun. The two of them stayed silent all night, leaving everything that needed to be done to the silent night. This was Yi Qingqing's first time and also Song Yun's first time. Both of them gave each other the most sincere confession. The next day, Song Yun was awakened by the ringing phone. He put the phone to his ear and asked in a daze, "Hello, who is this?" "Cousin, I am your elder brother." "Brother Shang?" Song Yun came to his senses, put his phone away, checked the number and said with a smile, "Brother, it's 8 in the morning, what's the matter?" The person who called was the son of Song Yun's uncle, named Song Jixing. Song Yun's father had 2 older sisters and an older brother, and their family was very harmonious. However, his 2 aunts married and moved to other places, and they only came back to stay for 2 days during the Chinese New Year every year. Even so, the relationship between the family members is very good. When Song Yun was admitted to university, Uncle Song specially gave Song Yun a red envelope of 88,000 yuan. Later, when Song Yun and Su Luting were short of money, they would also ask their cousin for help. "Brother Yun, how have you been recently? Your second uncle and second aunt have gone on a global tour, and you haven't come back to reunite with them." Song Jixing asked with a smile, "Are you almost forgetting all your relatives?" "Impossible. You are all my closest people, how dare I forget you?" Song Yun smiled awkwardly. Because the Su family had brought him too much trouble before, he no longer had the energy to deal with other relationships. Later, after he separated from Su Luting, he immediately fell into a critical stage of improving himself and never went back. "Well, I have something to do here and I want to trouble you for a while, so I want to ask you, are you living comfortably now? If you are not well off, I won't tell you. I'm doing well, if you need money just ask." Song Yun now attaches more importance to emotional aspects. As for money, it is just a string of zeros in his bank card. "Okay, I'll do it for you, I need some money, quite a bit, 150,000. "Of course, you have to discuss it with Tingting. The men in our Song family will discuss this with their wives when they encounter such a matter, and they must respect each other. If it's really inconvenient, I'll ask other friends here." The Tingting that Song Jixing was talking about was Su Luting. At that time, Song Yun chose Su Luting as his marriage partner and brought her home to attend a family dinner, so everyone thought that Su Luting was Song Yun's fiancée. "Tingting and I broke up. The reason is too complicated to explain right now." Song Yun sat up, tucked the corner of the quilt for Yi Qingqing and said, 150,000 is absolutely no problem. "When do you need it?" "The sooner the better." "No problem, just send me your card number and I'll transfer it to you right away." "Okay, we are all family. I can't even say thank you. It's too distant. Next time you come over, tell me in advance. I will definitely have a good drink with you." Song Jixing said excitedly that the matter was resolved. But from the tone of his cousin's voice, it seemed that he had broken up with his girlfriend who he had been dating for 3 years and was about to get married. What on earth happened? After hanging up the phone, Song Jixing crushed the cigarette butt into the ashtray full of cigarette butts. At this time, his eyes were red, his hair was messy, and his beard had sprouted, making him look very embarrassed. He borrowed money for a night last night, but except for a few childhood friends who he was very close to, who gave him some, the rest kept making excuses. Now that the matter was settled, Song Jixing's tense spirit suddenly relaxed. The brain has begun to send out sleep signals. He was lying on the bed, and just closed his eyes when he heard a voice coming from his cell phone. He opened his phone in a daze and found that it was a text message from the bank. "Your savings card with the last number 6889 received a remittance of, the current balance is..." "What? 500,000. Who called me?" He quickly opened his mobile banking app and found that the money was transferred from Song Yun's account. OMG. He only needed 150,000 yuan, but he didn't expect his cousin to give him 500,000 yuan. What is my cousin doing now? How did he suddenly become so successful? Besides being shocked, Song Jixing was also very moved. He swore that no matter what, he would return the money within 5 years. After all, Song Yun's money didn't come from the wind, and his cousin was old enough to get married now. If he needed money, he must be prepared. Chapter 62, Life and Death. Dang dang dang. Song Jixing has now fallen into a deep sleep and can no longer hear any sounds from the outside world. The door was opened from the outside. Uncle Song looked at his son, who was still frowning in his sleep, and sighed deeply. He heard Song Jixing asking everyone for money in a low voice last night, but now it seems that things are not so good. It's all his fault for being useless. He has lived to such an old age, and now his wife is sick, and he has to let his son beg others for help with his head down. Uncle Song held back the tears in his eyes, sat next to Song Jisheng, and looked at his son's face. He suddenly felt that his son had grown up and had become a man of integrity. In the future, he would become the pillar of the family, while he himself was old. Uncle Song decided to call a few of his comrades over to see if he could borrow some from them. He gently tucked his son's quilt, looked at the phone his son was still holding in his sleep, and slowly pulled it out of Song Jisheng's hand. When he was about to lock the screen, he took a glance and saw the record of the transfer. 500,000. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for a civilian family. I don't know who my son borrowed the money from, but it seems that he doesn't have such rich friends. At this moment, Uncle Song thought a lot about his son doing illegal things to save his mother. If that was the case, he would rather kneel down and beg others than see his son go astray. Ji Sheng, wake up. Uncle Song shook his son's shoulder. Song Jisheng opened his eyes dazedly and found that it was his father. He asked vaguely, "What happened? Who transferred the 500,000 yuan in your phone to you?" "Daddy is telling you, I'd rather find a way myself than have you do anything illegal." Looking at his father's serious face, Song Jisheng lit a cigarette and said slowly, "Dad, what are you talking about? I borrowed this money from Xiao Yun. I just made a phone call and Xiao Yun said he had enough money so he lent it to me first." Song Yun? Uncle Song's mind flashed with Song Yun's sunny face, and tears began to stream down his cheeks. People nowadays are very shrewd. On weekdays, everything is easy to talk about when they are eating and drinking, but if money is mentioned, they will immediately turn hostile. This is also the reason why Uncle Song did not ask his relatives for a loan, because there were many cases where his relatives had fallen out over this matter. But Song Yun, a kid who just graduated a few years ago, is willing to spend so much money, which is enough to prove that blood is thicker than water. Doesn't Song Yun have a girlfriend? And it seems they are getting married soon. Is this money his betrothal gift? Uncle Song was a little worried. No, Yundi said he broke up with his girlfriend. Seeing that Uncle Song wanted to ask something, Song Jisheng crushed his cigarette butt and sighed, "Dad, I haven't slept all night. You have time to ask me these questions now. Why not take my card and renew Mom's hospital bills right away?" Yes. Then continue sleeping and find something to eat when you wake up." Uncle Song slapped his thigh and almost forgot about his business. He carefully closed the door for his son, jumped up in the living room, his eyes full of joy. He wrapped his son's bank card in several layers of handkerchiefs, stopped riding his bike, covered his pocket with one hand, hailed a taxi and rushed to the hospital. After paying his wife's hospital bill at the payment counter, he went to the attending physician's office. The attending physician looked at the film for a long time, and finally asked the other patients to leave. When he and Uncle Song were the only ones in the room, the doctor said regretfully, "Based on my many years of medical experience, your wife's tumor is very likely not benign." When these words were spoken, Uncle Song felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stood there for a long time, unable to let it go. To be honest, the location of this tumor is very tricky. Once surgery is performed, there are only two possible outcomes. One is to remove the tumor and then test whether it is benign. The other outcome is, because this tumor is close to the aorta, it is very likely to cause heavy bleeding. The patient has a high chance of not being able to get off the operating table. "Doctor, do you have any good suggestions?" Uncle Song suppressed the pain in his heart and asked calmly. He kept repeating to himself that he was the pillar of the family and he must not fall down before his wife was fully recovered. If he fell down, the family would be over. "I'm sorry, my medical skills are not good enough, so I can't make you a promise, but the Magic City People's Hospital and the Magic City Huashuang Private Hospital are the best hospitals in this regard in Magic City. You can go and ask them." After the doctor finished speaking, he took the initiative to light a cigarette for Uncle Song. He knew that the man in front of him had already endured too much. Not to mention the cost of the surgery, the subsequent chemotherapy, drugs and recovery would all be a bottomless pit. Then, Uncle Song's hand holding the cigarette was shaking, and his lips trembled as he asked, "How much does it cost for this operation at the Magic City People's Hospital and Huachuan Hospital?" The overall cost of the Shanghai People's Hospital, including the recent chemotherapy tests and the initial medication, is conservatively estimated to be around 700,000 yuan. Since Huachuang is a private hospital, their doctors are internationally renowned, but the cost is very high, probably more than 3 million yuan. However, the high cost has its advantages, that is, if the treatment is done at Huashuang, the patient's chance of survival is very high. Okay, thank you, I'll go back and think about it. Uncle Song seemed to have his soul sucked out of him. He didn't know how he left the office, how he comforted his wife, and finally returned home. It was only when Song Jishing woke up and saw his father sitting on the sofa in a daze that he pushed him awake. Son, your mother's condition. Uncle Song couldn't hold back any longer and started crying with his hands covering his face. Dad! What happened? Song Jishing asked anxiously. Although he already had bad thoughts in his mind, he still held a glimmer of hope before his father said it. The doctor said your mother's tumor is next to the aorta, and their hospital can't do it. They suggest we go to Shanghai People's Hospital or Huachuang Private Hospital. After hearing this, Song Jishing's mind became unusually clear. He picked up his mother's film and said, while it's still early, I'll go to the People's Hospital to ask first. As for Huachuang, let's consider it as a candidate. It's not that he doesn't want to provide his mother with a better treatment environment, but their family has no money left. To him, Huachuang Private Hospital is a place where only the rich go when they are sick, not a hospital that ordinary people like them can afford. But after an hour, Song Jishing despaired, because the answer given by the People's Hospital was almost the same as that of the previous hospital. It just slightly increased the extremely low risk, but it was still below 50%. Chapter 63, As Strong as a Bull. Song Jishing walked into the house with heavy steps. Looking at his father's hopeful eyes, he lowered his head. Seeing this, Uncle Song knew that there was no other way and he could only choose the last option, which was Huachuang Private Hospital. He stood up silently, returned to the room, and took out a property book from a briefcase. Watching his father place a scarlet property certificate in front of him, Song Jishing knew that his father had made his decision. No matter how small our house is, it is in Shanghai, and the price is probably between 5 and 6 million. However, we are in urgent need of money, so the price may be lowered. But it doesn't matter now. As long as we can collect enough money for your mother's medical expenses, it will be enough. For Dad, these are all external things. As long as our family is safe and sound, it is better than anything else. Song Jishing gritted his teeth, his eyes were red. He resented himself for not being ambitious enough and why he didn't have the brains to make money. If he had money, he wouldn't have to watch his mother staying in an ordinary ward and sleeping restlessly all night long. If he had money, he wouldn't have to watch his father crying in front of him. If he had money, he wouldn't have to worry about his mother's medical expenses and finally have to sell the house. If he had money. But the most frightening thing in this world is if, and there is no if in this world. Reality is like a hammer, hitting people hard, but as long as they are not dead, they must stand up and keep moving forward. Song Jishing wiped away his cheap tears, clenched his fists, and finally made a phone call. Brother Xian, can you help introduce a reliable agent? I want to sell my house. Yes, the sooner the better. We can compromise on the price, but it must be paid in full. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. On the other side, Song Yun brought Yi Qingqing and Yuan Si back to the villa. Yuan Si took a bunch of cosmetics and skin care products back to school. Even though she was a novice, she could see that Yi Qingqing had changed a lot after overnight, especially her walking pace. Well, something was wrong. So she can't continue to be a light bulb here. Yi Qingqing didn't dare to look at Yuan Si's meaningful eyes at this time. She secretly cursed Song Yun in her heart for not knowing how to pity her. I came 4 times on the first night. This guy is fine after a good sleep, so strong that he can kill a cow, really. Wife, tonight. Now there were only 2 of them in the villa. Song Yun rubbed his hands and walked forward with a flattering smile. Get lost. Get as far away from me as you can. I was in so much pain last night, and you didn't even think of letting me rest. You are full of energy, right? I'll find a place for you. Yi Qingqing scolded Song Yun angrily, then took out her phone and called Tu Gang, Ye's father's personal bodyguard. Hey Uncle Tu, Song Yun is free today, you can take him to the training. Yes. Right now, I'll send you the location, come over now. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Song Yun and said, I don't plan to stay at home tonight. I have to go back to the company to deal with the listing. When I recover. Bah, I won't come even if I recover. You can stay alone in the empty room. Song Yun looked at Yi Qingqing pitifully without saying a word, just looking at her. Yi Qingqing felt soft-hearted after being stared at by Song Yun. She sighed, ruffled Song Yun's fluffy hair, grabbed his ear and said viciously, "Next time you have to be gentle with me, got it?" I know, hee. Song Yun smiled embarrassedly and said that it was his first time to eat meat and he really couldn't help it. This thing went deep into his bones. He thought he was poisoned by Yi Qingqing and loved this woman to death. Soon, Tu Gang arrived at Song Yun's villa. Looking at the nicely decorated house, Tu Gang realized that his brother-in-law actually had quite a lot of assets. But when he saw Yi Qingqing, his mouth opened wide. He was a bodyguard. While protecting his employer, he also had to think about how to annihilate his opponent, so he had a deep study of the human body. Yi Qingqing's poor walking posture was immediately exposed in his eyes. Did last night. He looked at Song Yun, smiled and nodded. His son-in-law was really capable. It seemed that the time for the master to hold his grandson would be shortened. Uncle Tu, Song Yun is in high spirits. You take him to zipper training. I'll go back to the company first. After Yi Qingqing finished speaking, she got into the Yi family's car and was taken to Magic Mirror Group by the Yi family's driver. Tu Gang kept staring at Song Yun, making Song Yun feel embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and asked tentatively, "Uncle Tu, is my face bruised?" "Ha, the son-in-law is so handsome that I was distracted." Tu Gang still said with a smile, which gave Song Yun goosebumps all over his body. Could this Tu Gang be? Otherwise, why would he look at him so greedily? Thinking of this, Song Yun's whole body tensed up and he almost punched out. "Sir, where do you want to go for training?" "Oh. Can we divide it by location?" "Of course. Do you want to improve your punches and kicks, physical strength, or learn some knowledge about firearms?" "Ha? Can you get a gun?" Song Yun looked at Tu Gang in surprise. He didn't expect that his father-in-law's bodyguard was so powerful. "You are wrong. I have a bodyguard certificate. When I need to go out on duty, I can go to a dedicated security company to get weapons. The place I mentioned is a club located in the second ring of the Magic City. You can play real-life CS in it, or you can choose to fight with real guns and live ammunition." After hearing this, Song Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone knows that China is the country that has the strongest ban on these things, and privately owning these things is simply courting death. "Honestly, I haven't touched it even though it's this big. How about we go here?" Song Yun said excitedly that the man had no resistance to all these, but he was unable to join the army for some reason and thought he would regret it for the rest of his life. He did not expect that he would get what he wanted now. So next Tu Gang brought Song Yun to the club. Looking at the club's name painted in black, Song Yun felt a sharp breath coming towards him. "The Patriotic Club is a good name," Song Yun exclaimed in praise. Tu Gang smiled and took Song Yun into the club. "This club is for VIPs only. Without a VIP card, the security personnel will directly ask you to leave." Tu Gang was familiar with everyone here. He greeted them and said to the front desk, "This is Song Yun, the son-in-law of our Yi family. Please get me a card according to the highest standards." The other party looked at Song Yun in surprise. They all knew that the Yi family had a son-in-law, but they didn't expect that this son-in-law would be so handsome. Who said being handsome can't make a living? With Song Yun's looks, not to mention food in this life, he will have no worries about food and clothing in the next life and the next life. The front desk asked for Song Yun's ID card, and after verifying it, issued a black diamond card, which meant that all areas of the club would be open to Song Yun. Chapter 64 Girls are not interested. Ding, it is detected that the host is at the Second Ring Road Club in Magic City. Do you want to sign in? The system's voice sounded, and Song Yun scratched his head in confusion. Damn, can I sign in here? What will I get? After clicking the sign in button, the system's voice sounded again, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this sign in. You will be rewarded with firearms expertise, master-level wilderness survival skills, and king-level anti-reconnaissance awareness. Song Yun was so excited that he almost jumped up. It was so cool. If the system was simply rewarding money, Song Yun would no longer feel anything about it. But these skills will accompany him throughout his life, and they can be used if he encounters any trouble. When Tu Gang saw Song Yun standing there in a daze, he thought that his brother-in-law was attracted by the cold guns. There's no way. Thinking back to when he first came, it was the same. There is no man in the world who doesn't like this heavy thing. Holding something weighing more than 10 pounds in the hand is like holding your lifeline. Uncle, shall we go practice shooting? Song Yun came to his senses and followed Tu Gang into the soundproof room. There is a security guard waiting in each compartment here, and everything from loading to changing bullets is done by these professionals. Song Yun held a FAMAS in his hand, and as the security personnel explained, he turned on the safety. Bang, bang, bang. Although Song Yun was wearing earmuffs at this time, the violent vibrations and the roar of sparks seemed to pull him into the battlefield, and the only thing you can trust, apart from your comrades, is the weapon in your hand. Song Yun's mental power is now extremely concentrated. He can feel the exploding weapon, which is like a giant dragon in his hand. So this is what shooting feels like. Song Yun quickly emptied the 25 bullets in the magazine, handed the weapon back to the security guard, took off his earmuffs and breathed a sigh of relief. So cool. He feels extremely refreshed now. Outside the cubicle, Tu Gang looked at his brother-in-law's shooting results and fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, this was my first time operating this machine, but every shot hit the jackpot. This is too weird. Song Yun pushed open the door, stretched his numbed arms, and said with a smile, "Uncle Tu, why are you looking at me like that?" Tu Gang thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Son-in-law, have you ever come across these before?" Song Yun shook his head in confusion and said, "Uncle Tu, I am just an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly get my hands on these contraband items? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Tu Gang stood up excitedly. This frightened Song Yun. "Don't get excited, let's talk it over nicely. Son-in-law, you really don't have it? Think about it carefully? Uncle Tu, have you read too many novels about special forces? How could an ordinary citizen like me do this? My file has always been blank, and I don't have any records of going abroad. How could I possibly get my hands on this thing? That's strange." Tu Gang sat on a stool in deep thought. Song Yun approached him curiously and asked, "What happened?" Tu Gang silently handed the shooting record to Song Yun. Song Yun took it and looked at it. Wow, no wonder Tu Gang doubted him. No one else would believe him. But how could he explain that he had a system, and that the system gave him the talent for firearms expertise? I'm afraid it would be better to just make up a reason and say that I'm a soldier king returning to the city than to say this. At least the latter has some credibility. Although I don't know why this is the case, could it be a talent? Song Yun gradually guided. That's right. Tu Gang slapped his thigh. Why couldn't he, his own son-in-law, be a natural-born sharpshooter? His gaze towards Song Yun became increasingly fiery. Song Yun was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. "Uncle Tu, don't look at me like that, I'm scared." "Sorry, I'm so excited to see the prey." "Come and try this again." Tu Gang led Song Yun to another compartment and stuffed an AK into his hand. This gun can be called the King of War, but its only drawback is its incredible recoil, which ordinary people cannot control at all. Song Yun took it and looked at this classic weapon. Even if he didn't know the knowledge, he had seen it in the game. He put the AK against his shoulder, getting familiar with the feeling, then turned on the safety and fired. Dang dang dang. Metal shells kept falling to the ground, like the accompaniment of life. Soon the 30 shots were finished and Tu Gang couldn't wait to get the results. Only 2 shots missed the target, and the rest were near the center of the bull's eye. Found a treasure. Tu Gang was ecstatic. His son-in-law was truly a versatile talent. At this moment, a girl and 2 bodyguards knocked on the door of the compartment. Tu just opened it and his face changed when he saw the other person. A beautiful girl with fiery red hair walked in, frowned slightly when she saw Tu Gang, and then gently pushed him. Faced with such provocation, Tu Gang just looked gloomy and did not say a word. Seeing Tu Gang still standing at the door, the girl seemed a little impatient. Tu Gang, do you really think of yourself as the loyal guard dog of the Yi family? You even dare to block my way? Ms. Deng, you can say whatever you want, but that doesn't mean you can trample on the Yi family's face at will. Tu Gang's words were firm. The 2 bodyguards beside the girl wanted to step forward but were stopped by the girl. Tu Gang was an assault expert in the army. You 2 can't beat him. Also, I came to the Magic City from Sijio City only with my family elders. The girl said calmly, but I heard that Yi Qingqing got married? And she married someone outside the circle, so I want to see what the man who can capture her looks like. I'm sorry, my son-in-law is not a singing girl. Not anyone can see him if they want to. Tu Gang refused. Do you really think you are the master just because I treat you well? I want to go in and take a look. I want to see who can stop me. After saying that, the girl walked straight inside. Tu Gang was in a dilemma. With his status, he couldn't stop this young lady at all. He couldn't just force her out. Not to mention the impact this would bring, just the people pursuing this young lady might be enough to besiege the E family. The girl clearly knew that Tu Gang didn't dare to stop her, so she walked in and saw Song Yun's back. At this time, Song Yun was squatting on the ground, holding a discarded bullet shell in his hand. He was thinking about how to take this thing back and collect it. "Hello, my name is Deng Chi, and I'm from Suzhou City." Song Yun came back to his senses and looked up at the other person. "Girl? Not interested." Deng Chi looked at Song Yun in confusion and turned his head back, feeling very shocked. First, Yi Qingqing's husband is really handsome. Second, I am not ugly, right? How many men fall into my charm when they see me, so why does this man look so indifferent? Chapter 65 Song Yun, I am determined to win. Did you hear me? Deng Chi was a little unhappy. She squatted beside Song Yun with her cherry lips tightly pursed. She didn't understand why this man ignored her. Hey, can you please be polite? Song Yun frowned and asked coldly, what's the matter? Seeing that the man in front of him finally responded, Deng Chi felt inexplicably happy for some reason. She smiled and said, are you Yi Qingqing's husband? Right. The answer was still short, but in Deng Chi's opinion, this was a good start. He was not afraid of you speaking short, but was afraid of you not speaking at all. What do you do? How did you get to know Yi Qingqing? These questions were a bit too private. Song Yun looked at the girl in front of him. She didn't look like a mentally retarded person. Why would she ask so many questions when we just met? Seeing that Song Yun didn't say anything, Deng Chi said casually, Qingqing and I are actually good friends, but she didn't even tell me about her marriage. I'm so sad. Can you tell me about it? Although I don't want to pay attention to you, it doesn't mean that I'm deaf. Do I need to clarify your relationship with the Yi family? Deng Chi was not angry when she was exposed. Instead, she continued with a smile, now that you know about our relationship, I won't hide it from you. How about you divorce Yi Qingqing and I be with you? Before Song Yun could speak, the two bodyguards outside were furious, Miss. If the old man knew about this, the two of US brothers would have no choice but to die. Song Yun looked at the two bodyguards and thought how fucking naive they were. Why did it feel like they were living in ancient times? It's not your turn to interfere in my affairs, right? When Deng Chi faced these two people, he no longer had the friendly expression he had just had. Faced with such a delicate girl, Song Yun really had no interest in continuing to tangle with her. He spread his palm in front of Tu Gang and asked, Uncle Tu, can I take this away? Tu Gang looked at Song Yun with satisfaction. His son-in-law was truly a real man. He was so loyal in love. His young lady really did not love the wrong person. No problem, I'll just report to my supervisor later. After hearing Tu Gang's words, Song Yun nodded. Now he had no interest in continuing, so he turned and left. Deng Chi looked at Song Yun's back with a mixture of love and hate. When Tu Gang left, she said to the bodyguard, I want all the information about that man within 30 minutes. In the eyes of this young lady, it seemed as if everything in the world should revolve around her. She had even condescended to kneel down and please a man, but was still rejected. This was something she could not tolerate. Although the bodyguard was very reluctant, he still went to check. During this half hour, Deng Chi sat in the rest area, drinking coffee and reading a book, feeling very comfortable. After half an hour, the two bodyguards came forward slowly, pushing each other and said, Miss, we only know that the man's name is Song Yun, and all other information cannot be verified. Our level is not high enough, and his information has been blocked by the agency. Interesting. Could Song Yun be the son of some big boss? But I've never heard of that big boss's son being called this. Weird. Do you want to continue investigating? Get to the bottom of it. I want to see who this Song Yun is. After that, Deng Chi got up and walked out of the club. When the driver asked where they were going, Deng Chi rolled his eyes and said, Magic Crystal Group. Arriving downstairs at the Magic Crystal Group, Deng Chi walked in with arrogance. The front desk staff wanted to stop him, but was held in place by two bodyguards. Deng Chi took the president's elevator directly to the top floor. She pushed open Yi Qingqing's office door. At this time, Yi Qingqing was discussing overseas listing with Jasmine. The door was suddenly pushed open. Jasmine was annoyed and was about to scold, but when she saw the visitor, she immediately fell silent. My dear sister, are you happy to see me? Deng Qi sat on the sofa and said with a smile, "It must have been more than a year since we last met. I miss you so much during this time. Jasmine, you go down first," Yi Qingqing said lightly. Jasmine packed up the documents and left as if relieved of a heavy burden. Deng Qi was the eldest daughter of the Deng family in the old city. All the branches of the Deng family gave birth to boys, except hers, which gave birth to a daughter. So Deng Qi was loved by the whole family since she was born. She accepted the protection of her brothers and the doting of the old man. Over time, she developed a spoiled character. "Deng Qi, you clearly know that I don't welcome you, but you still insist on coming to me. Is there something wrong with you?" Yi Qingqing pointed to her head, the meaning of which was self-evident. Deng Qi was not angry. She sat on the sofa and asked, "I heard you got married? Why didn't you invite me to have a drink at your wedding? My marriage has nothing to do with you?" Deng Qi covered his mouth and yawned, then said lazily, "It doesn't matter. I came here today to tell you that I seem to be in love and will get married soon. On the day of my wedding, I will definitely invite you to the wedding. Are you getting married?" Yi Qingqing was very surprised by this. Everyone knew that the Deng family was strong enough to rank among the top 5 in the city of Beijing. And as the apple of her eye, Deng Qi had always hoped to stay at home for a few more years. Why was she suddenly getting married? Are you surprised? When I first met him, I had the same expression as you. I originally thought that there was no one in this world who was worthy of me, but now it seems that all this was God's guidance, allowing me to meet him today. Speaking of which, I have to thank you." As Deng Qi spoke, he laughed out loud. Some bad thoughts arose in Yi Qingqing's mind. Look, when you encounter something that's stuck at a critical moment, you don't even ask me. This is so boring. Forget it. I'll just tell you straight out. I'm attracted to your husband, Song Yun. Not only that, I even ran into him at the Wagwa Club today. TSK, to be honest, I've never met a man as handsome as him in my life. Nowadays, good-looking men are all more feminine than me. Mighty men are not good-looking, but your husband Song Yun is very good. Not only is he handsome, but he is also tough and has the bookish air of a child from an aristocratic family. I am very fascinated by him." Hearing this, Yi Qingqing's face turned cold, and her eyes were full of hostility. "Deng Qi, I warn you that you'd better not have any ideas about my husband, otherwise I really don't know what I will do." "Are you threatening me?" Deng Qi looked at Yi Qingqing with a playful look and said, "There are many men in this world who are worthy of you, but there is only one man who I like, Song Yun, and I am determined to get him." Chapter 66, Great Status. Song Jisheng walked out of the real estate transaction center with heavy steps, looking at his empty hands, with mixed feelings in his heart. A moment ago, the house full of memories still belonged to the Song family, but now, it has been put up for sale. In a place like Magic City, if you are born with a house, you will have it for the rest of your life. If you are born without one, you will most likely not be able to settle down there in your lifetime. But for the sake of my mother, what's the harm in giving up everything? Song Jisheng rode a shared bicycle to the hospital and called his father out of the ward. After lighting a cigarette for his father, Song Jisheng said sullenly, "Everything has been arranged. They said that our set will be the main one in the near future. Well, I have figured it out now. As a person, you can never know which will come first, the future or an accident. So the safety of your family is more important than anything else. When the money arrives, I will take your mother to Huachuan for surgery, and you can find a place to relax. You have been too tense recently, and Dad is afraid that something will happen to you." Uncle Song's words almost made Song Jisheng cry. His father was obviously the one with the most pressure. His father had been staying in the ward day and night these days. As the head of the family, his mental state must be worse than anyone else. After finishing a cigarette, Uncle Song patted his son's shoulder, patted his face, put on a smile, and returned to the ward. Song Jisheng was smoking a cigarette and browsing his cell phone when the phone rang. He looked at the unfamiliar number and called. "Hello, Mr. Song. I'm Brother Xian's friend. I heard from him that you want to sell a house, right? Let's meet up?" Brother Xian introduced it? Song Jisheng secretly thanked his good brother in his heart. He didn't expect that this drinking buddy of his on weekdays would play a big role at this time. "No problem, let's make an appointment and take a look at the house." "Okay, how about we set it for tomorrow morning?" "No problem. I believe Brother Xian has told you the address. You can just call me directly when the time comes." At this time, Song Jishing didn't know that a black fog had quietly covered his head. On the other side, the Yi family. Father Yi was making tea in the study and gave a cup to the person sitting opposite him. "Old Deng, you don't know that my daughter is getting married." "Ha, I was very surprised when I first heard the news, but after seeing my brother-in-law, I felt very fortunate. There is hope for the revival of our Yi family." Hearing such high evaluation from Yi's father, the other party was also very confused. "Old Yi, you are well known in the industry for your picky eyes. How could there be a young man you like? Tell me, who is that young man?" "Ordinary people." The two men in their 50s looked at each other and laughed at the same time. You old fox. Can I still snatch someone from you?" "No, it was my son-in-law who said it himself. He is just an ordinary person. There are too few young people who are so humble nowadays." Father Yi sighed. "Not only that, my uncle is also a versatile person. He has dabbled in both investment and real industries." "What was I doing at that age? After comparing, I found that I got on the train of reform and became rich today." "You old bastard." The other party pointed at Yi's father and said with a smile, but soon sighed, "Your Ching has found a good match, but my girl, I am worried to death. Every time I mention marriage to her, this little bastard goes directly to the old man, so I can't continue to force her. Young people definitely have different ideas from us. In a few years, she will be anxious." Father Yi comforted his old friend. "Well, I hope so. I'll take a call." The other person's cell phone rang, and he looked closely and saw that it was his daughter's bodyguard calling. After the call was connected, the other party lowered his voice and whispered, "Master, the young lady seems to have fallen in love with a boy and has been asking us to track down that person's information." "Oh?" He suddenly raised his voice. His daughter finally got it. "Have you found out the other party's identity?" "Not yet. The other party's identity has been hidden. We don't have enough authority, so we come to ask you. Keep investigating. Use my authority to push this matter forward." After saying that, he hung up the phone. He never expected that after he had been pushing his daughter for so long, she would actually start to get anxious. Is he going to be a grandfather soon? Thinking of this, he felt happy. "What's wrong? Look at you, old man, your face is wrinkled when you smile." "My daughter. She has fallen in love with a young man." He drank the herbal tea happily and didn't find it bitter. He just felt that today's tea was particularly delicious. The two of them kept talking to each other, all about their own daughter. They were complete daughter slaves. But soon, Lao Deng's cell phone rang again, and this time the caller was a big shot in the system in Suzhou City. He gestured to Yi's father and quickly answered the call. "Hello, Secretary Han, may I ask what instructions you have?" "Old Deng, are you tracking down the identity of a young man?" the other party asked in a dull voice. "Yes, what's the problem?" "Stop the investigation. Someone from above has said that the identity of the person you are investigating has been classified as confidential and is sealed in the Red Wall No. 1 Secretariat." "Okay. I will tell my men to stop immediately." "Do you know the identity of that person?" "Don't ask. Don't pry into things you shouldn't know." The other party's words made Lao Deng break out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Who did his daughter fall in love with? Why was she so involved? He hung up the phone with many thanks and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. This phone call almost made him collapse under the stool. "Something happened?" Father Yi asked curiously. Old Deng waved his hand and said softly, "The boy Chi likes is so famous that Secretary Han even called me to warn her." "Who is she interested in?" Father Yi took a deep breath. It turned out that the boy Deng Chi liked was so powerful. Alas, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Look at it from a positive perspective. If Chi can marry that person, then your Deng family will be able to move to a higher level. The words of comfort made old Deng feel refreshed. Yes, if possible, he would definitely bring the two of them together, not only for his daughter's happiness, but also for the Deng family. I hope so. I have to stay in the Magic City for a few days. I'm sorry to bother you. Please don't bother me. How is that possible? We haven't seen each other for such a long time, we must get together. I'll call Ching later, and our two families will have a meal together. Chapter 67 Crazy Price Cutting. Early the next morning, Song Jishing woke up and waited for a call. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, the strange phone rang. Song Jishing quickly answered the call and the other party said he had arrived downstairs. Song Jishing greeted the other party. They were two men holding a booklet in their hands. After entering the house, the two men kept assessing the value of the house. The last man stopped writing, handed Song Jishing a cigarette and said with a smile, "This house is better than I thought. If you feel it's okay, let's sign the contract now." "What about the price?" "The price is easy to negotiate. The price I offer is 4 million. 4 million? Song Jishing frowned and asked, "Aren't you here to bargain?" "If I follow the normal procedures, this house of mine will cost more than 5 million yuan, but even if I need money urgently at this time, I can't just reduce the price by more than 1 million yuan. This price is a bit low, it exceeds my bottom line." "Ha, but you need some money urgently, don't you?" "I'm sure you can't find many people who can come up with such a large amount of money in a short period of time. But I happen to have it. Think about it again. But next time, the price may be different." After the other party finished speaking, he closed the booklet, and the two of them left without looking back. Grass. Song Jishing smashed the cigarette butt on the ground. Damn it. These people are not really here to buy a house. They might just be real estate agents who fiddle with houses. They are here just to kill people. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. About half an hour later, he arrived at the hospital. When Uncle Song saw his son coming, he knew that they had finished discussing the matter. He told his wife that he was going out to wash some apples, and then he and Song Jishing left the ward. "How did the talk go?" "The doctor just asked me to go out and said your mother's illness can't be delayed any longer. It would be best if the surgery could be done this month." "Not ideal," Song Jishing said in a low voice, and then told Uncle Song what happened today. Uncle Song sat on a bench in the corridor in silence for a long time, then sighed and said, "That's it, we need the money after all." Song Jishing nodded and said, "Then contact Huachuan Private Hospital to arrange for the transfer. I'll go to them to get the money this afternoon." In the afternoon, Song Jishing called the other party, but the call was hung up immediately. "What's going on? You're not answering the phone?" Song Jishing was extremely anxious, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. He had already contacted Huachuan Private Hospital in the morning, and they would send a car to transfer the patient to another hospital soon. But at this critical moment, he couldn't get through the phone. He waited for 5 minutes and called again, but the other party hung up immediately. He continued to fight and the opponent continued to hang. After calling for about 10 times, the other party finally answered the phone. Song Jishing had thousands of questions to ask, but he found that he was the most urgent person and the other party was just a buyer. "Why, Mr. Song, have you figured it out?" "Well, let's go by the price we agreed on this morning. I want 4 million in cash, and we can go through the transfer procedures in a while." "Ha, it's hard to explain over the phone, let's make an appointment." The other party had booked a room in a coffee shop. When Song Jishing rushed over, he found that the other party was sitting on the sofa, drinking coffee leisurely. "Mr. Song, please take a seat. What would you like to drink?" "No more drinking, let's go through the formalities right away." "No rush, no rush. I believe you may have some misunderstanding about the price. We negotiated 4 million this morning, but for this afternoon, I can only offer 3 million. Do you think you can accept it?" The man said with a smile, taking a sip of coffee. "How many?" Song Jishing slammed the table and stood up. "In just a few hours, the price was reduced by 200,000? Don't get excited. Think about it again. But if you ask again tomorrow, the price might be 3.5 million. The housing price fluctuates greatly." Listening to the other party's threatening words, Song Jishing felt so angry that his teeth were itching. But the other party was very proud in their hearts, because they were actually intermediaries in the circle. In the store, they would meet some families who are in urgent need of money. Some of these families have encountered misfortunes at home and they need a lot of money. If they have to go to the bank to apply for mortgage or loan, not to mention the cumbersome procedures, the time alone would be enough to kill them. So every time they meet this kind of people, they pool their money together and then join forces with some small loan companies to purchase together. The price was kept very low, and in the end the suffering families had no choice but to compromise. "Mr. Song, have you thought about it? If not, go home and think about it. My time is very precious." The man's expression already revealed impatience. Song Jishing clenched his fists and said nothing. Looking at Song Jishing, the man felt that the order was secured. After all, people like Song Jishing must understand better than anyone else which is more important, selling the house at a low price or the life and death of his family, otherwise he would not come to sell the house. Just when Song Jishing wanted to raise the price again, Uncle Song called and said that the people from Huachuan Private Hospital had sent a car and it would arrive in 20 minutes. Hearing this, Song Jishing pounded the table and shouted, "I give it to you." "Ha, let's take a look at the contract then." On the other side, inside the hospital, Uncle Song took his wife to the ambulance of Huachuan Private Hospital. The group arrived at the hospital, and after the doctor's diagnosis, he told them the price, 4.3 million yuan. This was only the initial cost, and the subsequent chemotherapy and medication would still be sky-high prices. Hearing such a high price, Uncle Song sighed. "If it's okay, Uncle, you can go and pay the fee first. But now my son's house selling procedures have not been completed and the money has not arrived. What should I do?" He asked tentatively, "Doctor, can you pay the hospitalization fee first? We will transfer the money for the follow-up treatment to you tomorrow." "I'm sorry, Uncle. Our hospital has a rule that requires you to pay the full amount at once," the doctor said regretfully. "There is nothing we can do about this, because Huachuan Private Hospital has encountered this kind of situation before." After the other party paid tens of thousands of hospitalization fees, the patient who was accompanying the patient ran away. The patient was left alone in the ward. When they sent a doctor to explain the situation to the patient said that he didn't care about these things. He was in the hospital now, and if he couldn't be cured and leave, he would rather die in the hospital. Faced with such a tough situation, Huachuan Private Hospital can only swallow its anger and suffer in silence. After all, no matter how private a hospital is, it is still a hospital, and they are all doctors. We can't forcibly expel them. Not to mention how the patients will make a fuss, the media outside alone will criticize them to death. So the surgery that originally cost more than 1 million yuan was finally performed for the patient for free, and some medical equipment was also provided. This resulted in 0 bonuses for all staff in the department that admitted patients that month. From then on, Huachuan Private Hospital had a strict rule: either pay the full fee or go elsewhere for treatment. Chapter 68. My nephew has made great progress. What should I do? I have already come this far. Do I have to pull it back and wait until I have enough money? After Uncle Song contacted the doctor from the previous hospital in despair, he fell to the ground with a dead heart. Because after they were discharged from the hospital, the beds became vacant and were immediately filled by new patients. There are no vacant beds to admit new patients in the near future. "Doctor, you've seen my wife's condition. It might get worse after we go home. I swear I'll get the money together for you tomorrow. Please let us be hospitalized first." Uncle Song held the doctor's hand and couldn't help but said in pain, "I have hundreds of thousands of yuan in this card. I will deposit the hospital fees immediately. We are really here to treat the disease." "I'm sorry," the doctor said regretfully. He was just a junior doctor. If he took the lead in violating hospital regulations, he would definitely be demoted. In serious cases, he might even be fired. Is there no other way? Uncle Song sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes. Then he thought of his son and took out his phone and called him with full of hope. The call was connected, but there was a burst of quarreling noises. "You are a bunch of liars. We said we would release the money today. Why did you delay it until tomorrow? Mr. Song, you have to understand us. We don't have that much money. We have to go to a small loan company to go through the formalities to get the money. You can speed it up, but you have to deduct a handling fee of 100,000, and the money will not be paid to you until tomorrow at the earliest." Liar. Aren't you afraid of being punished by God for lying like this? Mr. Song, please be careful with your words. You are a liar. Did I say I won't give you the money? I just said I would transfer it to you within a week. Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, these things are not something I can control. Beep, beep. Then the blind tone came, and Uncle Song sat there in a daze, hugging the doctor's thigh with tears in his eyes. "Please, doctor, please be kind and save my wife. We have sold our house in Shanghai for treatment. If something happens to my wife, what should our family do?" The conversation between the two soon attracted the attention of the other patients in the corridor. Everyone holds a sympathetic attitude towards Uncle Song. In today's society, being healthy and well can save the family a lot of money. But if there is any problem, it will be a bottomless pit. Uncle, it's not that I don't want to save patients, but our hospital has regulations. I am just a low-level attending physician. If I violate the regulations, I will have to pay for all the money you owe. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, I can't afford the risk. The doctor looked up at the ceiling and could only sigh helplessly. Outside the crowd, Song Yun had just finished visiting Yuan's mother and was about to go home, when he heard these words. The voice sounded familiar. Song Yun wondered if it was someone he knew, so he squeezed to the front. The attending physician saw that the chairman was actually alarmed, and quickly squatted down and whispered in Uncle Song's ear, Uncle, I beg you. Please don't make it difficult for me. Our leaders are here. If this goes on, I will be fired. When Uncle Song heard that the leader was coming, he wondered if these rich people would be kind enough to make an exception for him after seeing his miserable appearance. He knelt down, turned around, and cried, Leader, please. Nephew? Uncle? Looking at Uncle Song with a haggard face in front of him, Song Yun was full of surprise. Uncle Song was also kneeling there in shock. How could his nephew Song Yun become the leader of such a big hospital? At this time, the doctor trotted over to Song Yun and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Song. Mr. Song? My nephew is also a director here? Oh my God. If he had known this, why would he have begged these doctors? Song Yun quickly pulled Uncle Song up from the ground, as he didn't want his life to be shortened. While listening to the doctor talk about Aunt Song's condition, he comforted Uncle Song. After hearing everything, Song Yun finally understood why his cousin asked him to borrow money a few days ago. He also blamed himself for not asking in depth what had happened. This is my great uncle, my father's brother. Arrange the best ward for my aunt immediately. Contact the dean and the chief surgeon to come for a consultation. You must do your best. Okay, Chairman. I will immediately arrange a meeting room for a consultation for the entire hospital. The doctor walked away in a hurry. Uncle Song was still sitting in the chair in a trance. His brain had not yet fully come back to its senses. His nephew was just a young man who had just graduated a few years ago. How could he become a billionaire overnight? Soon, all departments of Huachuang Private Hospital received the news, and doctors in white coats put down their work and ran towards the meeting room with notebooks in hand. Hundreds of doctors ran together, and the noise was so loud that it could be heard clearly throughout the entire building. Uncle Song looked at the determined faces of these doctors and wondered if this was the convenience that power brings to people? In addition to being surprised, Uncle Song was still full of pride. After all, Song Yun was also a member of the Song family. They would not be like other relatives who shamelessly came to ask for benefits when they saw Song Yun becoming successful. However, if anyone in their family had health problems in the future, they would not die in the hospital bed because they had no money for treatment. Song Yun first arranged for Aunt Song to enter the VIP ward. When Aunt Song knew that Song Yun was the chairman of Huachuang Private Hospital, she was also very surprised, but soon Aunt Song took Song Yun's hand and kept praising him. Song Yun naturally would not think that this was to curry favor with him. After all, people from the Song family, even if they have no money, have straight and strong bones. These words were simply Aunt Song's expression of joy at seeing one of her younger generation become successful. Everything was arranged, and Song Yun invited Uncle Song to attend the meeting together. In the conference room, the dean was sitting in the first seat on the left of the chief. When he saw Song Yun coming with Uncle Song, he quickly made way and let Uncle Song sit in his place. Now that everyone is here, the hospital-wide consultation begins. The chief surgeon looked at the CT scan taken by Aunt Song and frowned when he saw the location of the tumor. It is no exaggeration to say that this operation is extremely risky because it is close to the aorta. Combined with Uncle Song's oral statement, the tumor grew by 1 centimeter in a few days. It was obviously a malignant tumor. If it was delayed for a few more days, even if the most experienced surgeon in the world was invited, it would be of no use. Chairman, look here, this tumor is only about 3 centimeters away from the aorta. According to the progression of the disease, if it is delayed for a day or two, it will be completely adhered and cannot be removed alone. By then, as long as the operation is performed, there will be heavy bleeding. Well, everyone is a professional. I will not participate in the operation. I only have one thing to say. I hope everyone can do their best to treat the disease. If it is cured, I will give everyone red envelopes. If it is not cured, I will not blame you. I will find a way when the time comes. Chapter 69. Please pay the consultation fee. Song Yun's words undoubtedly gave everyone a shot of confidence. After all, Song Yun was the chairman. If the situation could not be cured and the leader got angry, they would be in trouble. It would be better for them to report the risks to the leader in advance and see what the leader would choose. But Song Yun chose to speak as soon as possible, and these doctors began to discuss a treatment plan with the lowest risk all night. Song Yun felt relieved when he saw a group of doctors arguing over where to start the surgery and how to perform the operation. After all, no matter how powerful a human is, he is just a primate, and separation from life and death are irreversible things. But as long as they try their best, even if the operation fails in the end, Song Yun will not blame them. Song Yun took Uncle Song out of the meeting room. Uncle Song is still in a daze. He has never seen such a grand scene before. A group of doctors were about to fight over the treatment plan. As an ordinary citizen, he could not enjoy such treatment when he went to the hospital on a normal day. I remember when he had appendicitis, the operation was performed by an older doctor and an intern. The scar left after the incision and suture was as ugly as a centipede. But I just heard those doctors say that the final suture will be done with cosmetic thread? No scar left? Oh my god, this must be very expensive. Uncle Song followed Song Yun to the chairman's office. Song Yun personally brewed a pot of tea and said, "You are really a fool. You didn't tell me such a big thing. Brother Jixing just said that he needed money for something, but he didn't go into details about my aunt being sick." Ha ha. We didn't know you actually own a hospital before. Uncle Song touched the back of his head embarrassedly and said, "But now I feel relieved. Your aunt has some doctors to take care of us, and your brother and I can relax for a few days. You and my brother can stay in the hospital. You have seen the ward I arranged for my aunt just now. It has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which is completely enough for our family to live in. You don't have to cook here. There will be someone to prepare 3 meals and send them to your room. Just tell the nurse what you want to eat." Song Yun poured a cup of tea for Uncle Song and said, "Huachuang Private Hospital is also responsible for postoperative rehabilitation. Let Auntie continue to live here after the operation. She can get chemotherapy drugs directly from the hospital. At least in the Magic City, Auntie can enjoy the best treatment here." Uncle Song sipped his tea and nodded with a smile, but he felt like he had forgotten something. "No. It seems your brother had an argument with the other party when he went to sell the house." Uncle Song slammed the teacup on the table. Seeing Song Yun's puzzled expression, Uncle Song said anxiously, "There is nothing we can do. We don't know that you are the chairman of Huachuan Private Hospital. We only know that treatment here is very expensive, so we plan to sell the house and pay for your aunt's treatment." Song Yun also became anxious when he heard this. Uncle Song's house was his second home. When he was a child, his father and mother would live in Uncle Song's house when they were on duty. How can I sell a place full of memories like this? Uncle Song called his son, but no one answered. "Don't worry, did my brother tell you who was selling the house?" Song Yun asked patiently. "Have no idea. Uncle Song had been busy taking care of his wife's illness, so he left all these matters to his son." "Then I'll just have to call again." Song Yun sighed helplessly. After calling dozens of times, Song Jixing finally answered the phone, leaving only one message, "Swan Microfinance Company," and then hung up. Song Yun frowned. Didn't he go to sell the house? Why did he have to deal with these loan companies? He called the Shanghai branch of Shanshui Group and asked them to send all the background information of the company to his mobile phone immediately. Then he took Uncle Song to check out the scene. On the other side, inside Swan Microfinance Company. "You liars, why do you want to withhold my money?" Song Jixing sat in the conference room and slammed the table and roared. Sitting opposite him were several business people in suits. "Mr. Song, I hope you can calm down. As far as we know, your mother is now lying in the ward waiting for your life-saving money. At such a critical moment, can't you even give up this 100,000 yuan handling fee? Bullshit. I think you are all liars. I won't sell it anymore. You can find whoever you want." Song Jixing stood up and wanted to leave. But he was soon pushed back to his seat by these people. One of them sneered at Song Jixing and said, "Mr. Song, it's okay not to sign the contract. Then please pay the consulting fee of 100,000 yuan. "How much? Are you robbers? Ha, you don't have to pay. Just sit here. We will have someone to accompany you. You can leave when you choose to sign the contract or pay the consultation fee." Song Jixing now finally realized that he had fallen into a trap. These people are simply robbing money openly. Just when Song Jishing was about to compromise, the door of the conference room was pushed open from outside. It was Song Yun who walked in, while Uncle Song stayed in the car downstairs waiting. Seeing a young man sitting in the main seat, several business staff were confused. What was this person doing here? Who let him in? Song Yun? Why are you here? Song Jishing shouted anxiously, "Go out and call the police quickly. This company is a scam." Only then did several business personnel realize that they were actually together. They looked at each other and closed the door. I don't care whether you have signed the contract or not. From now on, everything is invalid. I want to take this person away. Song Yun lit a cigarette and said slowly. Young man, don't talk too loudly. Be careful not to sprain your tongue. A businessman with a burly appearance looked very scary. I won't say these words a second time. You should think carefully about how you are going to spend the rest of your life in prison. After hearing Song Yun's words, several people laughed. We are waiting, but now you two have to give us an explanation. You broke into the meeting without reason. According to our company regulations, you will be fined 50,000. Hearing this, Song Yun frowned slightly. Song Jishing sat next to Song Yun and told him everything that had just happened. Song Yun's expression now became very ugly. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to be so rampant. In fact, the company's backer is a security company called Black Swan Security, which can only be considered a medium-sized enterprise in Shanghai. But it just so happened that Shanshui Group was their big client in Shanghai, and the person in charge of Shanshui Group as Shanghai branch even specifically told Song Yun about this relationship. Chapter 70. There's nothing to talk about. Song Yun stood up and walked straight towards the other party. Those people also stood up and surrounded Song Yun. I advise you to stop doing illegal things. If God doesn't punish you, there will be people who will teach you scum a lesson. After hearing Song Yun's words, several people looked at each other, then burst into laughter. One of them wiped the tears from his eyes and said, You are really funny, but in the Magic City, ordinary people like you can be crushed to death by me at least. So there's nothing to talk about? Talk about NM. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he was hit head-on by a fist, and the whole person flipped in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The other business staff were stunned for a moment, but soon realized that they had encountered a tricky idea. One by one, they picked up the objects at hand and hit Song Yun. But soon they knew what the gap was. Song Yun's body shape just changed slightly, and his fist hit them out of nowhere. With this punch, they felt that all their bones were broken. Song Yun clapped his hands and stood there spitting, saying with disdain, Let Wang Chaoyang come to me for the money himself. Wang Chaoyang is the chairman of the Black Swan Security Company. He made his fortune in demolition business early on, and later on gradually cleaned himself up before climbing up the big tree of Shanshui Group. It can be said that Shanshui Group can replace security personnel at any time and find new ones. But if Wang Chaoyang loses this big tree, he will soon be squeezed out by his peers. Besides, this man is arrogant and domineering. I don't know how many people will make villains in the dark and curse him to death. At this time, the door of the conference room was opened and a man poked his head in. All the business staff in the room were lying on the ground groaning. This scene had never happened in Swan Microfinance Company. Someone has come to my doorstep, what can I do? He shouted, and soon someone locked the door and a group of people approached with steel pipes. Song Jishing had never encountered such a scene before, and he felt a little uneasy. But soon he saw Song Yun standing in front of him like a god of war, and he became determined. If a fight really broke out, he must protect his cousin. After all, his cousin had stepped forward for the sake of his family's affairs. Soon, a group of people rushed up, but having more people was no advantage here. Song Yun relied on the fighting skills in his mind to knock half of them to the ground. The rest of the people didn't dare to come up. Everyone could see that this handsome guy in front of them was simply a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. All the brothers who were touched by his fists lay on the ground without any fighting power. Call Mr. Wang and tell him our place has been raided. A small leader shouted to the crowd, and soon someone called Wang Chaoyang. Boss Wang. Our house was raided, and one man injured many of our brothers. Please bring people here quickly. Wang Chaoyang on the other end of the phone frowned, and his original plan to get a massage was ruined. Damn it, whoever dares to cause trouble on my territory is seeking death. Although Wang Chaoyang's temper is no longer as hot-tempered in recent years, his brutal image in his early years is still deeply engraved in some people's minds, so everyone stays away from this mad dog Wang Chaoyang. In recent years, China has been very strict in cracking down on this area, so Wang Qiaoyang had no choice but to find another way. At a party, he learned that formal microloan companies are very popular now, so he came up with the idea. It's no wonder that he has made a lot of money from this over the years. This company has almost become his money bag. Now that his money bag has been exposed, he is more anxious than anyone else. He grabbed his car keys and was rushing to Swan Microfinance Company when the phone rang. He looked at the caller, and the fire in his heart was instantly extinguished like a basin of cold water. He answered the phone and asked carefully, "Mr. Chang, is there anything you can do for me?" The person who called was the head of the Moto Landscape Group branch. A cold question came from the other end of the phone. "Is that Swan Financial Company under your name?" Yes, what's the problem?" "No problem, it's just that Mr. Song, the largest director of Shanshui Group, asked me all the information about this company." "It should be your company that has cheated Mr. Song. Calculate the time and know where he has already arrived. If Mr. Song encounters any problems later, you can prepare to look at the Feng Shui Cemetery." The largest director of Shanshui Group? Grass. This guy is a big shot who has all the power to appoint personnel within the group. Even if the chairman offends him, he can call a meeting to remove the chairman. Wang Qiaoyang's hands were shaking as he drove. He said slowly with a trembling voice, "I really have never met Mr. Song. How could such a big shot as him be related to my financial company, which is so small?" But he quickly realized what he was going to do now. "It seems like I received a message saying that someone was causing trouble in my wallet, right? Thinking about what Mr. Chang said just now, Mr. Song might have arrived. Fuck. It seems like I really got into trouble. I roughly know. Mr. Chang, please say something good about me in front of Mr. Song. I'm on my way now and will be there in 10 minutes. Wang Qiaoyang hammered the steering wheel hard, cursing. If he knew who had offended his financial sponsor, he would definitely hammer the other person to death without hesitation. On the other side, outside the meeting room, Song Yun stood in place. Opposite him, more than a dozen business personnel were holding weapons. It looked scary, but in fact they didn't dare to move forward. They were all waiting for Wang Qiaoyang to come and administer justice. Song Jixing was still very anxious when he looked at his phone. His mother was waiting for him to buy a house and exchange money for medical treatment, but who knew that he would encounter such a thing? What should he do? Just when everyone was in a stalemate, the company's door was hammered frantically outside. The salesmen were delighted. It seemed that Mr. Wang was here. After opening the door, they were excited to see a swarm of people rushing in, but unfortunately, there was only one person who came, and that was Wang Qiaoyang. "Boss Wang, you didn't bring your brothers with you?" The person in charge of Swan Microfinance Company asked cautiously. Wang Qiaoyang had no intention of paying any attention to this small fry. He pushed through the crowd, and what caught his eye was a salesperson lying on the ground wailing. Looking more closely, he saw a young man with extraordinary appearance standing there. When he saw the other person's appearance, Wang Qiaoyang's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. It's Mr. Song, who is really a jerk. This group of stupid salesmen, they don't do anything good all day long. Now, he has been cheated by his own financial sponsor. What should he do? You should know that the annual business profit of Shanshui Group can account for more than 80% of the Black Swan Security Group. Now, Wang Qiaoyang seemed to see countless banknotes flying with wings. Chapter 71. Do you have any questions? Boss Wang, this guy is very vicious and has injured so many of our brothers. Should we break one of his legs? The person in charge shouted with a ferocious look on his face, and we have to ask this guy to pay for everyone's medical expenses. It just so happens that his brother is selling a house here today. Why not use this house as collateral? Before the man could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. He looked up at his boss in confusion. What was going on? I just told the boss about the matter once. Why did he get angry? This shouldn't happen. Is he blaming me for not being able to do such a small thing and hurting so many brothers? Mr. Wang, can I? Bang. These brothers. Bang. That boy is too fierce. Bang. The man in charge was slapped more than 10 times in a row, and his entire face was swollen, looking like a pig's head from a distance. He sat on the ground, unable to open his mouth. He still didn't know why he was beaten. You bastard, if you want to die, don't take me with you. Do you know who this is? Mr. Song, the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group. Do you want to kill me, you bastard? Wang Qiaoyang kicked the person in charge. He was now extremely grateful that these people did not hurt director Song, otherwise he would be killed if Shanshui Group blamed him. Considering what he had done before, no matter how many years he was sentenced to, it would not be too much. So seeing that Mr. Song was fine, he could still make some excuses. Wang Chaoyan's words surprised everyone present. The business personnel looked at Song Yun in amazement, and even Song Jixing couldn't believe it. How did our brother become the biggest director of Shanshui Group? You must know that Shanshui Group is a multinational company with very strong internal strength. It is said that there was once a young man from Shanghai who smashed things in a resort run by Shanshui Group. In the end, he had his hand broken and was thrown out. Even so, the other party's parents still came forward to apologize. The leader of such a behemoth turned out to be his cousin Song Yun. Song Jixing felt dizzy. You are Wang Chaoyan, right? Seeing that the matter was resolved, Song Yun sat on a chair, crossed his legs and asked. When Wang Chaoyan heard Song Yun's words, he felt as if he was being called by the king of hell, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Yes, Mr. Song. I am Wang Chaoyan. What happened today was a misunderstanding. These people don't know you. Before Wang Chaoyan finished speaking, he saw Song Yun making a gesture to shut up, so he quickly shut up. Who knew what kind of person this big boss was? If he provokes the other party with a wrong word, it would be more than enough for him to die 100 times with the other party's power. You answer whatever I ask now, and if I don't ask anything, just shut up. Do you understand? Wang Chaoyan nodded repeatedly. Do you know the reason for today's incident? Have no idea. Oh, my cousin's house is worth millions, and you don't even pay attention to it? It seems that Mr. Wang is also making a fortune every day. No. Because I had a schedule today, so I didn't pay much attention. Oh, then you must know what these salesmen in your company do. Seeing that Wang Chaoyan wanted to shake his head, Song Yun frowned slightly. Seeing this, Wang Chaoyan nodded helplessly and agreed. Oh, you force sales and charge high fees. Mr. Wang, your way of making money is pretty wild. It seems that you make a lot every year. You are involved in all these things. Isn't this unfair to you? Mr. Song. I have nothing to say. I admit defeat today, I only ask you to show mercy. After Wang Chaoyan said this, he felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body and he collapsed to the ground. This happened today, you should know the consequences. You, Wang Chaoyan, have enjoyed all the happiness you deserved over the years, even if I don't pursue it. Do you think those enemies you offended will be kind enough to let you go? Wang Chaoyan had a clear mind. Anyone who could climb to this position is a fool. But there is no other way, we can only deal with it one by one and deal with it after today. But judging from Song Yun's expression, he wasn't going to give up. Come to think of it, if Wang Chaoyan himself were sitting in that position, he would definitely be unyielding and might even rely on his own strength to beat you to death. Then you tell me how to solve today's problem. I will listen to you. Wang Chaoyan admitted defeat. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If it were someone who was easy to bully, Wang Chaoyan would have punched him and grabbed the other person's collar to demand medical expenses. I don't have that much time to waste with you. The house is back, and I still want to get the consulting fee, right? I taught you a lesson today, how much are you going to pay me? Seeing Song Yun's calm appearance, Wang Chaoyan clenched his teeth and stretched out a finger. Everyone was puzzled, but Song Yun knew very well that one finger meant 1 million. But is it possible to get rid of Song Yun with just this little money? Wang Chaoyan felt that this was unlikely. Song Yun had assets worth tens of billions. If he was so greedy that he wanted even such a small amount of money, he would have been trapped and lost everything. So Wang Chaoyan closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then made a 5 gesture to Song Yun. Song Yun nodded and said, the market value of my cousin's house is about this amount. If you cheated him, you should return it according to this amount. Do you have any questions? No. So Song Jixing saw what the speed of a professional was. Within half an hour, all the formalities were cancelled and a bank card containing 5 million in cash was neatly placed in front of him. He was in a daze at this moment. Everything that happened today overturned his 3 views. For the first time, he realized that in this society, identity is a life-saving talisman. As soon as Song Yun's identity was revealed, everyone was trembling in fear when facing him, fearing that they would cause Song Yun's displeasure. Even the group of originally vicious business personnel, even if Song Yun asked them to stand in a line and slap them one by one, I'm afraid no one of them would have any doubts. He might even brag to his friends afterwards that he had offended the chairman of Shanshui Group and had survived the disaster. All of this is just because of Song Yun's identity and the strength behind this identity. Director Song, everything has been dealt with. What do you think? This is Wang Chaoyang's order to expel everyone. He will start transferring his assets now and be ready to run away at any time. Song Yun took Song Jixing out of here. Seeing that Song Jixing seemed to have 1,000 words to ask, Song Yun waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the hospital first and talk about other things." Uncle Song, who had been waiting in the car, was extremely anxious, wondering if anything had happened to his son and nephew. But soon, Song Yun and Song Jixing appeared in front of him, and his heart relaxed. Chapter 72. The operation went smoothly. How is the matter going? Uncle Song looked at his son curiously and asked. Song Jixing was still in a daze. He nodded slowly and finally reacted, "Dad, did you know that Brother Yun is the director of Shanshui Group?" Shanshui Group? Isn't he the chairman of Huachuan Private Hospital? Uncle Song was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did his nephew have so many positions? Song Jixing's brain wasn't very flexible to begin with, and now he was even more confused. Song Yun drove the hospital's administrative car and returned to the hospital with his two confused relatives. Seeing that his mother had been arranged in the VIP ward, Song Jixing finally felt relieved. "Brother Yun, how many properties do you have?" In the chairman's office, Song Jixing looked at Song Yun and asked curiously. There are quite a lot. If you want me to give you some examples, I'd really have to think about it carefully. Does your father know? Uncle Song asked. He took my mom on a global tour, and I didn't tell him. I'll tell him when he comes back. Song Yun could explain to everyone and make up lies, but facing his parents who knew him inside and out, anything he said would be seen through by them at a glance. Our Song family finally has a talented person. Uncle Song said with emotion, looking through the family tree. Hundreds of years ago, our Song family was also a wealthy family. However, we encountered war and suffered a great disaster, and fell into an ordinary family. Now that Song Yun has become rich, it's time for our Song family to reopen the ancestral temple. Song Yun was confused by Uncle Song's words. Ancestral temple? How come he had never heard of it before? Seeing the expressions of his son and nephew, Uncle Song sighed and said, "You youngsters don't know that our Song family has a house in the ancestral home, where all the ancestors of the Song family are enshrined. It's just that we haven't brought honor to our family in these years, and we don't have the face to build an ancestral temple. You know, the first thing to do when rebuilding an ancestral temple is to boast about the achievements and tell the ancestors that their descendants have become great people, so as not to disturb the ancestors." Song Yun naturally agreed to this matter. This matter must be discussed together with the family after his father returns from his trip. After arranging things for Uncle Song and his cousin, Song Yun sat in his office and called the Public Relations Department of Shanshui Group, instructing Shanshui Group to immediately issue a statement to terminate its cooperative relationship with Black Swan Security Company. The head of the Public Relations Department did not ask any questions, and a statement was released on all channels 10 minutes later. Everyone was stunned, and they were guessing what had happened. At this time, Wang Chaoyang received countless calls asking for information. After he hung up the phone, he quickly went online to see the statement. He was dumbfounded. How could Song Yun not leave him any chance to survive and push him into the abyss so quickly? Thinking about the people he had offended in the past, they must be sharpening their knives and waiting to kill him. Wang Chaoyang no longer cared about anything else, so he booked a plane ticket to flee abroad and ran away. 2 days passed like this. After a full hospital consultation, the hospital came up with a treatment plan with the least risk. Today is the day for Aunt Song to have surgery. After Aunt Song was given some medicine, she was pushed into the operating room. Outside the door, Uncle Song, Song Jixing and Song Yun were waiting anxiously. The wait lasted from 9 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. Finally, the door of the operating room slowly opened, and a doctor wearing a mask came out and said to Song Yun excitedly, "Director Song, you have fulfilled your mission." The operation went very smoothly. As soon as these words came out, Uncle Song collapsed to the ground. These days, insomnia late at night has been tormenting this middle-aged man all the time. Now, he can finally have a good sleep. The operation is over. We just need to continue the treatment according to the doctor's plan. Song Yun comforted Uncle Song and said, "Then I will go back first. Uncle, you and your cousin should have a good rest. There will be someone to take care of Aunt." After parting with Uncle Song and his family, Song Yun drove away from the hospital in his sports car. He didn't know that at the hospital gate, there was an ordinary Volkswagen with 2 men inside. One of them saw Song Yun's car leaving and hurriedly made a phone call and said something to him. When Song Yun was driving back, he found that his gas tank was almost empty. There's nothing we can do about it. Sports cars are good in every way except that they consume too much fuel. Just one step on the accelerator will cost you dozens of dollars. He found a gas station and the people in line in front of him were all outside the gas station. But after waiting for about 10 minutes, there was still no movement from the car in front. Song Yun stuck his head out and saw a Ferrari taking its time to refuel. The owner of the Ferrari even flirted with the girl refueling the gas station from time to time. The cars queued behind didn't dare to move forward at all. What a joke! What if they got too close to a car worth millions and accidentally scratched it? They don't dare to honk their horns to urge this kind of people, because they are just ordinary people and cannot compare with these rich second generations. But Song Yun didn't tolerate it and just honked the horn frantically. When the car owners waiting in front heard the harsh sound, they were already annoyed and finally looked back angrily. But when they saw the bull in front of Song Yun's car hood, they all turned off their engines. Damn, this car is more expensive than the Ferrari in front. The Tiguan that was originally parked in front of Song Yun quietly moved forward a little. He was sweating profusely now, just afraid that he would accidentally slip the car. Hey guys, are you guys going to fill up your tank or not? When did gas stations become so inefficient? Song Yun leaned forward and shouted. The car owners who were waiting were also very frustrated. There were wolves in front and tigers behind, leaving them stuck in the middle. They dared not move forward, let alone reverse, so they could only stay there. But soon, these car owners carefully drove to the side, and the originally crowded queue was forced to squeeze out a path for Song Yun to pass. Song Yun drove forward, and when he got there he saw a rich second-generation man dressed very fashionably still trying to flirt with the girl who was filling up the gas station. Although this girl looks very pure and has a good figure, you can't occupy public resources and waste everyone's time. How big is the gas tank of your crappy car? It takes more than 10 minutes to fill it up? Now that you're done, get out of here. The owner of the Ferrari was shamelessly asking for contact information when he heard someone swearing behind him. He turned around angrily and saw Song Yun standing next to the Lamborghini, frowning at him. Fuck. Top sports car poison. I guess my car isn't even a fraction of the other party's. He didn't care about continuing to procrastinate, apologized to Song Yun quickly, and drove away in shame. Come on. Song Yun parked the car and said to the girl who was refueling. After filling up the tank, Song Yun left without hesitation. The private car owner waiting behind him breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the only one who could deal with those arrogant and domineering rich second generations was a rich second generation who was more powerful than him. Chapter 73. Alone in an empty room. Song Yun returned home and began to prepare dinner for tonight. He had not touched Yi Qingqing's body for so many days. As a man who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, Song Yun felt that if Yi Qingqing didn't come back, he would have to pick up the traditional cooking skills. Dinner is ready, the candles are ready, and the wine is ready. Everything is ready. With such a romantic scene, he doesn't believe that Yi Qingqing won't be moved. But who knew that when he was about to call Yi Qingqing, the other party called first? Yi Qingqing said that a friend of her father from Suzhou City came and had a cocktail party at the 5-star Hotel Lanyu today, and asked Song Yun if he wanted to go with them. Song Yun has never been interested in such places where upper-class people chat. Watching them bragging about how much money they made this year and how many projects they invested in, Song Yun felt his eyelids heavy. Hearing that Song Yun didn't want to go, Yi Qingqing didn't force him. She asked Song Yun to stay at home obediently. After the cocktail party today, he should go back to the Yi family first, and then return to Huashou Villa tomorrow. Are you going to stay alone in the empty room? Song Yun looked at the table full of food and sighed deeply. At the same time, a large flat in the Lanyue Hotel was booked by Deng's father. He came to the Magic City not only to meet with a few old friends, but more to make friends and develop together in the new year. The cocktail party started at 7 o'clock in the evening. A group of celebrities attended the party. People looked for friends they were familiar with and formed small groups of 3 or 5 people. Deng's father brought his daughter Deng Qi to the stage. When they saw today's organizer coming, they all faced the stage with their glasses in hand. Hello everyone, I believe we are all familiar with each other. I welcome you all to attend the cocktail party I am hosting. I hope to have a good relationship with you all in the new year. Now the cocktail party begins, I wish you all a great time. After making a brief speech, Father Deng came to Father Yi with a glass of wine. Old Yi, have you noticed that more and more young people are attending the cocktail party? The young are really formidable. At the cocktail parties hosted by Deng's father in previous years, most of the guests were middle-aged or even elderly people. But now, the older generation has gradually withdrawn from the world of fame and fortune, and he cannot even remember the names of many of the new young people. Looking at these unfamiliar faces, Deng's father only feels that he has grown old. The Yangtze River's new generation pushes the old generation forward. Let's give young people more opportunities. Father Yi said with a smile as he looked at his daughter's figure not far away. Speaking of the young generation present, his daughter is definitely the best among them. The company she founded is about to be listed overseas, and she has a husband, Song Yun, to support her. Father Yi feels that as long as his daughter does not suddenly have the idea of donating all her assets, the Yi family will definitely move to a higher level in the hands of Song Yun and Yi Qingqing. While the two were chatting, many people came over to toast them, but most of the toasts were directed to Deng's father. Most of them heard from the grapevine that Deng Qi now fell in love with an important person, and the two might get engaged and married. The background of this important person was enough to help the Deng family move to a higher level. Anyway, the gossip became more and more fantastic as it was passed around. In the end, everyone heard that Deng Qi was about to get married, and the Deng family had an extremely ambiguous attitude towards the son-in-law. After Deng Qi got married this year, the Deng family would become one of the top families in the city. So in this public occasion, many people rushed over to curry favor in advance. But how could they know that Deng's father was now in a state of silence, unable to speak out about his grievances? Not to mention whether that big shot was interested in his daughter, he still remembered clearly the warning given by the Red Wall boss. The Deng family could not afford to offend that kind of person. Facing everyone's blessings, Father Deng drank one cup after another with a bitter face. Deng Qi, I heard you were getting married? Congratulations! In the second-generation circle not far away, many young people gathered around Deng Qi to congratulate him. Deng Qi originally wanted to refute, but when he thought that Yi Qingqing was also present today, he just agreed. Everyone, don't forget to attend the wedding banquet. Deng Qi looked at everyone with a smile and said, the one I like is so hard to pursue, but with the skills of Miss Deng, it won't be a piece of cake. Yes, everyone knows that Sister Deng is a heartthrob. Sister Deng, don't forget us sisters after you get married. Let's ask my brother-in-law to come out and meet us some other day. We also want to see what this young talent looks like. Finally, the words of this small circle reached the ears of Deng's father. Deng's father was almost drunk, but he suddenly woke up after hearing these words. He frowned and pulled Deng Qi aside, asking in a low voice, which big shot are you with? No. Deng Qi blinked his eyes and pretended to be innocent. Hearing this, Deng's father was almost mad to death. He warned Deng Qi again and again not to brag about this matter outside, because he had no idea about the power behind the other party. If he offended the other party, the Deng family would be in trouble. But he never expected that Deng Qi would dare to say in public that she was with that big shot. How stupid. Qi. Before you are with that person, you must never mention him. It will only make him annoyed with you. No way. They say that if a girl chases a boy, it's easy. I don't believe that he would bother with a little girl like me. Because of the pampering of his family, Deng Qi had long forgotten what fear was. Looking at his daughter's indifferent expression, Deng's father wanted to get angry, but he didn't know how. After all, if someone could really become his son-in-law, his status in the Deng family would be greatly improved. He also wanted to satisfy his vanity. It's up to you, but I warn you, don't investigate the other party's background privately, otherwise even the Deng family can't protect you. Deng Qi nodded and returned to the small circle of young people. Father Deng looked at his daughter's back and sighed deeply, not knowing whether this was a blessing or a curse. While Father Deng was worried, Father Yi was drinking happily with everyone. Although Song Yun was not present today, it did not mean that he could not brag about his son-in-law. Everyone listened to Father Yi constantly talking about how good his son-in-law was, and they all had some thoughts in their hearts. He is also a genius. I must make friends with him if I have the chance in the future. Sister Qingqing, where is your husband? Why didn't he come? Yi Qingqing is surrounded by another small circle of young people. After hearing this, Yi Qingqing smiled and said, he doesn't like to participate in this kind of activities. Let's have a dinner together when we have the chance. I'll introduce him to you then. Great. I heard from my senior sister that your husband is very handsome. I have to take a good look at him. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Li Shishir, who was smiling apologetically beside her. Of course, she was not really angry with her best friend. Chapter 74. Two women competing. Old Ji, we are just listening to you talk about how great your son-in-law is, but you don't even let us meet him. You are such a dishonest old man. A friend of Ye's father pointed at him and said with a smile, we have been in the business world for many years, and we have seen all kinds of young talents. Even if you keep promoting it like this, I feel like there is a lot of water in it. I don't like what you said. Father Yi glared at him, and having drunk some wine, he picked up the phone and called Song Yun. Song Yun had just finished dinner and was about to go to bed when he saw a call from his father-in-law. Song Yun, are you free now? If you are, come and pick up Qingqing. We drank a lot of wine tonight. Song Yun was shocked by what Ye's father said. If he went to pick up his wife, would he be able to bring her back directly? This was an irresistible temptation for a hungry man. Song Yun quickly agreed, put on some clothes and drove to the hotel. On the other side, Father Yi put down the phone, looked at his old friends proudly and said, my son-in-law will be here soon. Ha, then I'll wait and see. Yes, old Ji has always had high standards. We also want to see what kind of important person your son-in-law is. Ha, it seems that young talents have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. First, your Qingqing found a good son-in-law, and then Deng Qi found a big shot. They are both very good. Ye's father's conversation was so loud that the people around him could hear it clearly. Everyone was also looking forward to what the man who could kidnap the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai looked like. After about 10 minutes, Song Yun arrived downstairs of the hotel. He handed the car to the parking attendant and went up the stairs. Pushing open the door where the cocktail party was held, a group of people looked towards the door. Damn, why are these people's eyes so fiery? Even though I know I'm handsome, I'm still scared when you stare at me like that. Ha, son-in-law, this way. Father Yi burped and waved to Song Yun. Dad, you can't let these uncles force him to drink. Yi Qingqing stood beside Ye's father and said coquettishly. Ha, don't worry. I'll just lend it to your man. Song Yun walked towards Ye's father. It seemed that the cocktail party was now in its final stages. Song Yun, this is your Uncle Deng, this is your Uncle Chen, this is your Uncle Du. Father Yi introduced each of them to Song Yun one by one. These were all connections that could be used in the future. Although these people could not compare to the Yi family in terms of assets in Shanghai, they were all at the first level in their respective fields. Song Yun called them one by one. The young man looks very energetic, and has the demeanor of me when I was young. Father Deng looked at Song Yun and said with a smile, next time you come to Suzhou City, you must go to your Uncle Deng for a drink. The Deng family still has some say in Suzhou City. Thank you, Uncle Deng. This glass of wine is for you. Song Yun picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Father Deng was very optimistic about the young man in front of him. He was neither arrogant nor impatient, and acted in a magnanimous manner. He did not have the embarrassment that those young people showed when they met the big guys. This was very good, and he was someone who had seen big scenes. Hello, see you again. Deng Qi appeared out of nowhere and smiled at Song Yun, blinking his eyes. Hello. There was a hint of disgust in Song Yun's eyes. Why was this woman always there? Ha, the Uncle Deng you call is my father. Our family is quite powerful in Suzhou City. If you want to develop in Suzhou City, we can help you. Deng Qi just can't let go of Song Yun. After all, she is obsessed with appearance. To catch her eye, a man must have good looks. Qi, have you seen it? Father Deng asked curiously. This is the man I want to pursue. Deng Qi whispered in Deng's father's ear. As soon as this sentence came out, Deng's father woke up. What the hell, isn't this young man the son-in-law of the Yi family? Is his daughter being kept in the dark? But then he thought again, it was impossible. He knew his daughter's personality very well. Maybe she just thought of it because Song Yun was handsome. He recalled the Red Wall boss's warning to him, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. This young man was the boss. He just said he would protect him. Really? Hubby, drink less. Yi Qingqing walked to Song Yun, put her arm around Song Yun and said with a smile. In fact, she is asserting her sovereignty. You, Deng Qi, have fallen in love with my husband, right? I am going to show my affection in front of you and see what you think. Although Deng Qi is a spoiled young lady, it doesn't mean she is a fool. In this situation, she would never be jealous of Yi Qingqing. Things like poaching must be done secretly. If it becomes a big deal, everyone will know that she, the eldest daughter of the Deng family, is a mistress. Deng Qi seemed a little disappointed that Yi Qingqing was not excited, but she quickly adjusted her attitude. Sister Qingqing, your husband is very handsome. Deng Qi touched Song Yun's glass with his and said, handsome guy, please give me some face and let's drink together. Song Yun felt Yi Qingqing pinching a piece of soft flesh on his waist, as if when he drank it, Yi Qingqing's hand gesture was also rotating. Song Yun naturally couldn't get used to this woman. Sorry, I can't drink much. I'll have a drink with you on behalf of my husband. Yi Qingqing smiled, took the wineglass from Song Yun and drank it all. Sister Qiqi, I heard that you fell in love with an important person? I wonder who that important person is. Ah, don't bother you to worry about it. One day, I will get what I want. The two people were competing against each other, leaving the people around them confused. What was going on? It seemed like the atmosphere was not right. But only Deng's father knew that his daughter was playing with fire. Not to mention whether destroying the Yi family's marriage would lead to revenge from the Yi family, Song Yun alone was not someone the Deng family could contend with. Ouch, my head hurts a bit, Qiqi, help me back to the room to rest. Deng's father pretended to be drunk and tried to mediate. Deng Qi could only helplessly help his father out of the party. When the father and daughter walked out of here, Father Deng no longer looked drunk at all. He stared at Deng Qi and said seriously, Deng Qi, I hope you know that there are some people in this world that we cannot afford to offend. You must not cause damage to the Deng family because of your personal preferences. Okay, he's just a man. Deng Qi replied aggrievedly, but he was still very unconvinced in his heart. Have you ever thought about this? If Yi Qingqing exposed this matter today, where would our Deng family's face be? But she didn't say anything, so that means she agreed. Do you really want to piss me off to death? Deng's father sighed. It seemed that Deng Qi was really spoiled by the old man. If this continued, it might cause trouble for the Deng family. So the originally scheduled 5-day trip was cancelled by Deng's father. He planned to take Deng Qi back to Sijio City tomorrow. Chapter 75, The Domineering Student Council President. Because of the departure of Mr. Deng, the cocktail party came to an end after 10 minutes, and everyone left after exchanging greetings. Father Yi actually drank quite a lot tonight, although it was red wine, but as soon as he left the hotel and was blown by the cold wind, he felt a little drunk. Seeing his father staggering, Song Yun was about to step forward to support him when he saw a man walking out from the shadows. It was Tu Gang, his personal bodyguard. Tu Gang helped Ye's father steady, nodded to Song Yun and left. As for the eldest lady, she still had Song Yun. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing both drank tonight, and the sports car was a 2-seater, so they had no choice but to take a taxi and leave. After returning to the villa, Song Yun couldn't wait to kiss Yi Qingqing, and the two went all the way back to the bedroom. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yi Qingqing, with messy hair, looked at the time and screamed. Song Yun yawned, sat up and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's already past 10 in the morning. I have a meeting at 11. Yi Qingqing bit Song Yun in dissatisfaction. It was all because of this guy. He was like a wild bull last night, otherwise she would not have slept for such a long time. So Yi Qingqing hurriedly got up to take a shower and put on makeup, while Song Yun curled up in the bed under the quilt, looking at the beautiful figure in front of him. "Just stay at home, I'm going to work." Yi Qingqing had already dispatched the company's car to pick him up. She kissed Song Yun and left in a hurry with her bag. Although Song Yun is in good health now, he couldn't withstand the madness of last night. He felt very deficient, so he turned over and fell asleep again. Song Yun slept until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and was awakened by the ringing of the phone. "Hello, who is this?" "Brother Song Yun, are you free tonight?" It was a call from Yuan Si. After Song Yun woke up, he took a look at his phone and found that Yi Qingqing had said at noon that she would not go home tonight. Since his wife was not at home, he would definitely be very free. "Are you free? Will you come home for dinner tonight?" No, there's a party at our school and I'm going to perform, are you coming?" Hearing Yuan Si's tone full of anticipation, Song Yun agreed. The party started at 7 o'clock in the evening. Song Yun got up and made a plate of fried rice with egg. After eating, he took a shower and got dressed. After getting ready, he took a taxi to the Lanyue Hotel, got in the Lamborghini and drove towards Yuan Si's school. 20 minutes later, Song Yun arrived at the school. In order not to attract attention, he parked his car in an underground parking lot far away from the college and began to look for the party venue on foot. He asked all the way to the third floor of the vocal music building, knocked on the door and went inside. The place was full of performers at the party at the time, and they were all stunned when they saw a stranger enter. Especially the girls, their eyes were filled with stars when they saw Song Yun. This handsome boy is so handsome. Is he the dancer invited by the school? A little girl in a JK uniform plucked up the courage to come forward and asked, "Handsome guy, who are you looking for?" "Looking for Yuan Si." Hearing this, the girls sighed, thinking that they had no chance of winning. Yuan Si was a school belle and they definitely could not compete with her. The little girl who asked the question also looked a little disappointed. She shouted into the cubicle, "See, someone's looking for you." Yuan Si was putting on makeup inside. When she heard it, she stuck her head out and saw that it was Song Yun and rushed over happily. Elder brother. Yuan Si is dressed very pure and cute today, in a student uniform with a white shirt underneath, which instantly brings people back to the feeling of being in school. "How is the preparation going?" Song Yun asked with a smile. "It's all done," Yuan Si said while hugging Song Yun's arm. "Then I look forward to your performance." Song Yun didn't want to disturb Yuan Si's preparations for going on stage too much, so he found a place to sit down and started checking his phone. But even if he didn't speak here, everyone in the preparation room seemed absent-minded. While rehearsing, these girls secretly looked at Song Yun. The more they looked, the more they felt that this boy, both in temperament and appearance, hit the mark of the Prince Charming in their hearts. At this moment, the door of the rehearsal room was opened again. A boy wearing glasses walked in from outside, pointed at a few boys in the rehearsal room and said, "Come with me." This boy is the president of the school's student union. He usually feels superior to others and is very rude when ordering students around. "President, what's the matter?" One of the men being pointed at asked curiously. Now that everything that needs to be done has been done, and these men don't have time to perform on stage, they are here to feast their eyes on the girls. "There's something wrong with the stage, you guys have to go over there and help," the student council president said condescendingly, and the boy playing with his phone in the corner over there, "You have to come over too." Seeing that Song Yun was still doing what he wanted, the student union president couldn't help but get angry. He walked up to Song Yun, snatched Song Yun's phone, and said coldly, "What, are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you?" Song Yun looked up in confusion. He was not from your school. It was fine for you to command these students, but now you are looking for trouble with me? What are you looking at? All of you, stand up and set up the stage. It is common for the student union president to abuse his power on a daily basis because he is the person closest to the teacher. The awards and extra points given to these people on a daily basis have to go through him, so he believes that these people dare not resist. "No, we've been moving things all day and finally got a chance to rest, but you're asking us to work again. Don't you have anyone left in the student union?" A boy shouted in dissatisfaction. "That's right. I just saw a lot of boys from the student union playing games together. Why not use them?" The student council president glanced coldly at the boy who had just confronted him, as if his authority was being questioned. "You don't want to go, right? That's fine. Yen Hanzhong, remember these people's names. They won't get any scholarships this year." This statement caused an uproar. Why were these people so keen on participating in group activities? It was to get extra points afterwards so that they could win scholarships. Now, all their efforts this year have been wasted because of one sentence from the student union president. Fuck. There are so many things going on. A boy cursed under his breath and stood up to set up the stage. After the first one, the others were no longer stubborn and walked towards the venue with gloomy faces. Song Yun just sat there, not caring about this student union president at all. Not to mention his current identity, even when he was in college, if someone dared to order him around like this, they would have started a fight. This is not a service for students, it is simply exploitation. What about you? Why aren't you leaving yet? The student council president glanced at Song Yun smugly. Song Yun snatched his phone back from the other person's hand, rolled his eyes and said, "Sorry, I'm not from your school." Chapter 76, Classmate, please don't leave. Give me some face. Not from our school? The student council president squinted his eyes and looked Song Yun up and down. He was wearing no brand name clothes and had no other advantages except that he was handsome. Don't pretend. Although I haven't seen you on campus, if I find out which college you are from, expect to be punished. The student council president himself was very disgusted with Song Yun's appearance. Maybe it was because he was ugly, so he would reject any handsome people of the same sex. Moreover, many of the people in this room were schoolgirls who were rehearsing, so the girls who could go on stage were naturally carefully selected. So many pretty girls were staring at this man, which made him, as the student council president, feel very unbalanced. President, he is indeed not from our school. He is C's brother. A little girl in Latin dance clothes stood up and said. The student union president glanced at Song Yun and didn't care anymore. After all, his power was only to bully others in this university. Outside the school, he was nothing. He looked at the room full of beautiful girls, thinking that everything had been prepared and it was just a matter of time before the event started. Instead of going out to see those grown men, he might as well stay here and see his sister. He found the most comfortable sofa, collapsed on it, and kept looking at the group of girls. It's true, this junior girl who practices dancing has a really flexible body. She can actually do such difficult moves. I'll see if we can have dinner together after the party, and then, he. His gaze was full of aggression, giving these girls goosebumps all over their bodies. So during the rehearsal, these little girls all unconsciously reduced their movements a lot. That's it? That's it? The student council president was very unhappy. He was so unrestrained just now, but why did he seem to be on guard against him now? I'm telling you guys in the dance troupe, if you're planning on going on stage like this, then don't do it. You can't even stretch your movements, what's the point of dancing? And the guy practicing the violin over there, keep the noise down. It's so noisy. I feel like you guys were dancing wrong just now. Luckily, I learned professional dance when I was a kid. Come on, Junior, put your hands on my shoulders and I'll lead you in the dance. At this time, the student council president was like a hungry man who entered a buffet restaurant. He was no longer satisfied with simply watching, but instead wanted to take advantage of the situation. It's just that university is a small society, and even if these dancing girls are dissatisfied, they dare not stand up and resist. Until Yuan Si was singing, she was interrupted one after another by the student union president. Song Yun frowned slightly and said calmly, "Classmate, you are not a professional, so don't make random comments, right? They are about to go on stage, shouldn't you encourage them? Keep finding fault will only increase the pressure on the students." Hearing Song Yun's voice, the student union president looked up at him with dissatisfaction and said coldly, "You are not from our school, but you are too nosy. Let me tell you. This party concerns the reputation of all the school leaders. If I don't point out their mistakes and ask them to correct them, what will happen if I embarrass myself on stage? But you did affect us." Yuan Si stood beside Song Yun and said firmly, "The suggestions you made are simply nitpicking. If you feel there is a problem, please replace me and find someone else." Right. We are already very tired after rehearsing until the evening every day, and you are still finding faults here. I won't practice anymore. Since you think we can't dance well, go ahead and dance yourself. The student council president's words aroused public anger, and many girls stood up to complain. The student council president panicked when he saw this situation. He was just pretending to be cool, but now it seemed that the performers were rebelling. If he continued like this, he would be the first to be scolded. I'm sorry, classmates. I'm a bit too perfectionist. I swear I will never complain again from now on. Please continue, please continue. The student council president said with an apologetic smile. After hearing this attitude, the other girls adjusted their mindsets and continued rehearsing. However, the student union president quietly came to Song Yun, pointed at Song Yun's nose and scolded him, "You are not from our school, so you should not be here. Please leave immediately, otherwise I will call the security guard." Originally, the student union president had no intention of causing trouble for Song Yun, but Song Yun's words just now incited a group of people. If he continued to stay, who knows what kind of trouble might happen. Song Yun stood up helplessly. There was nothing he could do. This was the rule. He was indeed not a student of this school, and the student union president had the right to ask him to leave. But just as he stood up, a key slipped out of Song Yun's trouser pocket, the key to a Lamborghini Veneno. The student council president took a closer look and immediately recognized that the key was real. Because there is no shortage of rich second generations in the school, as the student union president, in addition to having to build good relationships with the teachers, he also has to curry favor with those rich second generations. He once attended a party with a rich second generation, which was full of young people from wealthy families. He saw someone driving a Lamborghini, and the key was exactly the same as Song Yun's. In fact, Song Yun's key was even more exquisite. This is a rich guy. At least he is not someone that people like me can afford to offend. But Song Yun picked up the key and left, leaving only his back. The student union president hit his head angrily. Damn it, he was so blinded by greed that he ended up offending such a big shot. If he had been nicer and tried to curry favor with him, wouldn't he be much ahead of his peers after graduation? After all, in society, it is not shameful to be a lackey for the rich. Thinking about how he had missed out on a bright future, he felt extremely sad and angry. He rubbed his face, put on a smile and chased after Song Yun. Hello classmate, I was rude just now. Although you are not from our school, you are C's brother, so you are a relative, so you can sit in the rehearsal room. Seeing the flattering expression of the student union president, Song Yun ignored him. This school is so big, is there no place to sit? Why should this guy let him go and go back when he asked him to? He is a rich man after all. Student, please don't leave. I sincerely apologize for what I just said. Please give me some face and go back. After all, student C has been under a lot of pressure in rehearsals recently. With you around, she will definitely feel a little more relaxed. The student union president had no choice but to play the emotional card with Song Yun. Song Yun thought of Yuan C's dark circles under her eyes and knew that this girl must not have slept well recently. If he stayed with her all the time, maybe he could really help improve her mood. Song Yun turned his head to look at the student union president, then walked towards the rehearsal room on his own. Seeing Song Yun change his mind, the student union president breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 77 Everything is over. Song Yun returned to the rehearsal room. The student union president found a bottle of water, opened it himself and handed it to Song Yun. This action left many people in the rehearsal room dumbfounded. What was going on? The student union president looked so righteous just now, but now he is following Brother C in a fawning manner? Classmate, what do you do? The student union president brought a small stool and sat under Song Yun's seat, smiling and asking. Song Yun has been in society for so many years, how could he not know that this person had seen through his identity and changed his attitude to get close to him? Unemployed. Hearing this, the student union president made an expression that said I understand. He thought that what he understood was correct. It seemed that Song Yun was a rich second generation and his family was very wealthy. Classmate, I think C sings well. No, very well, at a professional level. After the party, I will definitely talk to the teacher about C and try to win more awards this year. No need for that. C's main job is still studying. Song Yun's polite refusal made the student union president feel disappointed. It seemed that this big shot was still a little angry. In this situation, he naturally couldn't stay here any longer, it would only annoy people. Then you continue to sit here, I have something else to do. This annoying fly was finally about to leave, and Song Yun nodded without trying to keep it. More than 10 minutes passed like this, and then a girl with short hair walked in. She glanced at the people in the rehearsal room with some displeasure. See, hasn't Lang Shuyang arrived yet? This girl is the head of the Arts and Literature Department of the Student Union. She arranged a duet program for Yuan C today. The boy has been making excuses since 2 o'clock in the afternoon, saying that he would go right away. Unexpectedly, he hasn't shown up yet when it's almost time to go on stage. I didn't see it. I thought someone was going to be replaced. Yuan C showed a helpless expression. The boy who was going to sing a duet studied vocal music in high school. Although he was not as good as those professional singers, he was also very popular in the school. When he was a freshman, this boy often brought his speakers to sing on the playground, attracting a lot of female fans and was called a male god. Later on, I don't know if it was because of his mentality or because he thought he was very awesome, but every time there was a cultural evening where he was needed to go on stage, people had to ask him many times. It seems that my old problem has come back today and I don't know where I went. Just when the Minister of Culture and Art was getting anxious, the door of the rehearsal room was opened. 3 or 4 boys came in supporting a drunk man. The drunk man was Lang Shuyang. He had planned to come to rehearse peacefully in the afternoon and hook up with 2 dancing girls. But who knew that a girl from another school who had shared a room with him asked him out for lunch at noon? On one side is a little girl in school whom he has never dated, and on the other side is a girl who has already been on the board. He will definitely choose the latter. So after lunch, he took a bottle of wine and went to the hotel with the sister. I didn't know what time it was when I started drinking, until my roommate called and the girl answered the phone and pulled me back home. Looking at the drunk Lang Shuryong, the Minister of Culture and Art was very angry. This bastard simply didn't know what was important. He even dared to go out drinking at this critical moment. What about the party? Does she need to find someone new? But the party was only half an hour away from opening. How could she find someone to replace this bastard? Don't be angry, don't be angry. The Minister of Culture and Art took a deep breath and shouted to the inside of the house, let Lang Shuryong lie down and rest for a while, and by the way, go out and buy him some sobering medicine. Minister, the smell on him. A little girl covered her nose and muttered softly. The Minister of Culture and Art took a closer look and was like, fuck. This bastard even vomited on his clothes. How disgusting. She asked the boys who brought Lang Shuryong back to go back to the dormitory to get their clothes, and then called the announcer to ask him to postpone the duet program. Now that all the preparations are done, we can only pray to God that Lang Shuryong will wake up soon, so that he can at least last through those few minutes of duet on the stage. But after taking hangover pills, drinking tea, and even feeding him honey and lemon, Lang Shuryong still looked the same. The party has begun, and the host began his speech at the front desk, thanking all the leaders and students for coming. In the rehearsal room at the back, the Minister of Culture and Art was scratching his hair in anxiety. He had no idea how much alcohol this bastard drank at noon. The Minister of Culture and Art kicked Lang Shuryong angrily. This kick made Lang Shuryong open his eyes, and he looked at everyone in the rehearsal room with sleepy eyes. Where is this? Lang Shuryong. The Minister of Culture and Arts yelled at him, you still have 20 minutes before you go on stage. Can you do it? Go on stage? What time is it? Lang Shuryong asked in confusion, his memories still lingering in the hotel. Don't worry about the time. I want to ask you one thing, can you still go on stage? The Minister of Culture and Art was almost going crazy with anxiety, but Lang Shuryong's expression was still very calm, as if it was none of his business. Such an attitude almost made her, a lady, curse in the street. I guess it won't work. Lang Shuryong lit a cigarette to wake himself up and said, my body is weak now. Do you want me to lie down and sing on stage? Grass. The Minister of Culture and Art cursed under his breath. Why did I believe this bastard in the first place? As a result, there is not even a replacement program now. Everyone in the rehearsal room looked at Lang Shuryong with disgust, but things had come to this point, you couldn't really let this bastard go on stage and sing like a piece of slime. Oh, poor C. She's the one who's been rehearsing the most diligently these days, but now her show is likely to be rejected. A girl sighed and said. Song Yun looked at Yuan C's expression and found that the little girl looked disappointed. Ding. The host is detected at the HK University party. Do you want to sign in? Here it comes. The love of the system father is here. Song Yun decisively clicked on the sign in button. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward, charm +5 and professional singing voice. As soon as the system's voice fell, Song Yun felt his throat warm and very comfortable. He coughed lightly, and his voice was indeed different from before, becoming more magnetic. Hello, classmate. Since he can't go on stage, I'll accompany C. Just as the Minister of Culture and Art was squatting on the ground looking at the ground with empty eyes, a voice came from behind her. She turned around suddenly and saw Song Yun's handsome face. Her originally furious heart gradually calmed down. Handsome guy, thank you for your help, but it's less than 10 minutes until C's show. Everything was over. She could already imagine the scene of her being criticized by school leaders after the party. She was afraid that she would lose her scholarship for this semester because of that bastard Lang Shuryong. Well. Chapter 78 Bah, what the hell? Can any cat or dog say he can sing? Lang Shuryong muttered with disdain, don't be so tone deaf that the audience will boo you off the stage. You know, when I was studying vocal music in high school, I had to get up at 6 in the morning to warm up my voice. You're just an ordinary person who doesn't have a professional background. How dare you say you can go on stage? After saying this, Lang Shuryong closed his eyes and sat leisurely. Everyone present couldn't stand seeing someone who was unable to help and even made sarcastic remarks. Lang Shuryong. If you can obey the rules and come to rehearse today, will you still need someone to replace you? The Minister of Culture and Art shouted angrily, aren't you just an ordinary person who sings well? You were packaged as a male god by a group of brainless women. You have been having free meals for so many years. You are pretending to be a NM. The Minister of Culture and Art has always been a quiet girl in everyone's eyes, but today she was even pissed off by this bastard. It has to be said that Lang Shuryong lacks character. I just drank a little bit of wine. How can the school control everything and even my private life? Lang Shuryong also got angry. He stood up and pointed at the Minister of Culture and Arts and cursed, "Even if I didn't drink today and I didn't go on stage, what can you do to me? Ha! I just want to mess with you, what can you do to me?" As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room looked at him with contempt. They didn't expect that he was a relatively arrogant person on weekdays, but now he has become like this. Lang Shuryong, you are just a selfish villain, you have no sense of teamwork at all. If you didn't want to go on stage, you could have refused, but since you agreed, you must do a good job. Yes. I originally thought you were a talented person, but now it seems that you are nothing special. Lang Shuryong, I will definitely post today's incident on the school forum. Let's see how everyone scolds you then. Facing the crowd's rebuke, Lang Shuryong shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "It's up to you. I'm sober now and I can go on stage, but I just don't plan to go on stage." Ha, if you are awesome, find someone else, otherwise just come and beg me to go on stage. Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do about this person. If that doesn't work, let Brother C go on stage. He's so handsome, maybe he can sing a little bit. That's right, C's performance is only 5 minutes long, so hurry up and move on to the next performance after she finishes singing. Just as the Minister of Culture and Art was hesitating, Lang Shuryong said, "If we really let him go on stage, it will probably be the worst show of all." Ha! The Minister of Culture and Arts took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. "Lang Shuryong, you are a scumbag. Even if I mess up the party, I will never use you again." After that, she turned to look at Song Yun and said seriously, "Classmate, I wonder if you can sing JJ's Dimples?" Meeting. Song Yun's answer was very brief. The Minister of Culture and Art nodded, patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said, "Then it all depends on you. This is the part you need to sing, Xiao Juo. I hope you can turn the tide when you go on stage. I will definitely treat you to a meal afterwards." After the performances one after another at the party were finished, Lang Shuryong was helped by his roommate to sit down in the student seat. The people around saw Lang Shuryong with a puzzled look on their faces. Shouldn't this guy be attending the party and preparing backstage? How did he become a spectator? Lang Shuryong sat in his seat, squinting at the stage. He wanted to see with his own eyes how this party was messed up. "Brother Lang, are you really planning to make enemies with the student union?" Lang Shuryong's roommate asked quietly. "Bah, a bunch of bastards, do you really think I don't know how they plotted against me behind my back? And that Yuan Si, she looks innocent, but she's actually a bitch, why is she pretending to be so good? I asked her out for dinner afterwards but she refused. Now I want to see how they die socially." After these words were spoken, the roommates around him suddenly realized that this was the reason. Everyone knows that Lang Shuryong is a very frivolous person. He has slept with many of her little fans. Calling him Aquaman would simply lower his style. This time, Lang Shuryong fell in love with Yuan Si and wanted to cheat on her in the name of singing, but was rejected, so he got angry and gave up. Soon, it was Song Yun and Yuan Si's turn to go on stage. The Minister of Culture and Art pursed his lips and said solemnly to Song Yun and Yuan Si, "Don't be nervous when you go on stage, just perform normally. I believe in you." Yuan Si nodded, but her palms were sweaty. The host began to announce at the front desk, "Next, we welcome our classmate Yuan Si and classmate Song Yun to perform a chorus of Little Dimples. Let's applaud and welcome them." Yuan Si is the school beauty and is quite popular in the school, but who is this Song Yun? I have never heard of him. Is he from their school? Shouldn't Yuan Si's duet partner be Lang Shuryong? This caused many people to murmur, and there was silence in the audience. The host was sweating all over when he left the stage. It was so embarrassing. Lang Shuryong couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. "Aren't you awesome and want to replace me? Come on, let's see if everyone wants to listen to you sing or me." As he was thinking, Lang Shuryong opened his phone and sent a message to his fan group, saying that his show had been replaced by someone else and he felt wrong because he couldn't bring good songs to everyone. It can be said that Lang Shuryong has completely removed himself from the picture, and he is now just a harmless little pitiful person. The members of Lang Shuryong's fan club in the audience were immediately unhappy. How could they tolerate the fact that their idol was being taken advantage of? So before Song Yun even went on stage, he was booed by the audience. But soon, Lang Shuryong could no longer laugh. After Song Yun and Yuan Si came on stage, the screen behind them projected their images onto it. Yuan Si has a pure appearance and her eyes blink like a lovely girl next door. Song Yun is handsome, and whenever he stands there he exudes the aura of a young man from a noble family, which makes people intoxicated. Even if these two people sing badly, the audience still thinks it is a feast for the eyes. So even the little girls in Lang Shuryong's fan club were holding their faces with their hands and looking at Song Yun like crazy. That boy is so handsome. Does anyone know what his major is? I've never seen him in school. Hurry up and call the people backstage, I want to know all his information. He's so handsome. I want to marry him and give birth to his children. Aren't you a fan of Lang Shuryong? Have you changed your camp now? What Lang Shuryong? Do I know her? I only have one idol right now, and that's the little brother on the stage. When Lang Shuryong heard these words, he almost burst into anger and cursed. What the hell, these girls are really creatures of appearance. Pa! What the hell? Chapter 79 Beauty is Justice. The Minister of Culture and Arts in the backstage was originally still worried about what to do if he was scolded by the school leaders. But after waiting for a long time, there was no sound of the audience being chased away from the front desk. What's going on? She quietly stuck her head out and saw that the students were looking at Song Yun with great enthusiasm, especially the girls, whose eyes were full of possession, and they wished they could go on stage and carry Song Yun home. It's stable. The Minister of Culture and Art almost cried with joy. It turns out that in this world, appearance is justice. Song Yun is handsome. Even if he can't sing, there will be countless people chasing after him. It seems that handsome guys have a huge influence. The prelude of Little Dimples began to play on the stage. Yuan Si smiled sweetly at Song Yun and began to sing, I'm still looking for someone to rely on and a hug. Who will pray for me, worry for me, get angry for me, and make trouble for me? Yuan Si's voice is just like her appearance, full of youthfulness, which makes people think of their own unforgettable love. Next was Song Yun's part. He took a deep breath and began to sing, happiness began to have signs, fate brought us closer together, then loneliness was swallowed up, boredom became something to talk about, there was a change. As soon as Song Yun's voice came out, everyone in the audience looked up at him in surprise. This boy is not only handsome, but also sings beautifully. Since Song Yun's voice was transformed by the system, it was full of magnetism, and he could easily kill Lang Shuryong countless times. Fuck. I'm so superficial. He's not my idol, he's my fucking husband. Hubby, I love you. Husband sings so beautifully. My God. I love you. The little girls in the audience shouted while holding up their cheering sticks. Lang Shuryong's face is now darker than the bottom of a pot. Damn it, this kid is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He must have learned vocal music since he was a child, otherwise he couldn't sing so well. No wonder Lang Shuryong was replaced. The guy on the stage is prettier than him and sings better than him. I love it. Hey, the idol has changed, the idol has changed. Lang Shuryong was so angry that he almost vomited blood after hearing this. You two women are sitting in front of me. Can you please consider my feelings? You scold me in front of me. Do you really think I have no temper? It's true. Lang Shuryong has no temper at all. He was completely crushed in his professional field. Even if he wanted to argue, he would be overwhelmed by the army of girls. Song Yun and Yuan Si on the stage continued to sing. Yuan Si's voice was a little unstable because she was a little nervous, but for a little girl who was facing so many audiences for the first time, she did a very good job. As for Song Yun, he was very stable throughout the whole performance. Whether it was the transition between true and false voices or the climax, he grasped it well, making people want to have a sweet love affair after listening to it. Oh my God. This classmate Song Yun is so amazing. The Minister of Culture and Art swallowed her saliva. She just felt that it was the unluckiest day of her year, but since Song Yun opened his mouth, she was in heaven. Soon the song was over. The crowd at the scene burst into unparalleled cheers. On the stage, Yuan Si looked at Song Yun's profile with admiration. Her brother was just amazing, no matter in which aspect. Song Yun and Yuan Si bowed and left the stage. Suddenly, the students got angry and started making noise. Don't go, let's sing another song. It's not enough, handsome guy, please sing one more song. We want to hear Song Yun sing. We want to hear Song Yun sing. The host, who had just come on stage, was so scared when he saw the excited students that he broke out in a sweat again. He hadn't seen such a fanatical scene in all these years, which made him feel a little uneasy. Congratulations, C. Your singing will definitely be the most successful program in our school party. Brother Song Yun, you sing so well, can you sign for me? Just sign on my chest. Let me be honest. If Brother Song Yun was in our school, there would be no such thing as Lang Shuyong. What kind of a bastard is this? He doesn't sing very well, but he's the best at showing off. Many girls came up and laughed, but what about Lang Shuyong singing? What the hell? They had long forgotten about this person. From now on, I'm afraid that bastard won't dare to show up easily. Lang Shuyong, who was in the audience, felt very unwilling as he watched Song Yun steal all his limelight. Damn it, these cheers originally belonged to me. They all belonged to me. It was all because that little cousin Yuan C didn't agree to my request that caused me to get angry and not go on stage. His fingernails were almost digging into his palms. He glanced at the stage gloomily, then quietly found the student council president. Lang Shuyong? Do you have something to talk to me about? The student union president was originally sitting behind the school leaders serving, but he was called out. He had to finish his work quickly and go back, otherwise he would offend the leaders. Brother Rome, my throat was really uncomfortable just now, so I didn't go on stage. I feel like I've recovered now. Before Lang Shuyong could finish his words, he was interrupted by the student union president. Just get to the point. I want to be on stage. Go on stage? The student council president looked at Lang Shuyong in surprise, as if the man in front of him was fake. Everyone knows that you are the most arrogant kid in the school. Every time I ask you to sing, I have to ask you 3 or 5 times. Now you want to go on stage? No way. Shuyong, you know our school has rules. The program list has been arranged. You suddenly said you wanted to go on stage. It's difficult for me to handle it. Lang Shuyong smiled flatteringly, then took out a small stack of money from his pocket and quietly put it into the student union president's pocket. Brother Rome, give me a chance. I really want to sing. The student union president calmly pinched the money in his pocket, which must be at least 1 or 2,000. He nodded and asked curiously, you have to give me a reason, otherwise I can't arrange it. To be honest, I was supposed to go on stage today, but Song Yun squeezed me out. Now I just want to retain my popularity. I beg Brother Rome to give me a chance. The student union president naturally knew what was going on in Lang Shuyong's mind. This guy had a fan club, and it was said that there were quite a few of them. He received a lot of red envelopes from those girls every month, and he could also do some cheating on his female fans from time to time. He was living a very comfortable life. But looking at the situation at the scene today, those fans have switched sides, and a lot of the rich ladies in Lang Shuyong's fan club must have left, so this guy is planning to give it a try. Since you are sensible, I will say hello and arrange a finale for you. Thank you so much, Brother Rome. Lang Shuyong was very excited. Everyone knew that the finale of a party was usually a chorus. Now that he could have won at this important time, it would be like inserting an advertisement during prime time on TV. The matter was discussed, but the student union president still did not leave, looking at Lang Shuyong with a playful look. Lang Shuyong slapped his head, then took out a stack of money and stuffed it into the student union president's pocket with a pained look. Chapter 80. We need to change people. One show after another passed, and finally it was the penultimate show. The host cleared his throat and went on stage. He held up the microphone and looked around the audience. He smiled and said, "Classmates, did you enjoy the music tonight? Happy? Hurry up and let my husband go on stage to sing another song. We want to hear Song Yun sing. We want to hear Song Yun sing. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and invite the singing master to the stage." The host listened to the noise from the audience, pressed his hand and continued, "There is a melody that moved us, and some lyrics that made us remember. Next, we welcome the most popular singer in our university to present a song of boundless oceans and skies for everyone." As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience was in an uproar. They could finally hear Song Yun singing again. Everyone, be quiet. Just do as I say. Let's be quiet and record it. Then we can reminisce about it often in the future. Well said. No one is allowed to make a sound for a while. The suggestions made by several classmates were highly agreed by everyone, so everyone consciously quieted down and turned on their mobile phones to prepare for recording. The lights on the stage dimmed and everyone waited with bated breath. A beam of light shone on the stage, and a figure's back was facing them. Then all the lights on the stage were turned on, and Lang Shuryong's appearance appeared on the screen. Lang Shuryong turned his back to everyone, feeling very proud. See, this is influence. Everyone must have been surprised to see me on stage. After all, I am an influential person on campus, and I am willing to perform in the finale. They must be very touched. Lang Shuryong turned around slowly and waited for the prelude. Below the stage, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What the hell is this? Wasn't it Songyun who was on stage? Why was it replaced by Lang Shuryong? Who wants to watch this outdated third-rate campus singer? We also welcome the most popular singer on campus, welcome Nima. On the stage, Lang Shuryong used all his life's knowledge and sang the high notes with all his might. When he sang the most exciting part, he excitedly raised the microphone towards the audience. But the embarrassing thing was that no one responded to him. The audience was silent and everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. I felt so excited when we sang together before, but why does he seem so stupid today? Do you really think he's a singer? He's starting to act like a concert guy. Disgusting. Is he singing for us, or are we singing for him? And he's holding the microphone, so immature. The audience began to talk a lot, and Lang Shuryong saw that the show was not working, so he quickly concealed his embarrassment and continued singing. But at this moment, a girl from the physical education department stood up and put her hands together in the shape of a trumpet. Here it comes. Lang Shuryong was filled with emotion. It seemed that he still had a true fan. He just didn't know what this young lady's name was. No matter what, he must drag her out for a drink after the party. But what the girl said next almost pissed him off to death. The girl yelled towards the stage, "What the hell are you singing? I want to see my husband sing, get off the stage." As soon as these words were spoken, many people stood up from the audience and shouted towards the stage. Get lost. You still have the nerve to sing like this. Go home and read some vocal music books. Lang Shuryong, can you please stop disgusting people? You have a terrible character and your singing is so greasy now. You sang a good song into a mess. Get off the stage. We want to hear Songyun sing. Finally, the students shouted in unison, change. 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 Lang Shuryong was stunned on the stage, he even forgot what the next line of the lyrics was. What the hell? All these years on campus are not as long as the time it takes Songyun to sing a song? It's just so sad. But then he saw some people in the front row holding photos with his name on them, and he felt a warm feeling in his heart. There are still people in this world who love him. But then these people stood up one after another and threw the fluorescent signs in their arms to the ground. Get lost, Zhang Chang, you look like a piece of shit, and you still have the nerve to sing. Why was I so blind to fall for you in the first place? There is no comparison between you and Songyun. Lang Shuryong was so angry at the shouting and scolding of the crowd, and coupled with the fact that he had drunk too much today and didn't get enough rest, he fainted with a breath of air stuck in his chest. Xiaorong, how did your student union arrange the program? Are you trying to ruin the party by letting such an unpopular actor go on stage? The school leaders in the front row shouted in dissatisfaction. As the student union president, he regretted his decision very much at this moment. He should not have allowed this bastard to go on stage. If he messed up, his ability would be doubted by the teachers. Now he wanted to skin Lang Shuryong alive, it was so infuriating. He quickly apologized to the teacher, then turned and ran into the rehearsal room. He now had only one thought, that he must let Songyun go on stage to sing his song again. Boss, help! All the classmates want to hear you sing one more song, please fulfill their wish. Songyun turned around and saw that it was the arrogant student union president. He shook his head and said, I went on stage only to ensure that C's show went smoothly. I have no obligation to sing again. But countless thoughts came to the student council president's mind, but every one of them was dismissed. After all, Songyun is a super rich second generation. If he is unwilling to do something, there are probably few people in the whole school who can make him agree. Student C, please help me. I will definitely commend you for this later. The student union president turned his attention to Yuan C again, but she just shook her head and refused. How about this, classmate Songyun, Please come up on stage and say a few words to calm everyone down and prevent any accidents. What do you think? The Minister of Culture and Arts stood up and spoke softly. Song Yun had no objection to this request. He took up the topic and walked onto the stage, and the students who had been excited suddenly quieted down. Ahem, I'm sorry, classmates. My throat has been uncomfortable these days, and singing just now took all my strength, so I can't go on stage to sing again. I hope everyone can forgive me. After hearing this, the students in the audience gradually regained their senses and could only lament that they were not destined to have that fate. Some students had already recorded the singing when Song Yun first went on stage. Although it was noisy, they could still hear the singing clearly. Later, this audio clip was widely circulated, fulfilling everyone's wish. After the matter was settled, Song Yun planned to take Yuan Si away. Everyone stood up to see him off all the way to the outside of the school. Song Yun went to get the car, and Yuan Si chatted with everyone at the school gate. "Si, can you ask your brother to come to our school's parties more often? It depends on my brother's mood." Yuan Si neither agreed nor refused. In her opinion, brother Song Yun was able to come here today, which was a great relief for him to squeeze out time from his busy schedule. How could brother Song Yun, such a wealthy man, be free every time? I'll have to talk to your brother later, the Minister of Culture and Arts said with a firm look in his eyes. Just then, a sports car drove up from not far away and stopped next to Yuan Si. Chapter 81 is on the hot search list. This sports car is so cool. Whose car is it? It seems that there are no such rich second generations in our school, right? Just when everyone was discussing which young man was driving the car, Song Yun opened the door and got out. They all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. When the Minister of Culture and Arts saw the scene, he could only sigh helplessly. What qualifications did he have to ask a wealthy person to regularly attend school parties? Song Yun nodded to everyone and asked Yuan Si to get in the car. After the vehicle drove away for a long distance, everyone finally came back to their senses from the shock. Oh my god, what did I see? It turns out that Song Yun is actually very rich? This young master is really suffering. He has to take time out of his busy schedule to come and watch a show, but he is forced to perform on stage. He's handsome and rich. That's rare in the world. No, I'm falling in love with him. Because Yi Qingqing was in the company tonight, Song Yun took Yuan Si home and then washed up and went to bed. Early the next morning, Song Yun was preparing breakfast when he saw Yuan Si skipping down the stairs in her pajamas. Brother! You're an internet celebrity now too. Yuan Si erased her phone and said to Song Yun with a smile, "Everyone is trying to get your information now. Many friends called me early in the morning to ask for your contact information." What the hell? Song Yun took Yuan Si's phone in confusion and found that one of the top 10 trending searches on WB was a great singer appeared at a cultural evening at a university in Shanghai. Song Yun clicked on it and saw a screen recording of himself singing last night. Although the picture is not very clear, you can vaguely see Song Yun's handsome face and magnetic voice. He opened the comments section and saw a lot of praise. This little brother is so damn handsome. Please give me his contact information. My singing is as good as those of professional singers. I spent 100,000 yuan to buy this guy's WeChat. If anyone knows, please contact me anytime. Song Yun couldn't help but feel better after seeing these comments. After all, who doesn't like to be praised? At Magic Crystal Group, Yi Qingqing had just finished the work at hand when Jasmine rushed in holding a cell phone. Seeing that the phone screen was about to hit her face, Yi Qingqing quickly snatched it away and gave the other party a reproachful look. She turned around and took a closer look. It was just a singing video. What was there to be excited about? But after looking carefully, she found out that it was her husband Song Yun. Oh my god, my husband can actually sing? And he sings so beautifully. No, from now on, when I sleep with him, I must let him sing a lullaby to me. On the other side, there is a private forum in Shanghai. The members there are all rich men or rich women. At this moment, a post was pinned by the administrator. Many wealthy people opened it out of curiosity and then were immersed in Song Yun's singing. I'll pay you 300,000 yuan for all the information about this boy. Why is the person above so stingy? I'll give you 500,000. Ha, excuse me for being blunt, the people above are all rubbish. I'll pay you 1 million for the information, and after the matter is done, I'll give you another million. Most of the people who reply to the post are rich ladies. Fortunately, the forum allows anonymous comments, because if their husbands saw this, they would be furious. However, there are also some discordant voices in these posts. You're just a student. Once you get out into society, you'll realize that you can't survive with these things. Your singing isn't good, not even as good as the song I sang at the company's annual party. Beauty's upstairs, calm down. If your husbands find out you're being so promiscuous, you'll definitely be kicked out of the house. But this information was severely criticized by those fanatical rich women. I can't afford to offend these women who have both money and time. Suddenly, the only people who responded to this post were rich women. Sisters, I'm an information expert. How about I look up this handsome guy's contact information for you? Just when many rich ladies were about to fall out over Song Yun, a newcomer posted back. The rich ladies instantly calmed down their war. Yes, they didn't even know the contact information, so there was no point in arguing now. So this information expert received a deposit of more than 500,000 yuan and was asked to help investigate Song Yun's information. On the other side of the computer, a wretched-looking man wearing a hat slapped the table excitedly. He is a private detective, or to put it bluntly, a paparazzi. He likes to secretly take private photos of celebrities and use them to blackmail them, and he has made a lot of money. But he was unwilling to be a paparazzi all his life, so he spent a lot of money to get an account on a private forum. This was his first day logging in today, and he didn't expect to encounter such a big job. It seems that I made the right bet. The private detective lit a cigarette, then called a computer expert he often worked with, and asked him to search the entire internet for the man in the video, and to pay him a reward of 100,000 yuan after the task was completed. After the other party readily agreed, the private detective sat on the chair and leisurely replied to the messages from those rich women one by one. He did the math and found that as long as nothing went wrong with this order, he could make more than 4 million yuan. It was enough for him to eat and drink lavishly for several years. When he thought of this, many photos of women popped up in his mind. It seemed that he had been nervous recently and needed to relax. Should he order Lily or Xiaohua tonight? Young people make choices. Now that he has money, he wants it all. Just as the private detective was daydreaming, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? He shouted impatiently. But then he frowned, something was wrong. As a person walking in the gray area, he needed to change his residence frequently. He had only lived in this house for less than half a month, and it was impossible for any old customer to know his location. Hello sir, the delivery has arrived. A male voice came from the door. Express delivery? His spirit tensed up instantly. He never shopped online. Who on earth was that person outside? Gentlemen? I didn't buy anything, you sent the wrong thing. He stared at the door. If the other party wanted to break in, he could just jump out of the window since he lived on the third floor. Aren't you here in Building 10, room 301? The courier boy at the door asked. It turned out that he had found the wrong place. The private detective let go of the window and breathed a sigh of relief. I have been too nervous recently and started to become suspicious. He put on his slippers and looked through the peephole to see that there was indeed a man outside wearing courier clothes. The man's dark face showed that he was a person who often worked under the sun. He opened the door and said unhappily, "The building next to it is." Before he could finish his words, the courier guy squeezed through the door, and dozens of men immediately ran in from upstairs and downstairs. There's no threat in the house. After searching, the men said, I am arresting you for stealing national citizen information security. You can remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. It's unfair. I'm just an ordinary person. We have our own evidence to prove the truth. Let me tell you, your hacker friend can't escape even if he has wings. Hearing this, the private detective stopped resisting. Before leaving home, he took one last nostalgic look at the computer. I saw that the URL that was originally fixed in the private forum was actually 404. Chapter 82. Going home to sleep tonight. After breakfast, Yuan Si took a taxi and left. Song Yin received a call from Yi Qingqing, who said that he planned to contact overseas investment institutions through him to discuss the listing issue. Song Yin first called the Shanshui Group headquarters, arranged a board meeting at 10 a.m., and then drove to the Magic Crystal Group. When they got downstairs, the receptionists were no longer surprised to see Song Yun. As he was the president's man, no one was so blind as to dare to tease him. After arriving at Yi Qingqing's office smoothly, Song Yun felt a little distressed when he looked at her red eyes. You didn't sleep all night, did you? Song Yun sat behind Yi Qingqing and massaged her shoulders and asked. Yes, as we get closer to going public, there will be more things to do. Honey, do you think our company's stock price will plummet after going public? Yi Qingqing was full of worries. The Magic Crystal Group was well known in China, but in the eyes of people abroad, it was not familiar. We can only contact those foreign capital investment banks to artificially raise the stock price in the early stage of listing. Don't worry, nothing unexpected will happen with me here. As Song Yun was rubbing Yi Qingqing, he found that she had fallen asleep leaning on the chair, with her little head drooping and a trickle of crystal saliva flowing from the corner of her mouth. Little fool. Song Yun picked up the other person helplessly and carried her into the lounge, then put her on the bed so that his wife could have a good sleep. As for the matter to be discussed, he had full control over it. At 9:50, Jasmine knocked on the door and came in holding a stack of documents. When she saw that Song Yun was the only one in the office, she was stunned. Qingqing can't stand it anymore, let her get some sleep. You stay by the side during the meeting. If there's anything they need to prepare, start discussing it directly. I'll be here to hold the fort. Jasmine nodded. She had seen the eldest lady's efforts over the past few days, and she also believed in Song Yun's professional level, so she spread the documents on the table and explained them to Song Yun one by one. At 10 o'clock, the meeting began. Song Yun used screen projection to project the video conference onto the big screen. On the other side, middle-aged men or old-fashioned capital tycoons with snow-white hair gathered in the conference room of Shanshui Group's headquarters. They had no resentment about Song Yun not actually arriving. They only knew that Song Yun was the person with the most shares in Shanshui Group, and that he was elusive. The background of this kind of person must be much higher than what is revealed. Hello again, friends. Song Yun gave an opening speech in fluent English. He had held a brief meeting with everyone the day after they had taken a hot spring bath at the resort, so this was their second meeting. Regarding the overseas listing of Magic Crystal Group, there are still some details that need to be finalized with everyone. Director Song, if you have any questions, please ask us directly. If you need our help, we will definitely help. An elderly gentleman with gray hair at the other end of the video said solemnly, Shanshui Group, we all prosper together and suffer together. This is exactly our philosophy. Now that you hold the most shares in Shanshui Group, you are eligible to get everyone's help. What a nice person. Song Yun smiled and nodded, then asked Jasmine to explain in detail to everyone the things that needed to be prepared for the listing and the difficulties involved. The meeting lasted for more than 3 hours and finally ended. Everyone reached a unanimous decision, which was that on the day of Magic Crystal Group's listing, they would raise the stock price to attract foreign small investors to enter the market. After that, they would also give a greeting to foreign banking regulatory commissions and give the green light to Magic Crystal Group. Director Song, may I ask what is the relationship between you and Magic Crystal Group? Is it worth your trouble to ask everyone for help? A man in his 30s asked curiously. He knew that the Magic Crystal Group was run by the daughter of the richest man in China's Magic City, but what did this have to do with Song Yun? Ha, Mr. Smith, Miss Yi Qingqing is my wife, what do you think? The people on the other end of the video suddenly realized that there was no problem because they were all family. After the meeting, Song Yun stretched lazily. It was tiring to deal with this foreigner. Even if he wanted to help, the other party was still thinking about whether he could gain any benefit from it. But it's also good this way. Only when interests are tied together can everyone ride on the same chariot. Son-in-law, you are so awesome. Do you know who are the people on the other end of the video? Jasmine shouted excitedly, nearly half of them are big capitalists from Wall Street. With their help, Magic Crystal Group will be able to go public. You also said that they are all big sharks. They will naturally help if they are motivated by profit. Song Yun said with a smile, it's getting late. Thank you for your hard work these days. I will give you 2 days off on behalf of Qingqing. You can have a good rest. Jasmine nodded frantically. The son-in-law is so nice. He also knows how to sympathize with his subordinates. After Jasmine left, Song Yun had no intention of disturbing Yi Qingqing's sleep. He sat in a chair and read novels on Yi Qingqing's computer. About half an hour later, he heard the door of the lounge being quietly opened with a click. Yi Qingqing tiptoed towards Song Yun, not knowing that Song Yun had already discovered her. Hey! Yi Qingqing hugged Song Yun's head from behind and rubbed it for a while. Why didn't you wake me up just now? When I opened my eyes, I found myself in bed and thought I had traveled through time. It seems like you're working too hard. Song Yun turned around, hugged Yi Qingqing, kissed her and said, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat something." "Okay, I want to eat something delicious." Yi Qingqing didn't ask what happened in the meeting. In her opinion, her husband was an omnipotent Superman. Since the other party didn't mention it, the matter must have been resolved. Two people came to a restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. After eating and drinking, Yi Qingqing's cell phone rang. "Qingqing, is the person on the trending search on Weibo your husband?" A female voice came from the receiver on the other end of the phone. Yi Qingqing said proudly, yes, what do you think? My husband is talented, sings well, and is handsome. Aren't you jealous? I'm so jealous." The other party said coquettishly, "Sister Qingqing, can you let me see the real person?" "Girl, this is your brother-in-law." "Oh my feelings for my brother-in-law are just like those of a fan, without any love mixed in." When Yi Qingqing heard this, she burst out laughing. It seemed that her husband was really charming and even had a fan club. Okay, I'll come find you after dinner." After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingqing held her chin with both hands and looked at the man in front of her with fascination. "Honey, how about going to my bestie's house later?" "I'll do whatever you say." Song Yun looked at Yi Qingqing's innocent appearance, pinched her fair face and said with a smile, "Everything is done, can you go home and sleep today?" Chapter 83 Sign in or use function card. How could Yi Qingqing not know Song Yun's little tricks, but she was in an unusually good mood today, so she rolled her eyes at Song Yun and said nothing. But the blushing little face had already exposed the fact that Yi Qingqing had acquiesced. Song Yun kissed the other man several times excitedly, but there was nothing he could do. A man who had just started having sex was so incompetent. In addition, due to Song Yun's physical condition, he was full of energy every day, and he felt lonely and alone late at night, which was very painful. The two of them drove to the residential area where Yi Qingqing's best friend lived tacitly. Song Yun was still very shocked when he looked at the four big characters Huangpu first rank on the gate. It turns out that rich people only associate with rich people. Huangpu Ipin is the most expensive residential community in China today, with a house costing at least over 90 million yuan. If I can sign in here, will the system also give me a set? System, sign in. But the system did not respond, which was very abnormal. Song Yun frowned slightly. Could it be that the system was broken or had left him? Come on, system dad, I haven't taken advantage of you enough. Just when Song Yun was worried, the system's voice sounded, ding. It is detected that the host is in the Huangpu Ipin community in Magic City. There are two options, sign in or use the function card. Function card? Song Yun was confused, but soon remembered that when the system first entered his body, it did give him a card that could be used to purchase real estate, but he was planning to exchange that card for the most expensive house in the world. But the system mentioned it at this time. Is there something fishy going on? System, is there any difference between signing in and using a function card? The system seemed to sense Song Yun's desire to get something for free, and the mechanical voice sounded again, host, do you choose to sign in or use the function card? But this time, the three words function card were emphasized. Use the function card. Song Yunya gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly. Ding. The host successfully used the function card and was rewarded with a building in Huangpu Ipin community. A building? Song Yun was stunned. Was the system kidding him? Huangpu Ipin had 8 buildings in total, and each building had 66 households. If each household could be sold for about 100 million yuan, that would be 6.6 billion yuan. Grass. System dad, I love you so damn much. Ding. The system reward is building number 6, which comes with 66 parking spaces. The property certificate has been stored in the safe of Huagua Bank at the entrance of Huangpu Ipin. The safe number is 1, password. Oh my god, Song Yun was overwhelmed by this happiness. The system dad was too thoughtful. He even gave him a parking space for free. You know, each parking space here costs millions, which is a considerable amount of money when added up. Honey, what's wrong with you? As Yi Qingqing was walking, she noticed Song Yun standing there in a daze, so she walked up to him and pushed him out of curiosity. No. It's okay. Song Yun pretended to be calm, and he silently said in his heart, small money, it's all small money. If you follow the system dad, will you still worry about not making big money in the future? Song Yun, stay calm, you must stay calm. Song Yun was dragged by Yi Qingqing all the way to building number 6. Looking at the door number, Song Yun was a little surprised. Could it be that his wife's best friend rented the house? Did your friend buy a house here? Song Yun asked cautiously. After all, Huasho Villa had been rented out by an agent before, and he didn't want to go through it again. No, she rented it. Yi Qingqing shook her head and said, my best friend's home is right next to my father's, but she didn't want to live with her parents, so she moved out. How much does it cost to rent a house here for a month? It seems quite cheap, more than 700,000 a month? Yi Qingqing thought for a moment and said, anyway, she will go home sooner or later, and she won't stay outside for long. 700,000 a month. Song Yun was a little confused about how much rent he could collect in a month if the entire building was fully occupied. After getting into the elevator and reaching the floor where Yi Qingqing's bestie lived, she knocked on the door. A girl opened the door and excitedly hugged Yi Qingqing and shouted, Sister Qingqing, I miss you so much. You silly girl, you always refuse when I ask you to go out and play, and now you say you miss me. Yi Qingqing tapped the other person's forehead and said lovingly, come, let me introduce you. Before she could finish her words, she saw her best friend, who had been hanging on her like a koala, rush to Song Yun frantically and circled around him several times. Sister Qingqing, my brother-in-law, is so handsome. Finally, she came to a conclusion. No wonder Sister Qingqing got married so quickly. If she met such a handsome guy, she would definitely get married with him in a flash. If someone else saw her and got married first, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Yi Qingqing was full of black lines on her head, and said to Song Yun helplessly, hubby, this is my best friend, Fu Bei. Hello brother-in-law, it's our first time meeting. I hope you will give me your guidance in the future. Fu Bei stretched out her hand and said with a smile. It seems that this little girl is still full of energy. Song Yun smiled and shook hands with her. Oh my god, my brother-in-law actually shook my hand. I won't wash my hands for a year. Fu Bei shouted exaggeratedly, scaring Song Yun. Is there something wrong with this little girl's brain? Yi Qingqing grabbed Fu Bei's ear and pulled her back into the house. This sister is so embarrassing. After entering the house, Song Yun found that Fu Bei's room was decorated in a very two-dimensional style. Various figures were carefully collected in glass cabinets on the wall, and there were many anime dolls scattered on the ground. Sorry, the house is a bit messy. Fu Bei led the way, constantly kicking aside the dolls that were blocking the way. Yi Qingqing whispered in Song Yun's ear, Fu Bei is a little homebody who likes some things on the internet. Uncle Fu is almost having a headache. Song Yun nodded. Even if you don't tell me these things, I can see them. The three of them sat on the sofa in the living room. Yi Qingqing and Fu Bei were chatting, while Song Yun was looking at the layout of the Huang Puipin room curiously. After taking a look around, Song Yun exclaimed that Huang Puipin was worthy of being known as the most expensive flat in Shanghai, bar none. This house alone is over 300 square meters and is divided into 7 or 8 rooms. It is fully equipped with facilities such as a study, entertainment room, indoor swimming pool, etc. Coupled with the luxurious decoration, the value of the entire house is greatly increased. Brother-in-law, I saw your video this morning and I thought you were so damn handsome. But then I saw it more and more familiar. Isn't this Qingqing's husband? Hey, I have a request. Brother-in-law, can you please give me an autograph? I can show off to my fan club. Fan club? Song Yun didn't know that he already had his own fan club on the internet. 99% of the members were girls. Although they didn't know Song Yun's real identity, it didn't stop them from becoming fans of a handsome guy. After all, appearance is justice. Chapter 80 for the secret of the system. Brother-in-law, you don't know that you are very popular on the internet now. Countless people want your contact information, and there are even rich women who offer you millions of dollars. Fu Bei said seriously, sister and brother-in-law, can I ask you for a favor? Can I let my younger sister earn this money? Song Yun looked embarrassed when he heard this. Yi Qingqing punched Fu Bei on the back angrily and said unhappily, are you still short of money? I'm short of money. My cruel father is almost cutting off my living expenses. I only have over 1,000,000 yuan a month, and there's nothing left after paying the rent. Without money, how can I buy action figures? Without money, how can I buy a book? You deserve it. Who told you not to go home? Uncle Fu is so worried now. You are a grown-up, but you still hide in your room and call your paperman your husband all day long. It's shameful. Humph. Is there anything in the three-dimensional world that I like? Oh, there really is, but you, Sister Qingqing, snatched it away. Fu Bei felt very aggrieved and said pitifully, "In your eyes, they are just paper figures, but in my eyes, they are living beings. Wow, it turns out the second dimension is around me." Song Yun looked at Fu Bei with interest. There are more and more little girls like this now, but they all have one thing in common: they are obsessed with looks. "Bah, I warn you, don't reveal your brother-in-law's information, otherwise, he." Yi Qingqing said threateningly. Fu Bei sighed, glanced at Yi Qingqing with a guilty conscience and said, "But a man with a lot of money must be a brave man. I'll find those posts for you, and show you how popular my brother-in-law is." Fu Bei searched through her phone for posts about Song Yun, but unfortunately, there was no news about Song Yun on the internet. It was as if it was snuffed out as soon as it appeared. Fu Bei frowned, her cute face full of confusion. Now it is the internet age, and it has become a hot topic. How could there be no trace at all? "Why, you didn't really reveal your brother-in-law's information?" "No. Not." Fu Bei held her phone in front of Yi Qingqing's face and said, "My brother-in-law's hot search has been removed, and all the posts have been deleted." At this moment, Fu Bei suddenly remembered that there was a similar incident on the internet. After a young man became popular, many of his posts were deleted. Later, she heard from her father that the young man turned out to be the son of a big boss in Suzhou City. The other party did not want to expose his son to the public, so he contacted the relevant departments. "Is my brother-in-law also?" Yi Qingqing also saw some clues from this, but she also knew about Song Yun's family background. His parents-in-law were ordinary people, so how could they have such a great power to control their son's affairs? The first person she thought of was her father, but after a phone call, she found out that Ye's father had no idea about the matter, and even had a drink at noon after Song Yun became famous. So who could it be? Both of them started thinking about it, but Song Yun began to be confused. What happened to these two people? "Husband, is there anyone in the system in your family?" Yi Qingqing couldn't help but ask curiously. "No, we are just an ordinary family. If you look up the family tree, you can see it." "That's strange." Yi Qingqing frowned and said seriously, "Someone must not want to expose you to the public, so they deleted the posts on a large scale, but only people within the system can do this. Don't think too much about it. Maybe some high-ranking officials are planning to clean up the trending searches." Song Yun didn't take this matter to heart. After all, becoming famous was not a good thing for him. If his history was dug up, all his experience would be discovered. People would then wonder how a poor boy like him could become rich in such a short time. However, he was also cautious and silently checked the system in his mind to see if the system was forcibly intervening. But the system replied that it was not involved in everything. This has become an unsolved case. The three people were thinking about their own things, and the room suddenly became silent. Just at this moment, Fu Bei's phone rang. She glanced at the caller and hung up in annoyance. But the other party still didn't give up and called the second, third, and fourth. Finally, Fu Bei couldn't bear it anymore, picked up the phone and shouted angrily, "I said, I don't agree with you changing the contract. Miss Fu, the market is not doing well right now, and we have no other choice. The price we gave you before was already very low, and now we are just raising the rent a little. You are a lady from a wealthy family, and I hope you can understand us. I signed a 2-year contract, and there is no clause in it that says the price should be increased, so I will never sign this contract." The voice on the other end of the phone insisted, "Then please move out of this house. I believe there will be a large number of people lining up to rent it." "You?" Fu Bei was a little anxious, but she took 2 deep breaths, gritted her teeth and asked, "How much more do you need?" "The rent will increase by 50,000 yuan every month. Of course, the price will also change according to market changes in the future. 50,000 yuan is a drop in the bucket for a young lady like Fu Bei. Maybe it would be enough if she just bought one less action figure." But the feeling of being slaughtered like a pig made her very angry. "Let's talk about it later." "Ha, I hope you can give me some news today. After all, we have already contacted the next tenant, and they are willing to raise the rent a little bit." After hanging up the phone, Fu Bei rubbed her head and rubbed it into a mess. "I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. What's wrong?" Yi Qingqing had never seen Fu Bei so angry before. "I rent a house here. The original monthly rent is 730,000 yuan, but the agent recently said that he wants to increase the rent. Isn't this playing me for a fool?" Song Yun was very confused when he heard the news. He owned the building. Not to mention that it was already fully occupied, but he had no rent. And what was going on with the sudden appearance of an agent? Ding. Since it is difficult to find a house in Huangpuipin, we can only change the source. In order to make the world logic smooth, all the houses are entrusted to the agency. The system gave Song Yun an explanation. Song Yun suddenly realized that all changes made by the system must comply with the logic of the world and cannot be forcibly changed. I'm sorry, Sister Qingqing, it seems I have to go find the agent to re-sign the contract later. Seeing Fu Bei's eyes filled with tears, Yi Qingqing felt sorry for her. Her silly sister had been loved since she was a child and had never experienced the harshness of society. She probably didn't know what to do when she encountered this incident today. Then your brother-in-law and I will go with you. After all, we have seen a lot. Yes, let's go together. Song Yun chimed in. He wanted to see which agency was so awesome that they dared to change the contract at will. Chapter 85 Termination of Contract. On the other side, the agency's office. Several leaders were sitting in the conference room, and the PPT playing on the big screen was exactly the picture of Song Yun's house in Huangpuipin. Everyone present was very happy. Half a year ago, their agency was entrusted with a building by a Mr. Song, and that gentleman could settle the bill once a year. During the year, they could collect the rent first and then make the payment in the second year. They were so excited about this great thing that they couldn't sleep well for several nights. And most importantly, Mr. Song disappeared after entrusting the house, which made several senior executives start to have some ulterior motives. The original rent of 600,000 yuan per month for a single unit was directly raised by more than 100,000 yuan. Even so, good rentals were in short supply, which made them more ambitious until they recently raised the rent again. Anyway, we can't contact Mr. Song. As long as the house stays with them, it will become the company's asset. There is nothing wrong with this logic. Bosses, more than 90% of the tenants in Building 6 of Huangpuipin have agreed to increase their rents, and more than 70% of them have completed the contract changes. This time, the company will make an additional profit of more than 3 million. A staff member in a suit said excitedly, those residents who can afford to rent a house in Huangpuipin must be rich people, so they can agree to a small price increase. I think we can continue to increase the rent in the second half of the year. Well said, Xiao Huang. A middle-aged man with a big belly said with a smile, this time the price is increased by 50,000, and next time it will be 100,000. Anyway, we are not short of tenants. You know, there is no real estate agency in Shanghai that can provide so many houses in Huangpuipin. We have to thank Mr. Song. Ha, right, if it weren't for that injustice, that god of wealth, our company wouldn't have been able to successfully raise funds and reach the threshold of listing. The group of people were chatting and laughing in the conference room, having a great time. Outside the company, Song Yun drove Fu Bei's car and brought the two girls to the door of the agency. As soon as they entered, a staff member ran up to them and said with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, are you planning to rent or buy a house? Our Anjia agency is now the most famous company in Shanghai and the one that pays the most attention to contracts. Choosing us is equivalent to choosing peace of mind. You dare to brag about yourselves. Before Fu Bei finished speaking, she was interrupted by Song Yun. Song Yun didn't want to get too involved with these minions. He said lightly, your position is too low. Let your management receive you. Wow, is this a big deal? The staff quickly led the three people to the reception room, served them tea and called their superior. A middle-aged man with a ruddy face pushed the door open and asked with a smile on his face, hey guys, I'm manager by from Anjia Company. Are you planning to rent or buy a house in the Magic City? Fu Bei took out the contract directly from her bag, slammed it on the table and said, I rented a house in Huangpuipin. What's the matter with you temporarily raising the price? You dare to claim that you value contracts the most? Bah! When Manager Bai heard this, he knew who the little girl was. One of his salesmen once complained to him that there was a girl in Huangpuipin who was very resistant to the price increase. Unexpectedly, she came to the company to make a fuss today. Miss, I believe the salesperson has explained it to you very clearly, right? If you don't want to rent it, you can move out. As for the penalty for breach of contract, our new tenant is willing to pay it. Manager Bai sat on the sofa and said impatiently, remember your identity, you are just a tenant, and the ownership of the house belongs to us. If you agree to raise the price, we will change the contract immediately. If you don't agree, please move out within 3 days. You are being hooligans. Fu Bei forced herself to control herself and not splash the water in the cup on Manager Bai's face. I think you guys made a mistake. You were the first to breach the contract. There is already a dispute over this house. If you want to bring a lawsuit, you won't be able to rent out this house for at least half a year. Yi Qingqing said calmly that this incident could serve as a lesson for the little girl, and by the way, let Fu Bei move back home. What the hell are you talking about? Manager Bai ignored the presence of a lady in the house, lit a cigarette and said arrogantly, when this house was commissioned, it already belonged to our company. If you can live in it, then live in it. If you can't, then get out. The other residents of Huangpuipin building all agreed after a few words, but Fu Bei was the only one who kept babbling. She made such a mess of a house. It was really annoying. The rents of Huangpuipin belong entirely to you? Song Yun couldn't stand watching his wife being scolded. He asked gloomily, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Oh, if it doesn't belong to our company, does it belong to you? Manager Bai looked at Song Yun with disdain. What else does this guy have besides being handsome? It looks like he might be the woman's mistress, or even two of them. How dirty. Miss Fu, since you don't have the attitude to solve the problem, please go back and contact the moving company. We need to inspect the house in 3 days. Manager Bai immediately ordered them to leave. Your company is really amazing. You raise the house price and suppress tenants. Any one of these is enough for the landlord to terminate your contract. Song Yun stood up and said, let's talk about the termination of the contract. Oh, shouldn't Miss Fu be the one to handle the contract? Why, you, a pretty boy, want to do things for your master? Hearing this, Yi Qingqing almost stood up and slapped the document at Manager Bai's face. Song Yun comforted his wife. Manager Bai looked at the three people smugly. It didn't matter anyway. If the contract was terminated, it would be terminated. The next tenant had already been found. There would never be a shortage of people for the Huangpuipin houses. Forget it, brother-in-law. I'll have someone come to terminate the contract later. Fu Bei said aggrievedly. But Song Yun shook his head and said, I'm not talking about your house, but the houses I signed with this agency. Manager Bai looked at Song Yun in confusion. To be honest, this man was really unfamiliar to him. He had no recollection of having signed a contract with him before. Is your rent there entrusted to our resettlement agency? Huangpuipin, Building 6, all rooms in the building, all contracts are cancelled. Song Yun's words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Yi Qingqing looked at her husband in surprise. Since when did Song Yun have a property here? Fu Bei was even more talkative. The house she lived in turned out to belong to her brother-in-law? Then why did she bother to contact the real estate agent? Chapter 86 is a blast. Manager Bai was so surprised that the cigarette but accidentally burned his arm. He rubbed it twice in pain but still couldn't believe it. After all, Song Yun is too young. You know, the price of a building like Huangpuipin is simply sky high. He just couldn't believe that the owner of this building was Song Yun. Why, you don't believe it? Song Yun said calmly, the owner of the house is named Song, right? Coincidentally, my name is Song Yun. There are so many people with the last name Song in the world. Where's the property certificate? We can't assume that every person with the last name Song is the owner of building number 6, Huangpuipin. Manager Bai thought that it was his subordinates who leaked the news, and the other party used it as an excuse to threaten him to lower the rent. In his eyes, Song Yun was handsome and had a better temperament, but the way he dressed didn't look like a billionaire at all. Okay, I won't give up until I see the Yellow River. I'll wait. Song Yun called the Huagua Bank at the entrance of Huangpuipin and asked them to send all the contents of safe number 1 to the resettlement agency. The phone call ended and the room fell into silence. Yi Qingqing had countless questions she wanted to ask, but this occasion was clearly not the right one. As for Fu Bei, she looked at Song Yun with her big eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. After about 20 minutes, Manager Bai became a little impatient. He had recovered from the shock just now and had countless thoughts of refuting Song Yun in his mind. I have to say that Manager Bai has a very strong ability in psychological construction. He crossed his legs, glanced at his watch impatiently and said, how long do we have to wait? I tell you, my time is very precious. If the property certificate is not delivered, do I have to wait with you? Don't be so arrogant, you'll cry soon. Song Yun smiled and shook his head and said, think about how to bear the responsibility of the board of directors afterwards. You're killing me with laughter. Are you pretending to be cool in front of these two beauties? If that's the case, I'll give you a way out. Get out of here right away to avoid further embarrassment later. As time passed, Manager Bai became more and more relaxed. It had been such a long time, and the bank hadn't sent anyone to deliver the stuff. It was obviously fake, and he didn't know what these two beauties were waiting for. 10 minutes later, there was a noise outside the reception room. Manager Bai frowned slightly, thinking that it was the salesperson under him who caused trouble again. Before he could go over to take a look, the door was opened. 6 sturdy men in security uniforms were standing outside, escorting a small box in together. "Excuse me, who is Mr. Song Yun?" the leading captain asked, looking around the reception room. Manager Bai was swept by the other party's eagle-like eyes and lowered his head guiltily. The other party's eyes were too shocking. Even a glance would make the person who did bad things feel uneasy. "I am." Song Yun stood up and said. "I'm sorry, Mr. Song. Because the items in your safe are very valuable, we specially dispatched a cash transport truck to transport them. We are a little late. Please forgive us. Now please give me your ID so that I can verify your identity." The other party nodded at Song Yun and asked for Song Yun's ID. After receiving it, he swiped Song Yun's ID card on a small machine. The green light came on, and the security captain respectfully placed the small box in front of Song Yun and said, "Mr. Song, this box contains the ID cards of all the rooms in Building 6 of Huangpui Pin. Please check it." Song Yun opened it and found that the bank had considerately divided the 66 property certificates into 3 stacks, with 22 in each stack. Song Yun counted it once and confirmed it was correct, then signed the receipt. "Then I won't bother you too much. I wish you a happy life." The security captain left with his men. Inside the reception room, Song Yun looked at Manager Bai, who was sweating profusely, with a playful look in his eyes. "Let's go through the termination procedures now." Manager Bai's legs were shaking and his lips were quivering. He regretted it so much at this moment. Who would have thought that what Song Yun, such a young man, said was actually true? At this moment, he felt dizzy. He felt like a fool. He actually offended the real landlord. It's over, not only him, but the company is over as well. Once Song Yun terminates the contract, their company will no longer have the right to collect rent from any tenant. This will be a breach of contract on their part, and they will need to pay a large amount of money. "Manager Bai? Stop being in a daze and draft a contract." Song Yun reminded the other party again. "Ha ha, Mr. Song is really young and promising. I am just like dog shit in front of you. Don't take what I said just now to heart. The ownership of these houses is yours. We only said this to the tenants in order to rent out the houses as soon as possible." Manager Bai forced a bleak smile and said flatteringly, "Please be magnanimous and treat me like a fart. I beg you. I have children to take care of and parents to take care of. Bah, I have parents and children to take care of. My whole family depends on me for food. If you terminate my contract, I will not be able to survive in the circle in the future." "But that's not what you said just now." Song Yun said calmly, "This kind of thing touches my bottom line. Sorry, today's appointment is cancelled." Manager Bai was about to cry because it was the Anja agency that raised the rent without Song Yun's knowledge, so it was also a violation. The other party could use this clause to terminate the contract and sue him for breach of contract. "Mr. Song, I kneel down to you. I am worse than pigs and dogs. I am not a human being. Please don't terminate the contract. I really need this job." "Manager Bai, what if I'm just an ordinary resident today?" Song Yun sneered, "Will you ask the security guards to kick me out right now? I dare not hand over my house to an untrustworthy agency." Manager Bai was speechless for a moment. "Okay, we are all adults now. We need to pay for what we do. Let's draw up a contract." There was no other way, so Manager Bai dejectedly called a salesperson to start the contract termination procedures. As for the fact that he secretly slipped out and drove away, if the board of directors knew that it was his arrogance that led to the company's bankruptcy, they would definitely not let him off easily. "While there is still time, I can go back, pack my things and escape from the Magic City." After completing the contract termination process, Song Yun directly called the property management of Huangpui Pin. After identifying himself, he asked them to inform all residents of building number 6 to move out within a week. When the tenants heard the news, they were furious. You have to know that people who can live in Huangpui Pin are either rich or noble, or they are the mistresses kept outside by the big guys. A few days ago, they didn't take the price increase mentioned by the agent seriously, but who knew that after signing the new contract and paying the money, the property management informed them today that they had to move out of Huangpui Pin. Where should they move to? Moreover, they still haven't figured out what happened and why they suddenly have to leave here. Chapter 87. Don't treat me as a fool. So, one call after another came to Manager Bai's phone. The first few calls were all hung up, and then Manager Bai simply turned off his phone. Anyway, he had already sent his resignation letter to the board of directors' email address. He had already resigned, and everything in the company had nothing to do with him. Manager Bai now just wants to run away quickly and never return to Shanghai. As for the properties he bought in Shanghai, he can sell them after the storm subsides. In this way, he will have nearly 10 million yuan in funds on hand, which is enough for him to return to his hometown and squander for the rest of his life. Manager Bai ran very fast, but the salesman didn't know what was going on. They were dumbfounded when they received a call from the tenant of Huangpu Yiping. What's wrong with you, the resettlement agency? Not only are you raising the rent, but now you're kicking us out? Do you know who my father is? I'm telling you, if you don't resolve this quickly, I'll make you pay. What did you promise when I rented the house? You said your company owned the house, but now I heard from the property management that the landlord wants to take the house back. You better give me an explanation, or I will sue you until you are bankrupt. We only have 1 week to move. Where should we move to? Do you want me to carry all my bags and live in a hotel? I'm telling you, I won't move. If you agents don't resolve this, you'll be sued. The salesman heard every phone call carrying the anger of the tenants, but they knew nothing and apologized in a gentle voice. The matter gradually became a big deal. When Song Yun was still in the reception room canceling the contract, a man covered in sweat ran in. He grabbed Song Yun's hand to prevent him from signing, his eyes full of pleading. Song Yun was frightened by the other party. Imagine that you are concentrating on doing something, and suddenly a greasy middle-aged man jumps out and looks at you with eyes full of stories. Would you panic? At least Song Yun panicked. He broke free from the other person's hand and took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from the back of his hand. Who are you? Song Yun asked unkindly. Mr. Song, I am the chairman of this company. My last name is Xie. There is a misunderstanding here. Please let me explain it to you. Oh, you must be the boss of that Manager Bai. No need, Manager Bai has told me everything, so I won't bother you to explain it again. Chairman Xie calmed down his breath, grabbed Song Yun's hand again and said anxiously, that bastard has already resigned, so everything he said doesn't count. This bastard wanted to bankrupt the company, so he deliberately offended you. This person just talks, why does he always shake my hand? Song Yun is a little angry now. He said that it was your company that raised the price and breached the contract. Now that the contract has been terminated, you are putting all the blame on one person. Do they think they are fools? Are they so easy to fool? Chairman Xie, I was received by your company today. I think what Manager Bai said is effective. Please stop treating me like a fool. Chairman Xie wanted to hold Song Yun's hand, but when he saw the murderous look in Song Yun's eyes, he retreated. Mr. Song, we can talk about anything. If you think the rent is too cheap, we can raise it. As long as you put forward the conditions, our company will definitely meet them. After saying that, he looked at Song Yun with hope. But there was no trace of pity in Song Yun's eyes. He said coldly, you raised the rent without permission and announced that the ownership of the house belongs to your company. Why should I trust such a rubbish agency? But? No buts. I told Chairman Xie, don't treat me like a fool. How dare you say you don't know everything? Song Yun said angrily, I've given the tenants a week to move out, which is already very good. As for whether they want to sue your company for compensation, it's none of my business. Oh, by the way, remember to settle my money. If it doesn't arrive in 48 hours, I don't mind taking a cut. Bah, rubbish agency, shut it down. Fu Bei made a face at Chairman Xie and said, do you know who my brother-in-law is? Song Yun. The son-in-law of the Yi family, the richest family in Shanghai. If you still want to stay in the industry, you'd better not use any tricks. Chairman Xie almost fainted when he heard the news. Bai Risheng. How big a mess have you made for yourself, you bastard? You even dared to provoke the son-in-law of the Yi family in the Magic City. Are you afraid that I will die too slowly? That being said, you can only wish for the best. Song Yun left with the small box containing the property certificate. When they got in the car, Yi Qingqing sat in the passenger seat and looked at Song Yun with her beautiful eyes smiling. She was waiting for Song Yun to explain himself. Fu Bei was calculating in her mind how much assets Song Yun had. Nowadays, company bosses usually talk about assets worth hundreds of millions or even billions, but in reality they do not have much cash flow. Their so-called assets are the sum of company stocks, real estate, shops, etc. But Song Yun was able to actually buy a building directly in Huangpu. This huge capital chain is daunting. After all, this is not something that can be accomplished with a fortune of tens of billions. Returning to Huangpu, Song Yun saw a group of people gathered in front of the property. It is estimated that these people were tenants who had rented houses from Anja agency before. Song Yun parked the car and took the two women into the property. "You are the tenant of building number 6. The property manager was overwhelmed when he saw more people coming in. He didn't dare to expel these people at will. After all, as a small manager, he had no idea about the background of these people. But he was helpless because the news was released by the landlord of building number 6 and he was just a small messenger. "I'm the landlord of building number 6. Are you Mr. Song who just called?" The property manager shook Song Yun's hand vigorously twice as if he saw a savior. "Finally, you are here. The tenants outside are all your tenants. Why don't you come out and explain?" Song Yun nodded and asked the property management for a meeting room. Within 10 minutes, every household in building number 6 sent out a representative, and the originally large conference room was packed. "Everyone, please be quiet." Song Yun had a strong aura and his words stunned everyone present. "I am the landlord of building number 6. I previously entrusted the house to the Anja company, but they raised the rent without my permission and claimed that the ownership of the house belonged to their company. This seriously violated my rights, so I terminated the contract with them today. That's it. Do you have any other questions?" After Song Yun said this, everyone had different expressions on their faces, but no one dared to get angry at such a big shot. After all, they are not fools. Those who can buy houses in Shanghai have several times more money and background than them. Chapter 88: How to Tell a Perfect Lie. "Mr. Song, we have lived here for several months. It is not realistic to ask us to move suddenly," one resident said with a bitter face, "and now I don't trust those agents anymore. Who knows if there will be trouble again after moving again." "Yes. Now I only dare to look for houses that are rented directly from the landlord, but most of the houses in Shanghai are still in the hands of agents. It's too difficult to find a satisfactory one in a week. Mr. Song, you own a building, why don't you rent it out directly to us, is that okay?" What the tenants said aroused everyone's agreement. After all, there are 66 households in a building of Huangpu. Song Yun can't just let so many rooms gather dust here. Song Yun was also thinking at this time. This was indeed a good plan, but collecting rent every month was too cumbersome and time-consuming. "Hubby, why don't you entrust the house to our group? Then I can ask the accountant to check the accounts every month." When Yi Qingqing saw Song Yun's conflicted look, she knew that her husband must find it troublesome, so she just brought it up directly. "Good idea." Song Yun nodded and said to everyone, "In that case, let's draft a new contract and pay the rent every 6 months. What do you think?" "No problem at all. If we had contacted you earlier, we wouldn't have been cheated by that agency. I get angry just talking about this. I must sue those bastards. They said such great things when I rented the house, but now that something bad has happened, they run away faster than anyone else. I have contacted a lawyer. We can go to court together to sue that company and ask them to compensate us." Everyone was talking about it and planned to use legal weapons to defend themselves. Yi Qingqing called the company's legal department and asked them to draft a rental contract and send it to Huangpu. The efficiency of the Magic Crystal Group is still very high. Within an hour, a special person personally delivered the contract to Yi Qingqing. Song Yun asked the property management to make several copies of the contract and distribute them to the tenants, saying, "Please check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, you can sign the contract. You have a big family and a big business, we trust you." Yes, anyone who can afford a building in Huangpu will definitely not cheat on hundreds of thousands of dollars. Your reputation is much more valuable than this. The tenants all took a quick look and signed their names. Song Yun signed his own name 66 times one by one, and that was the end of it. The matter was perfectly resolved. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing returned home with Fu Bei. Lying on the sofa, Yi Qingqing asked curiously, "Husband, when did you buy a house here?" Song Yun really didn't know how to make up this lie. After all, this would require a large amount of cash flow, and even his father-in-law couldn't just buy a house. This is a long story, and there are many intricacies involved. I will explain it to you slowly when I have time. After hearing this, Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes and did not continue asking questions. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome today. Sister Qingqing, where did you find such a good husband? Not only is he handsome and talented, but he is also so rich. He is simply the male protagonist who walked out of a novel. Fu Bei said coquettishly while shaking Yi Qingqing's arm. What happened today brought a lot of shock to this young girl. She was shocked for a long time when she heard the news that Yi Qingqing was getting married. Later, she heard from people in the circle that Yi Qingqing's husband had unknown background and was not a member of the circle. At that time, she still stood up for her sister, but now it seems that she was really worrying about nothing. I said I just wandered around the Civil Affairs Bureau and caught your brother-in-law. Do you believe it? Let me know. Isn't this a fateful meeting? Fu Bei, a girl from the second dimension, is very fond of this. After all, such things happen all the time in novels and comics, and she is no longer surprised. Since her sister can encounter it, if she goes there more often, she may also be able to. Seeing Fu Bei's thoughtful look, Yi Qingqing quickly stopped her. She had no idea what this little sister was thinking about all day long. She was well prepared. If Fu Bei really followed her example and went over to find someone to marry, Uncle Fu would cry to death. By the way, Fu Bei, is the garage here rented out together with the house? Song Yun remembered that he still had 66 parking spaces and asked curiously. Of course not. Apart from buying a parking space here, you can only rent it from a property management company. The monthly rent is not cheap, about 120,000 or 130,000 yuan. I suddenly remembered that I still have 66 parking spaces here. Let's go check it out? You still have a parking space? Yi Qingqing said in surprise. How many things is her husband hiding from her? The three people came to the underground garage. As soon as they entered, a mechanical voice of the system came from Song Yun's mind. Ding! The host is detected in the underground garage of Huangpuipin in Magic City. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You will be rewarded with a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Silver charm? Song Yun stood there in a daze. The full price of this car was 1.5 billion. There were only 3 of them in the whole of China, and all of them were in the hands of big bosses. You would never see them on the streets on weekdays. He didn't expect that the system dad would be so good to him and just throw the money in his face. Qingqing, what would you do if I told you I still have a car? Song Yun asked with some guilt. Car? It's just a car. Can I beat you if you buy it? Yi Qingqing didn't take it seriously. How much does a car cost? No matter how expensive it is, can it be as expensive as the poisonous car her husband is driving now? Oh, then shall we go pick up the car now? Okay. The two of them decided to go to the Rolls-Royce showroom. Originally, Fu Bei wanted to go too, but her online friend contacted her and said that Country Air had released a figurine of the same shape as her comic hero, and asked her if she wanted one. She thought that she could not lose her hero, but she could not lose him. Fu Bei happily went home and video chat with her friend. The two drove to the Rolls-Royce showroom in the city center, but who would have thought that the showroom, which usually had very little traffic, had quite a few people today. Song Yun looked carefully and found that it was a car show. Countless young ladies in cool clothes were standing next to the cars, posing one after another. Yi Qingqing also wanted to buy another car for the company, so she took Song Yun for a spin in the auto show. Just as they were listening to the salesperson explaining an executive car, a man holding a cell phone bumped into Song Yun's back. Ouch, who is that blind person who bumped into me? Song Yun is now in very strong physical condition, but the other party is just an ordinary person. Although he bumped into Song Yun, he was bounced back and fell to the ground. Chapter 89, a symbol of identity. Song Yun turned around and saw a man holding a mobile phone holder sitting on the ground with his teeth bared. Don't you have eyes? If I wasn't live streaming, I would definitely have a good chat with you. The man was wearing casual clothes and sunglasses and looked quite handsome. Song Yun wanted to step forward and help the other person, but the man slapped Song Yun's hand aside, climbed up, glared at Song Yun, turned his head and looked at his phone and smiled. Don't worry about me, I will continue to take you to the auto show. Did you see it? This car is the famous Rolls-Royce Phantom, the lowest price is more than 7 million. Most people can only look at it when they see it, but I'm a childhood friend of the manager of this showroom. Everyone, raise your money. When it reaches 1 million, I'll show you the interior. When it reaches 2 million, I'll test drive it for you to see. The voice of this internet anchor is very loud, which attracted many people's attention. Especially some young girls. After seeing this anchor, they started to have some ideas. Everyone knows that the live broadcast economy is very developed now, and some anchors who are doing well can earn hundreds of millions of dollars every year, which is nothing. If I can get in touch with this anchor, regardless of whether we can become a romantic relationship, as long as the other party can bring me into the industry later on, that'll be enough. Regardless of the fact that others were still looking at cars, the anchor squeezed into the crowd and introduced the performance and price of each car to the family members in the live broadcast room. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard the price of each car, they were all surprised. As a result, the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise, and soon it became the #1 room in the Magic City area. My goodness, a car costs at least several million. I'm afraid we will never be able to experience the happiness of those rich people in our lifetime. It's just a car, but it's sold for the same price as a house. That's outrageous. That car is so cool. If my boyfriend had one, I wouldn't even ask for a dowry. I have it, little lady upstairs. How about you follow me? The anchor was very happy as he watched the screen being filled with gifts. He could earn at least 100,000 yuan from this live broadcast. Later, he could rent a car from a car rental company and start a live broadcast. With this process, he could earn at least 300,000 yuan. After you have money, why not go to that business club and have some fun? Song Yun was not affected by the incident just now. After Yi Qingqing looked at the cars, he decided to order one. The two people came to the customer reception room, and Yi Qingqing directly signed her name on the contract. Honey, didn't you say you were coming to pick up the car? Where's the car? Yi Qingqing was very confused. She had agreed to accompany her husband to pick up the car, but now she had bought one and Song Yun had no intention of picking up the car. No hurry. Song Yun took out his phone. The system gave him a number after he signed in. He could just contact the person when he arrived at the Rolls-Royce showroom. The phone beeped several times before it was connected. After explaining the situation, the other party said in a trembling voice, "Please wait in the customer reception room for a moment. I'll be there right away." The person on the other end of the phone hung up and said to everyone in the conference room, "Let's stop the meeting here for now. For the rest, you supervisors should write a project plan and hand it over to me." After saying that, he straightened his clothes and walked quickly outside. In the conference room, the managers looked at each other in bewilderment. No one knew why the general manager's face became so excited after receiving a phone call. Could it be that some important person came to order a car? At this time, Song Yun was sitting leisurely in the customer reception room drinking tea. A man trotted in and pushed the door open. The salesperson in charge of reception changed his expression when he saw the man and said respectfully, "Hello, General Manager. You go down first. I will take care of this client." The general manager nodded reservedly to his subordinates and sat down opposite Song Yun. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Song?" "Yes, I'm here to pick up the car today. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The general manager said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I am the general manager of this 4S store. My last name is Hao. You can just call me Xiao Hao. Let's go look at the cars now." Can. Song Yun and manager Hao sang the same tune. Yi Qingqing, who was sitting next to them, was completely confused. She didn't know what kind of car her husband had bought, and the general manager actually received him in person. You have to know that Rolls-Royce is a world-renowned brand, and the general managers of each region are all well-connected people. Some vehicle transactions worth millions or tens of millions will not attract the other party's attention at all. The three people came to the most central location of the exhibition hall, and saw a silver white car parked there with someone looking after it. When Yi Qingqing saw the car, her pupils shrank. A Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. This car is priced at 1.5 billion, and people with insufficient social status cannot buy it at all. You should know that this car was customized for Western royal families when it was first produced. Although it was later sold to some global giants, the sales volume was always very strictly controlled, resulting in no more than 10 of this car in the world. I really didn't expect to see you here today. Just as manager Hao was introducing the performance and background of the car to the two of them, a voice sounded behind them. The interior of that car is absolutely amazing. It's definitely worth spending millions to buy it. The anchor boasted to the audience in the live broadcast room with a satisfied look on his face. it's only because my childhood friend is the manager of this 4S store, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see what's inside the car. Thanks to my brother Lou for sending me 5 big rockets. My family members in the live broadcast room, please pay attention to brother Lou. At this time, the anchor had already come to the center of the exhibition hall holding his mobile phone. With a glance, he saw the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost on the booth. The smooth silver-white body shines with charming light. Just by looking at the appearance, you can feel the extraordinariness of this car. Family, I found a great car. This car may be the most expensive car in the showroom today. As usual, 50 rockets. I will show you the interior. As he spoke, the anchor pointed the camera at Ian May. At this time, some people who knew about cars in the live broadcast room excitedly posted comments. Oh my god, what did I see? Silver Phantom? What is Silver Phantom, the one upstairs? Is it awesome? This car is beyond description. It is simply a status symbol. Boast, keep on bragging. Can this car be exchanged for a courtyard house in the old city? Ha, let me tell you, you country bumpkins, this car is not only enough to buy a courtyard house in the old city, but the remaining money can also buy a sports car worth tens of millions. A rich man appeared in the live broadcast room and directly gave 20 rockets. After a few minutes, the rich man sent out a long barrage of comments. The full name of this car is Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. There are less than 10 of them in the world, 5 of which are in the hands of Western royal families, and there are only 3 in the whole of China. I didn't expect to see it here today. It's really a feast for the eyes. Thank you, Brother Yang, for the 20 rockets. I didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable about vehicles. How much is this car? The host's eyes narrowed with laughter. It seems that the revenue from today's live broadcast will be higher than he expected. This car is priced at 1.5 billion, but you can't buy it just because you have money. Forget 1.5 billion, even if the owner offered 2 billion, there would still be people who would buy it. Chapter 90. Are you worthy of your parents who paid for your schooling? 1.5 billion, but can only buy a car. What kind of concept is this? A person earns 10,000 a month, 120,000 a year, and only 12 million in 100 years. I dare not even think about it. This is simply not a car that a human can drive. Even those bosses and wealthy people would definitely not spend so much money to buy this car. Countless people in the live broadcast room were frantically swiping the screen, all wanting to know who the owner of the car was. The internet anchor also had mixed feelings at this time. He originally thought that it was awesome that he could make hundreds of thousands from a live broadcast, but in the eyes of truly rich people, he might just be a clown. After a long time, the network anchor looked at the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost several times with attachment in his eyes. He no longer dared to ask to see the interior. Who knew who the owner of the car was? The other party could afford such an expensive car, so he must have a very deep background. If he went up rashly and caused displeasure later, he would be doomed. He walked to the side and lowered his voice to his family members in the live broadcast room. Brothers, get 100 rockets and I will take you to have a good look at the appearance of this car. After all, I have no right to enter. The host's words aroused the interest of many people. They had never seen this car before, and if they could feast their eyes on it, they would have something to brag about in the future. So rockets filled the screen one after another in the live broadcast room. Of course, those who give gifts are people with some money, and ordinary people just give free glow sticks to get something for free. Soon, 100 rockets were fired, and many viewers in other live broadcast rooms were also attracted to come in. The number of viewers of this online anchor reached 1 million. Seeing the surge in the number of people and gifts, the host was so excited that he almost jumped up. Big profit, big profit. I didn't expect that this live broadcast was just a gimmick, but it could make so much money. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. He gritted his teeth and continued to whisper to the people in the live broadcast room, everyone, upgrade the rocket to 1000, and I will risk my life to show you the interior. Damn it, why can others afford a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, but he can only drive a fourth-hand BMW? He wants to attract millions of fans through today's live broadcast. He believes that within half a year, he can also buy a Rolls-Royce with the lowest configuration, right? Are you serious, host? You know, there are no more than 1,000 people in the world who can see the interior of the Silver Phantom. Fuck, just based on what the anchor said, I'm going to give you a rocket even if I don't eat this month. The anchor is quite brave, but I advise you to be careful. If you get caught, you will be skinned alive. The live broadcast room instantly became lively, with countless gifts filling the screen, attracting another wave of traffic. The anchor was so happy that he almost fainted when he saw his share of the money he earned from backstage rising. It was already over 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan. He could be on par with the top anchors. 1,000 rockets were collected by millions of people, and the anchor took out a piece of cloth from his bag and wrapped it around his face twice. He sneaked to an area where security was weak and crawled onto the platform. Click. He gently opened the car door and was about to reach in with his phone when he was pulled off the stand. The anchor thought he was discovered, and quickly held his head and shouted, "You can't hit me. I'm a big anchor with millions of fans. If you dare to use violence, I will expose you." The anchor peeked out from between his arms and saw Song Yun's face. He glared at Song Yun angrily and shouted, "You are sick." He was only a few centimeters away from the car. If he could get on top, he could enjoy it, but everything was interrupted by this man. Song Yun looked down at the other person and said calmly, "You can't touch this car." Fuck. I even met a moralist. Come on, family members, let me show you who is the person who is disrupting our good deeds. The anchor had a good plan in mind. He wanted to expose Song Yun and then let these angry netizens find out who this bastard was. It would be best if they could scold him until he becomes autistic. This is not the first time he has done such a thing. He encountered this situation before during an outdoor live broadcast. Later, this group of his fans forced the other party to bow his head and apologize. He pointed his phone at Song Yun, but what he imagined did not happen. The comments were all, "What a handsome guy. Can you help me get his contact information? Isn't this the big singer from Magic City University? Damn. He's so damn handsome when I take a closer look. This little brother seems to be called Song Yun, but I can't find any information about him on the internet. What a pity." The anchor frowned as he looked at the barrage. What was going on? Song Yun? Who is that? Suddenly he remembered a piece of entertainment news he saw this morning. The protagonist in the news seemed to be called Song Yun. But the news seemed to say that this person was a college student? Why did he come to see the car? Looking at Yi Qingqing beside Song Yun, he suddenly realized that this guy had become a rich woman just because of his handsome looks. He suddenly thought of a way to drain the water. "Hello handsome guy, I heard your name is Song Yun, right? What do you think of your overnight fame? There is no news about Song Yun on the entire internet now. If he could be interviewed directly, it would attract much more fans than simply taking pictures of his cars." Song Yun glanced at the other person and ignored him. Don't be so arrogant, you can say hello to the audience in my live broadcast room. Excuse me, this is a Rolls-Royce showroom. How come a college student like you would come to a place like this? Are you rich? Song Yun still ignored it, but the anchor kept buzzing around him like a fly, which was very annoying. "Student Song Yun, what do you think of the online video of you singing? Do you want to use this to break into the entertainment industry?" Seeing Song Yun still silent, the anchor was a little angry. Why didn't this bastard cooperate with him at all? Then don't blame him for using his trump card. His expression changed, and he said righteously, "As a college student, you should think about studying hard and serving the country after graduation, but how do you do it? I seriously suspect that you posted that video yourself. Are you worthy of your parents who paid for your schooling? Are you worthy of the country's cultivation? You are seriously wasting educational resources. You know, there are many students who want to go to school but can't afford it." This method is to criticize Song Yun from the highest moral point of view. No matter whether what he said is right or not, the shit pot has been put on this person and he will stink no matter what. When the people in the live broadcast room heard the host's words, they immediately split into two camps. One blamed the host for meddling in other people's business, and the other reprimanded Song Yun for not studying hard as a student. Song Yun stood there, frowning. Chapter 91, Damn. Disgusting. It's understandable that everyone wants to be famous, but if you step on other people's shoulders to get to the top in order to become famous, that's fucking immoral. But even so, many people in the live broadcast room began to blame Song Yun. After all, in their impression, Song Yun is just a simple college student who sings well and looks handsome. Instead of studying at school, he comes to the showroom to look at cars. Isn't this vanity? When they thought of the various bad deeds of college students, this group of people immediately picked up their keyboards and criticized Song Yun. The duty of college students is to study hard. Instead of thinking about serving the motherland, they are proficient in crooked ways. How shameful. The guy above, you are too ruthless. Can't you allow others to have some hobbies? Ha, it's fine to have a hobby, but showing off and posting it online, isn't that just wanting to become an internet celebrity and make money? That's a lot for a college student to think about. Song Yun is quite handsome, but he doesn't have the money to look at luxury cars, right? Besides, if a college student is obsessed with luxury cars during school, his family must be. That's possible. Another possibility is that he's been kept by a rich woman. It seems like there are a lot of rich women online who want his contact information. You don't want to work hard at such a young age? That's really great. Is this the man you call your idol? Haha, love it. There was someone in the live broadcast room who was leading the rhythm, and soon the barrage was filled with comments about Song Yun, with some of the messages being, "Anchor, we must dig something out of his mouth. We are very curious about this person. Ah, artificial male god, ugh, disgusting. Everyone, is there a possibility?" The anchor saw that the live broadcast room had achieved the effect he wanted, and he said with a smile, nowadays internet celebrity companies have a special liking for those handsome guys. Could it be that classmate Song Yun has signed a contract with a certain company? Ha, of course, this is just a guess, but everyone will know how much the signing fee is when they see what car he buys. Internet celebrity? Ha, he still needs the support of ordinary people like us. If we don't support him, he's nothing. Yeah, I liked his videos so much. I want to see how much money he made by taking advantage of our love. The live broadcast room is becoming more and more popular. The anchor is not afraid of the incident getting out of hand, nor is he afraid that Song Yun will cause trouble afterwards. On the contrary, he is looking forward to Song Yun's resistance so that he can directly start a column based on this incident and make it a hit on the internet. He has already figured out how to edit today's live broadcast. The title is, "Shanghai's college students have no ambition and are kept by rich women during school." Is this a decline in morality or a common problem among contemporary college students? Very nice. The anchor cleared his throat and almost hit Song Yun in the face with his phone. "Mr. Song Yun, may I ask if you have signed a contract with an internet celebrity company? Can you tell me your contract fee?" Song Yun just looked at him coldly, which made the anchor feel a little cold, but then he thought, Song Yun is just a college student, what is there to be afraid of? "Student Song Yun, I am also an internet celebrity, but I started with 0 fans. I have been trying hard to reach my current position. I am not like you. You can get a sky-high signing fee just because you are handsome. Did you know that Li Zhuzhu, who became popular on the internet before, got a signing fee of more than 50 million just because he is handsome? Alas, this is a huge blow to those of us who work hard." The host's green tea bitch-like remarks made the audience feel that Song Yun was a villain who relied on his looks to exchange for money. As a result, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared from more than 3 million to more than 7 million. Although the host had a worried look on his face, as if he was sincerely admonishing Song Yun, he was already very happy in his heart. He really didn't expect that he would have such an adventure. It would be great if he could encounter it every day. He has made up his mind to follow Song Yun and block him from doing live broadcasts every day. He believes that within a week, he will be able to replace his little BMW. "Student Song Yun, are you feeling guilty? Why haven't you said anything? Do I need to report to you for what I did?" Song Yun narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I advise you not to mess with people you shouldn't mess with, and don't take pictures of me again, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Here it comes, this is the explosion point that the anchor wanted, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. "Student Song Yun, where do you get the confidence from? Are you going to take revenge on me? Is this what a college student should do?" This anchor can be said to have stopped at nothing to become famous. He began to provoke Song Yun. If Song Yun took action today, he could nail Song Yun to the pillar of shame from the perspective of a victim. "Revenge you? You don't deserve it." As Song Yun spoke, his eyes narrowed and his expression became very serious. At this time, Song Yun, whose temperament had already become extraordinary due to the blessing of the system, became serious, and everyone present felt an inexplicable pressure. As the victim, the host was not afraid to look Song Yun in the eye. He gritted his teeth, looked up at Song Yun, and quickly lowered his head. It felt as if he had met those superiors in the system. "Mr. Song, the formalities have been completed, let's go back." Manager Bai just went to help Song Yun contact the headquarters to handle the formalities in person and was not present. Song Yun nodded and took Yi Qingqing back to the client reception room. The anchor didn't dare to turn the camera to Song Yun's back until Song Yun walked a long way away. He found that he had broken out in a cold sweat without realizing it. TSK, what's so great about that? He's just a pretty boy. The anchor muttered. After Song Yun left, many people in the live broadcast room who wanted to watch the fun shouted that it was boring. But the host then started taking pictures of the two car models wearing Chong Sams next to Eun Mei. Although she is not as popular as the one who just talked with Song Yun, the tall and delicate car model still attracted many LSPS. At this time, Manager Bai returned, bringing 2 engineers with him, and personally inspected the vehicle before delivery. After about 10 minutes, the engineer closed the computer and completed the inspection. There was no problem with the vehicle. Manager Bai personally invited Song Yun back. Family members, Song Yun is out again. Do you think I should go and block him? The anchor shouted excitedly into his phone. Go, go, go. Don't be scared, anchor. You must dig out some interesting information. I'll have 10 rockets first. I'll take 20. Rockets were launched one after another in the live broadcast room. The anchor made up his mind and stood in the middle of the road holding his mobile phone. Student Song Yun, you seem to have bought a car? Can you tell us about it? Chapter 92 Ye Family Trouble. Sir, if you want to buy a car, there are salespeople over there. If you are here to cause trouble, don't blame me for calling security. Manager Bai stood in front of Song Yun and spoke in a bad tone. In a Rolls-Royce 4S store, if he cannot protect the privacy of customers, then he has no need to be the store manager. Who are you? Don't you know me? I'm a big anchor with millions of fans. The anchor said unhappily, I'm just interviewing Song Yun for a few words. If you stop me again, I'll expose you. I am the general manager of this store. My last name is Bai. I hope you can stop all live broadcasts. Otherwise, I will contact the legal department to sue you. What does the anchor fear the most? Not being popular. He doesn't care whether he gets sued or not. On the contrary, after the hype about this matter, he might even be able to attract millions of fans. It is my right to film anything. The anchor shouted with his neck stiffened. But soon he saw that Song Yun ignored him and just walked straight towards the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. What the hell? What's the meaning? The Silver May, who was only allowed to be photographed just now, was now being checked back and forth by Song Yun, who even opened the car door and went in for a test drive. Could it be that Song Yun bought this car? Impossible. Not only him, but even the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent at this time. As people who frequently watch live broadcasts, they certainly know how much the signing fees of those anchors are. Currently, the one with the most expensive online signing fee is Ma Xiaomao, which costs 130 million a year, but this money is not even a fraction of Eun Mei's. Isn't Song Yun a college student? Where does he get so much money? Honey, did you really buy this car? Yi Qingqing couldn't hide her shock as she touched the interior of the Silver May. She never thought that her husband was so powerful that he even bought the Silver May worth 1.5 billion. You know, his father asked someone to beg for a long time, but the Rolls-Royce headquarters did not give in, and even refused to customize it even if the price was increased. How about this car? But it seems too conspicuous to drive it on a daily basis. Let's give it to my father-in-law. To be honest, Song Yun didn't have much feeling about this car. Even though it was extremely valuable, in his opinion it was just a means of transportation. Yi Qingqing felt very sweet inside after hearing this. She thought she had not misjudged her husband. He really loved her, otherwise how could he casually give her this car that symbolized status from her parents' home? But let us be clear, you can let your dad sit on it, but you have to pay for it. How about selling it to my dad for 1.8 billion? Yi Qingqing smiled foolishly, as if money was falling from the sky. This is not good. After all, he is our father. What's wrong with that? Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. 1.8 billion is not a small amount of money. Yi Qingqing turned her head and said, it's settled. My dad is not short of money, he will definitely be very happy to see this car. Below the booth, the host's hand holding the phone holder was shaking slightly. He really didn't expect that Song Yun was actually the owner of the Silver May. Thinking about how he had shamelessly threatened the other party just now, he felt a little scared. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. What is the background of this Song Yun? Can anyone check it out? Oh my god. 1.5 billion. Is he really just a college student? I unilaterally declare from today that Song Yun is my husband. He is handsome and rich. Where can you find a man like him? Manager Bai sneered at the anchor, calmly pressed the phone holder, and whispered in his ear, those who can afford this car are all powerful and wealthy. Can you afford to offend them? And an internet celebrity with millions of fans, if they want to make you lose your job, it only takes one sentence. Think about what you should do in the future. The host sat down on the ground when he heard this. He finally understood why Song Yun had been ignoring him. That's because the other party's status is too high and he is too disdainful to argue with you. I even want to use him to make money. You are really blinded by greed. At this moment, the anchor's live broadcast room was suddenly interrupted, and the official banned his account, and his millions of fans were instantly reduced to zero. As for the money on the anchor platform, not a single cent can be withdrawn. Anchors like him are connected to the super managers of those platforms, and he immediately called a familiar super manager. All he was thinking about now was getting the number back. He didn't care whether Song Yun was a big shot or a rich man. He only cared about the small 1 million in his account. Super moderator Dad. Why was my live broadcast room banned? The anchor asked anxiously. The other party paused after hearing this, then checked the company's internal network, then sighed and said, your live broadcast room was banned by the higher-ups, and you have been banned on all platforms. Why? I created this account bit by bit. I didn't do anything illegal. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Your superior said you were encouraging minors to give gifts and promoting a bad social trend. I advise you to change jobs while you're still young. The supervisor hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The anchor sitting on the ground wanted to cry but had no tears. Song Yun's backstage efficiency was too fast. It had only been a short time and he was already retaliated. And from what the super administrator said, there was no possibility for him to make a comeback. It's over, it's all over. After Song Yun completed the final formalities, he drove away with Yi Qingqing. As for the Lamborghini Veneno, someone would drive the car back to Huasho Villa. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing returned to her parents' home. Ye's father was not at home at this time, and Ye's mother was out playing mahjong. Song Yun parked the car in the garage, sat with Yi Qingqing for a while, and then went home. On the other side, Yi Group. Father Yi sat at his desk, looking at page after page of investigation reports in his hands, looking very troubled. He looked at his assistant, sighed and said, the Nangong family of Suzhou City is overreaching. Are they planning to join forces with the dealer in Moda to start reshuffling the cards? The Nangong family of Suzhou City has a profound foundation and has been passed down for hundreds of years. The power behind it is terrifying. Even the Deng family is dwarfed in front of them. As for the dealer in Shanghai, he is very mysterious and has unique insights in the investment field. No one knows how much assets the dealer has, but both Jack Ma and Shenzhen Teng's company have shares in each other. If these two families join forces, the Yi family, the apparent richest family, will definitely be affected. The saying the first bird to stick its head out gets shot is very appropriate here. Ye's father's assistant is called Fanny Ru. He has been with Ye's father since he started his business and is his right-hand man. He was silent for a moment and then asked slowly, we can't just interfere. How about asking the uncle to contact the big guys in the 49 city to ask? After all, the uncle's status is not ordinary. My brother-in-law is good in every way, but he's too mysterious. I have no idea who he belongs to. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. Chapter 93, only by casting a long line can you catch a big fish. After Mr. Yi finished his work, he returned home with his assistant. As soon as I arrived at the door, I heard the housekeeper say that the brother-in-law and the eldest daughter came once this afternoon and parked a car in the garage as their gift. Ye's father immediately became interested. If he could let his daughter make the trip in person, the gift must be extraordinary. The garage door opened, and a brand new Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost came into view. Seeing the car, Ye's father opened his mouth in surprise. He had asked someone to find the headquarters of Rolls-Royce, but the president of Rolls-Royce refused to make a customized car for him, saying that he was not qualified enough. He was angry for a long time at that time. But today he didn't expect to see this car in his own home. How could he not be excited? To Ye's father, money is just a string of zeros in his bank card, but an improvement in his status is what he wants most. Master, this car was sent by the son-in-law and the eldest lady. The eldest lady doesn't have the ability, which means Fanny Ru's words instantly sobered Ye's father up. He stepped forward and stroked the body of the silver charm, suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart, and said calmly, "Transfer 2 billion to my brother-in-law's account and say that this car is bought by me. As for that matter, I'll think about it again." On the other side, after Song Yun brought Yi Qingqing home, he cooked a sumptuous dinner himself. After the two finished their meal, Yi Qingqing lay on the sofa in the living room and didn't want to move. Song Yun accompanied his wife to watch a romantic movie. The atmosphere was right, and Yi Qingqing lazily stretched out her hand and asked Song Yun to carry her back to the room. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Song Yun got up early, feeling refreshed. Looking at his wife who was still sleeping, he kissed her forehead and started to make breakfast. Just as he left the bed, Yi Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. She was so tired. Dead Song Yun was like a wild bull. She sat up, her face rosy. If she compared her skin with that of a month ago, she would be surprised to find that her skin had improved a lot. Yi Qingqing put on Song Yun's loose white shirt, walked to the kitchen door with bare thighs, leaned on the doorframe and looked at her beloved man. Song Yun finished cooking, and just as he picked up the plate, he felt someone hugging his waist. He smiled and said, "Don't you want to sleep for a while?" "I'm not going to sleep anymore. Can you go shopping with me later?" Yi Qingqing buried her head behind Song Yun, greedily sniffing the scent on Song Yun's body. "Of course it's no problem. Go wash up and get ready for dinner." After the meal, the two of them changed into their cheapest clothes, and without driving, they hailed a taxi and headed for the most prosperous commercial street in Shanghai. To outsiders, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing at this time were just an ordinary couple. The only eye-catching thing was their looks, which could be described as a perfect match. On the other side, in a home far away in the old city, a girl who looked somewhat similar to Song Yun returned home. The woman who was doing housework saw her daughter coming back and asked in surprise, "Wan Wan, why didn't you go to the set today?" The girl called Wan Wan is Song Yun's cousin, and the woman who does the housework is called Song Wan, Song Yun's aunt. At the beginning, the aunt married a family of folk artists in the old city. Her husband is a crosstalk performer. Although she has not become rich in these years, she is already very satisfied. Xiaowan pulled the corner of her mouth towards her mother, revealing a not-so-pretty smile, and said, "I'm not feeling well today, so I'm asking for leave. If you feel unwell, you should go to the hospital." Songwan said with concern, "You don't know, your aunt was diagnosed with cancer some time ago." Before Songwan finished speaking, she was interrupted by Xiaowan, who pursed her lips in surprise and asked, "How is my aunt now? Is she in the hospital?" Xiaowan grew up in her grandfather's house when she was a child. She had a very good relationship with Uncle Song's family. Although she returned to Beijing after graduating from high school, she was still very worried when she heard that her aunt was ill. Originally, this matter almost drove your uncle crazy, but who knew that your brother Song Yin is doing very well now and has taken your aunt to Huashuang Private Hospital? And he doesn't have to pay a penny. Sigh, the old Song family has been silent for so many generations, and finally a big man has emerged. In no time, the Song family will definitely be glorious in the hands of your brother Song Yun. That's good, that's good. Xiao Wan breathed a sigh of relief. You little girl, don't you understand what I mean? Song Wan rolled her eyes at her daughter and said, if you feel unwell, check it out in advance and treat the disease if you were sick, so that it won't become more and more difficult to solve later. Oh, I'm just in a bad mood. I'm going back to the house. Xiao Wan said something perfunctorily to her mother and closed the door of her room. Lying on the bed, Xiao Wan buried her head in the pillow, and soon a large area of it became wet. She recalled that as soon as she arrived at the crew this morning, she was told by the crew that the director was waiting for her in the hotel to give her instructions. She knocked on the director's door out of curiosity, but the other party was only wearing a bath towel. He kept hinting that as a newcomer with no background, it would be difficult for her to make a name for herself, so she should be his lover. He could arrange a brilliant role for her in the play. When she heard the news, Xiaowan finally understood why those senior students in school said that the entertainment industry was a deep pool and that people without background would be killed if they stepped into it. Seeing the director getting closer and closer to her, Xiaowan suppressed her panic and rushed out. Is it really impossible to make a breakthrough with my own strength? Xiaowan choked and murmured that she didn't want to be a dirty woman, she just liked acting, and if she had to flatter those big directors, she would rather change her job. Buzz buzz buzz. Someone sent her a text message on her phone. She swiped the screen with tears in her eyes. It was from the director. Wan, maybe what I said this morning was a little too realistic, but I want to tell you that this circle is definitely not as simple as you think. You have no money and no background, so it is impossible for you to get ahead. Think about it carefully. If you figure it out, you are always welcome here. Xiao Wan turned off her phone expressionlessly. She would never sell her soul just for fame in this life. The director on the other end of the phone was not angry because he had not received Xiao Wan's message. He leisurely lit a cigar for himself and listened to the work report of the stage manager. After a while, the stagehand finished his report and smiled flatteringly at the director. Director Ma, did Xiao Wan agree to your request? Director Ma is considered a relatively well-known second-tier director in the industry. Although he has made countless bad movies, he has also made a lot of money from them. So many third-tier celebrities like to show up in the movies directed by him. No. Director Ma shook his head and said disdainfully, I've seen girls like her before. They think they can defeat the shackles of the world with their passion, but in the end they are surprised to find that they can only give themselves to me in exchange for a ticket to stand out. So you have to play the long game to catch the big fish. Chapter 94 concludes the story, with huge rewards. Song Yun, this dress looks good. Yi Qingqing held up a light blue dress in her hand, gestured on her body and asked with a smile. Song Yun's eyes lit up. As expected, a beautiful girl would look good in any clothes. This dress made Yi Qingqing look very youthful and beautiful, and she looked like a female college student. But this dress is also very beautiful. Yi Qingqing picked up another white dress. The men who were shopping with their girlfriends were stunned. The white dress seemed to awaken their deepest memories, the memories of their first love. The sky and the sea were blue at that time, and they did not have such a heavy burden. A man and a woman could walk in the park for a whole day holding hands. What a wonderful time it was. You look good in anything you wear, buy them all. Song Yun smiled and handed a black card to the salesperson, whose eyes lit up. Although their store was not a top luxury brand, a piece of clothing would cost at least 7 or 8,000 yuan. This handsome guy seemed to be a young and wealthy son-in-law. After swiping the card and packing the clothes, the salesperson handed Yi Qingqing an exclusive VIP card and said with a smile, My beautiful lady, your boyfriend is so nice to you. This card is a small token of our store's appreciation. It can be used nationwide to get a 20% discount. I look forward to your next visit. After hearing this, Yi Qingqing happily took Song Yun's arm. Neither of them was short of money. The clothes in Yi Qingqing's closet were much more expensive than these two skirts, but these were bought by Song Yun, so they seemed meaningful. The two of them were just like an ordinary couple, walking hand in hand in the mall. When Yi Qingqing saw something she liked, she would bargain a little. Even if the price was only reduced by $12 in the end, it was a novel experience for this naive little girl. Tired of shopping, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing came to a milk tea shop, casually ordered 2 cups of milk tea and sat inside the shop to rest. At this time, an entertainment message was scrolling on the TV screen in the milk tea shop. It was probably about a director named Ma who recently started directing a movie himself. The movie was adapted from a well-known IP novel, Sign in at the gate of the Civil Affairs Bureau and be rewarded with a beautiful wife. When Yi Qingqing saw the news, she took a sip of her milk tea and said unhappily, This novel is quite good, how come it was ruined by this director? Why, have you seen it? Yi Qingqing raised her head and said proudly, Of course, this novel is still interesting. The most important thing is that the protagonist of this novel also met and got married with his wife in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Doesn't it look like our scene? Sigh, but after it is adapted into a movie, many things will definitely be cut down. So disappointing. Song Yun put his arm around his wife's shoulders and consoled her, why not buy out this entertainment company? After all, it doesn't cost that much. What are you thinking about? Yi Qingqing leaned against Song Yun's chest and sighed. The company that adapted the movie is called Tianyu, a first-tier entertainment company in China, with a market value of at least 50 or 60 billion. What can't I do with this money? Just when the two were being affectionate with each other, Song Yun's phone rang. The caller was Yuan Si. Brother Song Yun, Mom's 3-stage surgery was completed this morning. The doctor said that as long as she rests and takes medicine in the later stage, she will be fine. Yuan Si's excited voice came from the phone. Song Yun was also very happy to hear this, and planned to take Yi Qingqing to the hospital to see her aunt later. After hanging up the phone, the system voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the story mode with Yuan Si. Yuan Si has been suffering from mental stress since her father passed away and her mother became ill. Her greatest wish is that her mother can be healthy and safe. Now the host has fulfilled Yuan Si's dream and rewarded Tianyu Entertainment Company, which has a market value of 65 billion. It will be acquired by Shanshui Group, and the host's shares in Shanshui Group will increase. The host now owns 45% of Shanshui Group's shares. When Song Yun heard the system's reminder, he remembered that he had a plot with Yuan Si. He didn't expect it to be completed so easily. He was also rewarded with shares in his own entertainment company in Shanshui Group, which cannot be measured by money. So cool. Song Yun smiled brightly at Yi Qingqing, waved his hand and said, "Let's buy whatever you like today." Ah? Yi Qingqing tilted her head and looked at her husband in confusion. I just received some good news. My secret acquisition of Shanshui Group's shares has been finalized, and Shanshui Group has acquired Tianyu Entertainment Company in full. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then she hugged Song Yun's arm and kissed him hard on the cheek several times. "Hubby, you're awesome." It's almost noon now, let's go eat first. Song Yun smiled and hugged Yi Qingqing and found a hot pot restaurant with a high rating. Song Yun asked Yi Qingqing to order some good food first while he went to the bathroom. When he came back, he found that the hot pot was already open, but Yi Qingqing was waiting for him to come back with her chin supported by her hands. Just like when Song Yun was young, his father would work overtime and his mother would prepare meals for Song Yun to eat first, and his mother would wait until his father came home from get off work to heat up the meals and eat together. This is the feeling of home. Song Yun sat down and the two of them started eating. Song Yun is responsible for the hot pot, and Yi Qingqing is responsible for eating. He picked up a piece of crispy tripe, put it in the pot for 7 or 8 seconds, coated it with seasoning, held it to Yi Qingqing's mouth and smiled. Ah! Yi Qingqing ate it in one bite and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. The two of them were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracting the attention of many people in the hot pot restaurant. People are always most tolerant towards couples who are in love. After all, everyone went through this. Back then, they could stay up all night to accompany their girlfriends on the phone for the sake of love, or they could foolishly run downstairs to wait for each other late at night for the sake of a relationship. Thinking of that time, there are only 2 words, green. But no one would hate that wonderful time. After all, at that time, we wanted to give our beloved the best things, wanted to give her a home, and everything we thought about was serious. Everyone looked at the couple with kindness. Crack. Song Yun held up his cell phone and secretly took a picture of Yi Qingqing, who was scalded while eating. She was blowing on her lips in a cute and adorable manner. "You took a sneak shot of me." Yi Qingqing pouted and hit Song Yun's shoulder in dissatisfaction, saying, "Go home and show it to me. All the ugly ones must be deleted. Hey, let's eat." Song Yun quickly put the matter behind him. In his heart, his wife must always be the most beautiful, there is no such thing as her being ugly. At a table not far from where Song Yun took the photo, a girl was wearing a hat and lowered her face very low while eating. It seems like he is afraid of being seen. Chapter 95. Brother, sister is so scary. Song Yun was taking a photo with a flash, and the girl's peripheral vision just happened to catch it. She put down her chopsticks, picked up the wet wipes beside her and gently wiped her red lips. "Sister Lulu, I seem to have been secretly photographed," the girl whispered to the assistant next to her. "Who?" the assistant asked, looking around with a stern look. "It's the young couple at the table over there." The girl's timid look is endearing. If the face under the hat is revealed, everyone will be surprised to find that this is Shang Guanfu, one of the 4 young actresses of the new generation. She graduated from Beijing Film Academy and signed a contract with Tianyu right after graduation. It can be said that she has had a smooth journey. The reason I came to Shanghai this time was to shoot a commercial. I didn't expect that I would be recognized by fans just after the shooting and when I was looking for a place to eat. It's so difficult to be a celebrity. The assistant walked to Song Yun, tapped the table with his fingers and said, "Sir, please delete the photos you just took." Song Yun frowned slightly after hearing this. He had just been trying hard to persuade his wife to continue sleeping in Huasho at night, and suddenly someone came to disturb him. He felt very annoyed. "Why, I need your permission to take photos." The moment Song Yun and Yi Qingqing looked up, the assistant was in a trance for a moment. The boy was handsome and elegant, and the girl was pretty and cute, but her eyes were a little unfriendly. However, this just fits the personality of the iceberg beauty. But he quickly came to his senses and said in a much better tone than before, "You just took a photo of us, I hope you can delete it." "Of course, I will pay for all the consumption of your table today." Song Yun was speechless after hearing this. "Taking secret photos of you? What do you have worth photographing?" Although his phone has a large memory, it only stores useful things. I was taking pictures of my wife just now, and I didn't take pictures of you. I hope you won't disturb us while we're eating. Also, we don't need money for a meal. Song Yun said coldly, which dumbfounded the assistant. Although this young lady was indeed prettier than Shang Guanfu, under the halo of the celebrity effect, most people would still choose the celebrity. The assistant suddenly felt a little angry. You are so handsome and have such a beautiful wife, but you still take pictures of other women secretly. Aren't you a complete scumbag? He said with anger in his tone. You said you didn't take pictures of us just now. Do you know who is sitting over there? Miss Shang Guanfu, you still dared to say you didn't take pictures. Miss, your husband may be handsome, but he seems to be a playboy. I advise you to find another one while you are still young. Yi Qingqing almost jumped up and splashed the hot pot soup on the other person's face. My husband is devoted to me. What nonsense are you talking about? I hope you can manage yourself before managing others. As for Shang Guanfu, isn't she just a little celebrity? As for my husband taking photos of her personally? The assistant was a little confused after hearing this. What was going on? He exposed the true face of this scumbag, but was still scolded by this young lady? He had a hard time understanding what was going on in the minds of today's young girls. However, he still had work to do and was too lazy to argue with Yi Qingqing. He stretched out his hand to Song Yun and said, You said you didn't take any secret photos, so take out your phone and let me check it. If you didn't take any photos, I will apologize to you. If you did, I will find our legal department to sue you for infringing Miss Shangguan's image rights. Song Yun frowned, glanced at the man coldly and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you check my phone? This person is simply sick. First he came to me to delete the photos, then he called me a scumbag, and now he wants to check my phone. Who does he think he is? The supreme judge of the universe? Song Yun has never tolerated such people. Soon, the noise at this table affected the guests next to it. They called the waiter to find out what was going on. Hello, everyone is eating, please keep your voice down. The assistant suppressed his anger and waved at the waiter, signaling him to get out of the way. Brother Fawn, hasn't it been dealt with yet? Shang Guanfu pulled down the brim of her hat and walked forward and asked in a low voice. Immediately. The assistant gritted his teeth and spat out these two words, but in fact he didn't have any good solution. After all, this is a society ruled by law, and he can't just snatch the other person's phone forcefully. Brother, can you please delete the photo you took of me just now? I'm willing to take a photo with you to express my gratitude. Shang Guanfu half knelt and looked at Song Yun, who was sitting on the stool, her eyes full of pity. This trick of hers has always worked. No matter what problem she encounters, as long as she looks at the man charmingly, he will definitely help her solve it. After all, no one can resist asking for help from a beautiful and lovely woman. Before Song Yun could say anything, Yi Qingqing was upset. What's wrong with you, woman? Do you think you can call me brother? Who are you pretending to be so bitchy? My husband didn't take pictures of you, and I'm much prettier than you. Don't be so confident. Yi Qingqing held onto Song Yun with one hand, like a child protecting her favorite toy. Ah, brother, sister is so scary. I didn't say anything. After all, I am a public figure and I need to maintain my image. If the photo just now is not taken well, it will affect my future. If brother really likes me, please delete it, please, please. Can you speak properly? Song Yun had no good feelings towards this kind of people, let alone being so loving as to hand the phone to the other party for inspection. Elder brother. As Shang Guanfu started to speak, Yi Qingqing made a stop gesture. I'll say it one last time. Although you are very famous, it doesn't mean that everyone has to know you or like you. My husband and I don't chase stars, so who you are and what your identity is has nothing to do with us. I hope you can leave immediately. We still have to eat. Shang Guanfu didn't leave either. She just pursed her lips and looked at Song Yun pitifully with misty eyes. The assistant was extremely angry at this point. Although this couple looked good, they really didn't understand reason at all. He waved to a few people at another table. These people were the bodyguards arranged by the company to be beside Shang Guanfu. In order not to expand the influence, he did not call them right away. Now it seems that he has to use some violence. This man secretly took photos of Miss Shangguan. Take his phone away. The assistant said angrily. Shang Guanfu sighed and said softly, Brother, if you hand over your phone now, there will be a chance. Brother is so handsome, and I don't want them to hurt him. But Song Yun didn't take these people seriously. There was no choice but Shang Guanfu stepped aside. The bodyguards crowded forward, two of them tried to restrain Song Yun, while the other one reached out to snatch the phone. Chapter 96 Let her take a rest. It can be seen that these bodyguards are accustomed to snatching. To put it nicely, they are Shang Guanfu's security guards. To put it bluntly, they are a few vicious dogs assigned to Shang Guanfu by Tianyu Company, who use force to solve problems when they arise. Song Yun was not panicked at this time. He made a defensive gesture to the bodyguard who was trying to snatch the phone. The bodyguard showed a sinister smile. He had long disliked this man. He was so handsome, but why? With the idea of crippling Song Yun and having someone else to clean up the mess, he turned his palms into claws, as if he would twist Song Yun's arm after grabbing him. Their hands touched, and Song Yun's movement instantly created an illusion, grabbing the other person's wrist. Crack! After a crisp sound, the bodyguard squatted on the ground wailing in pain. No one could react that Song Yun was so powerful. The two people standing behind him quickly came to their senses and punched Song Yun on the temple. But soon, they felt a pain in their abdomen. They looked down and saw Song Yun's elbow hitting their lower abdomen hard. The force instantly spread throughout their body, and the pain level was no less than that of a woman giving birth. The situation reversed, and Shang Guanfu's assistant stood there in amazement. He was secretly glad that he did not force his way forward just now, otherwise he would have offended this madman. He would not dare to say that his physical fitness was better than those bodyguards. Look at the uneven quality of artists nowadays, there are all kinds of monsters and ghosts. Yi Qingqing stood up and looked down at Shang Guanfu. This woman would probably score more than 80 points after putting on makeup, and with her bitchy words, she could still fully arouse boys' desire to protect her. But what this woman didn't know was that the woman in front of her was hundreds of times superior to her in terms of figure, appearance, and family background. And this man is not a young man who can't walk when he sees a woman. Which entertainment company are you from? Maybe I know your boss. Yi Qingqing displayed her strong woman temperament, instantly oppressing Shang Guanfu to the point where she was speechless. At this moment, Shang Guanfu only felt that she was not facing a beautiful woman, but the president of the company who could decide her fate at a glance. I'm from Tianyu. Tianyu? Song Yun didn't expect that he could meet the artists from his own company today. Judging from the small, there are many people in Tianyu. The president of Tianyu is Lu Guan, and I really don't have much in common with him. Yi Qingqing frowned slightly. It's okay, I'll give him a call. Under Yi Qingqing's somewhat surprised gaze, Song Yun took out his cell phone and called the president of Tianyu. Seeing that the identities of these two people seemed to be really extraordinary, Shang Guanfu's mind went blank. She was at the rising stage of her career at this time. What if the other party knew the senior management of her company and she was hidden? Was she finished? The phone beeped and then became busy. Lu Guan on the other end of the phone looked at the word Mr. Song on the phone screen and felt very nervous. This was the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group, and he acquired Tianyu in a strong manner. He admired the news about Song Yun circulating inside Shanshui Company. Such a young man had come to this point. He must have either extremely shrewd means or a strong background. Either way, he was not a big shot that he could afford to offend. He calmed himself down and answered the phone, trying to keep his tone calm, and asked, "Boss Song, what can I do for you? Is Shang Guanfu an artist in the company?" Shang Guanfu? Lu Guan racked his brains and thought for a while before he thought of this third-tier artist. He asked doubtfully, "She's from our company. Do you like her?" "Don't ask if you don't have to. Give me her information." After saying this, Song Yun hung up the phone. Lu Guan on the other end frowned. Song Yun is a big boss of a multinational group. He controls countless resources. If such a man wants a woman, I'm afraid even Hollywood movie queens will have to line up to serve him. But why is he paying attention to such a small person now? With doubts, he retrieved all the information about Shang Guanfu from the company's internal platform and sent it to Song Yun's email. Inside the hot pot restaurant at this time, the three injured bodyguards had been helped outside by their assistants and were waiting for the arrival of the ambulance. He also had the idea of escaping. After all, the man and woman didn't seem to be from ordinary people. If they were really provoked, a small shrimp like him would not be enough to fill their teeth. Shang Guanfu was the only one left at the scene. She stood there with her head down, her pupils filled with panic. It's over, it's over. It seems that this boy really knows the senior executives of my company. Will I be fired? When she thought of this, Shang Wanfu wondered with great sorrow why she had provoked the other party. Although she was only a third-tier artist now, she had become one of the 4 young actresses of the new generation under the hype of the company. She would surely become a top-tier star in the future. However, this beautiful future was cut off by her own hands. Song Yun's cell phone dinged. He opened his mailbox and checked it, and found that this woman's annual salary was quite high, 30 million a year, not including the share of TV dramas and advertising activities. He roughly calculated that Shang Wanfu could earn at least 60 million a year. Song Yun shook his head, took out his phone and called Lu Guan. I see Shang Wanfu still has a 7-year contract with Tianyu, right? Let this little girl take a break during these 7 years. After these words were spoken, Lu Guan on the other end of the phone realized that what Mr. Song meant by taking a rest was actually hiding him from the public. It turned out that Shang Wanfu had offended Mr. Song. At this moment, Director Ma pushed the door open and saw that Lu Guan was on the phone but did not disturb him. He just put a casting list of the latest film on Lu Guan's desk. Lu Guan flipped through it casually and found that the name of the second female lead was Shang Wanfu's. Mr. Song, Shang Wanfu was the second female lead in our company's latest film. Do you think we should let her contribute to the company for the last time, and then? Song Yun sneered when he heard this. Lu Guan waited for Song Yun's reply, but the other party remained silent at this time. He understood that President Song was not asking for his opinion at all, but giving orders. Lu Guan said quickly, just do as you wish, Mr. Song. I will immediately stop all of Shang Wanfu's business activities. Remember, there are many CEOs in this world. I believe Tianyu can continue to operate even without you. Song Yun's calm words made Lu Guan break out in a cold sweat. Yes, I am just an employee, why should I go against the big boss? I am so stupid. He quickly expressed his stance to Song Yun, fearing that he might offend this major shareholder whom he had never met. Chapter 97 The Cold Reality. After hanging up the phone, Lu Guan took the cup and poured several glasses of cold water, which finally suppressed his inner restlessness. He felt tremendous pressure just from talking to Mr. Song on the phone. This young man was definitely more sophisticated than his age. Looking at Director Ma, who was still sitting on the sofa, Lu Guan wiped his face lightly with a wet towel and asked tiredly, "Is the crew ready for work?" "Yes." Director Ma's expression was a little strange at this time. He was Lu Guan's college classmate. Having been classmates for several years, he naturally knew Lu Guan's abilities. Thinking back to the time when Lu Guan had to fight through so many obstacles to get to the position of CEO of Tianyu, how could such a person lose his composure over a phone call? "Boss Lu, what happened?" Lu Guan rubbed his temple with a headache, sighed and said, "You know that our company was acquired by Shanshui Group, right?" "I know. Shanshui Group is a large multinational company. Its shareholders are all big shots who can influence the world." "Is this call from a shareholder?" Director Ma was full of curiosity. "Oh, it's more than that. This call is from Mr. Song Yun, the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group. Shang Wanfu, that woman, couldn't have offended anyone else, but she offended Mr. Song. Now, no one can protect her." "Shang Wanfu?" Director Ma's eyes widened. This woman was exactly the second female lead he had chosen. Although he said he had chosen her, they had actually been secretly in contact for a long time. The two of them went to Sanya for a trip for more than a week, and Director Ma decided on the candidate only after they came back. It's a pity. Although this girl is a bitch, her skills are very strong. After more than a week in Sanya, she lost a lot of weight when she came back. Please work harder for the role of the second female lead, please choose another one. After experiencing Song Yun's questioning, Lu Guan felt obviously a little depressed. When he thought that he almost sacrificed his future for someone who didn't want to do it, Lu Guan secretly cursed that idiot Shang Wanfu in his heart. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't care that there were other people in the room and directly called the company's general agent. He started by talking about the national quintessence, which made the other party look confused. When he found out that it was because of Shang Wanfu, he was so frightened that he couldn't speak. He knew too well how troublesome Shang Wanfu was. If her green tea bitch remarks really provoked someone, it would be like saying something bad to the other person. The general agent swore to heaven that he would never arrange any commercial activities for Shang Wanfu during the contract period. Only then did Lu Guan give up. On the other side, inside a hot pot restaurant in Magic City, Shang Wanfu stood there, and from the initial shock, she gradually became a little impatient. I was so stupid that I was easily fooled by these two guys. More than 10 minutes have passed. If the company really wanted to make trouble for me, they would have called me and scolded me a long time ago. But now nothing has happened. This is enough to prove that this boy is a liar. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave. Shang Wanfu no longer plays the role of the girl next door, revealing her original arrogance. Yes, a person who was signed by a top entertainment company in China right after graduating from university and reached his current position in just a few years, this resume is enough to prove his excellence in that industry. Her harmless appearance when she was a green tea girl was just her character setting. Wait a little longer, maybe the information to inform you will come soon, Song Yun said lightly. Yi Qingqing looked at her husband with admiration. Her husband was truly amazing and had such a wide network of contacts that even Tianyu's president, Lu Guan, was like a younger brother in front of him. What are you pretending to be? Shang Wanfu rolled her eyes at Song Yun, and then her cell phone rang. She opened the company's internal group and found that the general agent announced the suspension of all her business activities until the expiration of her contract. Shang Wanfu's face became paler and paler, and the hand holding the phone was shaking slightly, and it was unclear whether it was out of anger or fear. It's true. Everything this boy said is true. I was so stupid. I thought the other person was just showing off. My future is gone, everything is gone. Then Lu Guan's message came. Our chairman, Mr. Song Yun, proposed that the internal artist ethics inspection of Tianyu begin, with no time limit. In addition, since Miss Shang Wanfu's artist quality is not high, the annual salary system will be changed to a monthly basic salary of 8,000, and all activities will be represented by Shi Wan. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The artists of Tianyu Company were dumbfounded when they saw the news. Everyone knows that the entertainment industry is a turbid pool of water. You can't survive in it without some skills. But now they are going to start a moral inspection. Why? After some first-line artists learned the inside story from their own agents, they shared it with their familiar friends. Soon everyone in Tianyu Company knew that it was because Shang Wanfu had offended the chairman Song Yun that the latter decided to rectify the internal environment of the company. Shang Wanfu, it doesn't matter if you commit suicide on your own, but why are you so blind as to drag us into this? Now, with 8,000 yuan a month, I can't even afford the property management fee in this old city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It's what I deserve. Shang Wanfu just felt cold all over now. She had already foreseen the scene of being ridiculed after returning to Suzhou City. Yes, she was just a small artist. It would be fine if she died alone, but she also dragged a group of people down with her. It would be strange if those bigwigs in the entertainment industry didn't hate her to death. What's more, the handsome guy in front of him is actually the chairman of the company. No wonder he can order the president around at will. I am so damn stupid. I have been pretending to be a green tea girl too much and now my brain is a little abnormal. Let alone taking a photo of herself, even if the other party, who was a president, gave her a room card, she would still go there early with gratitude. What to do? What to do now? She is only in her 20s. She will be 30 after the contract expires. It will be impossible for her to make a comeback. Is there any way to save herself now? By the way, Director Ma. She suddenly remembered that Director Ma was President Lu Guan's college classmate and had always held a very high position in the company. Perhaps she could get in touch with Lu Guan through him, and then ask Lu Guan to plead for her. She stumbled out of the hot pot restaurant, took out her cell phone and called Director Ma. But no one answered the call, and when I called again, the phone was turned off. The last straw broke the camel's back. It was obvious that Director Ma didn't want to ruin his impression in front of the new chairman because of a woman. It can be said that no one can save Shang Wanfu. She can only accept the cold reality helplessly. After all of this was caused by herself. She was so distraught that she booked a second-class high-speed rail ticket back to Beijing. After all, the company would not pay for any of her travel expenses. As someone who took a business-class seat when she came to Shanghai, this was undoubtedly a huge irony. Chapter 98. Come to my company. Director Ma returned to his own office and knocked his forehead with a headache. Casting requires the crew to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to finally finalize a suitable candidate. But now the filming is about to start, and that stupid bitch Shang Wanfu has killed herself, and now a lot of trouble is waiting for him. Seeing Director Ma's gloomy face, his assistant stepped forward to ask, then clapped his hands and said, Director Ma, don't we have a backup candidate? You mean? Xiao. Director Ma then remembered the unknown person he had ignored. In fact, he had consciously excluded Xiao. After all, a film crew not only has a director, but also stagehands, lighting staff, screenwriters, and producers. If these people take a fancy to Xiao, he will definitely not be able to get any benefits. Well, this matter is temporarily assigned to Xiao, you go contact her. Director Ma thought for a moment and found that the other women had either been in the entertainment industry for many years or were not suitable for the role at all. He decided to have a good chat with Xiao about the script when the time comes and enjoy this fresh peach first. On the other side, Song Yun took Yi Qingqing to Huachuan Private Hospital. After visiting Yuan's mother, they came to his aunt's ward. Now, my aunt is resting in the hospital, and my uncle and my cousin Song Jixing are taking turns to look after her. It's not that the nursing care in Huachuan Private Hospital is not good, but my aunt needs a family member to chat with her. When she entered the ward, the aunt's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Qingqing's appearance. The girl was beautiful and had an excellent temperament, which reminded the aunt of a lady from a prominent family whom she had met a long time ago. She came from a scholarly family and spoke differently from ordinary people. That gentle temperament made my aunt, a woman, immersed in it. Obviously, the feeling Yi Qingqing brought to her aunt was far greater than that of that lady from a wealthy family. The aunt was lying on the hospital bed, holding Yi Qingqing's hand and chatting about family matters. Song Yun, Uncle Song and Song Jixing were smoking in the smoking room outside the ward. "Brother, are you off duty today?" Hearing Song Yun's curious question, Song Jixing smiled bitterly and said, "I was fired. The company's boss felt that someone in my family was hospitalized and I would definitely not be able to work properly, so he persuaded me to quit." "That's good. You can spend more time with your mother. You don't know that when you were working, your mother was waiting for you to come back home every day." Uncle Song sniffed, hiding the bitterness in his eyes. He knew that his son had worked in that company for more than 5 years. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings for the company. It was just that the company's way of doing things was too ruthless. Even if it meant paying compensation, they had to terminate the contract with Song Jixing. "Brother, why don't you come over here and help me?" Song Yun thought for a while and said slowly. He knew how capable his cousin was. He was absolutely dedicated to his career and had a strong learning ability. He would feel at ease if there was someone from his family watching over his group. "No, people will gossip about you if you place someone in the company." Song Jixing knew very well how disgusting the gossip of small groups in the company could be. If Song Yun's reputation was ruined because of him, he would never go there. "Don't worry, I'm the largest shareholder of the company. Let alone placing you in the group, even replacing the president is a piece of cake." Song Yun said with a smile, "But I can only place you in the most basic job in Shanshui Group. Whether you can climb up depends on you." "Shanshui Group?" Song Jixing took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Everyone knows the reputation of Shanshui Group. Getting into this company is not about the salary but the connections. Maybe the other person who connects you to the project is a foreign financial tycoon. In this group, what you learn is far more important than the money you earn. "Okay. Then when do I go to work?" Seeing Song Jixing's high-spirited expression, Song Yun smiled and said, "Anytime, just go to the front desk of the Magic City branch and tell them that I asked you to come to work." Song Jixing nodded heavily, and Uncle Song looked at the two juniors with satisfaction. After all, blood is thicker than blood. If his son really has the ability in the future, he can help his younger brother. The three of them chatted and smoked and then returned to the ward. It can be seen that the aunt is very satisfied with Yi Qingqing. She took Yi Qingqing's hand and told her about Song Yun's embarrassing childhood. Yi Qingqing covered her mouth and looked at her beloved man with a smile. The two sat for a while and then returned to Huashou Villa. 49 cities. Xiaowan sat on the sofa at home eating the fruit washed by her mother. Now that she had offended that director Ma, she could forget about making it in the entertainment industry. She had already submitted many resumes and planned to find a class to attend. Just at this moment, Director Ma's assistant called. "Xiaowan, are you free now?" "I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm suitable for this job, so please stop harassing me." After hearing Xiaowan's words, the other party was obviously stunned. No, I'm here to talk to you sincerely." The assistant sensed the coldness in Xiaowan's tone and quickly said, "Director Ma has temporarily selected you as the second female lead in the new film." Xiaowan didn't know what the other party was up to, but she was not one of those little girls who would obey orders once they were tricked into doing something. Assistant Yang, you should also know what Director Ma did to me, right? Do you think I can still believe what you say? This. Assistant Yang felt embarrassed. He had seen too many female artists in the company who would knock on the director's door for a role, but he didn't expect to meet a strong-willed one today. Don't worry, I swear to you, what we are talking about now is definitely work. Assistant Yang said, why don't we make an appointment at a place tomorrow, you choose it, and then Director Ma and I will be there on time, what do you think? Hearing this, Xiaowan hesitated for a moment. To be honest, she was still very passionate about acting. What if Director Ma turned over a new leaf? So she decided on a public place. She didn't believe that Director Ma would behave like a hooligan in public. Early the next morning, Xiaowan finished washing up and came to the agreed coffee shop with her bag. As soon as I pushed the door open, I found that Director Ma and Assistant Yang had arrived. Assistant Yang waved at Xiaowan, who was sitting opposite them, still somewhat alert. Xiaowan, I believe there was some misunderstanding between us before, I want to explain it to you. Before Director Ma could finish his words, Xiaowan interrupted him coldly, Director Ma, please speak up. Director Ma was not angry. He asked Assistant Yang to take out a script and began to explain it to Xiaowan in detail. As Xiaowan listened, she gradually became interested. This role was positioned very well, as it was a rare positive second female lead. Moreover, some of the experiences of this second female lead were similar to hers. She simulated the scene in her mind and found that she could act out the entire scene smoothly. Chapter 99. Do you want to be famous? An hour later, Director Ma took a sip of coffee, moistened his throat and said, how do you feel? This script is so well written. Xiaowan looked a little excited. She smiled and said, I thought the original novel was already very good, but I didn't expect it to be so good after the adaptation. To be honest, this role is actually not yours. Director Ma said slowly, it's just that for some reason, I feel that you are more suitable for this role. I overcame all objections to finalize it. Do you understand how much I have paid for it? Xiaowan was silent after hearing this. After a moment, she said seriously, since Director Ma trusts me so much, I will definitely play the role well and not embarrass you. It's not that Xiaowan didn't understand the meaning of Director Ma's words, but she had already made up her mind not to get involved with those artists who traded their bodies for roles. Director Ma sneered and looked Xiaowan up and down, admiring in his heart that this girl was full of vitality, which was something that those women who had been in the entertainment industry for many years could not compare to. If he didn't take a bite of such a woman, he would be itching to get a taste of her. Xiaowan, I have been in the industry for many years, and I have helped countless actresses become famous. You may be the next one. Director Ma concealed the desire deep in his eyes and said, but why must I support you? Director Ma motioned Assistant Yang to leave first. He sat upright on the sofa and said seriously, whether this role belongs to you or not depends on your opinion. Director Ma thought that he had made his words very clear. Xiaowan should be able to understand what he meant, right? After all, Xiaowan is only one step away from becoming famous. If she is willing to take that path, then she will surely become famous in the future. Seeing Xiaowan remain silent, Director Ma added fuel to the fire and said, Xiaowan, we are all adults, and you should also know that getting something for nothing is impossible in the strict entertainment industry. Any gift given is at a predetermined price. Actually, for me, anyone can be the second female lead. I'm not a picky director. If you want to get the role, you have to be willing to give up something. After saying that, Director Ma waited for Xiaowan's reply. Xiaowan still didn't speak. Director Ma became a little impatient. He took out a room card from his jacket pocket, pushed it in front of Xiaowan and said, you are such a smart girl, you must know what it means. I'll wait for you. Director Ma stood up and prepared to leave. Xiaowan spoke up at this time, wait. Director Ma was overjoyed, it worked. Finally tamed this little wild horse. Yes, what girl in the world can resist the temptation of fame? And I happen to be able to provide the corresponding channels. Xiaowan, you. But then, he saw Xiaowan place the rune card above the coffee cup and then release her fingers. Plop. The rune card fell into the coffee. I'm sorry, I'm just stubborn. I don't want to accept charity from others. Xiaowan said coldly. I thought Director Ma was here sincerely to discuss the script, but now it seems that he still has those dirty thoughts in mind. Director Ma was angered by Xiaowan's actions. His eyes widened and he was filled with rage. He has never been insulted like this since his debut. Do you really think he is a Buddha made of clay who can forgive you time and again? He watched Xiaowan pick up her backpack and leave, and shouted at her back with gritted teeth, "Xiaowan, since you are so ungrateful, don't even think about staying in the industry." To be honest, the original second female lead was banned by the company because she offended someone she shouldn't have offended. I think you are not far from her. Xiaowan did not stop because of these words. On the contrary, she felt relaxed and her steps were particularly brisk. Although I will never be able to participate in the performing arts career that I love again, being able to stick to my principles is more important than anything else. Bitch. 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 Director Ma angrily raised his coffee cup and slammed it to the ground. The waiter saw it and wanted to come over to stop him, but was stopped by Assistant Yang, who stuffed a stack of money into his mouth. Assistant Yang stood carefully beside Director Ma and asked, "Xiaowan, don't mention this bitch to me again." Director Ma's eyes turned red, and he said viciously, "Does she really think she can be so arrogant just because she is a little pretty? I want her to know the consequences of not taking me seriously. You immediately contact the people from various entertainment companies and tell them that Xiaowan has bad conduct and ask them to use her with caution." It was also the first time that Assistant Yang saw Director Ma so angry. He couldn't help but mourn for Xiaowan in his heart. According to Director Ma's power, this was already considered a complete online ban. The other side. After Xiaowan left the coffee shop, she felt extremely bitter. The dream of becoming an actress was something she had nurtured since she was a child. Now that she had to give it up, she felt empty. "Xiaowan, are you really going to give up your dream? Even without Director Ma, there are still other crews. Even if you start as a minor role, there is still hope." Xiaowan encouraged herself in her heart. Yes, why should she think that the entire industry is full of filth just because of a bad apple in the industry? She believed that with her unremitting efforts, there would definitely be a director who would see her superb acting skills. She hurried back home, copied more than 20 copies of her resume while it was still light, and then rode her bike to various film crews. During the first interview, the staff politely asked her to go home and wait for further notice. When interviewing the second person, the assistant director threw my resume into the trash can with an arrogant look on his face. During the third interview, the screenwriter directly kicked Xiaowan out on the grounds that she did not fit the character of the play. When interviewing the fourth person, the director didn't even look at her. He just pointed at the door and asked Xiaowan to leave. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh. After interviewing 13 people in a row, Xiaowan finally understood what the consequences Director Ma was talking about. Her own acting career has been cut short, and these crews would never offend the famous director of Tianyu just because of a nobody. It seems that I really need to wake up. Tianyu Company, President's Office. Lu Guan felt a bit of a headache when listening to Director Ma's work report. According to Director Ma, the casting will take more than 10 days. But what is the most valuable thing for the crew? Time. As long as we start working, every minute and every second counts. If more than 10 days are wasted, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars will be lost. Old Ma, I've read this script. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that hard to find a second female lead, right? After listening to Lu Guan's words, Director Ma said seriously, "Mr. Lu, this film has an investment of 160 million. If we use third and fourth tier celebrities, it will not increase the impact at all. But if we use those second tier actors, they are afraid that they will mess up their roles and cause their reputation to decline. I am also in a dilemma." Chapter 100, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Old fox. Lu Guan cursed Director Ma in his heart. In fact, when Director Ma first entered the circle, he was still a relatively upright director. However, he could not withstand the repeated bombardment of those leading actresses and soon fell into the arms of the gentle ladies. It is precisely because Director Ma is criticized for every film he makes, yet makes a lot of money, that makes Lu Guan love and hate his old classmate. I'll give you a week to choose a suitable character. Otherwise, we'll lose money as soon as Shanshui Group takes over the company. If Director Song blames you, will you take the blame or will I? Lu Guan slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. Director Ma was startled, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Why don't we invite Director Song to participate in the casting of our film? Does a big shot like Mr. Song have time to take care of these trivial matters?" Lu Guan wanted to point at Director Ma's forehead and scold this bastard. "It's okay if you don't want a future, but Director Song has already woken me up once for my position as president. Now it's as if I'm incompetent. Isn't this harming me? This won't work, and that won't work either. So, Mr. Lu, what do you think we should do?" Oh my! This bastard dares to get angry. Lu Guan shouted angrily, if I knew what I was doing, what would I ask you to do? If you don't want to take over this film, change the project as soon as possible. Hearing this, the fire in director Ma's heart was extinguished like a basin of cold water. He knows how much the company has invested in this film, and that the film adapted from this well-known IP will surely have high attendance and word of mouth. As a director who is always ready to make a comeback, this opportunity must not be missed. Boss Lu, how about this? I'll prepare a list of actors for you. You can mention it to Director Song when you're reporting on your work. If Director Song thinks that the actor is good enough, we can use that one. Lu Guan thought about this bad idea and found that it was very feasible. He nodded in agreement. After Director Ma left, Lu Guan tapped the table with his fingers, thinking that after this incident, he must put this guy named Ma aside. If he continued like this, Tan Yu's reputation would be ruined. After Director Ma left, he wrote down several women who had traveled with him on the list. When Lu Guan saw this list, he almost overturned the table. Damn it, this Ma Donyang must want to die. There are 10 names on the list, and 7 of them have slept with him. Even if he was trying to plant someone, he couldn't be so open about it. In that case, don't blame me for suing you to Director Song later. After preparing his words, Lu Guan cleared his throat twice and called Song Yun. At this time, Song Yun was sitting at home watching a movie sweetly with Yi Qingqing. A phone call came and the sweet atmosphere was broken. Song Yun frowned slightly and glanced at the caller's message, thinking to himself, if you, the president of Tianyu, have nothing to do, just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you later. Hello, Mr. Song. I hope I am not disturbing you. Lu Guan's wording and tone were very sincere. Song Yun hummed and didn't continue. It's like this. Tianyu has recently prepared a new film with a relatively large investment. Shang Guanfu was originally the second female lead in the play, but she was abandoned by the company due to her bad behavior. It took a while to find a new candidate, so Director Ma prepared a list. I would like to show it to you first. This was said very skillfully. Not only did he clear himself from the incident, he also secretly tricked Ma Donyang. As long as Song Yin found out that the names on the list were full of duds, the first thing he would do would definitely be to blame that bastard. Send me an email. Okay, Mr. Song, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Guan showed a meaningful smile and quickly sent Director Ma's list to Song Yun's email. Who is it? Yi Qingqing asked curiously. Lu Guan. Song Yun opened his email and said, didn't Shanshui Group acquire Tianyu? One of Tianyu's films got into trouble because of Shang Guanfu's absence. Lu Guan wanted me to check on the new actors. Let me have some rest. This novel has been adapted into a film. For a fan of the original novel like Yi Qingqing, of course, they hope that the filming will be true to the character. When she saw the 10 people on the list, her brows furrowed. Is this the carefully selected one? Yi Qingqing said unhappily, 8 of these people have had scandals, and they were hotel scandals. The male protagonist of 7 of the scandals was that Director Ma. Song Yun narrowed his eyes after hearing this. The water here is quite deep. Send the list back and let them choose again. Yi Qingqing said to Song Yun coquettishly, husband, this novel is so good. If it is ruined, not only will you lose money, but you will also hurt the heart of the woman you love most. Fight back, fight back. Song Yun admitted that he was a loser and couldn't resist his wife's honey trap, but isn't this the reaction a normal man should have? Oh, by the way, husband, when we went to visit my great-aunt, she told me, didn't my great-aunt's daughter graduate from the Chinese opera? Why not let my cousin try? Yi Qingqing's words woke Song Yun up. Yes. How could he forget about Xiao Wan? If Xiao Wan's acting skills were really good, he wouldn't mind helping her at all. So Song Yun quickly called Lu Guan and told him that the candidate had been temporarily decided and he would make the final decision later. Lu Guan was extremely excited when he heard this. Finally, he didn't have to take the blame anymore. Song Yun then called his aunt again. After explaining the situation, his aunt said with relief, you, a little kid, have finally made it. You have become a big shot. Wait, I will wait for your cousin to come back and discuss it with you. I will write you a letter in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, the aunt called Xiao Wanda many times before her daughter answered. Mom, I'm on the set, what's up? Xiao Wan asked in a low voice. Come back soon, your brother Song Yun has arranged a second female role for you in a movie. Upon hearing the news, Xiaowan was so excited that she almost fainted. After a day of rejection, she had already thought of giving up, but she didn't expect that brother Song Yun, now that he is successful, actually has such deep connections in the entertainment industry. She didn't dare to ask for the leading female role or the second female role. Even if brother Song Yun said in the end that it was just a supporting role, she would still be willing. Xiaowan took a taxi and hurried back home. She made a video call to Song Yun with a nervous heart. The call was connected and a beautiful woman's face appeared on the other end. If Xiaowan hadn't confirmed again and again that she had dialed the wrong number, she would have thought that her cousin's phone was lost. "Hello, I am Song Yun's wife, and you must be my cousin," Xiaowan Yiqingqing said with a smile. As long as they were members of Song Yun's family, she loved them very much. Moreover, after her aunt's explanation of the internal affairs of the Song family, she knew that no one in the Song family had ulterior motives and that bullshit did not exist. Chapter 101 Happy Family Atmosphere. "Are you my cousin's wife?" Xiaowan asked somewhat hesitantly, because Yiqingqing's appearance was so stunning that even she, a woman, would feel suffocated the moment she saw Yiqingqing. Yes, my name is Yiqingqing, you can call me Sister Qingqing." Yiqingqing smiled and said, "I heard from my aunt that you graduated from the Central Academy of Drama, and now there is a vacancy for the second female lead in a film. Your brother was originally planning to test your acting skills, but after I saw you, my sister, I decided it was you. Your appearance alone is very suitable." No. "Sister-in-law, you are beautiful." At this time, Song Yun came over with a plate of washed fruits. Taking the phone from Yiqingqing, Song Yun smiled and asked, "How have you been lately?" "That's about it," Xiaowan replied with some pain. She didn't dare to say more, fearing that tears would flow out involuntarily. Song Yun saw the mist in his cousin's eyes, frowned and asked, "Who bullied you?" It's okay, brother, thank you. If it weren't for your call, I might have planned to change my job." Hearing this, Song Yun became even more worried. When they were young, they all lived with their grandparents and knew each other's temperament very well. Xiaowan aspired to be a good actor when she was young and had been working hard in this direction. Why was she planning to quit now? However, everyone has their own experiences. If Xiaowan doesn't tell him, Song Yun, as her brother, won't take the initiative to expose the other's wounds. The role of the second female lead is given to you. Your sister-in-law and I will go to Sijio City tomorrow and introduce you to some directors. Song Yun's words floated into Xiaowan's ears, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Is her fate going to be rewritten by her brother? "Xiaowan, your brother and I will book a flight and go there tomorrow. Don't worry, you won't suffer any grievances with us around." Yiqingqing also encouraged and said that after all, Xiaowan was still her sister-in-law. No matter what injustice she had suffered, she, as her sister-in-law, must help her sister-in-law get back at her. Xiaowan finally couldn't hold back her tears, and nodded with her hands covering her mouth and sobbing. Early the next morning, Song Yun and Yiqingqing boarded a plane to Sijio City. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the plane landed in Sijio City. As soon as they got out of the airport, they saw Xiaowan waving at them. Song Yun looked at the little girl who had grown into a beautiful girl, and felt deeply moved. Yiqingqing held Xiaowan's hand affectionately, and the two began to chat in private. Song Yun pricked up his ears and heard that it was Yiqingqing who was asking about his past love history. Song Yun was nervous and hoped that his cousin would not betray him. The three of them hailed an airport taxi and went all the way to my aunt's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his uncle and aunt busy in the kitchen. Song Yun hadn't seen such a warm scene for a long time. When the eldest aunt saw Song Yun, she exclaimed, wiped her hands on her apron, grabbed Song Yun's arm and looked at him carefully. "You must not have eaten well. You have lost weight. Perhaps in the eyes of the elders, their own children will never be as healthier as those around them. This is also the proof of the blood connection of the Chinese nation. You have nothing to do with me, and I don't care whether you are fat or thin. Aunt, I'm living a good life now, but you have more and more wrinkles over the years," Song Yun said with some heartache. Song Wan rolled her eyes at Song Yun in annoyance. This kid has never been able to speak since he was a child. How could he start by saying that a woman is old? Song Wan left Song Yun aside and looked back. Sure enough, the girl accompanying her daughter was very beautiful. Even the big stars on TV pale in comparison to her. Is this my niece's wife? The Song family's ancestors were so lucky to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law marry into the family. She decided to burn 2 incense sticks for her ancestors tonight and pray that her family would be safe. Hurry up and sit down, the food will be ready soon. Song Wan welcomed the guests warmly and then asked her husband to come out and talk to the guests. My uncle-in-law is called Xiao Chang. He is now semi-retired from the Chinese Folk Art Association, but from his wrinkled face, you can still vaguely see what he looked like when he was young. What a handsome guy. Xiao Yun, come and sit down. Xiao Chang patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, I heard from my brother-in-law that you are now successful. How is your business recently? It's okay. Every industry is involved. Song Yun had a good impression of his uncle-in-law. First, he was so handsome when he was young, which planted a seed in Song Yun's young heart that he would also become handsome in the future. Second, his uncle-in-law was very open-minded and did not have the condescending attitude of other elders. He could get along well with the younger generations. When you were little I told you that you would be a great man when you grow up, and now it's come true. You always say that every kid you meet will have a bright future. Does my Song Yun's current status have anything to do with you? Song Wan poked her head out from the kitchen and said. My uncle laughed awkwardly twice, then stood up and carefully took out a bottle of old wine from the cabinet. He opened the lid, and a strong aroma of wine hit my face. The uncle raised his eyebrows and smiled at Song Yun. You are in for a treat today. This wine was bought by one of my apprentices. I have stored it for more than 30 years. I will never take it out if an outsider comes to my house. You have high blood pressure, high blood sugar and high cholesterol and you still want to drink. I'm warning you, you can only drink 1 glass at noon. Song Wan struck again. When my uncle heard this, he shook his head regretfully and wished he could find some beeswax to seal the bottle. Yi Qingqing was lying on the sofa and was very envious of such a family atmosphere. After all, when she was very young, her father would always unconsciously forget many things he had promised her when doing business, so family warmth was very important to her. Sister-in-law, my dad is an old drunkard, but my mom usually keeps him under control so he doesn't dare to get too drunk. Just wait and see, my dad will definitely coax me into drinking a couple of glasses at noon today. Xiao Wan laughed softly in Yi Qingqing's ear. I really envy that everyone in your family can live freely and comfortably, it's great. Yi Qingqing's words fell into Xiao Chang's ears. Xiao Chang cleared his throat twice, sat back on the sofa and said, Qingqing, I'm sorry for you. You didn't even have a wedding after marrying into the Song family. I will definitely criticize that brat Song Yun later. Uncle, Song Yun and I just need to love each other. As for things like weddings, it doesn't matter whether we have them or not. Yi Qingqing's words made Xiao Chang feel very relieved. It could be seen that this little girl truly loved Song Yun, and that was enough. Bring the food, bring the food. The eldest aunt's words came from the kitchen, and Xiao Chang immediately turned into a lackey and went to serve the dishes. The family sat around the round table. Uncle Xiao Chang poured the wine, raised his glass and said, I thought I would see Song Yunshire again during the Chinese New Year, but I didn't expect you to care so much about Xiao Wan. As an elder, it's enough for me to see that you can unite and love each other. I won't say much, it's all in the wine. After saying that, Xiao Chang tilted his head back and drank half a glass of wine. Chapter 102, Mr. Song, you are young and promising. After dinner, Song Yun called Lu Guan in front of Xiao Wan and asked him to have dinner together in the evening. Only then did Lu Guan realize that the big boss had already arrived in Suzhou City. He did not dare to relax and called Director Ma on the set. Director Song has arrived in Suzhou City. Let's have dinner together tonight. Has Director Song decided on the candidate? Director Ma was looking forward to it, thinking that Song Yun, an outsider, would definitely not understand so many tricks. As long as the other party chose someone on the list, he could connect with the female artist. Wouldn't that be a great night? Director Song said it's tentative. But I contacted the artists on the list, and they have cleared their schedules for me to wait. Lu Guanqin smiled secretly and said calmly, if you have any opinions, just go find Director Song. Director Ma wilted after hearing this. He didn't dare to provoke a giant like Song Yun. For the entertainment industry, money is king. The other party was able to acquire a large company like Tianyu in full, so it would not be easy for them to deal with a director. Okay, then I'll let them wait. I hope you won't let me down when we have dinner together tonight, okay? Of course. Director Ma thought to himself that if he were to have dinner at the same table with Director Song in the evening, he would definitely use all he had learned in his life to flatter Director Song and make him very happy. This would ensure his future success in Tianyu and even in the entire industry. In the afternoon, Yi Qingqing accompanied Xiao Wan to buy a dress. When Xiaowan saw the label of more than 100,000 yuan on the dress, she quickly refused it. But Yi Qingqing, as a sister-in-law, was meeting her sister-in-law for the first time, so she certainly couldn't be stingy. Besides, as the chairman of the Magic Crystal Group, she was not short of money at all. After buying the dresses, the two girls went shopping. Yi Qingqing also bought several sets of matching jewelry, as well as expensive cosmetics and skin care products. Song Yun followed the two girls carrying large and small bags. He didn't understand why the two girls who looked so weak didn't feel tired at all while walking and shopping. Even he, a man who had been transformed by the system, was a little out of breath. Yi Qingqing even pulled Xiaowan to go shopping in 2 more shops before going back. Finally we finished shopping, and all the gift boxes couldn't fit in the trunk, so we had to pile half of them on the back seat. The two girls returned home and started to put on makeup and change clothes. Song Yun stayed with her uncle in the living room and talked. After more than an hour, Yi Qingqing walked out openly, bringing the somewhat shy Xiaowan with her. It was Xiaowan's first time wearing a dress, and she obviously felt a little uncomfortable. When the eldest uncle saw his daughter's stunning appearance, his eyes lit up and he said, "My daughter has grown up. It's getting late, let's go to the appointment." Song Yun naturally couldn't take a taxi. He had already contacted his father-in-law in the afternoon and specially transferred a business car from the Yi Group branch, which was waiting downstairs. On the other side, at the entrance of the agreed hotel, Director Ma was waiting there early. He changed into an expensive suit and put his hair back. He no longer looked greasy, but instead had the temperament of a scholar. Lu Guan was wearing casual clothes and looked like he was meeting an old friend. This is the difference in level. Director Ma may try his best to get a chance to stand out, while Lu Guan wants to leave Song Yun with the impression that he is harmless as much as possible. Soon, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the hotel. A driver got out of the car and opened the back door, and Song Yun got out first. Lu Guan had seen Song Yun's photo on the Shanshui Group's internal network and recognized him immediately. He gave Director Ma a look, and Director Ma obediently took over the driver's seat, putting his hand on the top of the car door to prevent the people behind from bumping their heads. Yi Qingqing was the second one to come out. When Director Ma saw her, his face turned red. He didn't know what was going on. Director Song's female companion made him think of the feeling of first love. He didn't dare to look any longer and quickly lowered his head. This resulted in him still looking at the tip of his shoes carefully when Xiaowan came out, for fear of causing displeasure to the big shot. But Xiaowan recognized the man at a glance. Why is Director Ma here? Could it be that the second female lead introduced by brother Song Yun is the one from the movie that Director Ma mentioned before? She was very conflicted at the moment, feeling panic, confusion, and surprise, but she quickly suppressed all the negative emotions. Because she saw Tianyu Company's president Lu Guan being servile in front of her brother, and it was obvious that he was trying to curry favor with him. She just wanted to play a role and didn't want to cause trouble, so she followed her sister-in-law silently. "Mr. Song, you are young and promising. Tianyu Company will surely become more brilliant under your leadership." After Lu Guan's compliments, he led the way in front, while Director Ma followed slowly behind. At his level, he was not yet qualified to introduce his identity to Song Yun. Lu Guan led Song Yun and the other two into the private room, then stopped Director Ma at the door and whispered, "It seems that Director Song doesn't want to use anyone on your list. I know one of the 2 female companions that Director Song brought. The most beautiful one is the only daughter of the Yi family, the richest family in Magic City. The other one might be the second female lead. You must agree to whatever request that girl makes about the script, no matter if it's reasonable or unreasonable." Director Ma swallowed his saliva after hearing this. The Yi family, the richest family in Shanghai? It seems that Director Song's identity is very mysterious. He has heard that the only daughter of the Yi family is a well-known strong woman in the business world, but now she is docilely accompanying Director Song. Doesn't that mean that Director Song is even more? Thinking of this, Director Ma quickly nodded and agreed, "Don't even mention changing the script, I have no objection even if you change the script." Lu Guan patted Director Ma on the shoulder with satisfaction and said, "It will be up to you to handle the professional matters later." Song Yun, Yi Qingqing, and Xiaowan were sitting in the box. This private room is the most expensive one in this 5-star hotel. Lu Guan dared not relax at all when the big boss came to inspect. The food alone cost more than $500,000, not including additional drinks. He walked out of the door with Director Ma, smiled peacefully and said, "Director Song, welcome to Sijiachang. Let me introduce you to this person, the director of that film, Ma Dongyang." "Hello, Mr. Song, you can just call me Xiao Ma." Director Ma said meekly with his head down. Although Director Ma is already in his 40s and Song Yun is only in his 20s, the difference in status cannot be made up by age. It can be said that Song Yun was giving face to Ma Dongyang by calling him Xiao Ma. Song Yun nodded but didn't stand up. Upon seeing this, Lu Guan led Ma Xian to his seat. He personally poured a glass of wine for Song Yun and then said to Song Yun respectfully, "It is an honor for Tianyu that President Song is willing to come to Suzhou City to inspect Tianyu in person. As the president of Tianyu, I would like to offer you a glass of wine. I'll drink it, you can do as you please." After saying that, Lu Guan drank it all in one gulp. Song Yun drank half a cup with a calm expression, which was considered to be giving face to the other party. Chapter 103 You are a black sheep. Lu Guan glanced at the amount of wine in Song Yun's cup and felt relieved. It seemed that Mr. Song did not target him because of the Shangguan Fu incident. "Mr. Song, it is my great honor to meet you today. On behalf of all the crew members, I salute you." Director Ma also stood up and picked up a full glass of white wine. He didn't dare to say anything like "I'll drink it, you can do whatever you want." After he finished drinking, his face turned red. After all, he hadn't eaten a single bite of food and drank a whole glass of wine, so it was lucky that he didn't feel dizzy. Song Yun didn't touch his glass, but said calmly, "My wife really likes the original novel. I hope Director Ma can perfectly restore the original novel." Upon hearing this, Director Ma excitedly poured himself another full glass of white wine and swore, "I am willing to make a pledge in front of you. I will definitely shoot this film well. Eat some food, it's still early." Director Ma was almost moved to tears when he heard Song Yun's caring words. Oh my god, is this the personality charm of a boss? Is he so caring for his subordinates? Love it. Only then did he dare to raise his head and look directly at Song Yun and his group sitting opposite him. Just now outside the hotel, I didn't dare to look at him, but now it seems that Director Song is really handsome. He is much more handsome than those cream boys on the market, and his temperament allows outsiders to know who is the most distinguished person in the box at a glance even without saying a word. Mr. Song's female companion, Yi Qingqing, the only daughter of the richest man in Shanghai, has a delicate and charming appearance. The dress she wears perfectly outlines her figure. She is a rare beauty. Then he secretly looked at the girl sitting next to Yi Qingqing. Was that the second female lead in his movie? She is so beautiful. Wait, why does she look so familiar? Director Ma is a little nearsighted. He squinted his eyes and took a closer look. WTF? Isn't this Xiao Wan? His originally smiling expression froze, and he swallowed madly several times, and a hint of fear gradually emerged in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Director Ma felt that the alcohol was suddenly taking effect on him. He felt dizzy and felt as if all his strength had been drained out of him. If he had not remained calm, he would have slipped under the table. What happened? What the hell is going on with this horse? Isn't Xiao Wan just a minor supporting role? How could she possibly climb up to Mr. Song's big tree? Then think about it, I actually coveted Xiao Wan before, and even gave her the room card. Later, I contacted various companies to ban Xiao Wan. Isn't this just looking for death? It's over. It's over. These two words are the only ones echoing in Director Ma's mind now. Lu Guan glared at Director Ma calmly. What's wrong with this bastard? Does he know any table manners? Why is he staring at the female companion brought by Director Song? Could it be that he drank too much and became lustful? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Because Director Ma is now a LSP, who knows if he will be tempted by beauty and do something out of line. He was chatting with Song Yun with a smile, but he stepped hard on Director Ma under the table. Director Ma suddenly woke up and stood up excitedly, almost overturning the table. It's over. Is this bastard going to molest Mr. Song's female companion? Lu Guan clenched his fist and roared in a low voice, Ma Dongyang. Ah. Ah. Director Ma looked at everyone at the table blankly, appearing very helpless. Director Ma, is he drunk? Song Yun said calmly. Lu Guan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. The boss was not satisfied. Would he be implicated? Shit. Why did he bring this idiot here today? No, Director Ma sat down in a daze, with his head lowered, almost buried in the bowl. This kind of attempt to cover up one's own fault is undoubtedly telling everyone that I have something on my mind, and it is a very bad thing. Just now I saw Director Ma staring at my sister. Do you know her? Song Yun had already noticed that Director Ma looked a little strange, but he had not taken it seriously until now. But Director Ma's behavior just now didn't seem like he was fascinated by a beautiful woman. There must be something wrong. Director Ma is almost scared now. Isn't this just climbing up the tree of Mr. Song? Xiao Wan and Mr. Song are actually a family. Grass. I am doomed. Will I be banned by the entire industry? He was thinking more and more, and his mind was not clear after drinking. He stood up suddenly, walked to Song Yun, and knelt on the ground with a bang. He slapped his face and cried incoherently, "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, I'm not a human being, I was wrong, I deserve to die, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Song Yun sneered and said, "What is Director Ma doing? We are not living in the evil old society. If I kneel down at every turn, others will think I am a bad person." Lu Guan's face turned pale, not knowing what to do. He had never encountered a situation like today before, and he had never dared to imagine that Director Ma would kneel down directly after making a mistake. This was not just putting Director Song on the fire, but putting his position as president on the fire. Could it be that Ma Dongyang knew that I wanted to deal with him secretly, and then make an extreme one-for-one trade? Grass. This bastard is so damn mean. Mr. Song, maybe it's because Director Ma drank too much and lost his composure. Lu Guan smiled awkwardly. Song Yun snorted coldly and said, "That's not like it, Director Ma, have you done anything to let me down?" Director Ma was still slapping himself at this time, mumbling something like "I'm sorry." Seeing that Director Ma had already fallen into a trance, Song Yun frowned, looked at Xiao Wan and asked, "Do you know this director?" Xiao Wan nodded bitterly, and then told Song Yun everything Director Ma had done before. Bang! Yi Qingqing slapped her delicate jade fingers on the table, her face as cold as ice as she said, "I was just saying that my sister was being bullied, and the source is here." Lu Guan's heart was like a bungee jumper, he had no idea how deep it had sunk. He sat in his seat in fear. He really didn't expect such a thing to have happened before. "Ma Dongyang, you are so bold. Why do you want to force Mr. Song's sister to go to a hotel with you when you can seduce anyone else? Where do you get the courage from? What makes people even more desperate is that in the eyes of outsiders, Ma Dongyang has a pretty good relationship with himself. Fuck. It's not enough that Shang Wanfu caused trouble, but you, a bastard, also caused such a big mess." Thinking of this, Lu Guanxin became furious. He kicked Director Ma to the ground, then sat on Director Ma, grabbed the other's collar and slapped him twice. "You black sheep. How dare you hide this from me and force a good family? You really deserve to die." Chapter 104, Business as Usual. Lu Guan's words were very insightful. He completely cleared himself of all responsibility in one sentence. While he was angry at Director Ma, he also told Song Yun that he was completely unaware of the situation. Song Yun sat in a chair and watched everything that happened coldly. Lu Guan, a pampered middle-aged man, did not have very good physical strength. After slapping more than 10 people, he collapsed on the spot due to exhaustion. This is not just physical fatigue, but more of a psychological one. Tianyu had just been acquired by Shanshui Group and had run into trouble one after another. As the president, he could not escape the blame. Director Ma's face, which was already a little fat, became red and swollen, and his eyes narrowed into slits. He was obviously confused and lay on the ground for a long time without saying a word. "Director Song, I know I was wrong. I really didn't know that Miss Xiaowan was your sister. Otherwise, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare." Director Ma spoke intermittently, his words full of pleading. Song Yun lit a cigarette and said nothing. It turns out that Tianyu has become so rotten that it excludes colleagues, breaks rules behind the scenes, and even causes an industry ban. And this is just a director. What if it is a senior executive of the company? Thinking of this, Song Yun made up his mind that he must rectify the internal situation of Tianyu. Song Yun fell into deep thought, and Yi Qingqing stepped forward. As the president of a group, her skills were not something that ordinary people could handle. "Ma Dongyang, you are so brave. How dare you bully my sister? If you have any evil thoughts again, will I force you?" I dare not. "Oh, you are bullying my Song family, and I won't allow you to quibble." Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes shone with coldness, and she said, "You have been a director for many years, and you have threatened those young girls, right? Only my Wan Wan was lucky enough to escape with her life, but what about those girls who don't have a good family background? Although my moral bottom line is not very high, I am still very angry when I see your behavior." So, you are finished. When Director Ma heard this, he collapsed to the ground like a lump of fat, and he didn't even have the desire to get up. At this time, Lu Guan was standing aside. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and kept repeating in his heart, "Don't find me, don't find me." He was too scared, not only because of Song Yun's abundant financial resources, but more because of the background of Shanshui Group. As long as Shanshui Group jointly boycotted him, he would never have to deal with this kind of work for the rest of his life. Damn Ma Dong-yang. You want to die, but you still drag me down with you. Song Yun stood up slowly, his face expressionless. After what he had experienced in the Magic City and the ideas instilled in him by his father, he knew that those in a high position must remain calm when faced with difficulties, even if Mount Tai was collapsing in front of them, and must not show any expression of laughter, anger, or scolding on their faces. Therefore, the calmer he was, the more uneasy Lu Guan and Director Ma felt. No one knew whether there would be stormy waves behind this calmness. Ma Dong-yang, you coerced the girl, excluded your colleagues, and disrupted the internal environment of the company. You did a great job. You have more power than me, the big boss. When Director Ma heard these murderous words, he stood up and cried with tears in his eyes, Director Song, I definitely didn't mean it. And all these years that I've been a director, they've always knocked on my door in the middle of the night to discuss the script with me. I didn't have this idea in mind at the beginning, it's so unfair. Song Yun sneered, pointed at Lu Guan and said, Do you know what he did? I don't know anything. Lu Guan quickly distanced himself from the matter. He has contacted those companies to ban Wan. Did you know that? I don't know, but I can check. After getting Song Yun's consent, Lu Guan called the heads of major entertainment companies in front of Song Yun using the speakerphone. Finally, it was concluded that the scumbag Ma Dongyang informed 13 companies to jointly ban Wan. These 13 companies have more than 40 crews. It can be said that almost all the filming sets in the entire city have received the news. These companies are also black sheep. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Song Yun's calm words made Lu Guan's heart tighten. Is Director Song going to rectify the industry? What do you mean? Issue a statement. All cooperation will be terminated and all investment funds will be withdrawn. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Guan didn't care about what kind of impact these operations would bring. He just wanted to protect himself now. So he called the senior executives and told them to notify the companies one by one in a tone that did not brook refusal. Although the company's top executives had doubts, they had never seen Lu Guan sound so anxious, so they all agreed. Seeing Song Yun acting so aggressively, Director Ma felt a chill in his heart. If those companies knew that he was the culprit, he would definitely become the sinner of the entire industry. Perhaps with the idea of self-protection in mind, Director Ma said anxiously, Director Song, you can hit me and scold me, but you can't cancel the cooperation with those companies. This will cause Tianyu to lose hundreds of millions of funds. But Song Yun seemed not to hear him, and said to Lu Guan, what are you going to do with this person? Lu Guanxin was secretly delighted. It seemed that his actions just now made Director Song very satisfied. It's just dealing with a small director. He originally had the idea of secretly doing something bad to Ma Dongyang. Now that he can do it openly, he naturally wants to do it thoroughly. Director Song. I think Ma Dongyang is not worthy of being a director. The crimes he has committed over the years are enough to land him in jail, so I plan to use Tianyu's official channels to announce the decision to fire Ma Dongyang and then hand him over to the public security authorities. How do you feel? Lu Guan smiled flatteringly. There are so many tricks involved. As long as it is determined that Ma Dongyang has violated the company regulations and caused a huge impact on the company, then the illegal funds he has obtained over the years can be recovered, as well as the high compensation fee, which is enough to make Ma Dongyang bankrupt. Let me know when it's done. Song Yun patted Lu Guan on the shoulder and left with the two women. Lu Guan breathed a sigh of relief, poured a full glass of white wine into the cup and drank it in one gulp. The psychological pressure brought to him by Song Yun was too great. In just a short while, he felt like he had been to the gates of hell. Mr. Lu. Old classmate. Please have mercy on me and spare my life. Seeing that there were no outsiders in the box, Ma Dongyang hugged Lu Guan's thigh and begged for mercy. Give me an hour, I will go abroad immediately and will not cause you any trouble. Please, old classmate, for the sake of us. Enough. Lu Guan kicked Ma Dongyang aside and said viciously, when you threatened those girls, why didn't you think about the consequences? You brought this situation upon yourself. It's okay if you want to die, but don't drag me into this. Otherwise, I won't let you have peace while you're on the sewing machine. Chapter 105. When people woke up, they felt like they had entered a melon field. Sijiacheng Hanlong Film and Television Base. A director with a carefully trimmed beard sat in front of the camera screen and shouted click. Perfect. After 2 days and 1 night of hard work, he finally shot this clip the way he wanted. After the crew finished work, the director returned to the hotel and lay on the bed wondering whether he should find a little girl to spend the night with. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. 3 sounds formed a group, and 2 groups were knocked. What you think will come true? The secret code is only known by the 3rd female in the crew. Of course, they had an unusual relationship before. I didn't expect that this little girl would have a hard time tonight. He suddenly opened the door, then looked left and right cautiously. After finding that there were no paparazzi taking pictures, he welcomed the 3rd woman in. Baby, you miss me so much. The director hugged the other person impatiently, and rubbed his greasy face twice on the slender and white neck of the 3rd female lead. Director, I came to discuss the script with you. Why did you suddenly start to make a move on me? The 3rd female character not only looks charming, but also has a sweet voice, which makes people want to conquer her. Okay, the night is still long, let's discuss it slowly. Bang, bang, bang. Just when he was about to get to the point, there was a loud knock on the door. The director's eyes turned cold. How dare that blind bastard disturb him at this time? He put on a bathrobe and opened the door angrily. There was a middle-aged man in a vest standing outside the door. As soon as the door was opened, the middle-aged man rushed in. Ah! Female number 3 screamed and thought it was a paparazzi who came to take pictures, so she frantically covered her face with the quilt. The middle-aged man threw the clothes left on the ground at the 3rd woman and said coldly, I give you 3 minutes to put on your clothes and get out. Female number 3 felt the voice was familiar. She slowly leaned her head out and found that it was the assistant director. She gave an awkward smile, quickly picked up her clothes, put them on under the quilt, and ran away in a hurry. What's wrong, Xiaolu? Who offended you? The director sat on the bed, looking at the middle-aged man with a smile. This Xiaolu was the nephew of the company's president. He graduated from a fake university abroad. After returning to China, he couldn't find a job, so he was stuffed into the crew by his uncle. He learned something over the years and could manage a crew on his own. This time, he worked as an assistant director under him, purely for gilding himself so that he could enter the company's senior management. Director who? Things have changed. Xiaolu's face was gloomy, and he lowered his voice and said, Tianyu Entertainment Company issued a statement that Ma Dongyan was fired due to his bad behavior. And they were very angry about Ma Dongyan colluding with other companies to ban Xiaowan, and terminated their cooperation with 13 companies in a row. What do you mean? Director whose pupils shrank and he immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. That's right. Our company is also in this group. And Tianyu is planning to withdraw its investment. Now we have shot 1/3 of the film, and it will be shelved. What the hell? Director who jumped up from the bed and yelled, is Lu Guan fucking crazy? Do you want to challenge the entire industry by yourself? I put a lot of effort into this film, and now he's just not going to make it? Does Tianyu really think he has endless money to spend? Director who was circling and cursing. Xiaolu waited for him to calm down before saying, I did some research behind the scenes. The young actress Xiaowan who was banned is the sister of Song Yun, the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group. Shanshui Group has just acquired Tianyu. At this critical juncture, no one dares to give Song Yun any eye drops. Shanshui Group? Director who fell down on the bed. He knew very well the power hidden behind this multinational company. As a small director, he could not compete with it at all. Is this a child actor? This is simply an old lady. He really didn't expect that just doing a favor between friends would result in his 6 months of hard work going to waste. The entertainment industry is about to change. After a night of fermentation, the WB server was paralyzed again in the early morning of the next day. After continuous repairs by WB engineers, it was finally possible to log in at 10 o'clock in the morning. Tens of millions of people flocked to WB, and the various information on the headlines made people stunned. Veteran director Ma Dongyang was fired by Tianyu for misconduct and was handed over to the Public Security Agency. Revelation. Ma Dongyang has been coercing female artists for years. He even made outrageous statements, saying those who don't obey him will be banned. Big news. Tianyu terminated its relationship with 13 partner companies. Tianyu withdrew funding from 23 film crews. As a result, the film and television base has no movies to shoot. When people see these hot headlines, their first reaction is, WTF? Did I get into a melon field today? How come the entertainment industry has changed so much after waking up? At this time, Lu Guan was also very busy, with countless people calling his mobile phone. Some came to establish connections, some wanted to cooperate, and some were paparazzi who wanted to dig up some information. In the end, Lu Guan simply turned off his phone and devoted all his efforts to the aftermath. On the other side, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing had just gotten up. After washing up, he ate the breakfast made by his aunt while checking his phone. When he saw the messages that kept popping up, he smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Lu Guan was very good at figuring out his boss's intentions and did things directly. Then if he wants to gain power, he must rely on himself with all his strength. Although the trick is dirty, it has to be said to be very useful. Brother! Look at what's popular today. Xiaowan ran out of the room in her pajamas with her hair messy like a bird's nest. She held up the phone and pressed it directly on Song Yun's face. Song Yun moved back helplessly and rolled his eyes at his cousin. You are going to be a big star soon, can you manage your image a little bit? He. I'm just too excited. Xiaowan sat next to Song Yun and picked up a sandwich and started eating. I really didn't expect that a small figure like me would cause a stir in the entertainment industry. Does this mean that I've been remembered by countless people before I even debuted? Okay, Xiaowan, big star, how about going to brush your teeth first? After breakfast, Song Yun received a call from Lu Guan. Hearing the other party carefully asking whether he was satisfied, Song Yun first affirmed the other party, and then said that he would return to Shanghai soon and all matters of Tianyu would remain the same. Lu Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The boss had completed his assessment of him. Even if he didn't complete a perfect answer sheet, at least he had satisfied the boss. That was good enough, that was good enough. Honey, Dad just sent me a message, asking when we will return to the Magic City. He wants to talk to you about something. My father-in-law is looking for me? Song Yun racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that he was trying to induce labor? Chapter 106 is not ordinary. After dealing with the matters in Suzhou City, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing returned to the Magic City. As soon as I got out of the airport, I saw the tall and strong two Gang standing at the exit. Miss, son-in-law, let me carry these things. Tu Gang looked at the bags in Song Yun's hands and was full of doubts. Could it be that these two people went to Suzhou City to shop? But as soon as I took over, I found that it was full of local specialties and homemade pickled mustard tubers. Uncle Tu, these are made by Song Yun's aunt. They are delicious. Take a can back and try them later. Yi Qingqing said with a smile. Dad called us back so anxiously, did something happen? It's a long story, let's go back to the Yi family first. Tu Gang looked a little embarrassed and didn't point it out directly, which made Yi Qingqing feel that there was definitely something complicated behind the matter. The three of them walked in silence all the way to the Yi family. Inside the Yi family, Yi's father sat on the sofa, holding a stack of documents in one hand, his brows furrowed. Ever since the Nangong family announced the news of marching into the Magic City, the various forces in the Magic City were stirred up in just a few days. As the richest family in the Magic City, the Yi family has been hit the hardest and suffered serious losses in their industries. If this continues, this year's financial report will show a cliff-like decline. Dad, we are back. Yi Qingqing jumped all the way to Yi's father, hugged his arm and said coquettishly, I was planning to play in Suzhou City for 2 days, but you called me back. Be good, go find Mom, Song Yun, and I have something to talk about. Father Yi patted Yi Qingqing's hand, but the gloom on his brow remained. Needless to say, Yi Qingqing naturally knew that something big had happened at home. Song Yun sat next to Yi's father with doubts. Yi's father did not say anything, but silently handed the documents in his hand to Song Yun. He casually glanced at the data and found that the Yi Group had lost more than 2 billion this month, and many orders that were about to be concluded were intercepted by others. Dad, what is this? Do you know the Nangong family in Suzhou City? Father Yi asked with a sigh. Seeing Song Yun's bewildered expression, he continued, the Nangong family is a top family that has prospered for hundreds of years. Previously, due to the competition among the various branches for the position of the head of the family, their vitality was greatly damaged. Now it seems that they have recovered. In order to make up for the previous losses, they have begun to reach out to the Demon City. So the Yi family is on the other party's list? Yes. They teamed up with the Magic City banker to try to dig a big piece of the pie from the Yi family. Now it seems that they succeeded. Song Yun nodded thoughtfully and asked, "In that case, what do you need me to do?" Father Ye's eyes lit up. It seemed that his son-in-law was really capable. He planned to fight back without asking any questions? "Do you know any big guys in Suzhou City? You can ask them to help you out and see if there is a chance of a turnaround." But Song Yun's next move disappointed Ye's father. Song Yun still shook his head. Speaking of background, Shanshui Group was his biggest trump card. He could also provide funds for Ye's father, but as for him to build connections in Suzhou City, he didn't know anyone except his aunt's family. "Well, I'll think of another way." Although the Yi family looks prosperous from the outside, in fact its foundation is unstable. Any family needs several generations of sedimentation before it can gradually gain a firm foothold. At the beginning, Ye's father just caught up with the trend, and with his courage and carefulness, he sat in his current position. But the disadvantage is that he does not have a deep background. When he encounters a family with strong background like the Nangong family, he can only think of other solutions in a desperate manner. Just as Ye's father and Song Yun were thinking about how to reduce the losses, Song Yun's phone rang. The caller was his father, who was traveling abroad. "Your aunt said that she met the new daughter-in-law of our Song family, and also said that you helped Xiaowan solve her future problem. You are doing well now." The hearty voice of Song's father floated out from the microphone. "It's not bad. Children raised in the wild have to find their own food. They are not as carefree as you and my mom." Song Yun's words were full of resentment. Other families were reunited, but he had rarely seen his parents since he graduated from college. He. Song's father smiled awkwardly, then cleared his throat and said, "I might go back in a while. Please arrange for me to meet my in-laws. I'm at my father-in-law's house now." "When will you be back?" The specific time has not been determined. Father Song thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "How is your father-in-law doing now?" "It's okay, but there's a little trouble." "Well, give him the phone number and I'll talk to him about your marriage with Xingqing." Song Yun helplessly covered the microphone and said to Ye's father, "My dad is calling. I want to talk to you." Father Yi nodded, took the phone and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Qingqing's father." "Old Yi, your family is in big trouble now. Have you figured out what to do?" When Mr. Yi heard this, he was stunned. If the call was not from Song Yun's father, he would have thought that it was someone sent by the Nangong family to test the waters. "Don't look surprised. I can't tell you much about my identity. Even Song Yun doesn't know my true identity and my mother's. Now just listen to me. Why did the Nangong family expand? It's not to make up for the resources they lost before, but because they were in conflict with the Zhao family in Suzhou City. They reached out to the Magic City for funds and to lay a solid foundation so that their descendants would have a hope of making a comeback after failure. I will give you the private phone number of the Zhao family's patriarch, and you can tell him that Song Bu asked you to go find him. As for whether you two will become allies in the future, that is none of my business." Father Yi looked like he was struck by lightning, and he just stood there in a daze. The Zhao family of Suzhou City is a behemoth that is comparable to the Nangong family. The collision between these two families will inevitably cause a series of disturbances. But how did Song Yun's father know this information? What is his identity? All kinds of questions swirled in Father Ye's mind, and he didn't even react when Father Song hung up the phone. "Dad, my dad is like this." Although his words are a bit harsh, he actually has no bad intentions. Song Yun saw his father-in-law's expression and thought, "Is this bad?" He knew his father's personality very well, and he could describe it in 2 words, fuck. Otherwise, he wouldn't take his mother on a global tour and ignore his own son. "Fine." Father Yi looked at Song Yun meaningfully. This silly boy doesn't he even know that he has a treasure trove in his possession? Could the person who could arrange contact with the patriarch of the Zhao family it will be an ordinary person? "Song Yun, my Qingqing is now handed over to your Song family. You must treat her well. Otherwise, even if I give up everything, I will definitely ask you for justice." "Dad, don't worry. I swear in this life that I will give Qingqing everything I have, love her forever, and never leave her." Chapter 107 is on the leaderboard. The dealer of Magic City. The current head of the family, Zhuang Sihong, sat beside the tea table, brewed a pot of tea himself, and poured it respectfully into the cup in front of the person opposite him. Sitting opposite him was a young man with a very delicate appearance. but the arrogance deep in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. He is Nangong Han, the eldest grandson of the Nangong family who was sent to the Magic City. Master Nangong, our plan is going smoothly. I hope that after this incident, I can go to Sijio City to visit the old master. Zhuang Xihan's words and tone were very humble. He did not dare to relax at all when facing this young man. No problem. Nangong Han took a sip of tea and praised, good tea. Even in 49 City, I can rarely drink tea comparable to this. Hey, these are the tea leaves from the red robe mother tea tree that I bought back at a high price. If you like them, take them all. I am just a pretentious person, please don't laugh at me. How could that be? Everyone knows that the head of the Zhuang family in Modu is well educated and elegant. Uncle Zhuang, you are too modest. After the two of them talked about business for a while, Zhuang Xihang brought the topic back to the right track. Master Nangong, although the Yi family is a soft persimmon, if we are too intense, will it cause the other party to? Don't worry. I'll be in charge. Just go ahead and do your work. There will be bread and wine. Of course. Everyone knows your reputation as Master Nangong. You only use 10 million in startup capital to open companies all over China, and your revenue reached 20% of the total revenue of the Nangong family. In front of you, I feel like I have been living a miserable life all these years. Zhuang Xihang's words aroused Nangong Han's favor. After all, when praising someone, one has to praise him to the fullest. He has achieved his current status without relying on his family, and this is what Nangong Han is proud of. Ah, Uncle Zhuang, you're too kind. By the way, I remembered that there is a piece of information that I haven't shared with Uncle Zhuang yet. The Yi family seems to be in contact with an internet company. If they want to acquire the other party, they will need to spend nearly 10 billion funds. I think even for the Yi family, it is impossible for the capital chain to remain healthy after the acquisition. Uncle Zhuang, your chance has come. Zhuang Xihang was very excited when he heard the news. When the Yi family was empty, he could cannibalize some of the Yi family's core businesses. In the long run, the Zhuang family will replace the Yi family as the richest man. It seems that licking the Nangong family is the most correct decision he has ever made in his life. 3 or 4 days pass like this. During this period, Ye's father contacted the head of the Zhao family in Sijio City. The other party's attitude was very gentle. When he learned that Song Yun and Yi Qingqing were already married, the head of the Zhao family had a shocking reversal of attitude and directly proposed an alliance. This made Ye's father flattered. You know, the Zhao family's influence and background far exceeded the Yi family by several times, and the other party's attitude changed on the issue of marriage. Doesn't that mean that Song Yun's father's true identity is terrifyingly powerful? After discussing some matters, Father Yi hung up the phone contentedly, no longer looking worried. Song Yun didn't know that so many things had happened behind his back. He just felt that Ye's father was asking him intentionally or unintentionally when his father would return home. He had no choice but to act as a messenger. However, Song's father's phone was turned off and he couldn't get through. It was only the next day that he sent a text message to set the date for his return home. Although he was a little confused, Song Yun was no longer surprised as his father had not answered the phone for half a month. That day, after Song Yun sent Yi Qingqing to the company, he made a video call to Xiao Wan. The call was connected quickly, and Xiao Wan on the other end of the video seemed to be in the dressing room. Joining the group so soon? Yes, Mr. Lu contacted me the day you left, and we've been filming for 2 days now. Xiao Wan said with a smile, her heart full of gratitude towards Song Yun. If it weren't for her cousin who personally stood up for her, she would probably still be running around looking for a job. Well, just focus on acting. Don't worry about other things. With me here, you won't be caught in those dirty deeds. Hearing Song Yun's words, Xiao Wan nodded vigorously and said, Brother, I won't talk to you anymore. I've finished my makeup and I'm going to shoot. Go ahead. Xiao Wan hung up the phone, and an actress in the dressing room asked curiously, Xiao Wan, who called? Could it be your boyfriend? Sister Lu, don't talk nonsense, this is my cousin. Oh? Really? The actress named Lu is the leading female role in the drama and a first-line star. Although she is not a top star, she wins with her superb acting skills. Since she joined the crew, she found that both the director and the investors were very flattering to this girl who appeared in the entertainment whirlpool a few days ago. This undoubtedly exposed a signal that Xiao Wan had a strong background. But no matter who she asked, no one was very clear about Xiao Wan's identity. I just know that Xiao Wan has a powerful background, and if you offend Xiao Wan, Ma Dongyang is a lesson for you. By the way, Xiaowan, can I ask how you got into the group? Of course, I'm not saying that your acting is bad, but you know that for such big investments, all the candidates are internally selected, so I'm very curious. Hearing what Sister Lu said, Xiaowan thought for a moment, and did not hide. My cousin is the big boss of Tianyu. The big boss of Tianyu? Could it be the big shot named Song who was mentioned some time ago? Oh my god, no wonder Xiaowan, a newcomer, can sit on the throne of the second female lead. If her cousin was the big boss of Tianyu, she would have asked for the leading female role long ago, right? So in subsequent filming, Sister Lu would always intentionally or unintentionally add more shots of Xiaowan, hoping to establish a good relationship with her. On the other side, Song Yun took advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do and wandered around the various check-in locations. After a few days, he obtained a golden function card, but the effect was hidden by the system, with a note that it would be released in a specific event. In addition, he also obtained 3 sleeping cards, body enhancers, and 1.5 billion in cash. On the list of China's richest people, Song Yun's name emerged as a dark horse, occupying the 25th position. For a time, countless wealthy people were wondering who this young man named Song Yun was. But the information obtained was very fragmentary, and Song Yun was like a mysterious man, hidden from everyone's sight. That day, Song Yun made an appointment with Yuan Si to come to his house for dinner, and he drove to Yuan Si's school. I parked the car and waited outside the teaching building at the address given by Yuan Si. About 10 minutes later, the bell rang and a group of college students came out. When these female students saw Song Yun standing there with an extraordinary demeanor, they all stood there and stared at him infatuatedly. There were also some brave girls who came up with blushing faces to ask for contact information, but they were all rejected by Song Yun. Brother Song Yun. Yuan Si stood on the steps and waved to Song Yun. Yuan Si is dressed very girlishly today, in a suspender jumpsuit with a white shirt underneath and a pair of white sneakers. She looks full of energy. Yuan Si left her roommates behind, jogged over, hugged Song Yun's arm and laughed. This action stunned the students. This is Yuan Si, the school beauty. They have always thought that Yuan Si was single, but now it seems that she has a boyfriend? Chapter 108 Secrets Leaked. Song Yun picked up Yuan Si and returned to the villa. As soon as he opened the door, he found that Yi Qingqing had already arrived home. At this time, Yi Qingqing seemed to be very busy, and her cell phone kept ringing. Hubby, you're on the rich list. My little sisters are here to congratulate me. Yi Qingqing smiled and hugged Song Yun's arm and said, at the beginning, I let them say bad things about you one by one. Now it's too late to regret it. Song Yun didn't take it seriously. He smiled and touched Yi Qingqing's head, then started preparing lunch. On the other side, inside the Yi group, a company executive cautiously came to the bathroom, knocked on every door and found no one there, then sent all the documents regarding the group's internal acquisition of the internet company IS to Zhuang Xiheng. The other party accepted it, and at the same time, 6 million yuan was transferred into his bank account. Looking at the string of zeros, he deleted all the chats contentedly. After Zhuang Xiheng got the first-hand information, he began to contact the senior management of IS and proposed the idea of acquisition. When he learned that Yes Group had offered them a price they couldn't refuse, Zhuang Xiheng said contemptuously, I'm willing to pay 10.3 billion. You guys should think about it. After all, you haven't signed a contract with Yes Group yet. It's normal to regret it. 10.3 billion, this price is 800 million higher than the price offered by Yi Group. You'd be a fool not to make money. However, as Ye's father was a senior in the business world, IS company did not dare to offend him casually. They could only report the news to the other party to see what Ye's father's attitude was. At this time, Ye's father was lying leisurely on the sofa, watching a brainless romance drama with his wife. He couldn't understand why women liked to watch this kind of domineering CEO. He, a real CEO, was standing in front of her, but he was despised all day long. It really didn't make sense. Master, something big has happened. Fanny-Ru, Ye's father's assistant, hurried over and said sternly, the banker contacted IS and quoted a higher price than us. The president of IS called to ask what our attitude is. After hearing this, Ye's father frowned. This project should have been classified as confidential in the company, and the banker must have gotten the news from there. Moreover, he intervened at this critical moment when the contract was about to be signed. Do you really think he is a clay Buddha? Raise the price. If IS company can be successfully acquired, it can fill the last shortcoming of the Yi Group. It will also help us step onto the world stage. We must get it no matter what. Ye's father said seriously. When the message came back, Zhuang Sihan was very proud. He made the enemy pay more for a cheap item, which was equivalent to making a big profit for him. As a result, the dealer in Shanghai and the Yi family fought fiercely for an internet company, and the price gradually soared to 18.6 billion. During this period, both families were under tremendous psychological pressure. The banker was trying to find a balance, fearing that Yi's father would abandon IS in a fit of anger, while the Yi family was calculating whether their capital chain was healthy and how long it would take to complete resource integration after taking over IS. One day later, after continuous trial and error between the two parties, Yi's father finally invested 25.4 billion yuan, finalizing the final price. Zhuang Sihang did not argue any further and let the Yi group get what they wanted. He knew that this price was already the highest price his father could offer. If he continued to pay, IS would probably end up in his hands. Uncle Zhuang, this is the latest news from the Yi group. Of the 25.4 billion yuan spent on the acquisition of IS, 13.2 billion yuan was borrowed from banks. If the Yi family can't pay back the money, then the company will collapse completely. Nangong Han smiled slyly, like a child who had succeeded in a prank, and said, "Why would the Yi family, whose vitality has been severely damaged, fight with us? Yes, the Yi family has only been prosperous for more than 20 years, and they dare to call themselves the richest people in the Magic City. How arrogant! The next operation will depend on Uncle Yi. After the matter is completed, I will personally introduce you to some big men in Suzhou City, so that Zhuang Jia can firmly hold the position of the richest man in Modu." Nangong Han's words were very attractive. Zhuang Sihang had already imagined himself standing under the spotlight, with tens of thousands of people watching, and announcing his achievements. The aftermath of the fight between the Yi family and the Zhuang family is still going on. Whether in the Magic City or the 49 City, people are talking about these topics after dinner. But after all, this is news that only high-level officials would know. When ordinary people see experts in financial news talking at length about the deep meaning behind this incident, they would just feel bored and change the channel. After all, this has nothing to do with you. It would be better to watch TV series instead of wasting time listening to experts talk nonsense. Sijiacheng Film and Television Base. The crew that Xiao Wan is in has already finished filming half of the movie, and Tianyu has spent countless resources to promote this new film. For a time, the internet was filled with press releases about this film, and everyone's expectations were getting higher and higher. As the second female lead in the drama, Xiao Wan's role is almost equal to that of the first female lead. During her free time during filming, she would also go to various cities with the crew to do some offline promotional work. After continuous exposure, and Xiao Wan's own very good foundation, the number of her fans on social platforms has shown explosive growth, and now she has more than 6 million fans. This is far from the end. After the film is broadcast, I believe that with his superb acting skills, the box office will increase by millions more. By then, Xiao Wan would have become famous overnight and become a quasi-first-tier artist with tens of millions of fans right after her debut. After the crew finished filming that day, Xiao Wan refused the dinner party and dragged her exhausted body home to have a good rest. As soon as she arrived at the gate of the community, her car was stopped by someone. Originally, the assistant specially assigned to her by Tianyu wanted to go down and deal with it, but when Xiao Wan saw that the person who stopped the car was a neighbor in the community, she asked the assistant to go back first and pick her up on time tomorrow. Xiao Wan's family lives in a new community that was built after the demolition. The people living there are all old residents of the street. They have had a relationship with Xiao Wan's father for decades. Xiao Wan does not want to make things awkward. Crack, crack. When the neighbors saw Xiao Wan get out of the car, they raised their phones and started taking pictures. Xiao Wan carefully squeezed through the crowd and said to everyone with an apologetic smile, "Dear uncles, brothers and sisters, I am tired all day today. Can you let me go home and rest for a while? Why should a big star be so tired? Isn't it just about filming something and speaking a few lines?" A neighbor shouted. "That's right, we watched you grow up, and now that you're famous, what's wrong with us taking some pictures?" "Xiao Wan, I'm the nephew of your cousin next door. I've opened a live broadcast room. Come and talk to everyone. Thank you, brother Hu, for the big ship. Do you want to come to Suzhou City to see Xiao Wan in person? No problem, you can come anytime. I have some face, so I can still invite her out for dinner." Chapter 109 Neighbors Who Want to Be Internet Celebrities. Originally, these neighbors did not have such bad intentions. They just thought it was great that the Xiao family had a big star, so they secretly took a few photos of Xiao Wan and posted them online to show off that they knew the big star. But who knew that they would get tens of thousands of likes as soon as they posted it, and some people even paid them to shoot it. In the end, some people suggested doing a live broadcast, as they heard from others that internet celebrities are making a lot of money now, and they can make tens of thousands by doing a live broadcast. This amount of money is undoubtedly a huge sum for ordinary people. Who doesn't want to make money by doing a few live broadcasts and live a good life? So, under the guidance of some people, a resident tried to start a live broadcast of Xiaowan returning home. In just 20 minutes, he made more than 20,000 yuan just by filming Xiaowan walking and buying groceries. You know, this resident only earns 70,000 or 80,000 yuan a year after working so hard, but today's photo of Xiaowan is enough to make a quarter of his annual salary. Word spread quickly, and most of the residents in the community spontaneously formed a small group to specifically take pictures of Xiaowan after get off work. Those who had a good relationship with the Xiao family even took the pictures openly and asked Xiaowan to say a few words to her family members on the other side of the screen. This has aroused the covetousness of most people. After all, we all lived in the same alley before. We know each other every day. We are all your elders. It is not too much to make some money from this. So these people became more and more excessive. They were no longer satisfied with taking secret photos and they all stood in the open and asked Xiaowan to cooperate with their filming. Now that she's become a big star, she's forgotten about us old neighbors. Back then, Xiaowan was my daughter's classmate. She even came to my house for dinner. She used to call me auntie, but now she's turned her back on me. Yes, do you think it's easy for us? We sit in the hot sun every day waiting for her to come back, but she just says a few words and leaves. Even the guys in my live studio don't give me any gifts. Asking her to say a few words is like killing her. She has made so much money outside, so what's wrong with sharing some of the broth with our relatives and friends? Look at how stingy she is. I tell you, Xiaowan will definitely not be popular for long. Words like these spread among the crowd. In the eyes of these neighbors, the big star's daily work is not tiring at all, so can't they be satisfied after get off work? So Xiaowan is just stingy and can't stand seeing her uncles making money. Xiaowan stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or not. She just felt cold all over. These people were too shameless, weren't they? How could they make money by taking pictures of her and then criticize her later? Besides, she didn't ask them to wait for her at the gate of the community, right? Why didn't anyone comfort her before she became famous? A little girl, without any background or connections, can join the crew, right? Don't you know how muddy the entertainment industry is? So many girls have relied on their bodies to get ahead. Do you think she can be exempt from this? It's so disgusting. It's shameful to live in the same neighborhood with her. I have to tell my family in the live studio about this when I get back. Xiaowan couldn't help it anymore. She looked around at everyone coldly and shouted, "Get out of the way, I want to go home." After saying that, he pushed everyone away and walked away on his own. But these people did not give up. Instead, they followed Xiaowan and kept taking pictures. It was not until Xiaowan returned home and closed the door that these people reluctantly left. My friends, I can't continue today, but tonight I can tell you about Xiaowan's premature love in junior high school. Okay, family members, if there are any brothers who want to know Xiaowan's home address, you can send me a gift and private message me. I can arrange an opportunity for you to meet Xiaowan. Xiaowan is just a junior, what's so arrogant about that? When I drank with her father, she wasn't even here yet. Family, start giving out gifts. If Xiaowan doesn't cooperate with my filming, I'll knock on your door. These residents watched the popularity of the live broadcast room increase, and they were ecstatic. They made a fortune. After arguing with Xiaowan today, they didn't expect to make several times more money than usual. This Xiaowan is really a treasure trove. I can live off her for the rest of my life. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Xiaowan sneaked out of the community and only breathed a sigh of relief after getting in the car. These neighbors are really crazy. Someone from the building opposite her even took secret photos of her bedroom, which made her unable to sleep well all night as she always felt like there were people outside. Sister Xiao, why don't you just sue them? This is not a solution. The young assistant said indignantly. Let's wait and see. Xiaowan arrived at the crew, put on makeup and started filming, but no matter how hard she tried to get into the right state today, she just felt something was not right. After spending the whole morning in a daze, the director decided to rest for a few hours. After all, this lady is the cousin of the big boss. Even if she goes on strike and uses Photoshop to replace her head, no one dares to say anything. During the break, the director sat next to Xiao Wan with the script in his hand and asked with a smile, "Are you feeling unwell? If not, let's take a break for 2 days and get well first." Xiao Wan smiled bitterly. Her illness was no longer a physical illness. If she continued to be exploited by those neighbors, she would probably become disgusted with the camera. "Thank you, director. I just encountered some problems." This director has been in the entertainment industry for decades and has seen through all the big and small things better than anyone else. He asked Xiao Wan, "Was someone secretly photographing you?" Xiao Wan looked at him in surprise. The director smiled and said, "When we were shooting this morning, I noticed that you were unconsciously afraid to face the camera, and I felt something was wrong. In fact, the neighbors who live in my neighborhood, they live stream me on my way to and from get off work every day, and some even use binoculars to peek into my house, leaving me with no privacy at all." Xiao Wan said with a depressed look, "I don't know what to do." "Xiao Wan, do you know what the first thing many actors do after becoming famous is to buy a house? They have all made a deal with their previous environment. It's not that human nature is so evil, it's just that people's hearts are too difficult to guess. Once people get something for nothing for a long time, they forget what gratitude is." After listening to the director's words, Xiao Wan suddenly realized. She decided that when she bought a new house or rented one outside, she must choose a community with good privacy. At this moment, Xiao Wan's phone rang. She smiled apologetically at the director and answered the phone. On the other end of the line, my mother's anxious voice came through. "Xiao Wan. Something big happened at home. What's wrong?" "Mom, take your time and don't be anxious. It's hard to explain over the phone, please come back soon. By the way, it's best to contact your company and send you 2 bodyguards." There was a burst of noise on the other end of the phone and the mother was forced to hang up. Chapter 110 Playing Rogue. Something big happened at home. Xiao Wan was extremely anxious at this moment, but having been through social experiences, she was calmer than ordinary girls. Since my mother could call me, it proved that my life was not in danger. My mother reminded me on the phone to ask Tianyu for some bodyguards, which proved that someone had forced their way into the house. Going back rashly would only cause a bigger commotion. But who would barge in so rudely? Those neighbors in the community. I didn't expect them to be so greedy. Just because they failed to take pictures of me this time, they did such a disgusting thing. If it lasts longer, will I have to work for them? Xiao Wan told the director about this matter, and the director immediately stood up and joked that a group of people went to the house of the aunt of the big boss behind Tianyu to cause trouble. If they didn't handle it well, the big boss would blame them and they would all suffer the consequences. The director contacted Lu Guan, who directly selected more than 20 security personnel from the security department and sent them to Xiao Wan's home first. On the crew, although there was no security force from Tianyu, as a first-line star, Sister Lu would naturally bring bodyguards with her when traveling. In order to make good connections, Sister Lu generously asked 5 tall and strong men around her to follow Xiao Wan to protect her safety. Xiao Wan hurried back to the community. When the neighbors saw Xiao Wan, they showed a gloating expression, but they still kept taking pictures of Xiao Wan with their mobile phones. At this point, she no longer had time to bother with these people, so she trotted back home. After entering the room, he found that Tianyu's security personnel had already arrived. At this time, the Xiao family's house was in a mess, and the door was covered with footprints. Especially Xiao Wan's boudoir, all the clothes in it were snatched away, and even some lipsticks and cosmetics were scattered all over the floor. What on earth happened? A robber broke into the house? Xiao Wan stood there in a daze, looking blankly at her father who was sitting silently on the sofa, and her mother who was sobbing softly. "Mom and Dad, our family." Xiao Wan felt more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and tears welled up in her eyes. The Xiao family had just renovated their home last year, spending more than 400,000 yuan, but looking at the current situation, it seemed like it was all in vain. Well. Father Xiao sighed and told the whole story. This morning, the neighbors gathered downstairs of Xiao Wan's building as usual, planning to start a live broadcast, but after waiting for most of the day, there was no sign of Xiao Wan. Some people dispersed in disappointment, but there was a drunkard in the crowd who had been drinking since morning. He got angry and said to the crowd, "If Xiao Wan doesn't come out, we can go to her house and take pictures. We are all uncles, so it should be okay for us to be her guests." This proposal was recognized by many people, and dozens of people knocked on the door of the Xiao family. When Song Wan opened the door sleepily, she was shocked to find a lot of people standing outside. But those former neighbors ignored Song Wan's pleas and squeezed into the house. When they learned that Xiao Wan was really gone, the crowd was filled with great dissatisfaction. They worked hard every day just to make money with Xiao Wan, and now their source of income was cut off. How could they cope with this? At this time, some bad guys in the live broadcast room offered a high price to buy the clothes worn by Xiao Wan. Although it was not as much as the money earned from filming Xiao Wan, every penny counts. At most, they could just apologize to Xiao Wan afterwards. With this in mind, this group of people divided up all the clothes in Xiao Wan's closet. Hearing this, Zhao's father sighed deeply. He was really powerless against these hooligans. If he had not protected Xiao Wan's underwear at the critical moment, his daughter would probably have been too ashamed to face anyone. Sister Wan, these people are such bastards. Xiao Wan's assistant's eyes were blazing with anger. She had been working in the entertainment industry for many years and had never seen such a shameless person. Wan, you should just stay in the hotel arranged by the crew recently. There are more people there. If you commute to get off work every day, I'm afraid there will be bad guys on the road. Songwon stopped crying, held her daughter's hand and said earnestly, after we finish shooting this film, your father and I will pull some money to buy you a new house outside. When your father and I miss you, we will go to see you. Why? Xiao Wan's chest rose and fell in anger. This is my home. It's wrong for them to break in. Are we going to separate our family for this bunch of scum? The more Xiao Wan thought about it, the more she felt that those neighbors were not even human beings. She turned around angrily and planned to go and argue with them. Fearing something might happen, Zhao's father also ran out. Look everyone, Xiao Wan is here. I told you that when something this big happens at home, she will definitely come back to deal with it. Hey, family, I grabbed a dress that Xiao Wan wore this morning. If you want one, come find me. I think the Xiao family is getting more and more arrogant. It's just that there's an 18th tier celebrity in the family, but they're acting so arrogant. The more you talk about this, the angrier I get. What's wrong with taking a photo of her? How much weight can it make? Damn it, if you dare to sneak away again next time, I will continue to make trouble. The neighbors had no remorse for what had just happened. On the contrary, because of what had just happened, the popularity of their live broadcast rooms skyrocketed and their income increased sharply. They were eager to quarrel with Xiao Wan, the real owner, to increase their popularity. You guys are so shameless that you actually broke into other people's homes to cause trouble. I'm warning you one last time. If I see anyone taking pictures of me again, I'll send a lawyer's letter to that person. Xiao Wan said angrily. But that group of people disagreed. Lawyer's letter? Can you eat this? Xiao Wan, are you made of diamonds? They are so precious. Haha, nowadays big stars are so delicate. As a public figure, it's okay for us to take pictures of you. If you have the guts, why don't you make me a big star too? I'll let you take pictures of me as much as you want every day. The Xiao family obviously doesn't take us seriously. When your father was in trouble, I lent him 500 yuan. Now that your family has become rich, you just kick us old neighbors aside? You guys. These people all looked very unruly, and they almost came up to Xiao Wan and scolded her for being ungrateful. Assholes. Xiao Wan's assistant clenched his fists and shouted at the Tianyu security personnel, Sister Wan has been ridiculed like this, why are you still standing there like an idiot? The security personnel were all furious, and they walked towards the group in a group. But the next move surprised everyone present. An elderly man in his 60s sat on the ground holding his cell phone, wailing, ouch. The big star hit me. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die, my whole body hurts. Don't come over here, or I'll pass out. Threatening words kept coming out of the old man's mouth. The security personnel had never seen such a scene before, and for a moment they did not dare to step forward rashly. Chapter 111. It's hard to give up money. Okay. You are all the bosses, I can't afford to offend you, but can I not hide from you? Xiao Wan laughed in anger, pointed at everyone and said, I'm moving today. Let's see who you guys are going to shoot next time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone panicked. They all thought that the Xiao family had lived in this area for several generations and it was impossible for them to move away from their homeland. But they never thought about how excessive what they did was. What should we do? If Xiao Wan leaves, we won't have any money to earn. Fuck. I quit my job just to film her, and now she says she wants to move away. What the hell am I going to do? But we can't tie her up. Damn it, Xiao Wan is such a piece of shit. Isn't she just using her fame to make some money? Look at how she's dithering. Just as the group of people were discussing and undecided, the man who led the charge into the house in the morning stood up again. He walked drunkenly to the front of the crowd, revealed a sinister smile and said, "You can move however you want, but Xiaowan, don't forget that your grandfather is buried in the West Hill. Do you have the heart to move your grandfather as well?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only Xiaowan's expression changed, but everyone present also changed their expressions. This bastard is so ruthless? He wants to cause trouble at the ancestral grave of the Xiao family? You. Xiao Chang pointed at the drunkard's trembling hand and shouted angrily, "I hope you know how my father treats everyone. When there were weddings or funerals in the past, my father didn't help? Now you want to disturb his rest. Where is your conscience?" "Fuck your conscience. You're going to cut off my source of income. I can't care less." Jimengzi waved his hand and said disdainfully, "Xiao Chang, if you want to be a filial son, tell your daughter to cooperate with you in the future. Otherwise, humph. Is he the only one who has this thought, or do all of you have it?" Xiaowan asked with a miserable look on her face. "Li Shuheng, when your son was sick in the middle of the night and couldn't get a car, did my grandfather take him to the hospital and pay for the medical expenses? Sunli, when you were beaten by your husband, did my grandfather help you out of the misery and get your son back? Ren Shizi, your father and my grandfather have been friends for half a lifetime. When your father passed away, my grandfather ran around and helped keep watch. Have you forgotten all that? Who among you dares to stand up and say that your family has never received favors from my grandfather? Now, for a little money, you have lost your dignity?" When everyone heard this, they felt ashamed and looked very embarrassed. After all, what Xiaowan said was true. When old Master Xiao was alive, every household received help. Now that this matter has been brought to light, it feels like being slapped in the face. It's true that Mr. Xiao is a righteous man. But his son and daughter are simply inhuman. Jumengzi sneered and said, "Xiaowan, how did you become a big star? You know it in your heart without me saying much, right? You did such a shameful thing. If your grandfather knew about it, he would probably die of anger again." Fart. Xiao Chang, a cultured man, was forced to swear at this time. "Our Xiao family is upright and honest. How can a scoundrel like you be the one to slander us? Ha, as Xiaowan's father, you are really good at making money with your daughter. Don't you know how expensive the housing prices in Suzhou City are? How can a fool like you save so much money over the years? You. Xiao Chang, I advise you, if you don't want me to disturb the old man's peace, then take care of your daughter." This verbal battle caused the neighbors to laugh secretly. They didn't have the face to risk it, but this drunkard could. You have to know that he was an unemployed vagrant and had been a gangster since he was a child. As long as Xiaowan moved away, he might really do something that would anger everyone. Xiao Chang was so angry that he couldn't speak. Songwan held her husband's arm, unable to stop feeling sad. Are they really going to be tied up and die in this place? The neighbors knew that drastic measures had been taken and that appeasing the other party would surely achieve their desired outcome. Then everyone started talking again. "Xiao Chang, listen to our advice and don't move. We promise you that we will never do something like today again. Uncle Xiao, the old man saved my life, and I don't want to make him restless. Xiaowan, please try to persuade your husband. Otherwise, what if this drunkard gets drunk and goes to the old man's quiet place and makes trouble?" Everyone's words seemed to be for the good of the Xiao family, but in reality, it was hard to give up the money. Seeing that there was no way to communicate with this group of people, the Xiao family could only be escorted back home by security personnel. "Wan, why don't you give your cousin a call and ask? After all, Xiaoyan is doing well now, so maybe he has a solution?" Songwan thought for a moment and said. Before Xiaowan could say anything, her assistant's eyes changed. "Yes, Sister Wan's cousin is the big boss of Tianyu. No one would believe that such a big shot has no connection with her." The assistant said excitedly, "Aunt, I think it's okay." After making up her mind, Xiaowan called Songyun. When Xiaowan heard Songyun's voice, she couldn't help crying. This crying scared Songyun. Logically speaking, Tianyu was protecting Xiaowan now, so how could her cousin suffer any grievances in her own crew? But soon, Xiaowan told Songyun the whole story. Songyun couldn't help but narrow his eyes after hearing this. This is too much. Others have climbed to high positions through their own efforts and luck, but they still have to pay for you, scum? You still want to make money by relying on my Xiaowan? Just think about it. When I arrive in Suzhou City, none of you will be able to escape. But since his father planned to host a banquet for some bigwigs tonight, which was related to the confrontation with the banker, Song Yun could only book the earliest flight tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Song Yun clenched his fists and sent a message to Lu Guan, informing him to have the security department guard the Xiao family the whole time tonight and to send more people to guard Grandpa Xiao's grave to prevent anyone from daring to do something disgusting. What's wrong? You look very unwell. Yi Qingqing reached out her hand to smooth Song Yun's frown. Song Yun sighed and reluctantly told her about Xiao Wan's recent experiences. Yi Qingqing's eyes radiated coldness after hearing this. I'll go with you tomorrow. I want to see who is so brave. The two looked at each other and could see the worry deep in each other's eyes. Son-in-law, the master asked you to go to the study to find him. A housekeeper knocked on Yi Qingqing's boudoir and sat outside the door. Song Yun walked all the way to the study, pushed open the door and saw his father-in-law lighting a cigar in surprise. Dad, what do you want from me? I originally wanted to host a big shot in the Magic City system tonight, but he just told me that he couldn't come because of something else. Oh, no doubt the Nangong family must have sent someone to attend. Chapter 112. They are all old foxes. Can you break a promise you made? Song Yun seemed a little surprised. You know, the Yi family is still a famous and prominent family in the Magic City. Although the population is not prosperous, the assets and the charity done by Ye's father over the years undoubtedly prove their status. But now the other parties said they would not come and they did not come. It was obvious that they did not take the banquet seriously. There's nothing we can do about it. It's very uncomfortable for the big boss to be squeezed in the middle. The closer you get to his level, the more sophisticated you become in the doctrine of the mean. So is tonight's banquet cancelled? Hearing Song Yun's words, Ye's father shook his head. Although it was a pity that the boss didn't come, there were also many heads of Magic City families attending this banquet. It was also very important to win over these people to build the first commercial front. At 6 o'clock in the evening, cars began to enter the Yi family's house one after another. This banquet was held in the Yi family, which was equivalent to a family banquet of the Yi family. The people who came were all business allies and partners. During the years of cooperation with the Yi group, they have long been tied to the Yi family's big ship. If the Yi family is finally severely frustrated because of the attack from the banker, their interests will definitely not be protected. Therefore, there are no eternal relationships in this world, only eternal interests. Only driven by interests will they stand towards you. The banquet lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. At the end of the banquet, more than 20 middle-aged people followed Ye's father into the study. A group of bosses in the eyes of ordinary people gathered together to discuss how to preserve their strength as much as possible in this confrontation. They listed out the scope of their respective operations and calculated step by step which field the dealer would strike next. It has to be said that although these bosses all look greasy after eating, they are definitely the best at calculating. Song Yun was dumbfounded when he heard this. It turns out that many business operations can be solved using Sun Tzu's art of war. For example, they have already made a contingency plan. As long as the dealer strikes in the field of any one of them, all the others will unconditionally help their allies in terms of funds and relationships to resist the dealer. And they intend to cut off the source of funds and invade the core business of the banker. For this group of old foxes, the more muddy the water is, the better it will be much easier to fish in troubled waters at that time. After a long discussion, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, these bosses left the Yi family in high spirits. Father Yi rubbed his temples with a tired look. It's too much of a hassle to deal with these people. Even though they may seem selfless and say sincere words, when it comes to their actions, they are just like dogs guarding their food. Father Yi sighed and said, I'm not asking you to attend today for any other reason than to give you a heads up. If you plan to make achievements in business in the future, it will be necessary to deal with these people. Thank you, Dad. Do you need me to get Shanshui Group involved? No. Father Yi was unexpectedly resolute. He said seriously, although you are the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group, it is a joint venture multinational group after all. There are too many things involved. What we are doing with the banker is a fight between our own family. No matter who wins in the end, the funds will definitely stay in the Magic City. Once Shanshui Group enters, everyone will target you first. I see. Song Yun nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that everyone attached great importance to this matter. This was also good. Even if everyone racked their brains, their funds would not be taken away by outsiders. Song Yun said goodbye to Ye's father and returned to Yi Qingqing's boudoir. Yi Qingqing leaned against the head of the bed, holding a book in her hand, reading carefully under the bedside lamp. Hearing the door opening, Yi Qingqing cheered, jumped up from the bed, and jumped into Song Yun's arms. "Honey, I'm so sleepy, let's go to sleep." Nothing happened that night. The next day, Song Yun had a good rest and got up to wash up feeling refreshed. When he was about to finish breakfast, Yi Qingqing had just finished putting on her makeup and came downstairs. "Xiao Yun, will you accompany me to the group later? I'll introduce you to the senior executives of the group," Father Yi said while looking at the newspaper. Song Yun swallowed the fried egg in his mouth, shook his head, and said, "Dad, Qingqing and I will go to Sijio City later." Father Yi put down the newspaper and looked at Song Yun with a questioning look on his face. "Didn't you just go there some time ago? Why are you going again now? If I didn't know that you didn't know your father's identity, I would have suspected that you went to Sijio City to meet those big guys secretly without telling me." "Something happened with my cousin." Song Yun told Ye's father everything. After hearing this, Ye's father seemed a little angry, but after all, he had been in a high position for many years, and his first thought was how to solve this matter. "Qingqing knows your Uncle Deng's contact information. If you can't solve the problem, just give him a call. He's an old native from the city, so he'll be better at dealing with these stubborn guys than you." Song Yun thanked his father-in-law, and after Yi Qingqing finished her meal, the two of them set off. Landing in Sijio City again, this time the person who picked me up was Lu Guan. Lu Guan was driving a Mercedes-Benz, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had just passed the night. "Old Lu, you are so old now, you need to be restrained." When Song Yun saw his CEO again, he would not hold him in a tight grip like he did last time, so he made a joke to ease the atmosphere. "Boss, I stayed at Mr. Zhao's place last night." "You know what? There was someone who was so blind that he went there to cause trouble. After being taken to the police station by our people, he even said that he would find an opportunity to make a comeback when he got out." Lu Guan said with a bitter expression that he really had no good way to deal with this kind of thugs. After all, the other party insisted that he was just taking a walk there so late at night. As for the paint he brought, he said it was for home decoration. So there is no good solution at the moment. Thank you for your hard work. When Tianyu expands, we will have to rely on you as a general. Song Yun has always treated his subordinates like this. If you do your best to do what I ask you to do, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Lu Guan seemed a little excited when he heard this, and said, "Don't worry, boss. I am a well-known workaholic in the industry. As long as the business passes through my hands, there is nothing I can't do well. Well, after you drop us off, we can go to a nearby hotel and get some sleep. I see you're almost tired from driving, and that won't do." Song Yun's caring words flowed into Lu Guan's heart like a warm current. What was he fighting for? One is social status, and the other is to satisfy one's life ideals. Now it seems that Song Yun is a wise leader. Both his skills and temperament make Lu Guan admire him. Under Song Yun's leadership, the ideal deep in my heart will definitely come true. Chapter 113. We are kidding. Soon, they arrived at Xiaowan's residential area. Song Yun took Yi Qingqing inside and found the building where her aunt lived. She discovered that there were 30 or 40 people downstairs holding up their cell phones, filming something. When everyone saw someone trying to go in, they made way for him. Song Yun frowned, went upstairs and knocked on his aunt's door. But after knocking several times, it seemed like there was no one inside. This shouldn't happen. There are so many people watching downstairs, proving that my cousin is definitely at home. Why doesn't she open the door? In desperation, Song Yun took out his phone and called Xiaowan. When she learned that the person knocking on the door just now was Song Yun, there was a noise in the house. After a few minutes, the door opened a little. Xiaowan saw through the crack that only Song Yun and his sister-in-law were outside, so she hurriedly welcomed them in. "Sister-in-law, you guys are finally here. Those bastards came to cause trouble again last night. It was so scary in the middle of the night." Xiaowan lay in Yi Qingqing's arms and sobbed softly. Song Yun looked around the house. There were more than a dozen security guards from Tianyu Company in the living room. It was obvious that these people had not slept all night and looked very tired. "Thank you for your hard work. I will give you bonuses after this is over. It's our honor to protect the boss's family." The security captain stood up and said respectfully, "It's just that what those people did was too bastard. They ran away when we called the police, and came back after the police left. This makes everyone nervous all the time. Don't worry, I came here today to solve this matter." Song Yun comforted everyone, and then saw his uncle sitting on the sofa with a dull look in his eyes. "Uncle, where is my aunt?" Song Yun asked curiously. Your aunt has a bad heart and can't stay up late, so I let her go to bed. Xiao Chang rubbed his face. This middle-aged man who used to call himself a scholar now looked very decadent. He really couldn't understand whether those people outside had kindness. If he put himself in their shoes, if this matter happened to them, could they really do as they said? Uncle, you should also go to sleep for a while. The sky won't fall down. Song Yun said seriously, none of those people can escape. Alas, I can't sleep with things on my mind. Song Yun, I just realized today that interests can really change a person. Those neighbors outside were so friendly before, but now? They are all hateful and disgusting. They don't even think about the fact that when something happened at home, it was my father who rushed over to help first, but they actually want to disturb his peace. Xiao Chang became more and more excited as he spoke. He raised his favorite jade ruby and smashed it to the ground. He raised his head and shouted angrily, "You are not a son. You are not a son. Calm down, calm down. You fell ill before you could handle other things." Song Yun hurriedly followed his uncle's back. It seemed that what those people did was even more excessive than what Xiao Wan said on the phone, otherwise his uncle, an honest man, would not have cursed at them. I see they are all downstairs. If you can't sleep, why don't you come down with me to check the situation first? Hearing Song Yun's words, Xiao Chang nodded vigorously. As for Xiao Wan, Song Yun did not let her go down with them to avoid causing any more commotion. Along with 2 security guards, 4 people went downstairs. When the neighbors saw Xiao Chang, they all joined in the fight. Old Xiao, come out for breakfast? I say, you are too disloyal, you even called the police last night. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been in jail today. I won't argue with you anymore. How about letting your Xiao Wan say a few words to the big brothers in my live studio afterwards? Yes, yes. The big brothers in my live studio received Xiao Wan's clothes yesterday. They were so happy. If your Xiao Wan doesn't want any old clothes anymore, you can give them to everyone. As Song Yun listened to these people's words, his eyes gradually turned cold. Perhaps because they sensed that the atmosphere was not right, these neighbors noticed Song Yun. After looking at him, they shuddered and lowered their heads. Why is this young man's eyes so sharp? Like an eagle, just looking at him makes my eyes hurt. I'm Xiao Wan's cousin. Whatever you want, let's figure it out. Song Yun said coldly, if I hear any insulting words again, you will die. Who do you think you are? What's so great about you? A young man can represent the Xiao family? You must be kidding. Shut up. A security guard stood up and shouted, this is our Tianyu's big boss. If you want to attack him personally, think about your own abilities first. The big boss of Tianyu Company? These people were stunned. You know, after surfing the internet for some time, they also knew that Tianyu was very popular recently and had abundant assets. If they offended the young man in front of them, they would probably suffer the consequences. Hee, you young man have quite a bad temper. Yeah, we're just joking, don't take it seriously. Since you are Xiao Wan's cousin, you are also our junior. How could we attack you personally? Xiao Chang witnessed the shamelessness of these neighbors again. He pointed at these people and was so angry that his whole body was shaking. You bastards! Didn't you try to dig up my Xiao family's ancestral grave yesterday? Why are you pretending? After these words were spoken, these people felt a little embarrassed. Although they really wanted to use Old Man Xiao to threaten the Xiao family, it was just an idea. If they really did it, they would not dare to do it. Lao Xiao, I was drunk yesterday and just made a joke, why did you take it so seriously? Do you think you were being a little mean by doing this? The drunkard who had been leading the trouble yesterday stood up. Zhang Shihai. You are the most troublesome person among this group of people. Were you the one who asked others to cause trouble at my father's grave last night? Xiao Chang was so angry when he saw this gangster. Zhang Shihai shrugged, looking relaxed. He had been in society for many years and had long become a person who was insensitive to public opinion. Even if the Xiao family sent someone to back him up, he would not be afraid even if they put him in jail. I didn't, don't slander me. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Lao Xiao, you're not a child anymore, how come you still can't tell a joke from a joke? It's really. Alas. Song Yun stared at the other person and asked word by word in a cold voice, a joke? If I said I was going to dig up your ancestral grave today, would you think it was a joke? Zhang Shihai originally wanted to stiffen his neck and say it's up to you, but when he saw the seriousness in Song Yun's eyes, he got scared. Were you the leader yesterday? Song Yun asked expressionlessly. Zhang Shihai felt his mouth dry and his mind empty as he was being stared at. He couldn't even utter a word of the speech he had prepared. Chapter 114, The Card of Punishing Evil and Promoting Good is unexpectedly useful. You are all obsessed with profit. Instead of thinking about how to create your own future, you are interested in other people's privacy. Song Yun glanced at the crowd, and the neighbors didn't dare to look at each other and lowered their heads. System, use the Punish Evil and Promote Good card on Zhang Shihai. Ding. The system is judging, please wait. Ding. Judged as evil and reaching the medium level, target Zhang Shihai will have bad luck and nothing will go well for the next 6 months. He will encounter a small disaster every day and a big disaster every week. What the system said this time seemed very general, and there was no specific punishment for Zhang Shihai. But what happened to Zhang Shihai next shocked everyone. Zhang Shihai was seen retreating slowly out of fear of Song Yun. He actually fell to the ground and lay on the ground, holding his legs and wailing. Everyone thought that this bastard was trying to blackmail the Xiao family in order to force them to surrender, but when they saw veins popping out on Zhang Shihai's forehead and countless cold sweats oozing out of his skin, they realized that something big had happened. Don't touch me. Ouch, it hurts so much, I fell down on flat ground, what sin have I committed? Zhang Shihai shouted in pain. As a tough guy in Suzhou City who had been beaten for many years, he naturally knew the condition of his body. His leg was most likely broken. Hiss. This kid is in so much pain, maybe his leg is broken? What a sin! He was allowed to cause trouble in Mr. Zhao's quiet place. Now he is being punished. Amitba, old man, please don't come to me. I just took a video. I didn't go to your house to make trouble. Grandpa Zhao's spirit in heaven is blessing the Xiao family. Oh my god, I will never mess with the Xiao family again. The neighbors talked about it a lot, and in the end they made up the whole plot in their own minds. Song Yun did not expect that the Punish Evil and Promote Good card would be so effective this time. He had originally wanted to use some external forces to make these neighbors submit, but now it seems that even if Xiaowan stands there for them to take pictures, they will have to think twice. Good deeds and evil deeds will eventually be rewarded. It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. You should learn from this lesson, otherwise, you may be the ones lying on the ground next time. After saying this, Song Yun took his uncle home. At this moment, my uncle-in-law no longer looked depressed. It was so satisfying to see the evildoer getting his comeuppance in front of him. I believe they won't dare to come to our house to make trouble again. But seriously, uncle, you should consider moving. Xiaowan is a star after all. She will become even more famous after the film is broadcast. The paparazzi outside won't be as easy to fool as these neighbors. Song Yun sat on the sofa and spoke slowly. But, you know the housing prices in the old city. Those residential areas with good privacy are only higher than those in the Magic City. Even if I sell my current house, it won't be enough to buy another one. My uncle looked a little disappointed. After all, as the head of the family, he failed to support his daughter when she needed him the most. This was a bit embarrassing for him as a father. Since I'm here today, I'll take care of it for you. As for the money for buying a house, I'll deduct it from Xiaowan's future film pay. Song Yun smiled and said, Wife, do you know any real estate agents for high-end properties in Suzhou City? I really don't know. Let me ask Uncle Deng for you. Yi Qingqing immediately called the other party and told him the whole story. The other party thought for a moment and said that an old friend of his had some problems in his business and needed funds to be returned. His house was located within the second ring road and the safety of the community could be guaranteed, but the price would be a little higher. Then Deng's father sent Yi Qingqing the phone number of his old friend, saying that they could get together for a meal after this matter was settled. Of course Yi Qingqing politely refused. Are you kidding? Your daughter is staring at my husband with a fierce look in her eyes. How could I possibly take my husband to the Hongmen banquet? Afterwards, Yi Qingqing contacted Deng's father's friend and agreed to go see the house later. Everyone came to the address sent by the other party and was stopped by security guards when entering the community. I'm sorry everyone, but we won't let strangers in without the owner's permission. The security guard apologized and said, Why don't you contact your friends first? I will let you go if someone comes to pick me up. Song Yun nodded in satisfaction. One has to know that there are many hidden talents in this city. The security guard's words were humble, but his tone was such that he could not be refused. It seemed that the property manager of this community was also quite capable. Yi Qingqing contacted the landlord, and about 10 minutes later, a slightly plump middle-aged man ran out panting. "This is my owner's card, let me in." The security guard took it with both hands, swiped it through the network system, and after confirming the owner's face was correct, he opened the gate and let Song Yun and his group in. "I'm sorry, everyone. The security guards in the community are all screwed. You have to come in person to pick it up. Otherwise, even if someone finds the owner's card, they can't enter." The middle-aged man took out a towel from his pocket, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chai Huairong, and I work in export trade. Hello, my name is Song Yun." Song Yun shook hands with the other party and said with a smile, "What we value is security and privacy. As for the price, as long as it is reasonable, we can sign the contract today." "You're most welcome." Chai Huairong was a little excited. His company was now burning hundreds of thousands of dollars every day and was just waiting for the life-saving money. Chai Huairong led the way. Song Yun and his friends looked around and found that the greening of this community was very well done. There was a large lake in the center of the community. In spring and autumn, the property management would provide small boats for boating on the lake. When you enter the house that Chai Huairong is selling, you will find that it is fully furnished and you can move in at any time. Xiao Wan was like a curious baby, pulling her mother around this 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, and it was obvious that she liked it very much. "Mr. Chai, how much do you plan to pay for it?" Song Yun asked while sitting on the sofa. "This house has a total area of 173 square meters. According to the current market price, it costs 34.6 million. I will round off the price for you as a friend and transfer the property to you for 34 million today." Chai Huairong poured Song Yun a cup of tea and said, 34 million. My uncle felt dizzy when he heard the price. "Oh my god, are house prices so high now? You know, even if the place where he lives now is for sale, it would be a blessing to sell it at 8 million. But after a comparison, he found that this house could buy 4 houses of his own. This made my uncle, who has worked in the arts department all his life, a little nervous. But what Song Yun said next surprised him even more. Song Yun just thought about it for a moment, then nodded and said, "The price is reasonable and the room is suitable. I have no reason to refuse. I will transfer the money to you now." Chapter 115. Turn on map mode. "Wait a minute." The uncle took Song Yun to the side and whispered, "Why don't we look at other houses? This one is a bit too expensive." "Uncle, don't worry. Xiao Wan has received a lot of remuneration for this film, and her remuneration in the future will only be higher. You can pay me back slowly when the time comes." Song Yun had an indifferent expression on his face. The uncle wanted to say something, but Song Yun made the final decision and transferred the house payment to Chai Huairong. The moment the other party receives the payment, the system's voice sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the map mode. I will reward you with a Big Boss acquaintance card. Also note, after the mode is turned on, any company under the host that opens a new company in an area where you have not signed in will receive an additional reward of 100 million, with no upper limit. WTF TF TF. Song Yun stared at the Big Boss acquaintance card floating in the system space in amazement. He was a little overwhelmed now. The system meant that as long as he expanded the company's business, he would become the world's richest man even if he did nothing. System Daddy. Definitely the System Dad. You are too good to yourself. He clenched his fists excitedly, and countless blueprints had already come up with his mind. Mr. Song, congratulations on becoming the new owner of this house. Shall we go and handle the transfer procedures now? Chai Huairong said with a smile. With the 34 million, it would be enough for his company to survive the competition for half a year. Just connect with my uncle. Song Yun suppressed his excitement. He didn't know whether he should use the acquaintance card now. But he thought that he was in Sijio City now. If he returned to the Magic City, he would definitely meet some famous business people. But in Sijio City. Used it. Ding, the host uses the Big Boss acquaintance card. Please arrive at the HD area, Haitai Business Plaza on time at 2 p.m. The system will provide special guidance at that time. Song Yun glanced at his watch and found that it was already 11:30 in the afternoon. He searched the address on his mobile phone and found that it was still more than an hour away from Haitai Business Plaza. Go now. Even if you have to wait in the past, you can't miss this opportunity. Uncle, I have something else to do. I will not be involved in your follow-up with Mr. Chai. Hearing that Song Yun was leaving, Song Won came over, put her arm around Song Yun's shoulders, and looked deeply at her nephew. I know you are a very busy person. I don't know how to thank you this time. Next time you come to Sijiacheng, I will make you something delicious. Good. Song Yun took Yi Qingqing out of the community, hailed a taxi and rushed to Hai Tai. Honey, what's the hurry? Yi Qingqing leaned on Song Yun's shoulder and asked curiously. Her husband has always been in Shanghai, and she has never heard that he has other relatives in Beijing. And why did he go to Hai Tai Business Plaza? Could it be that he acquired another company? Actually, I just wanted to avoid him. Didn't you see how depressed my uncle was today? He didn't protect his family well, and he didn't have the money to move away. If he hadn't contacted me, my uncle's hair would have turned white. Song Yun sighed and said, let's leave early, so that we can save some face for our uncle and save him from blaming himself all the time. Husband, why are you so good? Not only are you rich and talented, but you also care about your family's feelings. You are really my treasure husband. Yi Qingqing said happily. The two of them chatted and laughed all the way to High Tech Business Plaza. After getting off the bus, Song Yun looked at the 140-pointer on his watch and thought that it was a wise decision to leave early. The traffic jam alone took him nearly an hour. If he had been any later, he would have missed this opportunity. Honey, I'm so hungry, let's go eat something. Yi Qingqing shook Song Yun's arm and said coquettishly, I want to eat meat, lots and lots of meat. I'm almost starving to death. Song Yun touched Yi Qingqing's hair lovingly, thinking that they had already arrived at the destination, and the system did not prompt the next instructions, so he might as well fill his wife's stomach first. The two entered the square and found a Sichuan restaurant. Just as we ordered the food, we heard a commotion outside. Ding! Host, please go to the entrance of the Sichuan restaurant immediately and save the fainted old man. The system's voice suddenly sounded, and Song Yun was shocked. He said to Yi Qingqing, wife, please sit down first. I'll go see what happened. I'll go with you. The two men came out of the Sichuan restaurant, squeezed through the crowded crowd, and found a little girl inside, and next to her lay an elderly man with silver hair. Grandpa, what's wrong with you, Grandpa? Please don't scare Shushu, okay? Whoa! Uncle and aunt, please save my grandpa. The little girl knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes. Her pitiful appearance attracted the love of everyone present. Go find the mall's radio and see if there's a doctor nearby. An old man shouted to the crowd, please disperse a little and give the old man some space to circulate air. Little sister, do you have the contact information of your family? Yi Qingqing squatted beside the little girl and asked. I don't know. Whoa, usually there are people following us when we go out, it's all my fault. Whoa, today I had to drag Grandpa and sneak out, it's my fault. Yi Qingqing lovingly held the little girl in her arms and comforted her. Song Yun first dialed the emergency number and learned that it would take 10 minutes for the other party to arrive. He leaned over, opened the old man's eyes, and found that he had fallen into a deep coma. Damn it, I don't even know medical skills. How can I save this person? Song Yun was a little anxious. If he had known earlier, he should have brought a doctor from his own hospital with him. Ding! Because the host used the Big Boss acquaintance card, a convenient channel has been opened. You can learn a profession by spending 1 billion. Learn medical skills. Not to mention spending 1 billion now, even if it was 2 billion or 3 billion, Song Yun would do it without hesitation. It was not for the resources after saving the boss, but because he did not want to see a life pass away in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master-level Chinese medicine. Suddenly, a torrent of knowledge poured into Song Yun's brain. It not only included all the methods of TCM to treat diseases, but also the memories of cases treated by other master-level TCM doctors. Song Yun shuddered, then looked down at the old man and knew where the problem was. Little sister, does your grandpa have high blood pressure? It seems so. I heard from Grandpa's doctor that if Grandpa doesn't stop drinking, his blood pressure will be out of control. The little girl sobbed. Song Yun nodded. Hypertension is the most common disease nowadays. Once it occurs, the patient may feel dizzy and have a bad temper at the mildest. In severe cases, the patient may fall into a coma like this old man, or even die. Young man, are you a doctor? The elder brother who was maintaining order just now kindly said, if not, then wait for the ambulance to come, for the sake of this old man, and for your sake. I appreciate your kindness. I have studied Chinese medicine with a master for several years. It is no problem for me to do some first aid. Song Yun rushed into the Sichuan restaurant and went all the way to the kitchen. He borrowed a knife, disinfected it with white wine, and gently made 2 shallow cuts on the old man's earlobes. Suddenly, streams of purple-red blood flowed out of the wound. The old man's complexion gradually regained its rosy color. Chapter 116 Ouyang Family. The old man's breathing has become steady. The elder brother lay on the ground, put his ear close to the old man's nose and listened carefully. "Brother, how is my grandpa now?" There was hope in the little girl's eyes, fearing that Song Yun would say, "Prepare for your funeral," like the doctors in TV dramas. "Little sister, your grandfather is no longer in danger of death. You need to go to the hospital for a detailed examination." Song Yun touched the little girl's head and said with a smile. Just at this moment, the sirens of an ambulance were heard outside. Several doctors in white coats hurried over carrying a stent. An older doctor first dispersed the crowd and then looked at the patient lying on the ground. The patient is old and is in the period of sudden hypertension. If he does not pay enough attention, he may easily fall into a coma. But after an emergency physical examination, the doctor was surprised to find that the patient was slowly recovering and even his blood pressure was gradually returning to normal. "Excuse me, who called the hospital?" The doctor looked around at everyone and asked. Song Yun stood up. The doctor looked at Song Yun with a gentle look and asked, "Who is this old man to you?" "I don't know him, but respecting the old and loving the young is a fine tradition in our country. If I see him, I will definitely take care of him." Song Yun's words made the doctor nod deeply. This young man was not only handsome, but also had a beautiful heart. According to what was said on the phone, the patient's condition is extremely critical, but now it seems that the patient will wake up on his own in a short while. Have other doctors come to give first aid? Look here. Song Yun lifted the old man's earlobe, which had already stopped bleeding, with one finger and said with a smile, "I have studied Chinese medicine for several years, and I have no choice but to resort to this last resort." The doctor raised his glasses, glanced at Song Yun with admiration, and said, "You are a young man of great potential." "Uncle Doctor, do we still need to go to the hospital?" the little girl asked as she stood beside the old man. "It's better to get checked to prevent any complications." The doctor said seriously, "Little girl, is this your grandfather? Where are your family members?" "My grandfather and I sneaked out today." The little girl said very embarrassedly, "I don't even remember my parents' phone numbers." This is difficult. The doctor frowned and said, "Without the family signature, we can't do any tests. This matter is a bit tricky. If the patient is in an emergency state, he can be treated as an emergency patient. But now the patient may wake up soon. If he is taken back for examination and the patient's family comes to the hospital to make trouble, I will be severely punished and all the bonuses of the department will be deducted. Do you think we can accompany you? We can pay for all the examinations in advance." Song Yun said gently, "After all, we can't just let the old man lie on such a cold ground forever." The doctor thought for a moment and finally nodded. The old man was lifted on a stretcher and the group got into the ambulance and rushed to the hospital. In the car, the doctor who had been asking questions before was always very nice to Song Yun, and even asked about Song Yun's master later. With his wife around, Song Yun could only muddle through. After entering the hospital, Song Yun paid all the fees under the guidance of a young doctor, while Yi Qingqing and the little girl stayed with the old man. After paying the fee, Song Yun returned to the ward and heard a noisy sound coming from inside. He suddenly opened the door and found that the old man had woken up and was trying to comfort the little girl who was crying on the hospital bed. "Young man, I heard from Shushu that you saved the old man's life?" Although the old man was very old, there was light in his eyes. Even Song Yun could not bear the sharp gaze when he looked into his eyes. "Well, old man, how are you feeling now? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" The old man shook his head, looked at Song Yun meaningfully, sighed and said, "You look like an old friend of mine, but now I can't find him anymore and I don't know where he went." Song Yun didn't know how to respond for a moment and sat in the chair awkwardly. "I have already informed my family. I will trouble you too with this matter. When my son comes, you can make any conditions you want. As long as they are not illegal, our Ouyang family can meet them." When Yi Qingqing heard the old man's words, her eyes suddenly widened and she asked in disbelief, Are you Mr. Ouyang Shu? You little girl knows a lot." The old man said with a smile. "Hello, Grandpa Ouyang. My name is Yi Qingqing. My father made a special trip to visit you last year, but we didn't get to meet in the end. Ouyang Shu looked at Yi Qingqing's face carefully, and suddenly realized and said, Are you the daughter of the Xiaoya family in the Magic City? Yes, it's great to meet you today, it's great. Yi Qingqing's mind went blank. Her usual eloquence was completely useless. She could only blush and lower her head in embarrassment. Is the Ouyang family very powerful? Song Yun leaned over and whispered in Yi Qingqing's ear. But unexpectedly, Ouyang Shu was not deaf at all. He sat up, patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, The Ouyang family is actually just like that. The descendants below are useless. It's all thanks to an old man like me who supports them. Then I wish you a long life. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingqing patted Song Yun's arm and said, Grandpa Ouyang is already over 80 years old this year. Wow! Song Yun was shocked. This old man looks like he is in his 60s. I didn't expect he is so old. An old man who refuses to die is a thief. I am an old thief. Ouyang Shu laughed out loud. Just as they were talking, the door of the ward was pushed open and a group of people rushed in, instantly filling up the originally small room. Father, are you okay? A middle-aged leader asked anxiously. At this moment, Ouyang Shu no longer had the cheerful look on his face. His face was stern and he looked intimidating without even getting angry. Don't worry, you're not going to die. Ouyang Shu said calmly, I'm giving you a heads up. What happened today was entirely my fault. If any of you dare to turn around and attack Shushu, don't blame me for scolding you. No. The middle-aged man said with a flattering smile, I'm glad you're okay. I've already contacted your private doctor. Shall we go home now? I'm fine. No need to contact those white coats. Let me introduce you to my savior. Ouyang Shu pushed Song Yun, exposing him to everyone's sight and said, This guy is called Song Yun. He's a very interesting young man. Chapter 117 Father Yi was almost scared to death. Hello, my name is Ouyang Rong, and I'm Shushu's father. Thank you very much for saving my old man today. You can ask for any conditions you want. As long as I can meet them, I will never refuse. Ouyang Rong shook hands with Song Yun and said, If you have a request, saving people won't be simple. Song Yun smiled and shook his head, saying, It's just that I just paid more than 6,000 yuan for hospitalization. Would you like to settle the bill if it's convenient for you? Ha, you're an interesting young man. Ouyang Shu smiled and patted Song Yun's arm and said, Since you don't want anything, let me, an old man, treat you to a family dinner. After saying that, Ouyang Shu lifted the quilt and stood up. Although the old man was a little hunched, when Song Yun faced him, the warrior's sense of touch was fully stimulated, just like facing a ferocious tiger. The group of people walked out of the ward in a mighty procession. At this time, a bald man in a white coat hurried over and said to Ouyang Rong with a flattering smile, Hello, Mr. Ouyang, I am the director of this hospital. Well, your hospital is very good. Ouyang Rong smiled faintly, but in the eyes of the dean, it was already a great compliment. He personally sent the group out of the hospital and watched the Ouyang family leave with a deep breath. Dean, who are they? A director-level doctor asked cautiously. Someone from the Ouyang family. The dean wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, Fortunately, there were no problems in all the links of our hospital today. If there were any mistakes, we would not be able to get away with it. Ouyang family. As a native of Sijio City, the director naturally knows how powerful the Ouyang family is. If one were to rank all the aristocratic families in Sijio City, the Ouyang family would definitely be among the top 3. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing sat in the car and after circling the city for a long time, they entered a very large courtyard. Entering the courtyard, Song Yun was surprised to find the sound of birds singing and the fragrance of flowers. All the buildings were decorated in Chinese style. The ancient atmosphere instantly pulled the visitors into ancient times. This is the ancestral home of the Ouyang family. Not many people can come in. Ouyang Shu said with a bit of boasting. He walked forward on his own, and the descendants of the Ouyang family who followed him gradually dispersed, and in the end only Song Yun, Yi Qingqing, Shushu and Ouyang Rong were left by his side. Ouyang Shu led them around the courtyard and turned left and right until they arrived at a big door. He felt in his pocket, took out a key and opened the door. Inside was a vegetable patch and a small bungalow, so simple that it seemed out of place with the front. This is where I usually live. Ouyang Shu led everyone to the small room and asked Song Yun to sit down. He then poured a cup of tea from a large iron pot, handed it to Song Yun and said, "Today, the old man will cook for you personally. I will show you my cooking skills." Yang Rong was flattered to hear his father's words. You know, on weekdays his father would lock the door and live a fairy-like life. It was extremely difficult for him, as a son, to eat a meal made by his father. Only during the Chinese New Year would the old man reluctantly cook a big pot of stew. And today, the father actually cooked for this young man himself. Could it be that he wanted to train him? "You just recovered from your illness, so you should take a rest. I will make lunch." Song Yun smiled and said, "Don't look at my young age, I'm also a good cook." "Really? You know I'm a very picky eater. If your cooking isn't tasty, I'll flip the table." "Don't worry, if the food doesn't taste good, you can just curse at me." Ouyang Shu looked at Song Yun with appreciation. You know, the Yi family is very famous in Shanghai. As the son-in-law of the Yi family, he must be a rich or noble person. It is rare for such a young man to be willing to calm down and learn how to cook. He took Song Yun to the kitchen and watched from the side, still a little worried. At this time, only Yi Qingqing, Ouyang Rong and Shushu were left in the room. Shushu seemed to come here often and ran outside to play with Grandpa's parrot. Yi Qingqing felt a lot of pressure facing the current head of the Ouyang family, and she kept her head down and remained silent. "How is your father doing lately?" Ouyang Rong coughed lightly, completely put down his airs and asked. "It's okay." Yi Qingqing murmured to herself in a low voice, feeling very nervous. Although she had met many important figures, none of them could compare with the Ouyang family, so she felt uncomfortable sitting here. "Well, the Nangong family has recently extended their influence to the Magic City. Your father must be having a hard time. If you need help, let me know. As long as it does not affect the core interests of the Ouyang family, I can help you mediate." Yi Qingqing was very grateful for Ouyang Rong's words. The Yi family is in the eye of the storm at this time. Her father had wanted to find a big shot in Suzhou City to mediate, but due to the lack of relationship, it was impossible for her, as a daughter, not to worry about her father. "Then can I call my father now?" Yi Qingqing asked weakly. With Ouyang Rong's permission, Yi Qingqing called her father in front of him. At this time, his father had just contacted the head of the Zhao family and was planning what to do next when he received a call from his daughter. "Dad, I'm at Ouyang's house now." When Ye's father heard this, his mind exploded. How could his daughter be connected with the Ouyang family? Didn't she go with Song Yun to take care of household chores today? Could it be that the other party is from the Ouyang family? Shit, the Ouyang family is not a family like the Nangong family. Facing the latter, Ye's father still has a bit of a confrontational heart, but if he offends the Ouyang family, he feels that he can just lie down and die. Qingqing, don't be afraid. I'll contact the big boss of Suzhou City to see if I can help him. Where's Song Yun? Dad, what are you talking about? Yi Qingqing frowned slightly and said slowly, "Today, Song Yun saved an old man in the mall. Later we found out that the man was Grandpa Ouyang Shu. We were invited to the Ouyang family as guests. Uncle Ouyang Rong said he could mediate the fight between the Nangong family and our family." Call. Father Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't this damn girl tell him earlier? She almost scared him to death. Etc. Song Yun saved an old man, and the other party was Mr. Ouyang Shu? Shit, this son-in-law of mine is the chosen one by God, right? He can meet those big guys wherever he goes. You know, although Mr. Ouyang has retired for several years, his influence is still there. Even the big guys in the 4-9 city have to retreat when they see him. Envious. But he has now formed an alliance with the head of the Zhao family and is planning to set a trap for the Nangong family. It is impossible to mediate at this time. He signaled Yi Qingqing to hand the phone to Ouyang Rong. "Hello, I'm Ouyang Rong." "Hello Mr. Ouyang Rong, I am sorry to bother you this time." Father Yi said politely, "Thank you very much for your help in mediation, but now that things have taken a turn for the better, it is no longer necessary." Chapter 118 Favors that don't need to be repaid are the most precious. Ouyang Rong asked doubtfully, could it be that the Yi family intends to confront the Nangong family alone? Let me tell you, although the Yi family's assets are indeed rich, its foundation is a real shortcoming. Father Yi didn't know how to tell Ouyang Rong. After all, his alliance with the Zhao family was a private matter and he hadn't told anyone. He planned to have the Zhao family suddenly step in at the critical moment to stab the Nangong family in the back. Wait, I'll go out and tell you. Ouyang Rong nodded to Yi Qingqing, and then he went to the yard, found a secluded spot under the shade of a tree, and asked, "Since you were so confident, can I assume that you have found someone in Sijio City who can help you negotiate or form an alliance with you? If we had dealt with it, the Yi family wouldn't be in such a passive position like it is now. When you first came to Sijio City, I knew you had a lot of bad intentions. You definitely wanted to contain the Nangong family in the Magic City, like a quagmire, so that the Nangong family would gradually sink into it without knowing it. But you don't have the ability to drag such a huge monster by yourself. If the Nangong family suffers heavy losses in the Magic City, the beneficiary will be." Ouyang Rong lit a cigarette, thought for a few minutes, and then said suddenly, "Zhao family. You have formed an alliance with the Zhao family." Father Yi on the other end of the phone was frightened by Ouyang Rong's reasoning. He really didn't expect that just because of a mistake in one sentence, the other party could know so much information. He is worthy of being the current head of the Ouyang family. Please keep this matter confidential, otherwise all the arrangements we have made these days will fail. Father Yi sighed and said. Ouyang Rong exhaled a cloud of green mist and said with a smile, "Don't worry, your uncle saved my grandfather's life. My grandfather likes him very much. Just for this reason, I will not disturb your plan. There's just one thing. How did you find the Zhao family? And you convinced the Zhao family? You know, Zhao Dong is a stubborn and self-willed person. Zhao Dong is the current head of the Zhao family. He is very tough. Some family members who were dissatisfied with his changes have been gradually stripped of the family business in recent years, and are treated as idlers by being paid hundreds of thousands of yuan every month. How could such a person who only believed in himself be moved by the experience of the Yi family and spend a lot of resources to backstab the Nangong family? This really involves some confidential information. I'm sorry I can't tell you. Is Mr. Ouyang interested in some of the Nangong family's businesses? It's not too late to enter now." Father Yi said with a smile that he had no intention of dragging the Ouyang family into this, it was just a joke. But unexpectedly, Ouyang Rong said seriously, "You know what, I am interested in the high-tech industry of the Nangong family, but I can't support you like the Zhao family. How about this, I will come in and help a little when you are anxious, is that okay? The Ouyang family is wealthy and powerful, so how could they really covet the Nangong family's property? However, Song Yun saved his old man's life, so this favor needs to be repaid." Although Song Yun said that it was not necessary, it is precisely because of this that favors that do not need to be repaid are more precious than favors with a price tag. Ouyang Rong wanted to take this opportunity to quickly repay the favor to avoid any trouble in the future. Really? Father Yi was shocked. It took him a long time to recover. He said, "Thank you very much. Can I tell the Zhao family about this news?" "Sure. After all, the three of us are allies now." Ouyang Rong said with a smile, but at this moment the aroma of food wafted out from the kitchen, and his stomach, which was not hungry, made a rumbling sound. "This smells so delicious. Song Yun, that young boy, definitely can't make food this delicious. It seems that his father's cooking skills are getting better and better. Okay, that's settled. I'm going to go eat." Ouyang Rong swallowed, hung up the phone in a hurry, and walked towards the kitchen. He leaned on the doorframe and looked into the kitchen. At the request of old man Ouyang Shu, the kitchen was built with a large earthen stove like that in the countryside, so a fire had to be lit every time they ate. But the next scene made Ouyang Rong's eyes drop to the ground. Ouyang Shu moved a small stool and sat at the stove, constantly stuffing firewood into it, while Song Yun was at the stage using a large ladle to stir the vegetables in the pot. Gudong. Ouyang Rong smelled the fragrance and swallowed his saliva again, it smelled so good. Could this guy be the reincarnation of some cooking god? You have to know that he holds an important position and has eaten countless banquets on weekdays, but no meal could be as touching as today's. You are really good at cooking. Why don't you build another room next to this old man? Then I can come to your house for meals every day. Old man Ouyang Shu stood up and pounded his sore waist. He picked up a piece of meat from the iron pot with chopsticks and started chewing it carefully. According to what you said, you usually live alone in this small courtyard. If another family suddenly moves in, the young people in the Ouyang family will tear me to pieces. Song Yun said jokingly. Old Master Ouyang Shu glared at him and said unhappily, "I don't think that brat dares to gossip behind my back." Yes, you are wise and brave. Please move aside. The food is about to be served." Song Yun put the dishes on a plate. Ouyang Shu turned around with the plate in his hand and happened to meet his son's eyes. An awkward atmosphere permeated the kitchen. Ouyang Rong smiled flatteringly and said, "It's just a small matter, don't bother with it. I'll bring the dishes into the house. Get out of here." Ouyang Shu blew his beard and glared at him, cursing, "When I asked you to serve food when we were little, you always left half a plate empty every time you came into the house. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Ahem. Ouyang Rong felt very embarrassed when being scolded in front of the junior Song Yun. Soon all the food was ready, 3 dishes and 1 soup, with a bowl of rice for each person. Several people sat around the dining table waiting for old man Ouyang Shu to take the first bite. Ouyang Shu picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and put it in his mouth. The various flavors echoed on his taste buds, making him unable to stop. "No, I have to drink some wine today, otherwise I will ruin the food on the table." Ouyang Shu stood up and rummaged through the boxes and cabinets looking for some wine. Because his personal doctor had told him about his physical condition, he had already started controlling his cigarette and alcohol consumption, and this little bit of stock was something he had secretly saved up. Ouyang Shu took out a small bottle from the closet. The wine inside was amber in color and the mouth of the bottle was sealed with a cork and beeswax. Just by looking at its appearance, you could tell that this was a treasure that the old man still treasured. "Dad," the doctor said. Ouyang Rong was very tempted when he saw the bottle of wine. He wanted to use the doctor's words to pressure the old man, and then secretly take the wine away. But who knew that Ouyang Shu would slam the table and shout, "I have been through battles all my life, how can I not drink? I will be laughed at by those bastards when I go to hell." Chapter 119. My parents were also famous in Beijing. It's okay. I'll prescribe Chinese medicine for the old man. Although it can't completely cure the old man's stubborn illness, it can still relieve it. Song Yun also looked at the wine in Ouyang Shu's hand greedily. Not to mention that the old man was just suffering from some common problems among the elderly at this time. Even if he had a terminal illness, he could still ask the king of hell for help. Don't ask, the answer is the trust in the famous Chinese medicine experts in your mind. You also know Chinese medicine? Ouyang Shu took out 3 small cups, poured a small cup for each person, and asked doubtfully. Traditional Chinese medicine is an empirical medicine that requires a long period of accumulation of case data. Those renowned experts all have snow-white hair and look very safe at first glance. Even if a young boy like you learns some medical skills, I'm afraid you haven't even gotten started. If nothing else, it's at least better than most of the current Chinese medicine. Song Yun lifted up the cup and took a sniff. A strong aroma of wine entered his nostrils and he shuddered all over. This wine could definitely not be described as a treasure. It was a fucking top-notch product. I didn't expect that such a good wine would be packed in a green big stick glass bottle that costs $1 outside. Fortunately, it was sealed with beeswax, otherwise it would be a waste of food. Xiao Song, the old man has a dedicated private doctor. Those doctors are professionals who enjoy state subsidies. You don't have to worry about this matter. Ouyang Rong said slowly, all medicines are poisonous. Who knows how capable Song Yun is? If he really hurts the old man, he won't even have a place to cry. Uncle Ouyang, I'll write out the prescription first, and you can take it to those private doctors. If there are any problems, let's just leave it at that. How about that? Seeing Song Yun's confident look, Ouyang Shu also became interested. He took a piece of paper and a pen and placed them in front of Song Yun. Song Yun first took Ouyang Shu's pulse and found that the old man had a steady pulse and a strong heartbeat. Except for high blood pressure, his other indicators were several times stronger than those of other elderly people. Even young people in cities today may not be as healthy as the old man. He thought for a moment with the pen in hand, and wrote 2 prescriptions, one for lowering blood pressure and the other for strengthening the body. Ouyang Rong took the paper. He didn't know much about Chinese medicine, so he took a photo of the pharmacy and sent it to the old man's personal doctor to see what the doctor would say. Drink, drink. The old man greeted, then put his lips to the edge of the wine glass and took a sip, his mouth full of fragrance. A few people clinked glasses and soon finished the bottle of wine, and only leftovers were left on the table. Song Yun, the more I look at you, the more you look like my old friend. May I ask who your father is? Ouyang Shu asked drunkenly. Dad. So you have the same feeling. When I first saw Xiao Song, I felt that he looked like that guy. Ouyang Rong shouted excitedly, Xiao Song, do you know Song Bu? Song Yun was full of questions. He looked at the father and son and asked, do you know my father? Ouyang Shu spat out the wine in his mouth with a puff sound, not even bothering to wipe the wine stains off his beard. He stared at Song Yun in surprise with wide eyes. It's dark under the lamp. The Magic City is so close to the 49th city, but the major families have been looking for these two people for so many years and still haven't found them. Ouyang Rong also opened his mouth wide, his lips trembling slightly. Xiao Song, how is your mother doing lately? Ouyang Rong asked shyly with a red face. Old Master Ouyang Shu came back to his senses, slapped his son on the head, and cursed him with hatred for his misfortune. Asshole. How can you ask like this in front of Xiao Song? Ouyang Rong lowered his head and pursed his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. Xiao Song, your parents were famous in the city. Your father was as knowledgeable as Zhuge Kongming in ancient times, and your mother was so beautiful that she was known as the Rose of the City. Alas, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect to meet old friends again. Are your parents okay? After hearing this, Song Yun was filled with confusion. What the hell? What happened? How come, according to what Mr. Ouyang Shu said, my parents are not ordinary people? On the contrary, they are very awesome. But why did I have such a miserable childhood? When I was a kid, my father would haggle for a dime with the vegetable vendor for a long time, but he was nothing like Zhuge Kongming. Although his mother was pretty, she had a really bad temper. When he was a child, he was often chased by his mother with a feather duster. Is she still the rose of the old city? Are there no other women in the old city? Song Yun took a long time to come out of his shock. He licked his lips and murmured, my parents are probably okay. After all, they appear and disappear mysteriously. I've been traveling around the world since I graduated from college, and I don't even know where they are now. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ouyang Shu fell into deep thought. The couple went out to travel, which should be an excuse to deal with Song Yun. They must have encountered some difficulties and did not want to bring disaster to their son, so they chose to go abroad. But why didn't they ask for help from the families in Suzhou City? Unless, the people who harmed them are from the noble families in Suzhou City. Ouyang Shu raised his head and looked at his son, and found that there was also deep meaning in his son's eyes. Only the silly boy Song Yun is still kept in the dark. Ahem, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll go get some tea to sober me up. Old man Ouyang Shu stood up, and Ouyang Rong also said he was going to help and left the table. Father, Song Bu, and the others. Ouyang Rong looked solemn. He had experienced a lot with Song Bu when he was young and knew Song Bu's abilities. If Song Bu had not been pushed hard, he would never choose to go abroad. Send out some people to see if they can find the couple. If they can't find them, that's the best. If they do, tell them to protect them in secret. There was a gleam in old man Ouyang Shu's eyes. He vaguely remembered the scene when Song Bu was sought after by thousands of people. At that time, Song Bu was full of vigor and vitality, and was worthy of the words unparalleled national talent. Such a genius must not be unable to return to the country because of personal grudges. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Ouyang Rong's cell phone rang. It was a call from his father's personal doctor. Ouyang Rong, where is the person who prescribed the medicine now? An old and excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qi? Ouyang Rong was stunned for a moment. Master Qi was a famous figure in the Chinese medicine community, with disciples all over the country. Master Qi himself was 76 years old this year and had retired for many years. The bigwigs in the Red Wall would only invite Master Qi out when they were sick. How could such an old man who no one dared to offend call personally because of the 2 prescriptions Song Yun opened? Oh Yang boy. I ask again. Where is the person who wrote the prescription now? Mr. Qi asked again loudly. It's in my father's yard. The prescription. Before Ouyang Rong could finish his words, Mr. Qi hung up the phone in a hurry. Chapter 120 Uncle Master, please accept my respect. Is this Lao Qi calling? Is there something wrong with Song Yun's prescription? Ouyang Shu looked a little serious. At this critical moment when it was hard to tell friend from foe, the only thing he could do for his old friend was to suppress all the news about Song Yun. Ouyang Rong shook his head and said doubtfully, I don't know. Elder Qi seems to value the prescription very much. He even asked where Song Yun is now. Ouyang Shu angrily slapped his son on the head and said angrily, are you stupid? You just answer when someone asks you? What if Lao Qi thinks that the prescription is wrong and will endanger my health? If the higher-ups hold them accountable, won't everything about Song Yun be exposed? Ouyang Rong came back to his senses, suddenly realized, and hurriedly said to his father, otherwise, I will take Song Yun and run away quickly. I will personally escort them back to the Magic City, and the job of delaying time here will be left to you. You. Ouyang Shu sighed. This was the best outcome given the current situation. But who knew that as soon as they returned to the living room, they heard noisy noises outside. Ouyang Rong took a closer look. It was over. Old Qi rushed in with a group of personal doctors. The younger generations of the Ouyang family didn't dare to stop them and could only follow behind. Brother Qi, what happened? Ouyang Shu pretended to know nothing, walked out quickly, held the other person's hand and asked. Brother Ouyang. Elder Qi jumped up and down excitedly and shouted, I found the elder of our sect. Where is Song Yun? Where is Song Yun? Master Song. Shhhhhhh. Ouyang Shu frowned and first drove away all the youngsters who were watching the fun. Then he pulled Elder Qi aside and asked doubtfully, Are you sure Song Yun is an elder of your sect? It's unlikely, right? How is it impossible? Do you know where the 2 prescriptions that Ouyang Rong showed my apprentice came from? Old Qi couldn't help but be happy, and said with a smile, They came from the treatise on injuries and diseases compiled by my master himself. But unfortunately, there was a fire later, and the wonderful book that contained countless cases and prescriptions was burned. The remaining prescriptions are incomplete. I just compared the medical book with the prescription and found a Chinese medicine that can fill the small hole that was burned. Ouyang Shu was surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that Song Yun was so proficient in medicine at such a young age, and it seemed that he was a famous doctor. It is true that a good father will have a good son. But now is not the time to discuss this in front of everyone. He said to Mr. Qi word by word seriously, I can take you to see Song Yun, but you have to promise me that you will not reveal any information about Song Yun to anyone. Old Qi was full of questions. When encountering such a master, shouldn't he be exposed to the public and be admired by thousands of people? Why did the Ouyang family want to occupy it alone? But looking at Ouyang Shu's expression that said I won't let you in unless you agree, he can only nod helplessly. Ouyang Shu gave Ouyang Rong a look and asked his son to take the rest of the private doctors to the front yard for a chat. Ouyang Rong nodded slightly, then smiled and said to everyone, it seems that today is the big event of Mr. Qi recognizing his relatives. At this time, we outsiders should not disturb their meeting. Although the other doctors felt strange, facing the current head of the Ouyang family, all they could do was obey. Ouyang Shu led Elder Qi into the small house and pointed at Song Yun, who was cleaning up the leftovers after dinner, and said, This is your elder. Old Qi looked at him as if to say, Are you kidding me? Song Yun was very young and looked to be only in his 20s. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, even if he had started learning it since his mother's womb, he could not say that he could prescribe medicine for patients casually. Moreover, on his way here, Elder Qi had already imagined what Song Yun looked like, wearing a traditional Chinese medicine uniform, with a snow-white beard, and a wise look that exuded kindness. He must be over 80 years old. But now it seems. Xiao Song, let me introduce you. This is Qi Shan, the current head of the Divine Doctor Hall. Ouyang Shu's words made Song Yun turn his head. He looked at the old man in front of him and nodded secretly. Although this old man did not bring him as much oppression as Grandpa Ouyang, the other party's body functions and the light in his eyes were much stronger than Grandpa Ouyang. Hello, my name is Song Yun. Song Yun's neither humble nor arrogant demeanor made Old Qi not know how to face him. In the last second he said he wanted to find the elders of the sect, and in the next second he met this little guy. Facing such a young man, he couldn't really behave as a disciple, right? The miraculous doctor's hall. Qi Shan. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened as she stood aside. Old Qi was a famous doctor in China and someone that countless people wanted to make friends with. How could they have bumped into such a big shot who was no less important than old man Ouyang? Thinking of the prescription Song Yun gave to Mr. Ouyang Shu, Yi Qingqing panicked. Would something serious go wrong? Friend Song, I want to ask you, where did you get the prescription you gave to Brother Ouyang? Old Qi pursed his lips and shouted in his heart, just say you saw it on the internet, found it in an ancient book on the street, or at worst say you made it up. Oh. Song Yun said calmly with an indifferent expression, I learned from a master for a few years, but then the master said he wanted to travel around the mountains and rivers, so he left. What does that old master look like? How old is he? Old Qi suddenly got so excited that Song Yun was frightened and took 2 steps back. He looked at Ouyang Shu in confusion, but the other party just shrugged. Damn, this is the bad thing about lying to people. You can't ask them too deep. Once you ask yourself, you will have to make up new lies to cover it up. Song Yun thought for a moment and said, I met him on a rainy night 10 years ago. The master was probably in his 80s, with a snow-white beard and kind eyes. He was standing in the rain in a single layer of clothing. I gave him an umbrella. The master said that I had a unique bone structure and was a good candidate for studying medicine. He insisted on taking me in as his apprentice, so I learned some skills from him. Song Yun could only think of the appearance of masters portrayed in novels, so he spoke it out loud. Who knew that old Chi became even more excited? He leaned on the table, breathing heavily, and looked at Song Yun with greed in his eyes. Song Yun took 2 steps back. I know I'm handsome, but you can't keep staring at me like this, right? Besides, you're an old man now. You should calm down now. Uncle Master, please accept my respects. Old Chi knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. This action scared everyone in the room. Even Ouyang Shu didn't expect Shishan to do such a thing. Chapter 121 Nangong Han's Little Thoughts. Old man, please get up quickly. I'm still young and don't want to shorten my life. Song Yun hurriedly supported the man, but old Chi's legs seemed to have been hit by a heavy weight and he couldn't pull them up no matter what. Uncle Master, you may not understand the inside story here. Old Master Chi said with tears in his eyes, the master you met is none other than my master. He left the sect when his medical skills reached a bottleneck. It has been 20 years since he left. The divine Dr. Hall mobilized countless people but still couldn't find the whereabouts of my master. This became my master's regret before he passed away. But I didn't expect to meet you today. Now the divine Dr. Hall is thriving under my leadership. As the person with the highest status in the sect, I hope you can go back with me. I am willing to return the position of the head of the divine Dr. Hall to you. These words shocked everyone present. Ouyang Shu looked at Song Yun strangely. He didn't expect that this kid was so lucky that he had encountered such a great blessing. Yi Qingqing grabbed Song Yun's arm and unconsciously exerted force. Oh my god! Her husband turned out to be Chi Lao's uncle. And according to the other party's intention, he wanted my husband to inherit the position of the head of the divine Dr. Hall. You know, which profession in the world has the widest network of people? Of course, doctors. Especially famous doctors. In this age where death from illness and drug abuse is inevitable, a miracle doctor is like adding a layer of security to your life. Honey, I am not dreaming. Are we so lucky today? How come we keep meeting important people one after another? Yi Qingqing was in a trance and muttered to herself. Song Yun is very panicked now, extremely panicked. He didn't know what to do next. He couldn't just go over and take power with a flattering face, right? Besides, where is the divine doctor's hall? I don't know anything about this sect. Perhaps seeing the doubt in Song Yun's eyes, old man Ouyang Shu coughed twice and said, there are 253 doctors in the divine doctor hall, 63 of whom have been certified as famous doctors in China, not counting those who have gone out to work on their own. If you inherit the position of the head of the hall, everyone who meets you will have to flatter you. What the hell? What the hell? It turns out that this divine Dr. Hall with a very tacky name is so awesome? Song Yun searched his mind for the memories of those master-level Chinese medicine practitioners and finally found information about the miracle Dr. Hall. Following this memory, Song Yun found the original owner. Seeing the system simulated the other person's appearance, Song Yun was stunned. Why did this old man look so similar to the master in his lies? Looking at his identity again, he is the 14th head of the divine Dr. Hall. This might be Mr. Chi's master. It turns out that I actually have some connection with this miracle doctor's hall. Old man, please stand up and speak first. Song Yun came to his senses and saw that Chi Lao was still kneeling on the ground, but he still shouted stubbornly, if Uncle Master doesn't agree to go back with me, I will kneel and die here. It's over, it's over. Things have gotten out of hand. Song Yun's expression changed, and he said in a serious tone, how dare you disobey your uncle's orders? Don't dare, I'll get up immediately. Song Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He personally brushed the dust off Chi Lao's knees and said helplessly, I have only learned skills from the master for a few years. Is it worth it for you to kneel down to me? Worth. Elder Chi said firmly, no matter what, you are my master's disciple, and you are of the same generation as my master. I dare not disrespect you. This made Song Yun very troubled. He was just thinking about how to refuse when he heard Ouyang Shu say, maybe Xiao Song will lead the divine Dr. Hall in the future, but now, it's impossible. Why? Old Chi's eyes gradually became unfriendly. In his opinion, Song Yun was the most senior elder in the field of traditional Chinese medicine and he should be honored in front of others. Ouyang Shu was silent. He didn't know how to explain to Qi Shan. After all, Song Yun's identity required him to be low-key. After thinking for a while, Ouyang Shu decided to tell Qi Shan everything. He took Qi Shan out of the house and told him the whole situation. Brother Qi, if you don't want to harm Song Yun, you'd better minimize the impact of what happened today. Qi Shan had not expected that Song Yun's status was so high. He had also come into contact with Song Bu in the past, and the other party's unrestrained and handsome appearance was still imprinted in his memory. I promise. Old Qi sighed and said. An invisible storm is brewing in Sizhou City, while in Demon City, the Nangong family has begun a full-scale offensive. Nangong Han rented a building in the most prosperous commercial area of Magic City. As the vanguard of the Nangong family, the company's registered capital alone was as high as 6.5 billion. As this company continues to erode the Yi family's business, its market value has surpassed that of many established companies. This is like a signpost, attracting many people to join the Nangong family. For a time, the Nangong family was unrivaled in the Magic City, leaving the Yi family far behind. Humans tend to seek good fortune and avoid evil. On one hand, there is Nangong Han, who was born into an aristocratic family in Sizhou City, and on the other hand, there is the Yi family, which has an unstable foundation but only assets. In comparison, they also know that the Yi family is bound to decline. At this moment, Nangong Han was attending a banquet. Today, he used the name of the banker to send invitations to bosses of all companies and heads of families, just to see how many people were still ignorant enough to stand on the side of the Yi family. The banquet began, and as expected, 90% of the people on the list arrived on time, and Nangong Han was too lazy to win over the rest. Master Nangong, I am very grateful that you can give us all a chance to bond today. I would like to offer you a toast. An entrepreneur took the lead in toasting with a glass of wine. Nangong Han was very considerate and picked up the wine glass and drank it all. This scene made everyone present become much friendlier towards Nangong Han. After all, the other party is the eldest grandson of a first-class family in China and has a noble status. He is willing to humble himself and give them face. This is a great honor. So everyone toasted Nangong Han with different thoughts. Suddenly the atmosphere at the banquet became lively, and many people who already knew each other even started telling dirty jokes. Nangong Han held the wine glass and looked at everyone, nodding with satisfaction. His visit to the Magic City this time was not only to make money for the family, but more importantly to lay a solid foundation in case the Nangong family failed in the confrontation with the Zhao family. So this task is very important, he really needs a good reputation. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, the head of a small family in Moto stood beside Nangong Han and said with a flattering smile, Master Nangong seems to be still single. My daughter is 20 years old and has never had a romantic history. How about? As soon as these words came out, everyone around the head of the family couldn't help but curse in their hearts. What a crap, he even sold his own daughter just to climb up the social ladder. But to be honest, if my daughter can enter the Nangong family, wouldn't I also be able to rise to prominence? Chapter 122 Clean out the traitors. But Nangong Han's next words made everyone very disappointed. Nangong Han said that the family has been in a state of development in recent years. As the eldest grandson of the Nangong family and the future head of the Nangong family, he really cannot take care of the long-term feelings of his children. Since that was the case, no one said anything more. Only some people were thinking that since their daughter's status was not high enough to be the mistress of the Nangong family, what about the concubine? Nangong Han can't refuse the free meat that is delivered to his door. These people have no psychological burden at all in using their daughter to get to the top. On the contrary, they think they have found a big backer for their daughter and that she has a bright future. The banquet lasted until the evening and the guests left in high spirits. When Nangong Han and Zhuang Xihong returned to the Zhuang family, a servant considerately brought them 2 rolls of hot towels. Nangong Han put on his face and sighed deeply, and said, "Everything is ready, let's start." Zhuang Xihong was very excited when he heard the news. He had waited for this day for too long. As long as the Yi family was brought down, his Zhuang family would be the richest man in the Magic City. But what Zhuang Xihong didn't know was that Nangong Han had already started operating behind the scenes, waiting to devour the Yi family's assets and then kick Zhuang Xihong out. On the other side, Yi Group. In the president's conference room at the highest level, all the executives of the group gathered here. During this period of time, the business in the entire Magic City was in chaos, and their group's various businesses were frantically suppressed. In addition, the originally healthy capital chain became extremely fragile due to the acquisition of IS Company. These executives sat in their seats with different thoughts. Chairman, some of our marginal industries have been taken over by the Nangong family, and they have begun to invade our core business. If this continues, the entire group will not even be able to repay the bank loan. An executive said this with a frown on his face, but Ye's father continued to drink his tea calmly, not showing any intention of answering. This move disappointed everyone present. Is this still the chairman who once fought on the front line? Could it be that the chairman's career ambitions have been worn away by wealth? If this is really the case, they might as well switch to a wise leader now. You know, although the Nangong family has only been in the Magic City for a short time, they are very powerful. If they continue to develop, they will definitely replace the Yi family. I have my own thoughts on this matter. You don't need to ask any more questions. Father Yi put down the teacup, his aura changed, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He looked around at everyone and said coldly, "What you should worry about is the project at hand. Is the group's business really that difficult to maintain? Or have some of you secretly leaked secrets? Don't think that I have been in a high position for many years and have never been to the grassroots. But your little thoughts have deceived me, and you are still very naive. Chairman, we are all doing this for the good of the group. What's the point of our status if the group is gone? You are doubting us without any reason, which is really disheartening." The person who spoke was a veteran of the group. He held great weight in the group. His speaking out at this time also represented that many executives had lost the most basic respect for Ye's father. "Kong Jiexiong, you are 63 years old this year, right?" Father Yi said with a smile, "How come you are confused when you are not even old enough to have Alzheimer's disease? When we acquired IS, it was clearly the secrets that were leaked within the group that caused us to suffer heavy losses. How long has it been since then? Have you forgotten?" Ye's father stood up, took the documents from Fanny Ru's hand and slammed them hard on the table. "I have a list here. The people on it have all received money from the bookmaker in recent times. Do you want to come forward yourself, or do you want me to name them one by one?" The executives below were silent. They looked around, feeling uneasy. No one knew whether this was a trick by Ye's father or if he really had evidence. The last 3 seconds. "If you really tell me this, you should know the consequences, right?" Everyone then recalled that when Ye's father was young, he was decisive and ruthless in dealing with his enemies. There was once a vice president of a group who was exposed for accepting kickbacks from a partner and is now still working on a sewing machine in prison. "I'm sorry, President. I was blinded by my own ignorance and did something that let the group down. I accept the punishment. Boss, I didn't know what I was thinking at the time, just, alas." Some people stood up silently, some said a lot of words, and some people simply didn't believe that Ye's father could find them, so they sat in their seats and spoke angrily to the traitors of these groups. "Write your resignation application. The money you've earned in the group over the years is enough for you to live out your days in comfort." Ye's father clapped his hands, and a group of security guards rushed in from outside the conference room door and dragged out the executives who admitted their mistakes. The door of the conference room was closed, and Ye's father opened the document and divided it into more than 10 parts. Then he walked around everyone and placed more than 10 copies of the documents next to different people. Father Yi sneered and said, "You have done something wrong, but you don't have the courage to admit it. I am ashamed to have subordinates like you." President, The person who was assigned the file had a grim face and tried to argue but was interrupted by Ye's father. Ye's father opened the door again and the person who came in was not a security guard but a public security officer. There is only one thought in these people's minds now: it's over. It's all over. Their wealth, glory and bright future were all ruined because of a momentary misunderstanding. President, I have made so much profit for the company over the years, you can't just abandon me. Old Yi. I joined the company when the group was first established. Now, do you have the heart to send your old friend to jail? Boss, I'm quitting. I don't want anything. I just ask you to spare my life. Just because I work so hard for the group, please let me go. Father Yi looked at these people with a sneer and ignored them. He turned to the public security personnel and said, "Captain Lee, we have collected the evidence. I would like to trouble you to go through the procedures." Captain Lee nodded, his heart filled with shock. He had never expected that the Yi Group, a time-honored enterprise in Magic City, had so many traitors hidden in its top management. If this news were known to the outside world, it would definitely cause an uproar. The traitors who should be cleared out were cleared out, and those who should be sanctioned were sanctioned. The people who stayed in the meeting room breathed a sigh of relief. Father Yi picked up the water cup again, took a sip of water to moisten his throat and said, Kong Jiexiong, you are old and can no longer keep up with the development of the group. You should have a good rest in the future. Kong Jiexiong's lips trembled as he wanted to say something, but what happened in reality slapped him hard in the face, proving his stupidity and incompetence. Finally, he nodded dejectedly, turned and left the meeting room. Everyone here is the backbone of the group. I hope to shoulder more responsibilities in the future. The group will never treat you unfairly. Chapter 123 Admiration from the Rich Second Generation. Song Yun didn't know that during the 2 days he was away, various forces in the Magic City had already begun to clash. Every day, some companies could not hold on and went bankrupt. Similarly, some people who attached themselves to the Nangong family rose up and became new billionaires. He had already said goodbye to old man Ouyang Shu and planned to return to the Magic City with Yi Qingqing. Before leaving, Mr. Ouyang specially selected a person from his security system to protect Song Yun. Although Song Yun thought that as an ordinary citizen, nothing would happen to him, he had no choice but to agree when he saw Mr. Ouyang's serious expression. The person responsible for protecting Song Yun is called Huang Baoding. Song Yun now only knows his name but has no idea about his origins. Brother Huang, although I may not have as much power in the Magic City as you did in the 49th city, my life will definitely be freer than in the 49th city. Arriving at the airport, Song Yun said with a smile, Suzhou City has brought too much pressure to me. When I think that the person walking on the street might be that powerful person, I feel constrained. Huang Baoding felt this deeply. In a courtyard community not far from Ouyang's home, there lived more than a dozen families. Each family had someone in a high position, but among the crowd, these people were no different from ordinary people doing morning exercises in the park. Boss Song, when we get to the Magic City, should I live with you, or? Huang Baoding asked. Normally, as a personal bodyguard, he needed to live under the same roof with the protection personnel, but Song Yun and Yi Qingqing were newlyweds and might not want outsiders to disturb their lives. I have a villa in Shanghai with plenty of rooms. If you don't mind, Huang, you can come with me. As soon as Song Yun finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting the follower mode. Do you want to open the panel? Followers? Song Yun looked at Huang Baoding strangely. Could it be that the system was talking about him? Song Yun opened the panel with curiosity. Follower number 1. Name, Huang Baoding. Age, 31. Gender, male. Skills to master, proficiency in firearms, proficiency in unarmed combat, proficiency in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities, proficiency in driving cars, helicopters, tanks and other moving tools. Loyalty value, 54. Note, if the loyalty value drops below 50, the follower list will be automatically removed. Cars are fine, but what the hell are helicopters and tanks? It seems that Huang Baoding is from a very important background. Maybe he is the top soldier in some ace army. But think about it, Mr. Ouyang was an extremely important figure before he retired. How could the person responsible for protecting him be an unknown person? Ding! The host is detected at Suzhou City Shaoxing Airport. Do you want to sign in? Song Yun was a little dazed by the system's voice for the second time. Why didn't the system remind him to sign in when he came here before? But now is not the time to hesitate, Song Yun decisively pressed the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this sign-in. You will be rewarded with all the shares of Daxia Airlines. Daxia Airlines' current market value is 360 billion, ranking second among China's airlines. Song Yun was stunned. He originally thought that the most he would get was a private jet, but the system did not follow the routine at all and directly gave him an airline. Honey, there's still more than an hour before boarding. Let's go sit in the lounge for a while. Yi Qingqing hugged Song Yun's arm and said coquettishly. Go, go, go. Go now. Song Yun said happily that now, let alone going to the lounge, it would be okay to go directly to the airport manager's office to rest. 3 people came to the lounge, showed their first-class tickets, and were taken to the sofa area by someone. After coming in, Song Yun looked around and found that the people coming in and out were all elites in society. They found their seats and either took out their computers to look at financial statements or picked up a book to write or draw. In short, no one was playing with their mobile phones. Song Yun and the other 2 found an empty sofa. Yi Qingqing picked up a few magazines from the shelf and started reading. Not far away, there was a wealthy young man dressed in extraordinary clothes. When he looked up casually, he caught a glimpse of Yi Qingqing, who was emitting a charming glow under the light. At this moment, the rich kid was stunned. Oh my god, this young lady is so damn beautiful. Is this love? Is this what it means to be moved? The rich young man had seen countless women and thought that no woman in this world could enter his heart. But today, as fate would have it, he met the girl of his destiny. Brother, what do you think about me finding you a sister-in-law? The rich kid patted his younger brother who was concentrating on writing his thesis. Hearing his brother's words, the younger brother looked up in confusion. Didn't you say that your love in this life died in elementary school? Now you are attracted to that girl again? Look over there. The younger brother looked in the direction his brother's finger pointed, stunned and a little excited. What do you think? Is she pretty? Do you think it's inappropriate for me to just go over and chat with her? The rich kid clenched his fists and said in a low voice, I only took one look at her, and she even thought of a name for our child. This is the power of love. But who knew that my brother didn't agree? The rich kid looked down and saw his brother's eyes were so hot that they seemed to be spewing fire. What was going on? Could it be that this brat wanted to steal his wife from him? Brother, listen to my advice. You are still young, and there will be many women waiting for you in the future. The rich boy advised earnestly, look at the cold temperament of that beauty, you can't grasp it. Brother! Didn't you see the man next to her? The younger brother grabbed the rich kid's arm and said, that man is Song Yun. He is the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group now. You really should know more about business news. The younger brother said dissatisfiedly, but his eyes never left Song Yun. Mr. Song is now ranked 25th on the list of China's richest people. He is the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group, and it is rumored that Mr. Song has some unknown industries that have not been discovered. Even my mentor wants to interview Mr. Song in person and write a paper based on his experience of making a fortune. The rich kid's eyes gradually widened at his brother's words. Although he didn't pay much attention to Shanshui Group and the rich list, his brother's mentor was a well-known economics professor at Shanghai University who enjoyed a national subsidy and was even named a Yangtze River Scholar last year. Such a learned man actually wanted to interview a young man in person. This showed how powerful the other party was. Gudong. The rich kid swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he didn't go over to chat with her, otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. Chapter 120 for the highest level. The general manager personally receives you. Song Yun sat there, looking at the plane ticket in his hand thoughtfully. Logically, after signing in, the senior management of the airport should have known about his news, and the record of his ticket purchase would definitely be passed on to the ears of the person in charge as soon as possible. But now more than 20 minutes have passed, why hasn't anyone come to see me yet? Is it possible that I, as the chairman of the board, have such a low sense of presence? Hubby, you're looking at that woman in the lounge. Yi Qingqing watched Song Yundong looking around, then turned her head and stared at him. Her little mouth was so pouty that you could hang a thermos on it. No, I'm just curious about how you upper-class people wait for the plane. Song Yun said with a smile. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at her husband and said, how dare I call myself an upper-class person? Your worth is not much higher than mine. I am just working for you now. Song Yun enjoyed holding Yi Qingqing's waist very much. He gently pinched the soft flesh on Yi Qingqing's waist with his fingers and raised his eyebrows at his wife. Yi Qingqing saw through Song Yun's thoughts at a glance, blushed, punched Song Yun in the chest, and said, although I'm not a high-class person, you are really low-class. I'm only rude to you. Song Yun whispered in Yi Qingqing's ear. The young couple were talking sweetly to each other in the highest conference room of the airport. The general manager looked at the managers of various departments under him and said solemnly, I just received a notice from the board of directors that Chairman Song is currently in Suzhou City. I saw from the internal ticket purchase records of the airport that Mr. Song will board the plane in more than half an hour, and his destination is Shanghai. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below began to talk. Why didn't the chairman ask his secretary to say hello in advance so that we could prepare a special plane for him? Yes. Mr. Song is the chairman of Daxia Airlines, but he has to share a plane with others when he travels. If this gets out, won't his colleagues laugh at him? Because the system inserted memories, everyone present knew Song Yun's information. They were puzzled as to why the chairman wanted to go on a secret visit. The general manager knocked on the table and said seriously, hasn't anyone thought about this? Why did Chairman Song come here quietly? Isn't he planning to go down to the grassroots level and find out the operation and service? It's really possible. After all, Director Song has not been involved in the company's affairs for many years. He must know the company's situation first when he suddenly comes back. A manager in charge of the crew said thoughtfully. I boast that our Dasha Airlines is first class in China in terms of service and efficiency, but Mr. Song has been thinking too much. I plan to meet Mr. Song in person and ask him to give some suggestions for the airport. The general manager slowly said, also, prepare Mr. Song's private plane immediately. As soon as the meeting is over, arrange for Mr. Song to board the plane immediately. Okay. The people under his command dispersed and began to prepare for Director Song's first review. The general manager straightened his clothes, gave a perfect smile to the mirror, and walked towards the waiting room. Brother, he has such a high status, doesn't he have a plane of his own? The rich kid asked with an puzzling look. The younger brother glared at his older brother in dissatisfaction. He was just thinking about whether he should go over and ask for an autographed photo, but his thoughts were interrupted by his brother. Mr. Song is being low-key. Not all wealthy people spend money to show how powerful they are. After the younger brother said this, he actually had some doubts in his heart. He majored in economics and was very familiar with the history of the rise of various wealthy people and the operating models of their companies. As the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group, Song Yun had countless capitalist followers behind him. He must have been protected by 7 or 8 bodyguards on this trip. Was he escorted by a special person wherever he went? But how come the man not far away, who should be Song Yun, was squeezing into the first-class cabin of the plane like them? Could it be that I recognized the wrong person? My brother was unsure for a moment. Soon it was time to board the flight, and the two brothers were the first to walk towards the boarding gate. Song Yun and the other two lined up behind them. Seeing Song Yun behind him, the younger brother's heart began beating faster. With a red face, he pulled his brother aside and motioned Song Yun and the others to check their tickets first. Just as Song Yun nodded to his brother, the general manager ran over from a distance. Mr. Song. Please wait. Hearing this voice, everyone looked back. I saw a man in a suit running over with more than a dozen people. Looking at the logo on the chest of their suits, the younger brother quickly hid aside. These people were the senior executives of Dasha Airlines and they were not to be trifled with. Hello, Mr. Song. I'm Zhao Ming, the person in charge of the airport. You can just call me Xiao Jiao. Zhao Ming calmed down and said, we didn't know you were coming here, so we didn't receive you in advance. Please forgive us. As he spoke, the airport executives behind Zhao Ming lined up, bowed deeply to Song Yun, and apologized, saying, please forgive me, Mr. Song. Look, what is a service staff? This is a service staff. Even if you are in a high position, as long as you spend one day in the airport, you must keep in mind the belief of service. Everyone around was stunned, especially the brothers. The younger brother looked at Song Yun with fanatical eyes. This is the role model of young people in the new era. He has created such a big family business at such a young age. After graduation, he must create his own world in the business world like Mr. Song. The elder brother swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he listened to his younger brother and did not provoke the other party, otherwise he would be blacklisted by the airline, right? Honey, what is this? Yi Qingqing looked at Song Yun curiously. Could it be that my husband also has shares in Dasha Airlines? Zhao Ming stretched out his hand and made a gesture to lead the way, and said respectfully, Mr. Song, the airport has arranged a private plane for you. Please allow me to take you on board. After saying that, he stood beside Song Yun and guided him. Song Yun nodded, took Yi Qingqing's white and tender little hand and walked forward. Behind them, Huang Baoding looked at Song Yun's back thoughtfully. I didn't expect that President Song has such a good relationship with Dasha Airlines. I can brag about it to those senior girls when I return to school. The younger brother shouted excitedly. He is indeed a big shot. Whenever he takes a plane, the general manager will come to receive him. It is difficult for small people like them to even meet the general manager. Wow, a private jet, Song Yun is worth a lot of money. My dad wanted to buy a private jet at first, but when he saw the price, he immediately gave up the idea. This thing is not something that an ordinary family can afford. The brother said with envy. Just when the two brothers were thinking about their own things, the words of the senior executives behind them made them stunned. Chapter 125 President Song is so low-key. Mr. Song is so low-key. Even if he is not the chairman of Dasha Airlines, he is still the largest shareholder of Shanshui Group. He doesn't even take a private plane when traveling. This realm is worth learning for a lifetime. Mr. Song is so handsome. I thought the photo I saw on the company's intranet was photoshopped. But now it seems that the photo is not as attractive as the real person. Alas, I am honored to work for Mr. Song's company. A group of senior executives were discussing happily, but when the brothers heard these words, they were stunned. Especially my younger brother, he pushed his glasses on his nose, as if he had discovered some secret. This Dasha Airlines is also Mr. Song's property. Oh my god, Mr. Song's actual assets are actually higher than the richest man in Shanghai? No, the current richest man in Shanghai is Mr. Song's father-in-law. Intricate. At first, he thought that Mr. Song was marrying above his station to the Yi family. Later, he learned that Mr. Song was a shareholder of Shanshui Group. He still thought that their status was equal. But now it seems that it was the Yi family who was marrying above their station after all. On the other side, Song Yun and the other two followed the general manager through the exclusive passage and entered the helipad. From a distance they saw an airplane with a big word sprayed on it, Song. Needless to say, this is Song Yun's exclusive car. After entering the private plane, two stewardesses kindly served the three people. Even the captain walked over with his head held high and his chest puffed out to introduce himself, trying to leave a good impression during the first meeting with Mr. Song. Song Yun sat on the soft sofa, holding a specially mixed drink in his hand, and moaned comfortably. Private jets are great. Both the interior decoration and privacy are several times better than the first-class cabins of ordinary planes. Hubby, when did you buy a plane? Yi Qingqing hasn't recovered yet. She thought the plane Song Yun bought was worth at most 100 or 200 million yuan, but after seeing this plane, she was completely stunned. This aircraft was converted from a Boeing 747-8. It cost more than $400 million just to buy the original aircraft, not to mention the subsequent maintenance. It's simply a sky-high price. What's wrong? Isn't this just an airplane? It doesn't cost much money. Song Yun said with a smile, putting his arm around Yi Qingqing's shoulders. Yi Qingqing sighed and said, "Husband, do you know how much this plane is worth in Chinese currency? It's about 2.6 billion. Your dear father-in-law wanted to buy one at first, but he gave up the idea when he thought about the tens of millions of dollars he would have to spend on maintenance every year. You can be said to be more powerful than the richest man in Shanghai now." After hearing this, Song Yun, who was drinking water, almost choked to death. What the hell? Is there something wrong with my ears? This plane costs 2.6 billion? And they continue to burn money every day? Shit, he originally thought that a plane would cost at most a few hundred million, but now it seems that is not the case at all. Honey, tell me, what assets do you have that you haven't told me? Yi Qingqing rubbed her face against Song Yun's neck affectionately and asked coquettishly. How much money her husband has now, but she, as a wife, has no idea at all. Isn't she unqualified? Well, how about you guess? Song Yun smiled awkwardly. He really couldn't tell Yi Qingqing about his existing assets because his assets were always increasing. If he told her about it this time, another company would suddenly pop up next time. Wouldn't that be like cheating? Humph. Shanshui Group is yours, Tianyu is yours, and even Dasha Airlines is yours. Yi Qingqing pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "Look, I will dig out all your secrets bit by bit." As for Huang Baoding, he pursed his lips and sat not far away, looking at Song Yun with obscure eyes. He really didn't expect that Song Yun, a young man, could have so many assets. Even the eldest son of the largest family in Suzhou City might not be as good as Song Yun, right? What is even more strange is that Song Yun has so many assets but is not famous. There is no one to protect him. If Mr. Ouyang hadn't chosen him this time, this brother would probably still be running around the streets alone. Please, bro, can you please have some awareness of being a rich man? When other wealthy people go out, they are accompanied by 7 or 8 bodyguards for fear that something unexpected will happen to them. But you, on the other hand, are just like an ordinary person. Huang Baoding decided that when he arrived in Shanghai this time, the first thing he would do was to contact his former comrades in arms and try to form a security force exclusively for Song Yun in the shortest possible time. Otherwise he would be scared to be around Song Yun. The plane took off quickly and flew towards the Magic City without any turbulence. There are downloaded videos from the entire internet on the plane for passengers to watch. Song Yun was of course not interested in these, but Yi Qingqing, holding a bunch of snacks in her arms, watched the most popular romance drama with tears in her eyes. Sometimes he smiled, sometimes he looked miserable, which made Song Yun also aroused. Hubby, whoa, the heroine is so miserable, she was misunderstood by the hero, and her parents got into a car accident, whoa, when she needed the hero the most, he was in the bar with the second female lead, whoa, bad man. Yi Qingqing sobbed quietly in Song Yun's arms, but Song Yun watched with great interest. After all, men and women have different thoughts and see problems differently. But who made Yi Qingqing his wife? Song Yun followed Yi Qingqing in cursing the scumbag. Honey, I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Yi Qingqing stretched, rubbed her eyes and walked towards the lounge. Song Yun rolled his eyes. It seemed that he and his wife had not been alone together for several days. Is this a bit different from the past? Bah! No! I am here to comfort my wife who is too sad, not to take advantage of her. After figuring it out, Song Yun happily rushed into the house. An hour later, Yi Qingqing straightened her clothes and glared at Song Yun. Thanks to him, she was not sleepy at all now. The plane soon arrived at the Shanghai airport. After the plane landed, the crew members attentively accompanied Song Yun all the way out of the airport. There was a car at the door specially sent by Ye's father to pick up the couple and take them back to the Yi family. The driver was Tu Gang. When he saw Huang Baoding for the first time, all his muscles tensed up. Huang Baoding also frowned and looked at Tu Gang unkindly. Seeing that the two men were getting more and more hostile, Song Yun quickly said, Uncle Tu, this is the personal bodyguard of my elder in Suzhou City. He was transferred to my side this time. Brother Huang, this is my father-in-law's personal bodyguard. They are all family members. Hello. Tu Gang stretched out his hand first. After secretly testing it with Huang Baoding, he turned his face away and grinned at his already swollen knuckles. Mr. Song, your father-in-law's bodyguard is definitely not an ordinary person. Huang Baoding put his hands behind his back and whispered in Song Yun's ear. Of course, Uncle Tu is also from the army, and you two might be comrades in arms. Huang Baoding looked at Song Yun with a questioning look on his face, wondering why you didn't tell me earlier. This is really the flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. He quickly saluted Tu Gang and said, Hello, old squad leader. I was ignorant before. I hope you can forgive me. It's okay, but you are really strong. Tu Gang looked at Huang Baoding with satisfaction, then asked the three to get in the car. Chapter 126. It's just a small amount of money, I'll pay it all. As soon as Song Yun and his friends arrived at the Yi family, they found two luxury cars parked at the door. Could it be that the Yi family has guests? Song Yun held Yi Qingqing's hand and walked towards the living room. As for Tu Gang and Huang Baoding, they had already become very good brothers on the road, and the two brothers found a place to chat on their own. Entering the living room, Song Yun found that Ye's father was frowning and looking at the two people in front of him with displeasure. Sitting opposite Ye's father were Zhuang Xihong and Nangong Han. They came today to force the emperor to abdicate. They planned to take over the Yi family and integrate all resources in a short period of time. Xiao Song, you're back. Come and sit down. Ye's father greeted Song Yun. As for Yi Qingqing, she went upstairs to find her mother. As a woman, she could not interfere in men's affairs. This must be Mr. Song. He is really handsome. Zhuang Xihong praised, Mr. Song, maybe we can cooperate in the future. This small gift is not a big deal as it is our first meeting. As he spoke, Zhuang Xihong took out a small box and opened it, revealing a jade ring that was completely emerald green. Song Yun picked it up and took a look. The jade ring emitted a charming glow. Could this be the imperial green often mentioned in novels? Hello, Song Yun. My name is Nangong Han, and I am the eldest grandson of the Nangong family in Suzhou City. Nangong Han extended his hand politely, but Song Yun ignored him. Nangong Han could only grit his teeth and smile, thinking, no matter how powerful you are, you still rely on the Yi family to get to where you are. I will deal with you when the Yi family declines. Master Zhuang, this ring is worth a lot of money. Song Yun smacked his lips and said in amazement, but how can a weasel be kind when it pays a New Year's greeting to a chicken? Zhuang Xihong was also embarrassed by Song Yun's words. What are you talking about, Mr. Song? Your Shanshui group is a well-deserved giant. Many people want to curry favor with you but can't. There's something else behind his words. Song Yun sighed. Zhuang Xihong is raising this issue now, isn't he just trying to say that no matter how awesome you are, what can you do? Could it be that he wants to use the capital strength behind Shanshui Group to help your father-in-law? I'm afraid that he will be boycotted by the other onlookers before he even enters the market. What are you two doing here at the Yi family? Hearing Song Yun's question, Nan Gonghan adjusted his mood and said calmly, I heard that the Yi Group's financial situation has not been very ideal recently, so I specially drew out 60 billion cash flow to help the Yi family. Oh, and what's the price? I want all the shares of Yi Group. Nan Gonghan said ambitiously. Song Yun watched coldly and thought to himself that it was just as expected. The other party was no longer satisfied with the current progress and wanted to destroy the Yi family directly. But does Song Yun look like someone who is short of money? Even if the Yi family has no money, he can easily take out hundreds of billions to help the Yi Group tide over the difficulties. Afterwards, maybe his wife will reward him for it. I'm sorry, you two. Please don't worry about our family affairs. I'll take care of my father-in-law if he runs out of money. Zhuang Sihong laughed out loud after hearing this. He shook his head and said, Boss Song, we know you have money, but that money cannot be used to invest. Even if you have tens of billions, throwing in 10,000 will only make the Yi family decline faster. Because the Yi Group acquired IS, it still owes the bank a loan. Now the Yi Group doesn't have any profitable business. I'm afraid it won't even be able to pay the interest in another month, right? Song Yun nodded without comment and said calmly, but what does this have to do with you? You. Zhuang Sihong was speechless. We were all respectable people. Wouldn't it be better to solve the problem in a respectable way? Did we have to tear our faces apart and mortgage the Yi Group's assets to settle the matter? Mr. Song, I believe you are also a smart person. You also understand the meaning behind this. Think about it carefully. If we continue to drag it out, the Yi Group will be worthless, and we can do what we want at a very low price. Nan Gonghan put down the teacup and said slowly, I won't bother you anymore. We will take our leave first. As soon as Nan Gonghan stood up, Song Yun smiled and said, Don't worry, sit down for a while. Father-in-law, how much money does the Yi Group need to tide over the difficulties? Father Yi didn't know what his uncle was thinking for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, about 50 billion. Good fellow, doesn't that mean that if we sell the Yi Group, we can still make 10 billion by reselling it? Song Yun pretended to be surprised and said. Yes, so Mr. Song, you should persuade your father-in-law. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to enjoy your retirement? Why do you have to wade into muddy water? Song Yun pointed his index finger at the two people in front of him and said disdainfully, I thought the Yi Group had a lot of deficits, a mere 500 billion, I paid it. After hearing Song Yun's words, Nan Gonghan was stunned for a moment. You're the one who pays? Apart from Shanshui Group, you only have Tianyu. As far as I know, Tianyu doesn't have that much cash. What Nan Gonghan said was right. Not just anyone could come up with this much money. Even the Nangong family took 3 days to gather all the materials. Father Yi looked at Song Yun with warmth in his eyes. No matter how things turned out, he definitely had not misjudged him. In fact, this matter also gave him a headache. The Zhao family and the Ouyang family could only provide him with some other conveniences. As for the financial transactions, as long as they were discovered by someone with ulterior motives, they would know that the three families had formed an alliance. Then the Nangong family would definitely withdraw their tentacles, and all their efforts would be in vain. So yes, father has been scraping together money these days, but there are very few people who can come up with huge amounts of money at once, no more than 30 people in the whole of China, and these 30 people will definitely not offend the prosperous Nangong family for the sake of the Yi Group. Xiao Song, your father knows your intentions, but it is not appropriate to invest all your money in Yi Group. Let's discuss this matter later. Nangong Han knocked on the table and said, Can you just raise hundreds of billions of dollars by just asking for it? Mr. Song, if you want to sell Tianyu in exchange for the survival of the Yi Group, then I can only respect you as a real man. Seeing the undisguised contempt in Zhuang Sihong and Nangong Han, Song Yun took out his cell phone and called the general manager of Dasha Airlines. Mr. Song, you have landed now, right? Do you have any new instructions? Zhao Ming asked respectfully. How much spare money does the company have in its account now? Zhao Ming was stunned when he heard this, thinking that maybe Mr. Song wanted to check the accounts. He quickly used the computer to pull out the latest financial statements and said carefully, a total of 120 billion. Excluding the expenses that the company needs to operate in the next quarter, more than 80 billion can be used. Hearing the answer on the phone, Nangong Han's smile gradually disappeared. He seemed to have heard this person's voice there. Who did Song Yun call? He searched quickly in his mind, and finally his pupils dilated. He finally knew who was on the other end of the phone. The general manager of Dacia Airlines, Jiao Ming. Chapter 127. Why do you have a good son-in-law? Consult the Yi Group and give them 50 billion yuan later. Song Yun's words stunned Jiao Ming. 50 billion is not a small amount, and he did not dare to be careless. There are so many scammers on the internet now, who knows if the person who called him is not a good one. Mr. Song, for safety's sake, can I have a video call with you? Well, add me on WeChat. After a while, an ad message popped up. After adding Jiao Ming as a friend, Song Yun made a video call to the other party. Now I can prove that I am a real person. Okay, give me the contact information of the person in charge of Yi Group, and I will contact you immediately. The two men made the final decision with just a few words, and Nangong Han, who was standing by, was extremely shocked. Damn it, Song Yun was actually the boss behind Dacia Airlines? This is a bit too incredible. The veins on his hand holding the teacup bulged and he wished he could crush the cup. It seems that their investigation into Song Yun was not deep enough. They originally thought that Song Yun was just a lucky guy who got into the Yi family by sheer luck, but now it seems that the Yi family just climbed up the social ladder. Dad, I'll give you Jiao Ming's phone number. You can call him directly later. Song Yun said with a nonchalant look on his face. After all, they are all family, he has more money than he can spend now, and besides, Yi Qingqing is an only child. To put it bluntly, after 100 years, everything in the Yi family will still belong to him, so it is not a loss to invest in himself. Okay. Ye's father said excitedly. His son-in-law was exactly what he wanted. He was outstanding in both ability and character. It was indeed so. He was the hero of the novel. Otherwise, how could God make everything go well for him? But after the excitement, Ye's father began to think about a problem. 50 billion is a huge sum of money. Even when the Yi Group was at its most glorious, there was only this much liquid funds on the books. But now that my brother-in-law is lending it to me without reservation, wouldn't it be too conscienceless for me to just take it? Xia Yun, how about this? I will exchange 51% of the shares of Ye's Group with you. Then you will acquire Ye's Group and become the largest shareholder. Father Yi said with a smile that he never thought that Song Yun would kick him out after getting the 51% shares. He thought he had a good eye for people and giving it to his son-in-law was the best choice. Hearing what Ye's father said, Nangong Han's eyes almost popped out. He cursed in his heart, old man, what's the difference between 51% absolute controlling rights and you giving the company to Song Yun? Aren't you really afraid that Song Yun will occupy Ye's Group later? This. Zhuang Sihong was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to recover. He murmured, Old Ji, don't forget the lessons learned before. Before? Shut up. Ye's father glared at him, after I die, won't everything belong to them? Zhuang Sihong, you are too childish. You even want to sow discord between us. This. Zhuang Sihong didn't know what to say. After all, this was the Yi family's family affair. Even if Song Yun was a complete jerk, it was none of his business. But he felt unbalanced. Why can you have a good son-in-law, while my son-in-law's company still needs my care from time to time? The difference is too fucking huge. Dad, isn't it a bit too rash to do this? Song Yun asked in a daze. This is the Yi Group after all. It is the #1 company in Shanghai, and even in the whole country, it can be ranked in the top 20. If such a huge ship is handed over to me, doesn't it mean that by virtue of my identity, I will be the new richest man in Shanghai? Song Yun, I was willing to hand over my daughter to you at the beginning, and now I am 100% confident in handing over the Yi Group to you. Look into my eyes, will you do something unscrupulous? Song Yun stared into his father-in-law's eyes and shook his head. That's it. There's no need for us to be polite to each other as father and son. Lao Fan, go and draw up a share transfer contract. Father Yi shouted to his assistant Fanny Ru. Why don't you two wait for a moment and bear witness for us? Ye's father's words were so heartbreaking that Nangong Han's face suddenly changed and he felt as suffocated as a pig's liver. No one expected that today's plan, which was supposed to be a smooth process, would encounter the bug of Song Yun. It's so frustrating, so frustrating. Fanny Ru quickly drafted the contract, and Ye's father happily signed his name on it. Although Song Yun is the largest shareholder now, he is his son-in-law. As the old saying goes, a son-in-law is half the son, so Ye's Group is actually still operated by himself. Of course he was happy about the things that happened. After Ye's father signed, he handed it to Song Yun. How about I go back and discuss it with Qingqing? Why should a girl interfere in a man's business? Father Yi glared and said, "Sign now." Song Yun had no choice but to sign his name on the contract. Nangong Han, who was standing aside, roared in his heart, "You kid, don't you want to give it to me? Give it to me. I am willing to accept it all." "What do you mean by help from my wife's family?" "That's what I mean. Why can't I meet such a good father-in-law?" Thinking of this, Nangong Han's teeth were almost broken. After the contract was signed, Ye's father gave 2 copies to Song Yun. This action completely made Nangong Han unable to sit still. He originally thought that he could stir up trouble by entering the Magic City with the identity of the Nangong family, but now it seems that he was too naive. "I have something else to do, bye." Nangong Han stood up and walked out with a gloomy face. Zhuang Sihan looked at Song Yun silently, sighed, and left behind Nangong Han. In the luxury car outside the Yi family's gate, Nangong Han took a deep breath, suppressed his inner anger and said, "Now start to swallow up the Yi group completely." "Doesn't he have a lot of money? I want to see how long he can resist." Song Yun. Before Zhuang Sihan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Nangong Han rudely. Nangong Han glared at Zhuang Sihan and said word by word, "You are not allowed to mention his name in front of me in the future." Zhuang Sihan was confused by Nangong Han's sudden outburst. Is this still the well-mannered young man from aristocratic family a few days ago? Perhaps realizing his own gaffe, Nangong Han pursed his lips and called his father, asking him to use the power of the Nangong family to thoroughly investigate Song Yun's identity. "Uncle Zhuang, the Yi group is now a stumbling block on our road to development. I hope you can actively deal with it, otherwise I will at most escape back to Sizhou City in disgrace." But Zhuangjia. Nangong Han's words were self-evident, and they alerted Zhuang Siheng. Yes, wasn't it because he wanted to develop better that he boarded the Nangong family ship? If he failed, he wouldn't have any chance to stay in the Magic City. Chapter 128: The richest man in Magic City changes his owner. The change of ownership of Yi Group's shares caused a stir in Shanghai. No one expected that such a long-established enterprise would have 51% of its shares acquired by someone else. What is the difference between this and handing over the group to someone else? But when they learned that the person who took over the shares was Song Yun, they all lost interest. Are you kidding me? These two are actually a family. How is this different from taking money out of my left pocket and putting it in my right pocket? What people are most concerned about now is how much Song Yun is worth now. The Chinese rich list followed suit, estimating Song Yun's current wealth and releasing a piece of news, proving that the position of the richest man in Shanghai has changed to Song Yun. Everyone was calm, only sighing that Mr. Yi made great progress when he was young, and had a good son-in-law to take his place in middle age. Alas, why is their own daughter so disappointing? Yi family. After Song Yun and Yi Qingqing told each other in the house what had just happened, Yi Qingqing was not as disappointed as she had reacted, but was very excited instead. She jumped onto Song Yun's back and shouted, "Husband, you are so awesome. Aren't you angry that I exchanged money for shares?" "Of course not." Yi Qingqing smiled and kissed Song Yun on the cheek and said, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You lent Dad 50 billion yuan without the intention of making a profit, and Dad didn't take advantage of you. Isn't this the glory of human nature? You really think so?" "Yeah. Otherwise. I'm not like some people who ignore their own family for the sake of their parents. In my opinion, now that I'm married, of course the first thing I think about is how to run our family better. As for my parents' family, I have to help, but not for free." Song Yun said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that your father-in-law and mother-in-law will know about this and beat you up?" "I'm not afraid. My husband is the richest man in Shanghai, and I'm his wife." The two of them were having a lot of fun, and it took a long time before they came downstairs to prepare for dinner. After having dinner at the Yi family, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing planned to return to Huashou Villa. As for the Jungle Villa, it was still under renovation, so they planned to move in after Song's father came back to hold the wedding. "Mr. Song, I just heard from the Yi family that you are now the richest man in Shanghai?" Huang Baoding asked doubtfully while sitting in the driver's seat. He was very shocked at the moment. It was only the afternoon, and Song Yun's status had improved so much. It doesn't matter whether you are the richest or not. You still have to eat, sleep, and go to the toilet. Song Yun answered with a smile. He did not attach much importance to this identity. After all, after Ye's father learned that he had risen sharply on the list of China's richest people, the two chatted for a long time in the study. "I would like to expand the security force around you. What do you think?" Huang Baoding finally spoke out the idea he had been thinking about for half a day. He was so scared that he even looked left and right when driving, fearing that a car would suddenly appear at the intersection. I don't need so many people around me, right? No. You can use it. Huang Baoding spoke quickly and firmly. You are kind-hearted, but you can't think that everyone is like you. There are many people in this world who take risks for money. Yes, husband, dad is usually accompanied by 4 or 5 bodyguards when he goes out, and uncle too secretly pretends to be a passerby to screen suspicious persons. Dad has encountered danger several times in the past. Yi Qingqing's words made Songyun fall into deep thought. His ability to protect himself was definitely enough. Let alone a few people, even if there were dozens of people, he could escape in the first place. But what about the people around him? They are just ordinary people. If he really encounters danger because of his negligence, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Brother Huang, I'll leave this matter to you. As for the welfare, it can be several times higher than the market price, but there is one thing I want them to have absolutely no second thoughts. Songyun's words made Huang Baoding very happy. His comrades in arms absolutely did not hesitate. Each of them was a man of integrity. However, their lives were not so good after they left and returned to their hometown. If he could solve the safety problem of Songyun and the employment of his brothers at the same time, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't worry, Mr. Song. I definitely know the people I recruit well. Huang Baoding said with a smile. But at this moment, a lot of people gathered at the intersection ahead, completely blocking the originally narrow road. Huang Baoding immediately became alert. He slowly parked the car on the side of the road and said with a frown, "Don't get out of the car. I'm going to see what happened. Lock the door after I get out. Don't open the door until I come back." He opened the car door carefully and heard the sound of the door being locked from inside the car. Only then did he feel at ease and walked forward. About 10 minutes later, Huang Baoding came back and knocked on the car window, then said to Songyun, "Mr. Song, there's a car ahead that hit an elderly person, and they're still struggling. We can't fix it for a while." Songyun unlocked the car, and Huang Baoding got in and said, "If we take a detour, it will take us more than an hour. I suggest we wait here. Maybe someone will come and solve the problem soon." Songyun nodded and asked, "Is anyone injured up front?" "It's not a big problem. It's just that a luxury car was crossing the intersection and didn't notice a person jumping out from the roadside, so it hit him." The old man who was hit was carrying a sack full of mineral water bottles. He looked quite shabby and was a little unconscious. The owner of the luxury car had a big cut on the front of his car and he was worried. While the 3 were chatting in the car, a traffic police came over to clear the traffic, and the traffic slowly moved forward. When passing by the scene, Songyun glanced at the elderly man sitting on the ground at a loss, and suddenly stopped the car. He opened the car door in panic and ran towards the elderly man. Huang Baoding was frightened by Songyun's move. He unbuckled his seatbelt and followed closely, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd around him, fearing that someone with ulterior motives would jump out from somewhere. The scene has been cordoned off by the traffic police with several triangular pillars. The owner of the luxury car is standing beside the car and sighing in frustration. What has he done to anyone? The new car he bought less than a month ago had an accident. The old man who caused him such heavy losses is a fool. Damn it, he is so unlucky. Old man, stop sitting on the ground and pretending to be pitiful. Hurry up and contact your family to come and discuss compensation. I tell you, this matter will cost at least 30,000 or 50,000 yuan. The owner of the luxury car gently kicked the old man sitting on the ground and said in a dissatisfied tone. But the old man still stared with his eyes wide open and trembling all over. Fuck. Are you dumb? I'm asking you a question. Chapter 129. Brother, I found your grandpa. Stop. Songyun hurried over and squatted on the ground to look at the old man carefully. At just one glance, he felt that the old man was very familiar and was definitely an elder of the people around him. However, the old man's face was covered with dust, and it was difficult to tell who he was for a while. Do you know him? The luxury car owner asked doubtfully. Young man, let me advise you not to show off so easily. Have you seen my car? The cost of repainting and depreciation will be at least 50,000 yuan. Your money is indispensable. Hey, what's your attitude, young man? If you are really capable, transfer the money to me. What's the point of just talking? I've seen people who can brag more than you, but later they act like cowards. The driver of the luxury car frowned and wanted to go forward to pull Song Yun, but Huang Baoding came and grabbed his hand. Ouch, it hurts, you are bandits, you are so barbaric. The owner of the luxury car wailed. Don't make a move, or I'll think you're up to something. Huang Baoding said with cold eyes, as for the money, our President Song said it's all yours, so stay here. After saying that, Huang Baoding let go of the car owner's hand. The car owner originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but when he saw Huang Baoding's muscles, he could only mutter and rub his wrist and move to the side. Old man, what's your name? Song Yun asked the old man patiently. Ah. The old man kept gesturing with his fingers and uttering some incomprehensible local accent. Don't be anxious, old man. Just nod or shake your head when I ask you questions, okay? Song Yun took the old man's hand and asked kindly, Old man, do you have family in Modu? The old man thought about it and nodded heavily. Old man, are you from the Magic City? The old man shook his head. Song Yun was a little confused. Logically speaking, the elders around him all lived in Shanghai. Could it be that he recognized the wrong person? Old man, do you have the contact number of your family? The old man nodded subconsciously, then quickly shook his head, obviously frightened by what the car owner had just said. Don't be afraid. I told you I'll help you deal with what happened today and pay the compensation you need. Song Yun said with a smile, can you give me your family's contact information? After all, you can't spend the night under the overpass, right? The old man waved his hands frantically, indicating that he knew nothing. There was no other way. Song Yun looked at the old man wearing dirty clothes, and it was obvious that he was from a very poor family. The tens of thousands of dollars in compensation from the owner of the luxury car just now scared the old man. Song Yun took out a bank card and handed it to Huang Baoding, saying, withdraw 50,000 yuan. Huang Baoding hesitated and said, Mr. Song, if I leave. Don't worry, my martial arts skills are more powerful than you think. Huang Baoding saw that Song Yun would not leave until the problem was resolved, so he could only quickly run towards an ATM not far away. About 5 minutes later, Huang Baoding handed 50,000 yuan in cash to Song Yun. Old man, this is the compensation I paid for you. Song Yun slapped the cash on the old man's hand and said, today's incident was indeed caused by you running a red light. We are in the wrong and paying a little money is nothing, but if that gentleman didn't stop the car, you would have to be hospitalized. The old man looked at the stacks of banknotes in his hands blankly, not knowing what to do. But soon the old man stood up and bowed to Song Yun, then carefully handed the money to the owner of the luxury car. Old man, don't be so mean to say that you should be more careful when crossing the road next time. Today a kind person paid for you, but what about next time? I was really unlucky today. I was almost scared to death. When the old man heard this, he lowered his head and nodded submissively, just like a student being scolded by his teacher. Get the money and leave. Song Yun said calmly, if money can't stop you from talking, I don't mind letting a doctor treat you. When the car owner heard this, he immediately shut up, explained the situation to the traffic police, and drove away. The people around watched the problem being resolved and admired Song Yun very much. There are not many people in today's society who are willing to stand up for others. Besides, this old man is obviously a poor man, so even if we help him, it won't be of much use. It's better to just watch the fun. The girls who were watching looked at Song Yun with stars in their eyes. Oh my god. What kind of a god boy is this? He is handsome, kind-hearted, and rich. This is definitely a male god. The girls pushed each other, all wanting their friends to help them get a contact method. But Huang Baoding's muscular figure finally made them sober up. Yes, he is obviously not an ordinary person. No matter how much they beautify themselves, they know that they are not worthy of this male god. Song Yun pulled the old man to the side of the road and said, can you tell me your family's contact information now? The old man thought about it and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. After Song Yun dialed the number, he found that it was in his address book. My brother from college, Yi Zi. The phone was answered, and Yi Zi's puzzled voice came, Brother Song, what's the matter? Brother, I think I found your grandpa. Yi Zi on the other end of the phone was stunned. He said, my grandfather is in my hometown. It's impossible for him to travel so far to Shanghai. Brother Song, you must have met a scammer. Song Yun sighed and said, I encountered a car accident on the road today. The old man who was hit by the car finally gave me a phone number. I called it and found out it was you. Do you think it's true or false? Holy shit. Yeezy suddenly jumped up from the bed and shouted, "Is my grandpa okay? You just got a little scrape. You can just take a taxi to my house, which is in Huasho Villa." Song Yun said calmly. He now finally knew why this old man looked familiar. When he was in college, this old man came to Shanghai to look for Yeezy. At that time, he was also carrying a sack filled with many local specialties. Later, Song Yun and everyone in the dormitory invited the old man to dinner. But Yeezy's hometown is in Hebei province, which is far away from Demon City. Why would the old man come all the way here, and why would he pick up rags? Song Yun kept all these questions in his mind, planning to ask Yeezy when she came. "Old man, do you still remember me? I was your grandson's college classmate, and we even had dinner together a few years ago," Song Yun said in front of the old man. When the old man heard Song Yun's words, he looked at it carefully, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly spoke a string of dialect. Song Yun didn't understand either, so he smiled and said, "I've contacted Yeezy, please come home with me first, Yeezy will be here soon." The old man nodded and followed Song Yun all the way. When he saw Song Yun's car moving backwards, even though he was an illiterate countryman, he could tell that Song Yun's car was very valuable. His clothes were so dirty that it would be a sin if they got stuck to it. Chapter 130. If you want to help me, then kneel down to Father Yi. "Grandpa, get in the car," Song Yun said as he stood in front of the car door, but the other party waved his hands and backed away, pointing at his clothes and speaking with a thick rural accent. "It's okay. The car should have been washed a long time ago." Without saying a word, Song Yun grabbed the old man's arm and pushed him into the back seat. At this time, Yi Qingqing was in the back seat, looking back and forth between Song Yun and the old man in confusion. How come they picked up a person in this trip? This is Yeezy's grandfather. I don't know why he came to Shanghai. Song Yun introduced, "Grandpa brought us a lot of delicious food when he was in college. Our whole dormitory misses that taste. Hello." When Yi Qingqing heard that it was brother Song Yun's grandfather, she smiled and nodded at the old man. The old man's face flushed and he nodded somewhat embarrassedly. He had lived in the mountain village all his life and the only time he came out was to see how his grandson was doing. He had never seen a beauty like Yi Qingqing in his life. The car drove towards Huasho Villa. When they got home, Song Yun took the old man into the living room. The old man looked around in a daze. How can this be a house that ordinary people can afford? He heard from villagers that the housing prices in the town were about to exceed 10,000 yuan, and his grandson's brother's house should cost more than 10,000 yuan per square meter. Thinking of this, the old man felt hesitant, fearing that he would dirty or break the furnishings in his home. "Grandpa, please do it first. I'll go make some tea." Song Yun pressed the old man's shoulders and asked him to sit on the sofa. He took out a box of top-quality tea from his father-in-law's house and soaked it in a pot. Suddenly, the whole room was filled with the fragrance of tea. "Boss Song, let's not talk about anything else. I'm sure I'll gain weight after staying with you for a few years." Huang Baoding took the teacup and sniffed it, exclaiming, "Top-quality pre-rain Longjing tea. Isn't this cheap?" "It's just tea, how expensive can it be?" Song Yun said indifferently. Actually, he didn't know how much this tea cake was worth, but Huang Baoding knew the price after taking a bite. A cake of this kind of tea would be worth at least 300,000 yuan. Mr. Song could bring out such good tea to entertain people, which showed that he did not treat Huang Baoding as an outsider. Just as a few people were drinking tea and chatting, there was frantic knocking on the door. Huang Baoding motioned to Song Yun to sit down. He walked quietly to the door and saw through the peephole a burly man with an anxious look on his face. He opened a corner and the other party was about to push the door open. "Who? Fuck, who are you?" "I'm looking for my brother Song." Yeezy was startled when she saw Huang Baoding outside the door, and wondered if she had come to the wrong house. "Looking for Mr. Song? Come in." After Yeezy entered the house, the first thing he saw was an old man sitting on the sofa, looking somewhat at a loss. He rushed to the old man and checked his injuries. In the end, he saw that there were only some scratches on his arms and legs, and all of them had been applied with medicine. He finally felt relieved. "Songge, thank you for your help." Yeezy said with guilt, "It's so late and I'm still disturbing your rest." "It's really... What nonsense." Song Yun glared at Yeezy and scolded, "Why don't you ask the old man why he came all the way to the Magic City? When I met your grandfather, he was still carrying a sack of plastic water bottles." Yeezy nodded, and then started chatting with the old man in his native dialect, but the more the old man spoke, the gloomier Yeezy's expression became. Finally, he clenched his fists and his teeth chattered. What's wrong? Song Yun asked puzzledly. Fuck. Yeezy cursed angrily, my hometown is in a remote mountain valley, but it's going to be demolished and developed into a tourist resort. The bullies in the village got the news and started buying up the houses of the villagers. Later, they saw that my family had a few acres of land and they wanted to make a deal with it. They used the price of a polar country to force my father to make a deal. After my father refused, he was admitted to the hospital, and my grandfather was also driven out of the ancestral home by them. Originally, my grandfather wanted to call me to explain the situation, but when I saw a call from another province 2 days ago, I thought it was a sales call and hung up, so we bought a train ticket to Shanghai. Then when the old man arrives, he doesn't know where you live and can only look for you on the streets? Song Yun asked. Yeezy nodded with some self-blame. If she had answered the phone 2 days ago, Grandpa wouldn't have to suffer so much. Okay, find a room and sleep with Grandpa tonight. Find out the situation first and I'll see if there's anything I can do to help you. Song Yun said to Yeezy while comforting her. Yeezy nodded, then went upstairs with her grandfather in silence. Husband, how are you going to help Yeezy's family? Back in the bedroom, Yi Qingqing lay on Song Yun's chest and asked. I don't know. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Song Yun no longer had any intention of taking advantage of Yi Qingqing. He hugged Yi Qingqing and slowly fell asleep. The dealer on the other side. Nangong Han received a call from his father. Hunter, Song Yun is not a simple person, don't provoke him. Nangong Han was stunned by his father's first words. He frowned, lit a cigarette and asked, Father, what happened? Alas, I used all the connections of the Nangong family to investigate, but they told me that they found no one. Then a big boss called me and warned me not to investigate further. Nangong Han was silent. A person who could hide his identity was definitely not an ordinary businessman. Even when Yi's father was the richest man, Nangong Han could easily find out information about him. Could it be that Song Yun has someone backing him? If it is true, then his backers are comparable to the Nangong family. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Han sat in the chair and thought for a long time. His mission in coming to the Magic City this time was to lay a solid foundation, but because of his arrogance he became enemies with Song Yun. It is impossible for the two sides to reconcile, but at this time the Nangong family has been fighting openly and secretly with the Zhao family, and he must not create a new enemy at this critical juncture. Well. Nangong Han sighed and murmured to himself, forget it, let's just leave it at that. He has given up the confrontation with Song Yun, but he still needs to think about how to ease the relationship. The next day, Nangong Han took a shower, put on a formal suit and prepared to go to the Yi family. Zhuang Xihang was very surprised when he heard the news. Could it be that young Master Nangong came up with a new trick to deal with the Yi family overnight? Master Nangong, would you mind telling me something? I can help you later. Nangong Han glanced at Zhuang Xihang indifferently and said calmly, okay, kneel down for Father Yi when you see him later. Zhuang Xihang's mouth gradually widened, and he asked in disbelief, are you kidding me? Do I look like someone who can joke? Nangong Han stared at Zhuang Xihang and said word by word, I went to the Yi family today to apologize to Mr. Song. We, the Nangong family, don't want to make any more enemies. Do you understand? If you kneel down to Father Yi later, you will be doing the Nangong family a big favor.